This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. This weekend, we've got 3 best of 5s, and we're sending our top 3 squads to Masters Santiago. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final week of VCT Americas Kickoff, coming at you live. We're at Mimi.
The Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California.
No home again, Los Angeles, California. Welcome back, everyone. It's time to get ready, time to have some fun, and go ahead and pick up some cool penny merch, why don't you? I'm Golden Boy. I'm yelling at you right now. Once again, it's like we do every single week. Welcome, everyone. But this time, I'm joined by 3 of the biggest brains in all of Valorant. And thankfully for me, I won't have to do much work this weekend, which, by the way, for me, is just another day in the office. I got Mimi, we have Emily, we have Athena here joining us today. Guys, we are in for quite the ride, Athena, because this is going to be a loaded day of action.
I mean, it's finals weekend for kickoff. I think it's going to be really fun. And then you have the first day to kind of pull it all together. We have elimination and we have qualification on the line.
Yes.
Sounds like hype and hype. Yeah, it's such a unique weekend, though, in that it's 3 BO5s. We normally never have more than 2. And what's wild is that there's a chance that if one team is very unlucky, they could play all 3 of those best out of 5s this weekend, which is just unprecedented, really.
Yeah, no, we'll talk about that in a little bit. But today, of course, we're going to be starting things off in the lower bracket for an elimination matchup. You got Cloud9 going up against 100 Thieves. And look at the journey that these teams have had to endure getting up to this point. Right? In the lower bracket, they stopped short, had to go up against Lev, had to go up against EG. Were able to find success there. But it goes without saying, this lower bracket was a sharp hit.
Yeah, it's really a brutal run for these 2 teams. 100 Thieves and Cloud9. This will be their 7th best of 3 that they've played this tournament already. Have to play 2 more after that if they want to qualify. On the top side, though, a little bit less proven. More question marks still for MIBR and Furia in that upper final.
Yeah, it feels kind of crazy. You have these 2 wildcard teams that people didn't really know what to fully expect coming into it. And then you have one, which is Furia getting into the top 2. And then you have MIBR, who everyone was thinking was a super team. And now they've kind of proven that title.
Yeah, go for it.
No, I was going to say, it feels like we're at the final stretch here, but there's still so many insane matches to come and a lot of teams that could take these spots away.
Yeah,
I feel like it's still kind of unknown.
It really is, and it's been incredible too to see the way these teams have been built together. I mean, we joke, right, coming into this one, it's going to be the Battle of Brazil, but it's, Brazil-ish, they're like, yes, Brazilian orgs facing off against each other, but who would have thunk that MIBR and Furia would be in this position? But of course, for more on today's matches, we have just the guy standing by, the bald god himself. Sideshow, what you got?
Well, Americas is a highly successful region. We've sent 9 different representatives to global events since the International League started, and there's only been 2 orgs from Americas who've been there from the start but never made it. They're competing today. It's Furia and Cloud9. Now, C9, they've always been close, but they've fallen at the final hurdle. In 2023, they went 8-1 in groups, but they choked in the playoffs to make Tokyo, and they choked in LCQ. In 2024, they went 5-1 in groups, but then choked again in playoffs to miss out on Shanghai. And in 2025, they should have been at champs, but lost a tiebreaker to MIBR, a heartbreaker. Every opportunity squandered. But now C9 have earned themselves another chance at redemption. They've already played 6 matches in kickoff, but they've got to win another 3 in a row to make Masters Santiago. And for Furia, the tale is simpler. For the last 3 years, a mixture of failed potential and logistical problems have led to the org being mired in mediocrity. But this new team, led by Artazine and powered by North American Challengers talent, is undoing all of that legacy. They are the dark horse, the underdogs, the team you never believed in, but might just do it anyway against all odds. 1 match stands between them and being the best team at America's Kickoff. If they can beat the super team of MIBR, they could avoid playing back-to-back best of 5s. But if the worst happens, and if they fail this week, it would be the most bitter fall back to earth for Icarus.
Awesome stuff there. Great breakdown and a little bit of Greek history as well. But yes, there is just a lot to pull away from this. Of course, so we'll talk more about that when it comes. That match is coming up later on. And folks, you do not want to miss it. That will be the game that determines who is our first squad that punches their ticket to Santiago, Chile. But last week, though, we saw 100 Thieves come out strong against Evil Geniuses, but nearly let it slip away in 2 straight maps. But Mimi, I think it's safe to say that this team, they're coming into this kickoff with way more confidence than what we've seen them in previous years.
For sure. 100 Thieves was one of the most impressive teams early in kickoff for me. The way that they really innovated playing this solo waylay, the insane effect Timatino is having on that agent alongside other creative comps like their Sage and Vito. They were so impressive. But for me, these most recent games have felt like a bit of a slip. This EG game, they dominated the first half of Haven. They could not figure out how to counter the Viper wall, and it almost got away from them. So now this match, to me, is 100 Thieves who has to reset and prove that after being countered, after showing 6 matches, that they can adapt their excellent ideas to still be successful this late in the tournament.
Yeah, 100%. Everything you said is 100% true, because they also struggled with pushing a lot of those rounds that were close, that they had those numbers and closing them out. And I think going into it, I kind of expected 100 Thieves to be this bright new team, and we see a lot of that with like Timatino on the waylay and his mechanics and the way that they've been super creative in setting him up. And it just felt like they just struggled with a lot of those little small decisions that kind of end up slipping those rounds out.
Yeah, I feel like it comes down to their adaptation and macro when it gets into the late game, right? We see them have super dominant halves, and that always goes well for them. But then in those second halves, when the other team starts kind of fighting back and pushing back and breaking down their macro, they don't really have an answer to get back into the game. I feel like when they do, it's just so late. That's just why they catch up so far. Like we see these 13-11s, we see these 13-10s. It's because the other team gets away with so much, and while they do find the answers, it's just so late.
But I see that's the thing, though, that I will pull away from this. The positive is that they are finding the answers. They are getting the wins. 100 Thieves in year past, we probably wouldn't even be talking about them right now in this part of the tournament. So I think it's safe to say this team, so much more growth, so much more improvement. For more, though, on this squad's improvement and their performance overall, this is our Verizon post-match interview with Bang. Let's hear what he had to say.
No, I definitely think there's more left. I don't think we're satisfied with where we're at. Obviously, we're in the lower bracket. We have to beat NRG or MIBR in order to actually make it to Santiago. So I feel like once we get past that hurdle, I feel like I'm going to be a lot more proud of us as a team.
And there you have it, right? I mean, Bang talking about that next hurdle that is about to happen here that could very well cause all the problems for 100 Thieves here. Good news for them, though. They actually happen to have kind of like a low-key demigod on their team, Cryo, because my guy has been, my guy has been unfreaking believable. Emily, this dude just constantly, you see him on the screen, you know he's at least going to give you one.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing that I think I admire a lot about him is even when he's not finding success, his confidence is still there. His mindset is so strong that even when we see him play like Chamber and start to get shut down, he always finds a way to adjust rather than just kind of falling off.
They have a very deep reliance on his performance as well. In the EG game, when Timatino was struggling to pull off his waylay plays, so many of these rounds came down to 4-on-5s with no dive, where the only path forward on attack was Cryo contacting into a site with his operator and finding success. And he did that in some ridiculous positions. He's really been the man to bail 100 Thieves out of the bad spots. And when they're firing at all cylinders, he's the one that closes out these games with incredible performances, not just on the Chamber, but on his Vito as well.
True. I was actually talking about creativity, and he was the one player that was kind of speaking to me, because even on that Vito, they know that he can kind of just tank a lot of that util. So at some point, they just let him ult and plant the spike. They know they're going to get it down. Sova ult, who cares? There's darts, who cares? Literally, they know how to play around these characters and these agents, and we've seen them be really cool with like the Sage comps and stuff. So for 100 Thieves, they really rely on Cryo, and they also rely on setting up everyone around them with the creativity. And his Vito has been insane. I mean, you've been like freaking out about his Vito.
I love his Vito. I think
jumping for joy.
No, even outside of setups, this guy is so good at playing around his utilities. Setups are one thing. I think we've seen some really cool and creative things out of that Vito. His Haven, his Corrode, but it's just the way that he maneuvers around that makes it really good. He's the first like strong standing Vito main that I've seen in America so far, and I want to keep seeing that.
Well, let's go ahead and hear from the man himself, because Riv had an opportunity to catch up with Cryo earlier today for a quick chat.
I am here with Cryo before their big match today. Looking at all the agents you've played last year with the ISO, Sage, and the Yoru, now you're on Chamber and Vito as well, and some of those series that don't go 3 maps have you just on the Vito. How are you enjoying Vito? Do you think people are sleeping on him?
Yeah, Vito's been awesome. You know, it's a really similar play style to Chamber. It also forces teams to play differently, like work the map differently. They can't really rush your site like right off the rip, so kind of some mind games there. But yeah, my agent pool has been really fun to play, a bunch of variety of agents, so it's been really fun.
Final touch on that Chamber. How has the Chamber life been? You get to queue and do a little bit more here, and it seems to be giving you great results.
Yeah, I'll always enjoy playing Chamber, you know, and especially with the Initiator nerfs, so it's a bit more viable than before. So
awesome, Cryo. Good luck today. Thanks for the interview.
A great mind for the game, soft-spoken, and more importantly, could pretty much destroy you in the server. Cryo, an absolute beast. We'll see more of him later on today. But over on the other side, though, you got Cloud9. Now, this is a squad that's going to be coming into this one with a little bit of a fighting history, all right? Like, this is a squad. They've had a couple great games. They had a good showing against Leviathan. Athena, I think we're starting to see this Cloud9 team gain that confidence that we know was going to come, because look at the individuals who are on this team. They scream confidence.
Yeah, it feels like they really found their identity as a team, and I think that's the biggest thing playing into it. Their mid-rounds have been phenomenal. They've been able to set up Oxy, even though they had a little stint, obviously, where they did have to get a substitute. They still worked around Demon 1 at that time. So C9, I think they've really impressed me by how far they've come with their gameplay and a lot of their macros when it comes to just playing together as a team.
Yeah, and I think the Lev match showed a really good preparation in terms of the game plan. Lev is a team that plays way too slow, is like spread defaulting every round. They give them absolutely nothing on defense, had great protocols for their retakes, and for setting up Oxy as well on the Chamber. I thought they had really good ideas of how to enable him as an individual. And that's really what's kind of defined C9 for me. I think they come in with good but simple game plans and rely a lot on Zelsis, or in the past Mitch is the IGL, to just kind of adapt and make the players comfortable on the fly. It stands in a real stark contrast to this 100 Thieves, who is so defined by their set plays, their creative comps, and so I think that is a very interesting kind of style match going into this game.
Yeah, and I think they did a really good job at having that quick turnover, especially with the role swaps that we saw going in from week 3, right? We saw Oxy kind of start playing Vito, Chamber, rather than that first entry duelist, and I think it works because these players are comfortable doing that, and it gives Zealous a lot easier of a time kind of recalling a little bit more rather than being set in their game plans, and I think it showed us a new side of C9 that kind of what we were hoping for from the get-go, right? Like these two insane players having the freedom to kind of pop off and do their own thing.
I think too with C9, I've said this before, I used to kind of watch them and be like, they're not really my favorite to watch team because they were just kind of slow. It felt like I didn't understand what their game plan was, but now they're so quick with their reactions. You guys both touched on it, but the way that Zelsis is calling everyone around him as well to their strengths is impeccable. Their reactions are really fast, even on defense, man. When they lose some space on one side, they're so ready to take back pressure from the other side, even if it's just one person making a hero play.
And the thing is, a lot of that is predicated on what we've been seeing from the individuals, right? And one of those 100%. Plus 25 drop last week was Vic against Leviathan, right? Vic really showing up big time there, Emily. But on top of that, just kind of going to what Athena was saying, this is a squad that is clearly improving, growing, and showing that they can match that pace.
Yeah, I feel like Vic is really underrated, like just not talked about enough. I feel like he's kind of sometimes the silent hero, silent killer for Cloud9. I think he's really good at having super patient lurks and also just kind of locking things down towards the end of the round, right? He's never too quick on them. He's able to kind of just save the day, and he always has the team's back. I feel like there's never a time where he doesn't do really well and excel at kind of filling in the gaps, especially in those late rounds.
The way last year ended with this Cloud9 team just barely failing to qualify for Paris, I think really wrote off some of the great things that team did. But one of the greatest turnarounds was 2025 for me was bringing in Vic. He was so consistent mechanically, so clutch, so excellent as an anchor. And for me, looking at this 26 roster, that was one of the keys that I really needed to see continuing into this year. And I think he's absolutely impressed in that department so far, which is crucial for Cloud9.
I think he's just like, you know when you go in a server and there's that one player you don't want to play against because he's just so annoying in like every facet. Like if you're in a 1v1 with him, you're gonna be like, oh god.
Yeah,
oh god,
like, the confidence goes down a little bit.
Especially if it's a clutch situation. The amount of times that he's clutched it out for his team, even on like pistol rounds, on a lot of the ecos, the anti-ecos, he's just always been there ready in the back lines to kind of just finish it out for them.
Hey,
Close it
look,
out for them.
if there's one thing we know, Cloud9 have a ton of options. This is a team that's stuck together for a while.
Yeah.
They've built together for a long time, and one of the big people responsible for that was Coach Imi. We had an opportunity to catch up with him earlier today.
I am standing by with Imi before their match today. Looking back in the past at the team, the closest to double duelist you might have had is Leaf and Zeppa playing Raisin Jet, but on different maps even. Now with Oxy and Penny, you've kind of identified the roles as Penny's going to be duelist with the ability to have double duelist. Does identifying those roles unlock anything for the team the way they're playing, or is it just kind of a focus going forward?
I mean, just the biggest thing is having so many players who are flexible. I think the only role that maybe we're not super flexible is initiator, but it just allows me to chop and change things when I need to, and everyone trusts the process, so that's the best thing about it.
And there might be some of the longest games coming up ahead. How do you prepare for what could be here if you win this series, the next, and then another?
I mean, I'm prepared in my head. I know what the plan is, but for the boys, it's one game at a time.
Imi, thanks so much. Good luck in the match today.
We're getting down to the home stretch here of kickoff. So to celebrate, we're holding a block party here at the Riot Games Arena. Let's send it back over to Riv, who's outside for some festivities.
He ran quick.
We are here at the VCT Americas block party to find out one important thing. Who is the GOAT?
Primi.
Alim.
Okay, my GOAT, I gotta go with Vic.
Tens, of course.
It's gotta be Boaster.
Aspas, obviously. That guy is the greatest player of all time.
The GOAT is Psalm CS. He's the GOAT.
I feel like that last one was a touch bias. Of course, skirmish side selection is in effect for our matchups. Let's go ahead and check out this 1v1 between Timotino and Coach Imi. What? All right, let's see how this works out. Coach Imi will be using the Jet. Timotino will be using the Clove. All right, hold it down for us elders,
The
Imi.
ball buff is real, actually.
I have to believe,
Right?
because if he doesn't do anything, then what does that mean for me, Athena? What does it mean for me? Oh, no.
I do like the meta development of just like whatever. Send your coach in. Let the players lock it on their warm-ups. And then there's the teams that are like, no, we're sweating this. We're sending our best individual in. Something tells me Timotino might be slightly favored over Imi here.
Perhaps.
Who's to say?
Yo, do you think it's actually like? Do you think it's mind games if you send in your coach because you're like, I don't care what map you pick?
Ooh,
A little bit.
Kind of.
Maybe.
And I feel like that's kind of fitting for Cloud9, right? I feel like the map pool is very diverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting to see Imi go into this, but he is solid.
Let's go.
He's on the board.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Wait, that was clean.
Do it for this elder statesman.
That looked like some reaction time.
Here's the thing, though. You have nothing to lose if your coach loses the skirmish. If your coach wins the skirmish, their ego destroyed. I lost
shambles.
to a coach. A manager. We know that one's a mental boom.
Damn, they're dancing a lot.
Yeah, they really are.
I'm swinging, bro.
He's really not, though. He's kind of just chilling around cover.
Here, guys.
I mean, look at
Okay,
this.
but Imi's holding an angle. Look at him.
Imi's a coach.
Give him a break.
Like, if anything, he's allowed to hold an angle.
Dude, who was it that we saw that was like jumping on top of boxes for the? Was it Fraud? I feel like it was.
Oh, I think it
Fraud.
might have been Fraud,
It
yeah.
was so funny.
Oh my God.
Oh, man. Okay, there you go.
Okay, all
He
right.
got one.
He got his.
He got his,
No one
baby.
can take that from him.
He got his.
No, he got his.
That's more than I would have gone against Timotino. So there you go. Congrats, 100 Thieves wins the skirmish. They will win the side selection. And there you have it. All right, well, that was fun. Why don't we go ahead and take a gander at our predictions from the squad here today, where we think things are going to fall. Oh.
Okay, Golden Boy, let's go. Wait,
I was kind of surprised. Okay.
we're 50-50.
You went with Cloud9, Mimi. Why is that?
Yeah, I feel like Cloud9 is really on an upward trajectory right now. They've had a very dominant win against Leviathan, and in the last match for 100 Thieves, it felt like their ideas were really getting right into. Like you talked about, that adaptation after the initial set play fails just wasn't there, and they ran into the same problem repeatedly against EG, a team I rate much lower than Cloud9 on that Haven. So I'm a little worried about how well this 100 Thieves squad can adjust against a Cloud9 who has shown me great prep, great game plans, and their players in excellent form.
L ratio, look at chat. 100 Thieves. Okay, let's go. No,
and we know that
Do you have more than that, maybe?
No,
Marina?
I don't
Okay,
think
cool.
We know that chat is never wrong. about
I'll
everything.
hold that out. That's fine.
Right now, as we speak. Oh boy. And Em, real quick, you went with Cloud9. Same reasoning?
Yeah, basically the exact same thing. I just think that 100 Thieves are starting to get maybe a little bit stale with their game plans and having a hard time kind of coming in with new ideas. Cloud9, on the other hand, bringing new things in every match.
Oh, snap. She be cooking, folks. All right. Today, one team is getting the chop and one is heading to Santiago. VCT Americas Kickoff starts ahora, right now.
It's right
you
now.
know.
This weekend is the final stretch to Santiago. We made it all the way this far to the middle bracket final, and we're not stopping now. It comes down to this week. We're gonna play a bunch of really strong teams to make it to Santiago.
We are in the gauntlet now. It's gonna be very grueling and exhausting. If we win all these matches, we'll finally make it international. I'm heating up.
This next match is our last chance.
Here on the main area. Oh my God!
I live in Santiago and my family live in Santiago too, so all my family like going to a stage and watching me play. And just thinking about that, sometimes I get like a tear in my eye.
We do have like really young players, so going to the first international of the year is going to be really, really important for our team, just because we are trying to get as much experience as possible.
He's got a shotgun!
I think every team, every player, probably every fan put Furia as like the worst team in the region. Having one win away from qualifying to Masters is pretty hype.
Yeah, let me just win us this round real quick, bro.
Oh my God.
Especially with emotional players that we have on our team, the momentum sort of just builds and it makes it feel like nothing can go wrong.
I'd say we live in the deep end. We like when our backs are against the wall. It happened to us last year in Split 2 as well, and we had to win out.
MIBR don't know which way to look.
I mean, having Aspas and having everyone on the team, I feel like we're always gonna win because we're insane.
The super dream is alive.
I was feeling myself with the scope weapons this time, so I'm gonna keep that around.
Whatever the situation is, we've been there. And so we have the experience in these moments, and I think we're kind of feeding the hot hand right now in our team. So let's get straight to the weekend.
Riot Games Arena, it's do or die. Let's welcome the first team in this elimination match. Give it up for Cloud9!
A team that is storied of always being so close to that next step, qualifying to an international. I haven't made that happen since before partnerships back in 2021. But here, another chance, another opportunity with a retooled roster to take down this 100 Thieves team and run the gauntlet that they've already been on 6 matches in a row.
Yeah, and here they are doing everything that they can to try and find success here. They're making the role swaps, making last-minute switches, and it is paying off for them so far, but it has to continue, especially after this match.
Yeah, Cloud9 have really come into their form in this tournament. The question is whether or not they can keep the momentum going against a very game and prepared 100 Thieves.
Now, let's bring out their opponents in this matchup, their NA rivals. Make some noise for 100 Thieves!
100 Thieves, they have so much to prove on the line. They have these 2 players coming in from Tier 2 from that TSM roster, and they've built such a strong roster with all these individual players, but they've slowed down a little bit within the last couple of weeks, but they're looking to kind of regurgitate a lot of that creativity to make sure they pull it out in the end.
For Cryo and Asuna, the players that were there last year, this matchup brings up memories. Cloud9 beat them in a very similar position to deny them a chance of making a run to Paris champions. Now here, with new rookies around them, with a new game plan, a new coach, trying to redefine themselves against a Cloud9 who has gone back on players they've had in the past, is reiterated on the team that already exists. It's two squads that really stand in contrast to their offseason approach.
It really could only end this way between Cloud9 and 100 Thieves. Their journey, their paths have crossed so many times. Speaking of, though, where they're going to be fighting at, we got Pearl, Split, and if necessary, taking a trip over to Abyss. Emily, what do we make of these maps?
I'm really surprised that 100 Thieves haven't stuck with their permaban on Abyss here, kind of floating that, leaving that up for grabs, and we see it's going to be a third map. But starting off
That's a bait.
That's a bait? You think that was a
trap.
bait? Okay,
That's
well,
a trap.
They fell for it, almost. But no, I think starting off strong with Pearl. Cloud9 has looked really good on it in the past. You know, we saw that in week 3. And now with these new kind of comps and role swaps, I think that they're going to find a lot of success here. Still have that adaptation. Still have that great mid-round calling from Zelsis. And it's up to 100 Thieves to put a stop to it.
Do you think they're changing anything up?
I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
I don't know. I think their comp is good. I feel like what Cloud9 tends to do is less so like wholly chop and changing compositions and generally just coming in with more specific game plans. But I also don't think it would be impossible for them to do it, especially with a weak turnaround. For 100 Thieves, though, I think my biggest questions for this team has been playing on the maps where they aren't running the Sage, Vito, that kind of combination. The maps where they are highly reliant on the solo waylay of Timo Tino. And I think Pearl, Bind, those are the maps that are the greatest example of that. And we're starting off with the Brawl here, where I think a lot of pressure is going to be on Timo to show us that man who came in swinging to the start of this stage, was so absolutely excellent in his utility usage on that agent, and bring back to that form.
I think, too, it counts on I'm kind of expecting Cryo to be a big reason
Especially
for why
defense.
they let this. Yeah, exactly. Especially defense. A lot of those long angles that he could just hold it down with an op, especially if he is on that chamber or that Vito. But this comp makes sense. I think this is the same comp that they played last time. Zelsis on the KO. He's been looking really good. I mean, last week on the KO, he looked really good, too.
Yeah, I love how many tools they have to set Oxy up with these KO comps. I think they did a great job there. And the Vito coming in for Cryo. That one is going to be really exciting to get to watch again.
Yeah, see, the one thing I'm looking out for here is when we see C9 play Pearl in the past, they're not scared to fight. I think it's going to be an absolute brawl for space here on this map, and it's whoever comes out on top.
Get ready for a barn burner, folks. This is going to be a good one. Let's head on over to the first pistol of the weekend and to your casters. Here are Uber and Wyatt. Pick up your thunderstick, buddy.
To say this is an important match for both these teams, of course, would be an understatement. The last time that 100 Thieves and Cloud9 played each other, it was Cloud9 knocking 100 Thieves out in that lower bracket Stage 2 finals, the matches that could have qualified them for champions. There is a grudge to settle for sure. No shortage of those here. And these two teams are still trying to reach for that spot in Santiago, but they know a literal world champion awaits them on the other side of this match. It's a long day. They've got to lock in, and it all starts on Pearl.
Sadly for one of these two teams, they'll be going out in a similar position of the bracket that they always seem to go out in. Two teams that make us believe, make the fans believe, and come up so close, yet so short. We'll have to see who's going to be able to step up today, cross that mental hurdle, and continue their run. Starting on Pearl, where last we saw Cloud9, they had Demon 1 playing Chamber, who was just torching the teams they went up against, Leviathan, and then against Envy in that crazy 2018 game where he dropped 1 million kills. So Oxy now filling those shoes.
Now, 100 Thieves were successful on this map against Loud. Pretty one-sided affair already, though. 100 Thieves in this pistol are deep onto that A side. Expect no different from this comp with that high mobility. Now they're down to a 2v2. Fragment going to force Zelsis out of the action. This is two of the only teams in Americas that like to play KO on this map.
Look at this flank coming through from Oxy. Obviously that trip is down. Cryo not alive. So you can see that Bang has to tend to this angle. Oh, that timing is sick.
Brutal. Oh, he's Astral as well. He had his head turned in that direction, but not able to recover. And there's Oxy. I'm sure, keenly aware of the fact that, you know, Demon 1 in his stead put on a great performance, especially on this map. He returns to the roost knowing he's got to continue to deliver that high level of play.
I think it's cool as well that it gets Penny in a position to just focus on playing Duelist. Here, 100 Thieves in a fair attempt on this site exec, but that's a nice little kill from Zelsis, actually. That little peek at the end, even things up.
Of course! Yes, sir!
Start with some energy.
Yep, Zelsis doing what he does, bringing energy to a team that I feel like these are the situations deep in the bracket where you need a guy like that who is going to have the unwavering confidence. I think at times C9 were lacking that in situations like this previous years. Maybe he'll be the recipe, just bringing in an old friend that really developed as a player with his time on Sentinels.
I think have just realized that Cloud9 aren't all that invested into A main, but they did leave Oxy there with an Outlaw. So Timo ends up walking up into the line now. They'll try and flood in. Zelsis will be waiting through the middle part of the map. That's Cryo negated. Oxy finds a second before folding back here on 100 Thieves. Really have very little to show on this anti-eco.
Yeah, not a thing. That was clean and easy for Cloud9, but obviously if you're 100 Thieves, you can't invest a thing on these round twos anymore because the Outlaw is so prominent. You need to be able to get all of those heavy armors. Looking at the ult situation, nothing too crazy at the moment. Maybe Zelsis is getting close, Asuna getting close, the two dueling KOs.
I do think for those fast hits, especially if you can get that A-main control, Null Command is going to be pretty impactful when it comes up.
And in terms of A-main, looks like we might have an early clash there, depending on how aggro C9 want to play this. No, they're just going to give it up after they're swamped by some early util.
100 Thieves do invest a flash there, just in case. Like the previous round, Oxy was posted.
You can see the rotations now from C9 heavily focused on A with Oxy pushed up on B, and they have that trip over at the B side link, so...
No way!
Wow, down to 10 HP, but Cryo able to do that. And you can see the Tejo now rotating back towards B. Zeppa's on the move, and 100 Thieves might have a good opportunity now to get into this A site, but spread around the map. 1 minute to play with, no need to overcommit right now.
Yeah, Timo just probing there at A main, and never looked like a full commitment from 100 Thieves was in the works. Heavy armor really paying off for Cryo, still on the field and still now angling himself over towards this B side of the map. They know, of course, that they've got this chamber util dealt with, and Zeppa doesn't quite know where to put himself on B. He's the only player here and is concerned about maybe a rotate through mid.
Yeah, Vora does love to call on attack, show Timo in main, and then rotate back quickly to the other side of the map for a really big exec. You know, sometimes if they have the lurker there like Cryo, and oftentimes they won't even have him there. It's just...
And they've left this very late in the round, but it has paid off. Zeppa ended up drifting back over to the majority of the Cloud9 players, and so 100 Thieves get to dig themselves in with 2 players back towards Halls, I'd imagine, and even that mid presence. Keep your eyes on Bang here.
This is going to be difficult for C9, man down, but they do have a fair amount of utility to work with. That full kit on Zelsis, Penny with a ton of util, Zeppa with a lot of util. Missile's going to ring out back Halls, try and nullify that angle so they can get some space and fight. Great entry from Zeppa.
Ooh, Cryo not very healthy at 10, but still able to find yet another one in this round. It's wild how easily Timo was handled there. Bulldog kill of all things. Now, though, those longer range weapons playing towards B-Long itself. Going to make it pretty hard to get to grips with this spike, and Vic kind of knows it. He's perched up looking for exits at this point, especially with his Astra util in the post plant. Nothing to be done here. Vic has to let this bonus go, and 100 Thieves emerge with 2 rifles.
Yeah, a little bit of damage done, but that's nice from 100 Thieves. They lose a couple players close. I like C9 on the re-entry there. They got a lot of value from the Initiator utility to fight back Halls, but ultimately 100 Thieves just have great stall utility. You saw the Molly first being thrown by Asuna into just having the stars on the spike. Makes things very simple here in this post plant.
Nice, boys. Let's go. Beautiful.
Cryo finding that second kill at 10 HP makes it very hard for C9 to push up long.
Now early on, Oxy wants to get that AWP in his hands, sacrificing armor to have a glass cannon. Early a fight, but Penny is punished.
Yeah, Penny out of the game now. Zeppa trying to push up in his stead. Gravwell active. Zeppa's going to have to be satisfied with that, and it's enough to stave 100 Thieves away from this A-main direction. And in terms of the rest of the map, they don't have a ton of purchase yet.
Vic is just jiggling right now off of that trip that is broken. That was really nice from Zeppa over in A-main, able to find that trade. The Gravwell was well placed for him. So what is the move here from 100 Thieves? Looks like they want to pivot into this A split, and I like the maneuver from C9. They're trying to get space by fighting into A-main. What can Vora do here? Will he just simply be caught?
This is really important positioning from Vora. Cloud9 can set up a pinch on the site with their rotators playing from Secret and Flowers, but that requires Zelsis to win the fight here. Flash around the corner. Able to find Vori. He was completely blind to it.
That's a great little double swing from C9, but Asuna just spams through. And now Zeppa in a bit more of an uncomfortable situation. He's really going to need his teammates to be able to provide some noise, some cover for him to get something done. But 100 Thieves making the correct decision, pathing backside, flipping the map, and planting for Secret.
Zeppa now realizing he isn't going to get pushed onto by the remainders of these 100 Thieves players.
Yeah, because of that plan, they've basically made this Zeppa position worthless. It's no longer a flank. It's not a backstab. Everyone coming from the front for C9.
Malcolm timing from Arsenal. They want to get in and shut down any of this. Retake util. Around the corner, little lob there of that fragment, but it's going to be Zeppa finding his third of the round. Cloud9 up on the spike here, of course. Gravwell would have made it an issue. It's up to Bang. Time is short. Time of the essence. And it's not on the side of C9. Tail between the legs, Oxy walks off.
I think Oxy died because he went for that last shot, trying to kill Bang as well, so the AWP is gone. I think if he didn't go for that, he would have narrowly escaped.
You're right. He does not have it to hand. Insult to injury. I'm sure he gets an ult orb.
100 Thieves there really playing the map well. Flipping it here, and again, with Asuna and Bang alive, much like that round we just saw him be, they have a lot of stall coming through for the post plant. First it's that Molly, and yeah, even though C9 were getting the kills towards Secret, Bang is just relaxed over in Flowers at the same time, has the Gravwell ready to go. That's super well done. 100 Thieves are making some great decisions here.
Early timeout for Cloud9. I mean, just to bring us back to how that round went. It looked like in the post-fire, 100 Thieves would be relatively well set up with two players over in A main, but one dies to Arsenal spraying just through a smoke. And at that point, 100 Thieves can sort of set up in that backside, make a retake impossible because their Astra's still in the game. And frankly, the rotate into the side from C9 was pretty late.
Yeah, for C9, we're going to need to see them not get baited into too many really big rotates, because this 100 Thieves team, they will commit to late round massive like 3-4 player pivots off of one extremity, getting to the other and trying to get into fast hits. Like we saw that on that anti-bonus round where they drew everybody away from that B site and they were able to get it for free completely.
100 Thieves working the map extremely well on this attack site. This early fight in A main always seems to be kind of pivotal though. We saw the 0 point thrown in there. Suppression enough to give C9 foothold. Oh, wow. That is a big one. Oxy pushing up out of mid for this.
A real chance there for Oxy. On a kind of a classic chamber spot, you have the TP back towards the connector. But Timo's just way too fast. A really stunning entry player for this team.
I feel like it's hard enough to beat 100 Thieves in these rounds, even if you get the first pick, given the way they work the map. Now, 100 Thieves are ahead. The plant's been delayed, of course, by the guided salvo. Zeppa makes sure of that, but there's only a couple classics and stingers in the mix for the defenders.
Yeah, this one should be good as done. I mean, 100 Thieves just playing the long angles with the rifles, and there shouldn't really be a hope in the world for C9 at this point. I mean, I think they're questioning if they even want to go for this or just die to spike at this point. See if someone from 100 Thieves over pushes, but that's not going to happen. Yeah. They're just going to play the long. Well, actually, I say that, but 100 Thieves are going forward, so maybe some guns will be lost here.
0 point there, quite illuminating.
These guys want to get their ults. They're both one orb away, Cryo and Timo, so
dangerous.
They don't care if they live or die right now.
All right, flashes out here. Cryo's going to find his second. Ends up being a 2-for-2 trade, but again, extra ult orbs to 100 Thieves, and C9 will make sure they perish to the spike. That was after a C9 timeout, but we're likely to see the fruits of that sidebar in this round.
100 Thieves' economy is definitely not out of control, but they feel like it was worth it enough to have the evolution and the convergent paths coming into this round. And I can't blame them, because as you just mentioned, this is the C9 out of timeout buy round where they have significant ults of their own, so 100 Thieves really want to have every tool available to them. Looks like they want to just go for a fast B play here. Convergent paths onto the site or Nightfall, maybe even combo them or try to save one for the post plant. We'll see.
They've got to be mindful, of course, that null command is up, but for the defenders, it's a bit awkward. Zelsis has to be reactive with its use.
Now that deep flash and haunt will get 100 Thieves a very free walk up on the pillar.
Okay, Converger Pass also going to be committed to this fight. Timotino gets into Hall. Zelsis playing him with the smokes for the time being, but he is suppressed. He was noted earlier. Timo probing for him. Not able to find him through the smokes, and so Zelsis gets out of the sight.
Both Convergent Paths and Nightfall used right now. Cryo is able to capitalize and get one kill. The push off the Prowler.
That's too good, man. Zeppa, you're going to have to do more to get the better of him in that situation. Or even though in numbers. Now command active, Zelsis preparing for a retake.
Look at this crossfire, though. Bang ready to swing from Lankenfor up close.
Oh, the flash was huge. Penny couldn't see the wood for the trees. And now it's on Zelsis, 55 health. Not a breath in his lungs. Big round for 100 Thieves to win. A swing round in this first half.
So much proactivity from them after getting the spike down, despite having used all of their ultimates just to get into the site. I like that fight towards Link. It's timed with Bang, who was the lone man going through mid-late. And 100 Thieves here definitely gave more than enough of a distraction for him to just get that free backstab kill. And at that point, you can just see on the minimap that C9 have an insane challenge ahead of them because they're walking into like a triple crossfire setup, basically. C9 still enough for a buy here with Oxy having the ultimate available. Penny as well just has a judge, so this is still super winnable for them.
But this is going to be quite telling because Cloud9 have got no interest in fighting for main this round. There's no presence, not even a single player. So how does this inform the rest of this 100 Thieves round? Because they've got this pretty important piece of real estate essentially for free, but are they thinking about the push-up of Art or another chamber push-up Link?
Well, that drone will confirm to C9 that the space they had no interest in has been taken for free. Now, does Cryo want to activate earlier in mid or really bide his time for 100 Thieves execute? It seems like that's going to be the plan. Maybe Bang going to send out the wall during this execute, Cosmic Divide to come down. Ooh, I like that flash over top into the Prowler. Timo is right in there.
He's ahead of so much of this Astra utility as well, White. He's found himself a pocket to play through.
C9 have vacated the site. Look at how layered these executes are from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, the Haunt just cleared Secret. So Timo knows full well that there's no one over towards that dugout direction. And I mean, Zelsis doesn't see a whole lot. Here's the Tour de Force though getting involved. Oxy's posted up on a pretty sharp line. And Zeppa gets again, finds a clever kill. Falling back over towards this mid-direction now. He's going to have his hands full in a moment. The 100 Thieves has slowed up. Zeppa low, Tour de Force. Oh, it's ugly stuff for Oxy. It's a little bit too close to the sun, and there is Bang. Always critical in these late round moments. Penny has it all to do. Jump peak punish, Cryo is low. Penny can have this. But Cryo's not about that life. It's a 3-round gap opened up.
What a great setup from 100 Thieves. They get all of their players.
2 layers of like side hit utility there.
Yeah, and then after the fact in the post plant, they're able to get 3 players over towards Art with the spike planted for them in Art.
Oh, dude, the grapple is so nasty.
Wow, the second shot. Oh, I mean, Bang is going crazy right now.
He played off his own util so well.
Now he's one player on 100 Thieves who is no stranger to qualifying for international events anymore after making it to all of them with Sen.
But these are not good signs from the coaching booth for Cloud9. Suffice to say, things have not gone to plan at all so far. It's just a Vandal for Roxy.
Yeah, this 100 Thieves team are looking so well drilled. A real unit right now.
Okay, Cryo can cross-cut away just in time as the relay bolts came for him. And he's going around the world with those TPs.
Right out to safety. Hero rifle for Oxy over on this B side. Because he was using the ult in the previous round, he can afford to try and be a hero.
And that was probably Cloud9's best chance to get a catch on an isolated individual in the round. Now the Cryos return to the fold. 100 Thieves are grouped up maybe to muscle their way back into main. It's only Zeppa in attendance.
Yeah, Zeppa had only seen Cryo, so that doesn't really change much as far as
Brodosaur gone.
The information.
Down to 30.
Yeah, Oxy trying to get some of this space, but is going to eventually run into the trip.
Yeah, no present through mid-connector, so you can easily A-split from here. Might be the move. You can also split, go Art.
C9 are making the right call. They're getting players over towards the A side, but they're still just undergunned right now.
Zeppa's trying to find an elegant place to play from, but this gets harder and harder now as 100 Thieves get closer. Hammer approaches Anvil. Zephyr at 30 in the corner. They've been looking for that every single time. Saturate there through the wall. Vic on the other side of the divide. He's about to meet the shorty. Vora still has his vision obscured. Sit in this tiny little pocket. And Bang is on the wraparound. This could be it. Oxy's going to have his back turned. That's the hero rifle being passed around. Bang sees it all! Every reality in which C9 could have found a way into this round just fizzles out of existence.
All of his flank timings have been perfect in the post class. C9 have in no situation been ready for him, and you have to credit the rest of the team with that as well. Maybe not so much on this round, but on some of the other ones, they've done a great job of setting him up with just creating so much chaos to be the late round closer.
But that flank is enabled by the fact that C9 so heavily invest players back towards Flower and Secret and don't have that art or that mid-connector presence whatsoever that late in the round.
Ox is going back to the well with the operator. It has not been dominant in this server.
All right, he's fallen in and needs Lassie.
100 Thieves are calling the rotate over towards this A side. No ultimates to play with right now for either team. What if C9... What info have they gotten? What is guiding them to drag more rotates over to B? I'm not entirely sure. Penny had just made his way over there off that A site. Prowler now through.
Cryo, you imagine, is very wary for the presence of this chamber. Okay, not going to win it out this time. Oxy does his job. Now he's able to focus more on this A side because they know now that's where 100 Thieves are set up. Timo gets in a dugout. Sent a Saturate ahead of him. Now Arseno is going to be there for him to play off. Timely smoke, but that's going to be removed now, and as it comes down, Zephyr again finds crucial involvement. And Oxy, with an op, is going to have to amble his way forward into a decent position, but Vora could be a problem.
Low HP, knows he needs to make a play, do something proactive. Has the Nightfall if he wants to even send that. I mean, that would be ridiculous to send from the flank, but...
He has the timing. It's perfect! All right, Zelsa's looking for it at the very least. This makes it a 1-for-1. But Bang gets to sit back. Clutch master this game on all this post-plant util.
Old teammates from Sentinels of last year.
Oh, Zelsis! That's an important. Bro is already getting out of his seats. A very important round for C9 to win, but Bang has had the upper hand in many of those clutches this game, and that's kind of why the score's looking the way it is.
Bang just laughing it off there, pointing back at him. Obviously, those two, a lot of trials and tribulations last year playing with Sen, but a lot of success too, making it to all of the internationals together. Then coincidentally, both going to teams that have struggled with that, and they're trying to get them back into that position. I think both of these teams really have made roster upgrades. They're on the right path, but at the same time, this Americas region has just become so competitive this year that they might end up being stalled out in the same kind of tier that they've been at in previous years.
That everyone else is leveling up, Wyatt. That's the reality.
It's a dangerous region right now. But Zelsa's picking up this IGL. He's trying his best to change that for Cloud9.
Drone is down.
There's an A-main triple face there for C9 that doesn't see anything from 100 Thieves. This time, they're the ones who aren't interested in that area of the map. Very quickly, though, into Art, and there's no util to see this coming.
Zelsa's on the move over towards that A side. 3 players from C9 attempting to anchor this.
I don't mind this, the attempt at a pincer setup here, but look at where Bang is set up. A late reflank of that A-main position could undo C9. Here's the Nightfall. Only catching Zephyr. Time to go. Nice little box spot there, taken up. That's obviously Timo in position. Vic speculating, wildly speculating through the smoke. Eventually down by Cryo, but Penny's tapped himself into this corner. Bang a little low on his activation. Can he find the frag? Yes! That's Penny down with the overdrive active. Now this Astra util gets to be brought into the fray. Zelsis is knocked. Zephyr, though, apparently with the wherewithal to bring him back up until Zelsis is knocked down again. Zephyr steps up, it's a huge round, a corner classic with the right click. And again, yes, it's up to Bang for the umpteenth time this game. Nova Pulse, there needs to be follow-up though. That's not going to take him off the defuse, bait the shot. Bang needs to get wider. And again, he can't salvage the round for 100 Thieves.
I respect the idea, though, trying to stun onto the planter, isolate a 1v1, baits out the shot, but it's just perhaps a little bit too late, and the crosshairs slightly off. After, again, finding the timing, though, to go get that flank kill play from main, 100 Thieves have a pretty good post-plant setup. But with the crossfire, Timo decided to push forward. It looked like he wanted to fight a little more aggro. Maybe regretting that, because he does give up that position in art.
Zeppa is having a fantastic game, and it's coming in these 1s and 2s, these really important frags under extreme pressure or in retake scenarios.
Does Oxy dare swing out of this? They're all swinging out. What a shot.
Yep, they're going for it. Lots of targets to choose from here. If you'll see 900 Thieves also now had to fight for this position all along, and it's another swing. Oxy gets up on the line. And Cryo, he's out of the round now. Bang has to give account of himself in mid, but unfortunately it's a crossfire he's waddled into. So Arsena would have to take stock of things now. A decent amount of time left in the round. There are 3 C9 players at large, and he needs to change tack here.
Vic is going to obviously hear all of that. The KO footsteps. Kind of loud. The rest of the team rotating over. Doesn't even matter. Vic has the timing. That was a great little kill from Zelsis. He's definitely been getting a lot of critique, I think, earlier during this kickoff run for not putting up numbers as an individual. But as per the last series against Lev, it has felt like he's really started shooting. But regardless of that, his support play, I think, has been pretty standout, especially when he's on this KO. You can see it right now. He's putting up a lot of assists. He's got 11. He's leading the league right now in assists per round. He has just been a straight-up supportive player. And he's talked about wanting to be able to focus on that, not having to shoot people as his primary objective. Just IGL, support. He has 2 great duelists on his team to set up. I hear one of them playing Chamber, of course, but Penny has really added some firepower to this C9 squad that I think was much needed. But conversion pass coming through now. Timotino dashing in. Cosmic Divide as well. So C9 will be relegated to vacating this site. Looks like they want to take a timing to get back in off that flash.
Now, there's not a lot of armor around here. Vora is glass cannon, essentially. Great fragment from Zelsis. That really slows up that advance into halls. Manala Fighting is going to get messy up on the site. Cryo doesn't check his right, and Vic has a shorty of his own.
He might be going for a little bit too much there. Evolution kept him alive in the midst of the Armageddon, but maybe overplaying his hand and regretting it. Bang, in another late round situation, facing down 2 players, but Vic with the jump through can't connect those phantom shots.
Oh, geez, Vic so mindful of this situation that just a little peek would have been enough. 4 kills for Vic out of the round. They'd honestly C9 with some excellent stall util to buy themselves time.
Honestly, this feels a little reminiscent of the 100 Thieves half against EG from last week on their attack haven, where things were looking so good for them. And then very late into it, starting to lose a couple rounds. And that was still a more dominant scoreline for 100 Thieves at the end of that one. But they've given the other team an in. Because I think in a couple of these last rounds, they had themselves in position to close them out.
Let's go, boys!
But made mistakes that C9 were able to exploit, able to even this up.
Cloud9 finally back in the game. 4 rounds strung together at the end of the first half of Pearl to make it real interesting. So don't go too far. Much more from this series after this.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Jimmy of C9 literally had his head in his hands at the start of this first half. And you've got a lot on your shoulders. You're going up against a previous world champion coach in NBS. And you could see the frustration as Cloud9 started the game pretty well, right? They win the pistol. You know, they don't win the bonus. It's fine, but then it's brutal. 100 Thieves are just dragging them around the map. And without any real coach intervention in the later half of that first half, Cloud9 stabilized. They find their footing. Zeppa looks good. Celsius in the clutch has been excellent too.
I'm curious to see in this second half specifically what 100 Thieves have in store with Cryo on the Veto. He was playing the Chamber and he was farming, but they've still decided to switch him over towards this agent, an agent that they have heavily indexed in. They definitely believe in his place in the meta currently, and they've obviously had success with him elsewhere. So even though they even though they won their last match 13-2 with him on Chamber getting, I think, 27 kills, they still want to switch it up.
I always wonder if it's like, do you just want an agent that doesn't care about Armageddon? Has some more maybe stall elements to the kit? This has slowed down C9. Obviously, Interceptor has been turned on.
I don't have to be concerned about multiple angles, but the awareness is keen and the shots accurate on to Oxy.
Looks like Oxy's a little early there.
With 100 Thieves, they don't mind giving up this site. I mean, yeah, you're right. There wasn't really a pure timing for him.
Oh no, that's dangerous. Yeah, swinging out in sync.
Yeah, lined up. Also, they're still just waiting to pop flash out if he hasn't needed to, because C9 is walking into Cryo. Any second now, this flash is coming.
Yeah, all of those angles that you said Cryo had to watch,
now.
He has dominated. So Penny spotted out, suppressed, and looking pretty lonely.
Ah, the flash came from Austin.
Oh, the knife.
You
Really, brother.
Hell no.
As an IGL at that. Okay.
Yep. Young Boosty with the knife. Crazy. Oh, Cryo just completely dominated C9. And you're right, that was a really early push from Oxy. There wasn't any pressure onto Cryo at the moment. Just
I had no bullets, I promise.
I don't believe you, dude. I don't believe you, man.
Replay?
Oh, heads back in hands.
Heads back in hands, yep.
Again, like, you know, Emmy says, the players have to think about it one game at a time. I've got to think about the bigger picture today. I've got to think about how our map draft's supposed to go. I've got to think about the condition of the players through what could be, Christ, 8 maps of VALORANT. That's a lot, man.
C9, time to keep it simple. They are just running it down on B, and they're going to see if Penny can get in someone's face with the shorty. That is the meta game, but no, not going to happen. They will at least seemingly get a plant.
Jeez, this range, Timo does not care. He's walking. Sure. Okay, he's walking and he's killing. Refracts away, but 2 kills. Now, Cloud9, of course, once again, not bothering to invest heavily into a round that does feature the Outlaws. We've now just discovered. They do not have much to say for themselves here at all. Defuse for Bang, and we'll be off to round number 15. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're... All right, we'll hunt them down.
I assume that they want to, they want to go, right? Okay.
Get a couple orbs, why not? I am interested to see what Cryo's going to have set up with the teleport specifically going around, because, I mean, it is Chamber light with the teleports. They're not as good as the Chamber TP when you're trying to op at all, because they're just slow.
It's just super nice because the Interceptor stops Fragment, and it also stops a Guided Salvo, right? So that space denial for defenders can be negated. Makes it a bit more comfortable up on the side. He's actually playing through mid here, so you can see where that crosscut is set up just to allow him to fall back.
I like this from 100 Thieves. They still have the Judge. Get up close with him.
Oh, okay. Vora left out to dry. Timo refracts back.
Great stun.
They're in after him as well. Penny with that burst of pace. Now Timo standing inside a guy to Salvo's got no choice. He literally had no choice.
That was a great sequence of utility from C9. They dismantled that forward play. Okay, Bang, long range with the Stinger. Why not? 4 bullets. Okay. Zelsis isolated on account of the Molly. Cryo, what is happening?
Oxy and Vic now with it all to do. You can see in this post plant though, when Oxy just wants to be about his business. Fair enough. He and Vic clean up the round. One that looked like it could have snuck away from them.
They completely stabilized that. I can't believe 100 Thieves made that so close. C9 had a really excellent assault into that site that started with A main, the pop flash out, multi-swing. They forced Timo back. Vora's isolated. This was all great.
Yeah, love this.
And then when they pressure onto Timo, they have the perfect missiles for him backside. They're fast onto the execute, but
some really nice pop flashes back onto the side for us, and it kind of sets it up. And it looked like Zephyr wanted to overpush into the back of that A side, got caught.
All good though. They have the stable hands of Vic and Oxy. Cryo pushed up alone right now.
Getting cross cut away. Interceptor in play. That is scary. Pardon the Tigger impression. You don't see that all that often. Dirty stuff from Cryo. Picked up 2. Obviously, Zelsis is able to be dragged to his feet and sent out again.
Picked up 2. He wouldn't have been able to leave because of the ult. Again, just like you're so slow to teleport, turn around, find it, hit the button, like slowly vaporize and get over there. Like he can't get out with a no command. So.
Again, that is sick, and that is something we talked about. This switch over towards the veto for 100 Thieves on this map. It ate all those flashes come around the corner.
I like this on the opposite side of the map, though, from Asuna. It throws that early knife, and then with all the action in A main, just takes the space. So 100 Thieves can readjust to heavily focusing on A, leave Timo to just watch the potential of the sewer flank because of the Cryo down, there's a trip down. You know, but ultimately, they'll be very ready for this A execute when it does come in.
And they're aware now. We've had 3 stars deployed.
And by the way, when it does come in, Vora could throw a haunt. They could try to spam onto the planter, seize the planter. There's going to be so much annoying util here.
Okay, the timing of that sends it over to Art, and there's a bit of spray.
Unless he just goes down to the spam himself.
Yeah, probably just needs to put a lid on it for the time being. Timo could find a timing to punish the planter. Vora, again, still speculating. So no risk of those traces being picked up with a Phantom, but still. Here's Asuna. Eventually wraps around. Pretty decent timing for Asuna. Pretty easy kill. And out on Zelsis, who has a wrap of his own. Vora dealt with, but he was very low. 12 health now. Fragment's going to keep Zelsis out of the fight. This flash is really just smoke and mirrors. Just bluff and Buster. And there's 100 Thieves racking up their 9th.
Both of these KOs have been throwing out some great util throughout this game. Honestly.
Yeah, they have like Space Denial, they have, you know, retake util or like fast hit stuff. We saw the flash out of the smoke with 4 players in A main from C9. Plenty of flavor here.
Again though, from Cryo. Perfect little spray down, easy crosshair placement. That multi-swing just completely denied.
Yeah, that's something you got to be very careful of. That seems like it's been the bread and butter of C9 is, you know, just spending that initiator util quite heavily to forcibly take A main control. Vito obviously makes it much harder. We'll see how that influences their early rounds if they want to lean heavily in that direction, or as we've seen in the past, 100 Thieves, for example, like to work down that art a little bit more. Leave A main alone, threaten a split through the map, through connector, maybe towards B.
It really has, you know, made this 100 Thieves seem so much more versatile that they have Cryo and Asuna being able to flex around so much. I mean, Asuna could always play the KO, even going way back in the day when he started playing the flex role with this team. It was always one of his better initiator agents, if not, I think his best, personally.
Sure.
But just having him back on that role, having Cryo flexing around, and then opening up the opportunity to get, you know, a young star duelist in this team in Timotino, I think it was all the right moves. They have a great coaching staff around them, but even still, like we were saying, this is just such a hyper-competitive Americas going up against maybe the best Cloud9 that we've seen in years. Just returning to form, bringing in, you know, their old friends who have been leveling up as players.
It is 2 teams, though, that are really putting their trust in those cores, right? Cryo, bang Asuna.
Always trying to beat the Nepo allegations. Trying to get into the same side right now, though. Vora, wow, dispatched by the Stinger.
Play. I love that from you, Wyatt. It is Penny's mowing Vora down.
But am I wrong? That's the A storyline for them.
Say?
That is the A storyline. I'm not saying it's a Nepo baby team. I'm saying that's what people say, bitch.
Who's people? That's crazy. All right, Zelsis is going to be able to skitter back over towards that art direction. It is 100 Thieves that are working their way pretty quickly, honestly, into the site. Also, this crosscut util, there might be something there to that. If Cryo can ever make use of it. Nice, saturate though, flash to try and deter. Around the corner, come on, 100 Thieves, and Asuna knocks Oxy's and Zelsis' heads together. This grab whale is going to be mostly ignored. As 100 Thieves have the numbers, but Zephyr's able to peer in from main.
They still haven't got it to half, though.
Half now. Vic, yeah, he would have had to kill Cryo instantly. Not to be.
It was a great retake from 100 Thieves. I like that decision from them to isolate Art completely. Util combo thrown in there with the saturate into the flash. They pop out through that nebula together. That was really nicely done. They just have to cut off one part of that crossfire. And Main is too far away. It's going to be difficult to get over there and make that happen. And then the Art player's canceling. So this is just the right decision.
You can see with the temptation.
Nice, man. My team is so good, bro. I'm actually shutting out.
You can see why C9 have had the temptation to push into the back of that A side to get further, because they play on the extremities like that. They're so subject to being cleared by those util combos.
Well, that early knife connects onto everyone, but 100 Thieves don't care. They still take that space in A main. Ooh, Cryo in some real danger. Doubled up, though, with Bang, the two players that if I'm C9, I really don't want to be running into, anchoring a site right now. But that still might inevitably be the case as they posture for this B split.
Now there's going to be some real pressure on Cryo, but unlike the pistol, Cloud9 are likely going to be able to find a timing here to punish the Vito player in that spot.
Oh, these paths could be insane. It looks like he's setting up for it.
Yeah, Timo's able to retake that plaza control now. Prowler going towards mid. This is going to get ugly. Cryo tucked in the corner. He knows he's going to get attention out of Connector. Slowed from C9, staggered, belated, but eventually they touch down on this B side of the map. Convergent pass hits, not in particular from Timo. He's going to be cut off the play because of this cosmic divide, and C9 will get their plant down.
Yeah, they just have to wait this wall out. Asuna, no flash right now. They can't pop through it. Suppress at least get some info, you know, likely back halls. They're going to know about that, but it's not like they wouldn't have expected a player to be there anyhow, and they don't even have a timing to get in while anyone is suppressed.
Yeah, you're told there's 4 players on the side. That's not really telling you much of the story. Here's the cosmic divide coming down now from 100 Thieves, ideally to try and lock Halls out of the game. Bang sees Zephyr swing his way, and Cloud9 get themselves a really important round, hoping it's not too late.
No, and it certainly may not be. I thought we were going to see the sickest conversion pass from Timoteo after they spotted Vic in mid, pushed him into Link, and he dashed to the right. I thought he was going to send it straight down Link, and they were going to try to fight that together through mid, but I think he was a little scared of the play towards A. He ends up going back through Connector, and with all of that delay of, you know, the rotates kind of getting there to assist 100 Thieves, they're just swamped on the site. Cryo can't hold alone. All right, both players here from 100 Thieves in main were spotted up by that knife. Timo still wants to fight. He can't get out.
He could have walked back there, but there's no chance to refract after being hit by the 0 point. So he's giving his life up pretty cheaply there, Wyatt. And all of Cloud9 say, whoa.
Yeah, what a
slow it down.
Massive risk. They just extracted a bunch of utility as well from 100 Thieves. Is this going to be an instant recommit, though? Spot Asuna outplaying towards Art. There are 300 Thieves players here ready to anchor. No, it's patience right now.
This is a refresh of the Nebula for Bang, who currently is across the map and is unsure if he needs to join the rest of his team because of this noise cut.
C9 will have a decent amount of utility to get in here. Penny can still throw up that fast lane, try and cut off some angles. The stars are coming down. There's that missile to clear out Secret. Zelsus with a flash. They have enough tools to get in here for sure.
Bora tries to horn in Cryo. Could have been a timing there. Surely he's heard this action. Okay, suppression on the side. That's 100 Thieves with a 0 point now. Bora tucked.
And Zeppa is just so scared. Left. Tries to bait out the spam. Wow, is this going to be a late round pivot from C9? This is really nice, and Oxy even catches out Vora. A slight delay from this trip. Honestly, that might allow 100 Thieves to get the timing. Look at this rotate. Cryo, he was able to teleport back halls.
13 seconds left in the round. Cryo will be lying in wait. He's low, but he stopped the plant. There's got to be more, though. Another layer here as Zelsus is about to get this spike active. Penny low, steps up, and slaps Cryo down. Means that it would all be on Asuna, and he does not have the coin to risk it.
Wow, 100 Thieves could have put themselves in position. I mean, they did put themselves in position to steal that round away because Cryo is able to rotate with the teleport back into halls over on B. That was really sick.
I was expecting a pump fake again. The C9 back towards the A side. Especially after Oxy catches Vora, yeah.
But, yeah, Bang wasn't able to capitalize, unfortunately, for 100 Thieves getting out of heaven. C9 are really wrangling this game back. Money for 100 Thieves, very bad after this round 2.
And that's kind of the potential, I think, of Vito, is that you can traverse the map such that you can almost lock down both sites at the same time. He was there to catch the planter. Could have been something there for sure.
Yeah, this early round, it was a little peculiar, though, from 100 Thieves with that suppress catching onto Teemo. Tries to stay fighting in main, but the timing's a little off. That flash from Asuna a little late, so he didn't have the gun out ready to actually get a trade. Just some disconnection there with Teemo and Asuna, which is typically not the case. I feel like that duo have had some great synergy to get them to this point in the bracket. But a moment of error there is exploited by C9.
I think Teemo probably feels like he's dead either way. If he tries to turn his back and get back onto the A side, he's probably going to get shot there. But the suppression of that 0 point early in the round is really relevant when you consider that Waylay wants to post these aggressive angles for free and then get off them with Refract.
So NBS getting into that timeout. Doombros with him as well. All-star coaching staff, imported from Europe, not gonna lie.
I had a great chat with NBS actually at the TENS awards show, and he moved his whole life, family, everything over to LA. Big move for him. Obviously, he's from Lithuania. We used to watch him coaching challenges, and it was like 3 a.m. You know what I mean? He's sitting in his sort of living room, everything's dark, and he's still chasing that dream. Of course, he was the head coach for Ascend when they won that World Championship. This guy's resume is immense. If you've never heard of him, well, that stops now. And then Doombros, of course, is...
Yeah, massive resume as well.
Yeah.
Which is why it was so
FPX,
shocking.
Na'Vi, you know what I mean? These guys are a tour de force of coaching staff.
Yeah, the only way to get Doombros as an assistant coach is to get a Champions winner coach to be the head coach.
That's right. I mean, it's
the only trump card for that man.
All the coaches here are European. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, he's had a hell of a storied career, which is why it was such a shock that he didn't have a team to coach for a bit of time last year, but obviously deserves this spot. All right, 100 Thieves, they have that one rifle for Teemo, and basically just sheriffs across the board for the rest of the team, stacked up over on B, and this gamble might just pay off. This could be deadly for C9 if they execute into this, haphazardly.
I don't think he's showing nothing except the interceptor now. Cryo poise. Oh, buddy. Okay, Timmer's able to receive. Penny, you try to get him with the overdrive. That's a gun. Instantly scooped up by Cryo. Cloud9 surely thumbing the cancel button here.
Yeah, they absolutely have to, but they don't know if there could be players from 100 Thieves pushed out of the other extremities, pushed all the way out mid, someone watching behind them. I mean, obviously they know that trip that no one is pushed into B main, but it's an attempt to re-clear from Vic, Zeppa, who are back in their spawn, and Zelsis and Oxy are just waiting over on this B side, hoping that maybe someone will push up into them, they can get a free kill. But 100 Thieves are just playing a great crossfire right now with Timatino ready to swing off of them.
This re-clear is very illuminating. There's not really enough time here.
Down to 25 seconds. The two players are slow right now to get through Link. Zelsis has a flash to try and pop out of this nebula.
Cloud9 at least can set up a split here. That's something Bora has to be extremely keenly aware
there are
of.
15 seconds and they have to break a triple man crossfire here. 4 players here.
Cryo's evolved as well. It's going to be tough to bring down. Bora finds Vic in that corner. Oxy's got to commit fully, and he is low. 26 points of health. And this could be the game right here if Oxy doesn't save it. Oh, no. Forced off the plant. The final seconds, and that is a gut punch of a Thrifty to lose to 100 Thieves.
C9 just played that mid round so slowly, trying to re-clear back through spawn, slow through mid. They don't know where a 100 Thieves player could be hiding, and then ultimately they just have to rush into that site where 100 Thieves has been sitting on this crossfire the entire time. They had 3 players there for a minute. I didn't even realize they got the 4th there in time too. I understand the frustration from Imi and the
probably asking, like, why? I mean,
yeah.
I think the mid-rounding needs to be looked at there a little bit. But we don't have time for that. We're on to round 21.
All right, Operator for Timatino on defense, going up against Oxy's tour de force. Opposite sides of the map right now, though, so we won't be seeing any kind of op v op battle. Right now for 100 Thieves, it's just kind of light hold towards B.
Yeah, Arsenal obviously can slow this down with a fragment to stop the flood into B. So there's a lot of stall util between him and the Astra of Bang, who again has had a fantastic game. All right, Null Command active. This is for Cloud9. But they've kind of showed their hand a little bit. Bora has a Nightfall as well. Should there be a retake necessity? Oh, Bang! That's pretty dirty. Penny on the slide, brought down. Arsena Here's a lot of footsteps through this smoke and gives Zeppa a bit of breathing room, enough that he can win out against the shotgun-toting player.
That was some crazy aim against Zeppa. I can't believe he snapped to that. It was a real Asuna aim moment, honestly.
Yeah.
All right, Cryo now into this 1 versus 3.
Celsius with a casual 20 assists.
He's going to go for it. He has no cash left after this. The 100 Thieves bank is not looking good at all, so he might just want to save in this position rather than try to go for it. Despite winning that eco round, 100 Thieves did only get away with 1 rifle, so it's not that stimulus to the economy that you typically see. The loss here has already just got them back onto another eco.
Yeah, and with Cloud9 being willing to invest the...
And Imi will be praying that they don't play out like that last round. Do not get eco'd again.
All right. Oh, hop, skip, and a jump there for Roxy. 3 for him on the round. So now we are a very close game. 10 plays 11, and 100 Thieves have gotten to their own null command this round. If Arsenal could find a timing to, again, stop a fast hit. Tour de Force very well appointed in this round. Arsenal cleverly here actually gives space. He almost realizes he's at risk of being shorted if he plays inside that smoke.
Let's go, baby.
A grim determination for Cloud9. It's been a long climb, honestly, and I said this to you in the makeup room. I said this could be scrappy, this could be muddy. And these two teams are brawling.
Just sitting at 21 kills right now, by the way. He is really playing well. Has definitely filled in for Demon 1 in the exact
Oh, okay. That's crazy.
What, he had Demon 1's been like 27 kills, 37 kills on this map.
He's filled in for Demon 1?
Yeah, he's filling in for Demon's 1 shoes on this map, bro. What are you talking about? It's really not crazy. It's literally the truth. Like, he's playing the chamber here.
Yeah, this recent shift for him over towards those Sentinels has definitely seemed to work so far.
They're just B-stacked again, by the way. Just same thing as the last eco round. C9 will not be going to be this time.
Yeah, the intuition for Cloud9 at least has developed somewhat over the course of this map. However, 100 Thieves, when it comes to the retake, obviously don't have great weapons for it and unlikely to really leverage a lot of these ultimates. So I do like to see Cloud9 being very careful this time around. I'm sure that was by design. Cryo needs to get out of there, of course. Well, we'll see 100 Thieves attempt to retake with very little.
C9 not even bothering to get that orb in main, by the way. They were just rather playing it silent, not make any noise, and just suddenly hit into the site. And with the plant, Zeppo was still able to get that arm again anyhow, so doesn't really matter all too much.
Smokes up here for 100 Thieves to cross into this art direction. No spam, good patience from Vic. Cloud9 simply containing. We'll saturate there. Roxy, those found his. That's the way laid down. Here's Gravwell. Oh, clever. Oh, the body block. No, you can't be serious. What am I watching? 100 Thieves. The dirtiest of dirty thrifties out of absolutely nowhere. The body block to keep the diffuser proximate enough to the spike to not be interrupted. Get out of here with that, man. Come on.
They can't be winning the game like this. They can't be winning the game like this. 2 ecos. This one way more absurd than the last one. No one able to spam onto it.
Let's go!
Everyone from C9 was so far back.
Oh my god! Oh no, I really wanted to see that Imi reaction. I feel very disenfranchised right now. Okay. Deep breath. 100 Thieves poised to end the map. How do you recover from that in the space between rounds if you're C9?
They're pushing right into Cryo's setup. That Nightfall is going to stall them out in main. Connects onto 3 players. And that's going to give time for 100 Thieves to try and rotate over as well. They don't want to overcommit to the rotate. You can see on top of the minimap. But C9 are going to re-hit off the armor cannon. That will send Cryo running away back towards Secret.
Vora, those already in there. This is such a big... Ah, he's going to fire more! Surely not! 2 for Vora. Cryo, though, is brought down. He tries to enter the side, but Timo is pushed up. With the op of all things, there's no reflank pressure for 100 Thieves. It's all from backside, and Timo falters. Zepp is still healthy enough to keep fighting. Bang only gets his 1. And so Asuna flashes himself out, sees the Cosmic Divide in the way, knows there's going to be post-plant hijinks, but there's no choice but they go for it. The Cosmic Divide means that they have to body check this. Arsenault. Time. Definitely has some, gets into half. Vic has to swing off this though.
Nice knowing you.
I think he's done enough. I think Vic has done enough. Arsenault can only give it a tickle.
Ice cold from Vic. Oh my God, he didn't beat that at all. He didn't give Arsenault a shot, even at the wide angle.
And look, you don't know, you can't hear the spike tap. With Cosmic Divide in play, you're not sure how far along he is in the defuse.
That was genuinely insane from Vic. At that timing on the swing for the second kill was really nice too. And he had the kill against Cryo, who took that isolated fight walking up towards Secret. I mean, you could see from Austin's point of view, Vic just gave him nothing. No chance of a kill there.
Vic may have been positioned on the same side of the Cosmic Divide in that corner to have heard the defuse tap, but still. Okay, big round for C9 to win. Massive.
After that one, damn near every ult is out of play except for Timotino having the convergent paths.
Slow start after that A main take. We have Timo virtually cosplaying as the chamber pushed up in that connector position, but he's got a Bucky to hand.
Yeah, the weaponry definitely not ideal. 100 Thieves in this last round is C9, desperate to get to overtime on their map pick of Pearl. Pivoting over towards this B side where Vic has just been containing for any potential push, but it's rather passive from Cryo on the angle with the Guardian.
The Outlaw is nice in this round, Wyatt.
Cryo
There's a lot of value to be found.
Yeah, he knows he has to drop. Too many potential angles. Someone from C9 could have swung onto him with the missiles.
He didn't turn on his interceptor.
It was just too late throwing it out there.
No, he was right in front of him, I think, on the other side of the box.
Anyhow, I mean, regardless, 100 Thieves had popped the convergent paths, trying to get back over into B. Expecting that C9 would just be in there, but Oxy has just been chilling on A, so they get into the site for free. Spike is a little late, though. 22 seconds.
Oh, Penny!
What a kill.
And that was really important. From that position, Bang can do a lot of harm. C9, yet to plan, about to make that happen right now. It's a swing. Oxy! There it is, the Outlaw. Stings! And it looks like they've done enough to secure an overtime in this game. They've answered the challenge 100 Thieves have laid down with some unbelievable 100 Thieves defense side rounds. We're going to extra time.
Chaotic last round. The C9 are just able to exploit some strange little mistakes from 100 Thieves there to get the advantage. And then play back over towards Oxy on that A side. Free site exec. What a kill for Penny there as well. I was sick.
It's got to make you a little bit nervous here.
Shot.
I mean, again, we have only 2 players, I think, in full armor in this round. So just a really nice time for this Outlaw to shine.
Yeah, Oxy is actually a beast right now, 25 kills.
And Zepp has been chugging along. Again, each of these important rounds, he's good for 2.
He's got 20 assists as well. That's crazy.
Okay. So this, of course, sees 100 Thieves go back onto the attack side now. 0 point likely just to scout out A main from both sides.
And Oxy on defense is posted up with the operator towards A main. And it looks like he wants to do more than just get posted up. He wants to take a lot of space so C9 can have a good rotate over towards that B side. And they could try to defend this. They've got enough players in the vicinity. They've got enough util for sure as well. Zeppa could really stall things out, playing that close up, having the missile stun, everything ready to go.
There's not going to be any upper presence right now for the defenders on B. So we're a ways off of that, and that's going to allow the dive in there. Okay, Timo's in a really powerful spot. The hindrance. Oh, it's perfect. Timo's found himself 2. Now with the shorty in hand, he's looking to scour the rest of the site, but it's clear for now of defenders.
That's an outrageous play from Timo. His entering ability has just been fantastic for 100 Thieves in this run.
Celsius, snappy stuff. She takes the only anchored player in the site for the attackers out. That is planted for long anyway. There's the horn. Arsenault comfortably can play off of that. And yeah, okay, Malcolm in, sure. Arsenault's done enough in this round. Celsius in no position to properly defuse this now. Too many players waiting in the wings to spring forth, and he knows that he doesn't really have any way to rattle them out of those positions. That'll be that. 100 Thieves, once again, One away.
Sick execute there. They had to deal with a lot of defensive util coming through from Cloud9, but it just was not enough. I need to see that Timo play on the replay.
Yeah, Timo avoids most of it.
So nice.
There's no one in heaven. So he simply drops down with a big saturate.
That's your classic pathing as the waylay on the B execute, getting up into heaven, but then just looking to the right, spotting the one player, throws it down. But connects onto two. That was really sick. He's been so good. Arguably, if not inarguably, the best waylay player right now in Americas.
He has put in the hours. Okay, so this time, it's 100 Thieves who want that A-main presence. That's penetration. Okay, ends up being a 1-for-1 here, but still, lots of space that'll have to be potentially re-cleared by C9, and already 100 Thieves are responding to a potential play through Art.
This is so nice. Oh, Austin's getting off that play, was ready to throw a pop flash off the trip here.
I think they were worried about a fast A-main retake from C9.
Now, Cryo, yeah, he's ready to just teleport over towards Secret when this action comes in. And there he goes. Gets right onto the spam line, but wow, in the stun. He's in some serious danger if C9 try to take this more aggro.
Grid's being planted for. Zelsis on the very edge of the box. KO stall utility is expired. Zelsis with a bit of an odd location for this.
Trying to avoid the spam.
It's worked out. They can still cover that from A main. There's no backstab pressure for 100 Thieves in that main side. Well, there might be soon.
Yeah, look at Bang right now on this long lurk. He's had some sick backstabs in this game. Won out a lot of post plants for 100 Thieves.
His timing is good enough, I feel. Zelsis is going to get caught out, and Prowler might have had a piece of him anyway. That's the Art pressure dealt with. Now it's the post plant util, and here's Cryo getting ahead of it. Vora once again snaps up to, and 100 Thieves are done enough, finally, to shake loose of the grip of Cloud9. The money hands retreat back to the quagmire. And first map of the series goes to the Thieves.
It was C9's pick, stolen away by 100 Thieves in really close fashion. Cloud9 coming back into things in that first half when it looked like 100 Thieves might have just dominated them the entire way through.
This is good VALORANT.
So close, yeah. It was a damn good first map, I'll tell you that, if that's an indicator for the rest of this series. We're going to head over to Split next, the pick of 100 Thieves. Oxy was lighting them up in that game. He really came to life. That might have been Bang's best game of Kickoff so far. Going up against Zelsis, ex-teammate from Sen. He is determined to get back to another international.
And again, I think this calling from Vora has been on point. This guy's been put to the test against some veteran IGLs. Now it's Zelsis who's come in to try and, use that brain to aid the campaign of C9. So far, everything's looking ship-shape in that 100 Thieves department. And they're still dealing with the superstars from Cloud9, like you mentioned, that are firing on all cylinders. Okay, more from this series still to come on the other side of this break. We're going to head to our desk to break things down, and we'll be back with more of this very, very important elimination game.
Not the knife kill. Not the more knife kill.
speed up front. The Thieves comes in. Still a player to be dealt with backside. Smokes to launch Shupa inside as more support comes in, but it doesn't matter. Timotino on fire through this seaside.
Vic still alive, just looking for shots. Oh, those were good. Molly, half. Can he turn again? Oh my God, they're gonna win the round. This is ridiculous, Vic.
Welcome back, everyone, as 100 Thieves manages to take down Cloud9 on their map pick of Pearl in OT, 14-12. Does feel a little bit like history is repeating itself when it comes to 100 Thieves and these dubs. Let's go ahead and talk about this matchup, though, because, Emily, we were seeing some great highlights from a lot of the players 100 Thieves. Bang, definitely keeping consistent, exactly as what we've seen from him in previous weeks.
Yeah, I just felt like his impact on that first half specifically was so good. You saw him always being super passive on his lurks, and a lot of the time, they didn't even need him, but when they did, he was there. He was the one clutching up these really close rounds when they got to that point. A lot of times they didn't, but when they did, he was there.
I think too, at some point he had like 3Ks
yeah.
in a row, like 3 different rounds. So
yeah.
he was putting up numbers. He was really phenomenal, especially towards that beginning half of their attack side, and just closing it out for the rest of his team was looking really phenomenal.
Yeah, Cloud9 really struggled to shut him down on those lurks you're talking about. And in so many of these post plants where Cloud9 was flying into this read of going into these retakes, he was finding so much effect as they waited for the KO knife to run out, and then is coming in at the perfect time on these lurks to shut out rounds. Bang is such an excellent player that I think has really gotten his flowers more and more of late, especially after his time with Sentinels. But back on 100 Thieves, he's fit in immediately like he was on the team before, and he's still just performing excellently in that kind of lurk position, in that clutch position, while he's playing this controller role.
His anchoring has been really, really good, being able to hold down sights. I think in this game he struggled just a little bit because C9, they started to look a lot better. But still, he did a really good job of being able to just be annoying enough to hold it down and let everyone else come back and retake.
Yeah, and then you also, too, had some great moments as well from 100 Thieves as a whole, right? We saw someone in the break talk about that round 22 Thrifty. I think it's worth a while to bring it up again because you really, I mean, Mimi, you see this 100 Thieves squad just pull off, these moments here, and they need it in these desperate moments.
Yeah, for Cloud9, they came back into both of these halves, right? The first one, they made a great adaptation. The second one, after losing the pistol, they were in a really good spot to bring this game back. But in both of them, it was the pistol rounds and it was the Thrifties that won this game for 100 Thieves. 2 rounds in that second half. The one you just watched there, another where with no info, they 5-hit B into a stack and lose, were really the make or break in what was such a tight game.
Yeah, because you were right. They were winning a lot of their gun rounds. It just came down to those really, really crucial rounds that they just ended up losing. But C9 did have good answers. We saw the potential in both halves, right? In that first half, we saw them having a pretty slow start, kind of playing a lot more reserved and back. But they got back into it in the later half. We started seeing them be proactive. We started shutting down the lurks. We started having more presence and pressure around the map and not just allowing 100 Thieves to go into their post plants here.
Yeah, it just felt like they really had a solid idea of how they wanted to use that util and abuse a lot of the util that 100 Thieves was then saving based on how C9 was working. But it didn't matter because towards the end, they also came back with their attack side, kind of showing that they can do a lot of these really fast takes, even though they were running into stacked sites sometimes, which is why they lost a couple of those Thrifties. They still showed that they had that intentional push.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And for this 100 Thieves team as well, one person I really want to give credit to is Asuna. I think that him on the KO is getting so much value. Once they realized that Cloud9 in the first half was playing this style of going for heavy retake to avoid getting caught out by these waylay dives, they started holding a lot of their utility for after the plant. And I felt like his flashes to further Teemo fighting towards spawn or the KO knives as Cloud9 were retaking were always coming in at really good times to completely stall out those ideas.
I think even on one of the Thrifty rounds, he actually threw a flash while C9 was trying to push up and just completely owned them and destroyed their kind of takes. So he does do a really good job at kind of putting a stop and putting a wheel in their wrenches. Is that a saying?
A wrench in the wheel.
Putting a wrench in a wrench.
So
you could put you could put a wrench in the wheel.
Throwing you're combining spanner in the works, which is one, and then something.
Mimi, I've shoved many wrenches into wheels in my time, so I don't know what you're talking about over here. All right, clearly.
Cool. Oh, that's awesome.
All right, but look at the breakdown here, though. I mean, and also kind of like observing how. Let's talk about some wheels and wrenches here for a minute.
Stick in the spokes?
Cállate, Mimi. Okay, we're gonna keep doing this. Okay. Let us though really break down though what we should be coming up next, because we have Split. We're going to be seeing maybe some double duelists potentially. You're going to be seeing some high octane gameplay here. I mean, Emily, what should people be expecting?
I want to see C9 take first initiative, right? I don't want to see them playing so passive early on. I want to see proactivity. I want to see aggression, especially out of the double duelist comps. They have the right kit. They have the utility. They just got to have the confidence now, because we saw when they brought it, they did work.
Yeah, no, we'll talk more about this in a second. For now, though, let's actually hear what's going on in the C9 camp. We have Coach Jimmy standing by.
Looking at how close that game was, the Thrifties, they kind of rear their head at the worst time for your team. Is it something the team's kind of getting complacent once they feel safe post plans, or just something that's not formulating from practice here to the stage?
I don't think it comes from practice. I think we've been fine. One of the 50s, they blocked us up. We should be aware of that, and we're not. And then another one where we're going B long, like we should just burst into them, but we kind of prod and then they stall us, and it is what it is. Like, it happens, but I'm sure we can take the next 2 maps.
All right, thank you, Amy. Good luck.
Again, always some good observation there from Mimi, right? Always willing to just say what he saw right out of the gate. And yeah, I mean, you could definitely tell this vibe where it was like, yeah, 100 Thieves did a really good job of just kind of allowing C9 to play into them. And then from there, they just profited.
Yeah, I do agree with Cloud9, with Imi there. I think that they were playing too much retake early. They made a great adaptation out of his first time out, and they took back control. Second half, I thought they had a good game plan as well. It was really just losing those pistols, losing those eco rounds that flipped a winnable game into 100 Thieves' favor. But now, a tough task here, winning 2 in a row. And you start to go into, you were beginning to set this up, Emily, some of these maps where 100 Thieves has been playing these Sage comps, which I think has been 100 Thieves kind of at their best, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, they've looked really good on it, and especially even having kind of that utility to kind of delay on defense or stall out on their retakes on attack. I think that the main thing here is just going to be the brawls that we see towards A main, the brawls that we see towards mid, and having to actually combat that rather than just kind of let them play their game.
Yeah, Cloud9, this is a familiar position. So many times they've been close to making a lower bracket run, just a few series away from qualifying, and it's always 1 or 2 rounds. It's always so close, and it's never actually that qualification. They can't let this map 1 be that story repeating itself.
Both teams have been yearning for that opportunity to go represent their organizations at a Masters event, at a global event. The question is, who is going to stand tall at the end of this one? You don't want to miss it. Uber and Wyatt will catch you guys on the other side from map 2.
Now, assuming things go well enough for Furia, right? Cloud9 are at risk of being the only franchise in VCT Americas to not have made an international. Now, we're going to give Envy a pass, because they've just joined. That would not exactly be the kind of moniker you want to wear when you are one of the longest standing teams in this competition. But that is what's on the line here. A loss to 100 Thieves means they're out of kickoff, no chance at Santiago, no crack at our current world champions for qualification.
And it feels like that it just doesn't even make sense, because Cloud9 have been more consistent as an upper table team year on year than other orgs who have been able to qualify at different times for global events. Yet they are the one outlier. This is the time in the bracket where things just don't work out for them. But they have to bounce back here on Split, the pick of 100 Thieves. One of the few teams that are playing the Raze here. I appreciate that. I miss her, so I'm down for that.
Yeah, it's like Penny and us bus right now in Americas, and some European teams.
And Oxy is going to be playing the Chamber again. He obviously went crazy on that first map, and then starting here on defense. He'd love to play a little Chamber on D. Over on the side of 100 Thieves, though, definitely just thinking about the last time we saw these guys play on Split, it was that OT victory against Sentinels. In that game, Timotino was utterly dominant on attack. His entry kills were fantastic. You could just see he had such just an inherent knack for the timings on Waylay of how to exploit defenders on site.
Especially hitting that A side of the map, it was a saturate in every corner, it seemed, and he would win out every single entry fight and get entrenched, digging out the anchors.
And at the same time, you had Cryo dropping 24 kills playing the Viper, now one of the flexible pieces on this 100 Thieves team. There were questions about him moving away from Duelist and picking up multiple different roles, playing Sentinel, playing some smokes. But he has thrived, and giving the reins over to this young upcoming star in Timotino has just made this team overall more dynamic. I think especially a Duelist that is thriving in entry situations, I feel like historically for Cryo, that was lower on the rung of what his skills were as a Duelist. And I think for Timo, it might be #1.
Yes.
And so now you have Cryo putting up numbers on different roles and Timotino on Duelist. And funny enough, right now, they are ranked, of the players still in this tournament, #2 and 3 in ACS, and they're tied at 227.1. To the decimal point, they're tied going into this game. They have just been such a strong duo here for 100 Thieves. They got them the win against Sen here last time. Can they do it against C9 to advance their place in the bracket?
Off we go to the pistol. It's an interesting defense side wall cutting across mid. Little variation for C9 into the pistol. And Oxy has the headhunter. Not quite the timing though, as Timo is able to slip out there and just forces a rendezvous away already.
Yeah, Oxy just not feeling like he should be overstaying his welcome there, and the right choice, honestly. But that will vacate this space, which Timotino is happy to just gather on his own and stay inserted top mid while 100 Thieves can work towards this A side of the map. Leave him as that lone late man on the flank, though we can see on the minimap there will be a trip in his way, so
something he probably should be anticipating, but will still have to play around.
I like that from Oxy, though, just having the trip there. It's heads up, knowing you might have to give up that space, and now he's out in the open again, has to teleport away, but doubled up with an anchor on this site if 100 Thieves hit it hard.
He's still there in elbow, so hasn't given up the site entirely, which is just as well as those 100 Thieves smokes now. Going to start to canvas the back of that site. Is it wall for Asuna? Pops himself up. Slow orb there as well to punish anyone who might have tried to retake Heaven by force. Now, Cloud9 have been encircled. They are contained inside this B side of the map. Oxy in the smoke surely hears all this action, and he's going to be able to find himself too. Timo steps up though and shuts him down. Penny had to win that fight, Wyatt, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, he really did. Oxy gets some damage onto Timotino. At least he's weak. Vic needs to step up in the 1 versus 2. Did he spot 4 there? He might have just seen him.
He'll have a dark cover from main.
Yeah, Paranoia ready to go. But he might just want to take this silent, try and find a way to get into the site.
Down to 40, dangerous. Vora has a ghost. Still, Vic has been tapping.
Vic is so low, but Vora just couldn't connect the shots.
Vora speculating, Vic down to 10, has to get up, got it to half. This is still winnable for Cloud9's Omen play, but he's got to be sharp on the flank. Oh my! Vora steps up and serves himself to Vic on a silver platter.
He has had ice in his veins in the clutch situations today. He's such a steady, confident player, and still just like this sleeper killer on Cloud9 that they picked up from Challengers last year.
I mean, even on Moist X Shopify, he was that same player. Super reliable, very rock solid, never looked like his composure left him.
What an outstanding play to get C9 off on the right foot here. Ready to fight towards B main, it looks like, with a Paranoia. Either a flash Trailblazer going to come through from Zeppa. Yeah, there's dog swing off of that. Timo in some serious danger there. He has the hero Marshall.
Both players scratched up a bit, both healed by the respective skies. Oh, the high-low set up. You think they would have found something there, but Timo healing yet
the
again.
Double healer comp. The double healer. That's crazy. He's back up to full. He's getting the orb. He's close to his ult already. He's 2 away from the path.
But all of a sudden now, 100 Thieves, of course, know they're playing into an Outlaw this round. Might actually feel like going for something.
Now, still, surely 100 Thieves with 4 classics wouldn't be able to win another eco round.
No. No, no. Not now that Oxy can at least get out of mid scot-free. This does open up heaven. And it's more than just a fake. 100 Thieves going to commit to this side of the map now. Vic's going to be spotted back sight. That ADS on the Bulldog. Steady aim. I could not say the same for Vora, though. Bang was able to find that classic kill. Now on the Stinger. Won't be aware of the player lurking behind him, and so Oxy puts him to bed.
Yeah, a little awkward, but stabilizing again our Cloud9 in the reliable hands of Oxy, just holding down mid with that Outlaw. It's a bit of damage from 100 Thieves, but nothing of massive significance.
Oh, it's like there's a vertical, like, downward flick there.
Let's see what C9 opts to bring into this round. Round where, again, just have to pay attention to the fact that Timotino has been able to get himself 1 orb away from having the convergent paths already. Teleport across into B main. So 100 Thieves can just take that quickly off the slow orb. It's pretty easy to get B main when you have the Sage, unless there's some kind of crazy committal from the defenders dashing past something like that. But
like
they want to refight. They want to refight and just take that space back late.
Yep, Tagic set up the one-way dark cover there and even commit a stealth drone. A lot, honestly, from C9 to shore up the B side of the map, and it's worked. Now 100 Thieves funneled into mid. And so this engagement, or what would have been quite important.
Cloud9 have 3 players on this B side ready to go. Dog is re-clearing out main, does spot 1 player. Oh, this time it could be insane.
Oxy slips back towards screens.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think he's quickly spun on a dime there. They actually want to double back to B again.
If they want to double back to B, though, they've given up the entirety of main. They do have to re-clear it. Vora has a flash, so they'll know maybe if someone is tucked in the corner.
Such an interesting.
That's really it.
It's a weird audible for Vora, excuse me, pun not intended, to call here. Here's the step back from Zephyr. Doesn't quite see too much. That's a flash gone. Vic with the ghost. Able to live long enough to take down Timo. And honestly, for 100 Thieves, the mid-rounding, it's hard to see the vision, but they have now some purchase onto the side. Penny is going to step up. Arsena, decent mechanics. Keep himself in that fight there. And eventually there should be a chance to plant. Oh no, the spike was a little bit too far away. Bang's going to have to TP across. Snakebite also thrown down there to clear that low. I mean, Celsius can drop safely. Oh, that's snappy from Bang. What's this guy been eating?
Zels is just so patient on this route. Bang, never feeling like he has a moment to actually reposition. No teleports left for low HP. Doesn't want to give up.
It's a crossfire still, Wyatt.
Right now.
Celsius is going to expose himself to Vora here one way or another. Sees the gun barrel and Vora is waiting. Hard fought first gun round there for 100 Thieves. And a really interesting pivot midway through the round to a B side where you don't have B main control at all.
Yeah, I really thought that they were almost 100% just going to go back to A. Cryo had pushed all the way up ramp. He had all of that space for free. But they go back into B where they knew they lost main. Only had 1 Sky Flash to contest it. C9 kind of dodged that out, refight in with a flash of their own. Really sweating there for 100 Thieves. But they're still able to pull it off. They still have the better weapons. But they lost a lot of them, and now it has their economy in a really tough spot.
I just feel like they took the longest road there. But I like it. The calling feels like it's been pretty inspired. Good timing for Oxy! And he mows him down! Timo's able to get up on ramp at the very least here. And that does leave Zephyr as the sole A player, tucked inside elbow. Timo has to know this. Saturate thrown in that direction, but Zephyr gets ahead and out onto the side. There is not a whole lot that can be done here. Zephyr, nicely done, locks it down. But a beautiful timing for Oxy on that early swing.
Yeah, not much to analyze in that round, I'm going to be honest. There's really just not much to discuss. Except for the fact that, I mean, Oxy's just still frying. He's in crazy form today. Been playing so well since returning.
Nice, Eric. Let's go, baby. Yes, sir.
Yep, mix a defensive pop in here and there. Get your value out of that chamber. Outlaw still being brought into this round, and obviously it's a great time for it. Tour de Force built up. Seek is there for Zephyr. It's on like Donkey Kong. Okay, man. They invested pretty heavily into pressuring that spot. There's a flash in Oxy's face, and it didn't matter.
It's good util for an A ramp take, but it doesn't really matter when you have the Outlaw shotgun. 100 Thieves are now going to slow down for a moment. See if someone on C9 maybe oversteps, tries to take a peek, and they could do something off the back of it. But
well, they've got to assemble a protocol to take Heaven away from someone who they know has an Outlaw, and none of them have the armor. So
they needed to wait for that wall to come up so they could try to flash through it as well.
Just spam smokes and get that control. But now, how do you spring forth from this position?
Well, Oxy is forced back and really low HP, but what is the pivot from 100 Thieves? They just feel like they have to give it up and go back towards the ramp.
That is interesting. So they want to push down through this Viper wall into an A site that's not cleared. So they give up Heaven. Maybe they're worried about flank timings, right? I get it, but geez, they're out in the open here. All right, well, fighting through the oil slick. Arsena has a buck here, now he's on ramp, so 100 Thieves' chances of winning this round have been extinguished outside of some nice little individual showings.
C9 are looking pretty strong on this defense, and I don't think 100 Thieves have yet had the calls to really deal with them. It's definitely not enough to deal with Oxy. I mean, they tried their best there. It's not like that play was lacking for utility being sent right on top of his head.
I could be the sacrificial lamb.
Zelsis is referring to his 1-3-3 scoreline right now, I imagine. For Oxy, he was just a split second early enough to not be flashed and still find that kill. 4 rounds for Cloud9 on defense.
Oxy gets... Oh my god, Asuna is testing fate there and lives, barely.
Well, he does know that's risky to play into the Tour de Force like so.
Yep, and this time much faster from 100 Thieves. They get Timo right into vents.
Oh, they want to go. Look at that. Hit by the Seekers. They still want to get in there. Timo vulnerable up, but still able to win. Conversion, of course, so speeding through that Heaven control. So now 100 Thieves have a pretty important foothold of the map early in the round. Transitioning off this, though, is important. And Zephyr is a rat! He's a rat! Stuck in a pretty common location. He'll step out and find 3. Oh, that rat got hands. Holy! Okay, Arsena. At least a spike to hand. No res, though. He already attempted that.
Zepp's anchoring on this A site has been really superb.
Same on Pearl, man.
Yeah, that little flash onto the players dropping was perfectly placed. Wins that isolated duel in main first. Unfortunately for Vora, Austin just sabotaged his stats.
30
seconds
seconds
does get
left.
that heal. It's not like he doesn't have a chance at winning this round.
Yeah, no, it's a 1v2.
He's going to have time as well after this plant if he wants to try and be bold to get some kind of more forward position.
You have to against the threat of these paint shells, right?
And you know, ideally in a 1v2, you're trying to do something to get one quick kill, and then, okay, it's a one-on-one. So you don't find yourself in the situation where they're getting on the spike, and you have to peek out, and you don't know if they're just going to be double-facing.
This is extremely based. This is risky, though, but Arsena's been taking risks all around.
And the problem is the trip is there.
Yep,
so it's chalked. It's cooked. He
Arsena,
doesn't even know it.
It is planted for
Does
heaven.
he know?
It is. He's going to hear the
No, he doesn't know.
Oh, dear. Yeah, he knows it too. Up on the box. And down. He slumps. I like the idea.
Yeah, I like the idea, but you hate to see that. You hate to see
Something
the
I've
trip.
seen Leaf do quite a few times on this map. Unfortunately, yes. Running into some of that Sentinel util is tough. This is sick from Zephyr. Man, he just, again, an intuition. Like that is hard to beat.
Insane flash. And then also, yeah, just kind of crouches around the corner.
Nice, boys. Nice. Bro, if I was 5 years younger, we just wiped that round, I swear to God.
Update, Zelsa still 1-4-4. But again, relishing the chance to focus on his calling, I quote.
Yeah, and the positivity that he's bringing to the team.
Also,
and the support.
Sorry, but like when
and
you
the assists on KO.
When you've got Baby Bound G2, I just don't know if this excuse holds up anymore.
Yeah, no, that one might be done.
We might have
That
busted
one
the
might
myth
be
finally.
over. Yeah, after people watch the 30-year-old man play Waylay and run it down and look like in one game one of the best Waylays in the region.
So
just
Jordan, if you were 5 years
So-
younger, you'd probably still be chat banned in your Radiant rank games. Let's be honest. You wouldn't be here, brother. That said, I've been really, I think the mid-rounding for 100 Thieves has been quite interesting. We've seen like a couple of these like super strange pivots. Some have worked out, right? Some, unfortunately, from Vora haven't been spectacular.
Yeah, an issue for them on that round was just when they were trying to actually get into that A exec, the initial part of their strat has Timotino dashing up mid, so he doesn't have the dash to actually break crosshair placements on the exec. So you saw Vic was just backside at map and Sepp was placed close, and it's just so easy for them to hold. They just didn't have that explosivity to actually get into the site. Somehow it's completely split from 100 Thieves. No attention being paid to mid, just playing for both extremities. Trailblazer right now going all the way through B. But this is a great timing now for Zeppa to try to get control on this side of the map. And
jump scare? All right, Trailblazer able to take a giant bite out of Crime. Cryo took some random spray there from the Vandal on ramp. Of course, there's plenty of healing with this composition. Okay, on the move, Celsius was, okay.
There we go. He's got two.
We've rolled it back 5 years.
100 Thieves have fully pivoted off of A after getting spotted by that Trailblazer. Kind of seems like, hey, maybe we can go to B. We lost the player. They won't be thinking that we're just immediately pivoting to hit. But
look, I mean, they've got the Omen util to sort of walk out with here. They can slow orb the site. This very spot that Zelsis is standing in, for example. They've got enough to push up. But I like the off-angle from Penny here. It kind of makes them agnostic to a lot of this, controller util to take the site.
30 seconds left.
Things have stalled out here for Bang. Timo, though, got himself that Phantom. Things to tempt fate. Penny with a showstopper now developed. Tries to... Okay, what was that? Satchel knocks him back, but he's out of the round now. And we're even in numbers. Timing taken by Vic, but he sees nothing. Ducks back into the smoke. Sets up some of his own now.
Will C9 be ready, though, for Timotino up top in Rafters? Is he going for the long flank? Surely not. No. Crossfire set up from him and Bang right now.
This could be nice for Bang. Okay, this smoke is a little late. I see the gun barrel. Surely he doesn't think there's a second there. He's gotten away with it. Bang at 3. Timo at 22. 100 Thieves still fighting Fitz. Yet another big thrifty that C9 can't afford to give away.
Yeah, they can't afford that. They can't allow a round like that to slip out of their hands. They had the players on B ready, but it gets so disconnected. You saw Oxy peek through up top. Penny wasn't ready for that on site. You saw him still just holding the angle on default. Oxy goes in, dies alone, and then all of a sudden, Penny's isolated. He's whiffing on the guy with a stinger. They're just taking 1v1s and losing them.
They simply walked up. They just smoked Heaven and defense spawn and walked into the site wire.
Yeah, the team play really dissipated from C9, and 100 Thieves were able to win that out. Penny fast with the rocket. Okay, Cryo, he's out.
Yeah, slightly singed behind, but outside of that, he's still fine.
Double healer comp, though. He'll at least be back up at 100. Massive health boost from Vora, please.
His armor.
Get him that 10 HP.
So back we go now. Still, Omen ult's in play, so some pivot potential. You'll notice that Bang is playing the other side of the map. 100 Thieves are far from committed to any one route, as now that spike might be headed through sewer. Okay.
Well, that spots everyone. They weren't able to break the dog. That's a little minor disaster. But 100 Thieves they're fine to just double it back. They've had 2 players just containing for a mid walk down or a B push that they can pivot back into later in the round. Go for the big 5-man exec. Maybe you have Bang do some kind of like teleport into sight, spot a player, dash onto them type play.
They had to check the corner here. Yeah, they're not quite sure where that player is. It's just Oxy actually spotted out in the back of the site. Sees the double dash in, waits for Rasna. Look at the trust he puts in Vic to handle Timotino. This is clinical. A surgical extraction of 100 Thieves players. Quite the flawless round for C9.
I want to see that on the replay, but man, that exec felt just really light. Not a lot of disrupting util whatsoever.
Oh, they gave him the paranoia on the way through. Timo is, short-sighted.
And there's just really nothing to deny.
Let's go, Vic. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
The Trailblazer's not there. The guiding light gets used to clear B main. So what else do you have? You have the controller util, but Oxy's playing a contact angle with the op. The antithesis to the walk up onto a smoked site.
Oh, Cryo spotted out early. Just getting pinged by the flash. 100 Thieves intending on taking B main. They have Cryo's ult for post plan in this round if they can get there, but those have been few and far between. The anchoring from C9 has just been way too strong right now. Timo's in there, but
he goes low off that.
Out of there just as quickly.
Barely put a scratch on Vic.
Time to get healed. Time to get healed back up though.
All right, but their ability though to really get into this site properly, once again, hinges on Vora.
Right.
They have that attack side Sage who doesn't feel like she's offering you a ton of equity in these scenarios. You can, of course, wall your way across, I guess.
100 Thieves have found themselves in a situation here where they don't have the ability to dash in, going up against anchors in this crossfire, but Zelsa's caught.
Zelsa's just looking the wrong way, maybe expecting a player there to be below him. So 100 Thieves, they do have the guiding light to get them onto the site this time.
Spike planted.
But again, it does resemble a walk up once more.
It's not that C9 were lacking for players or for crossfires. They just were not connecting the shots, and that was awkward with Zelsa's getting caught. He dropped down from rafters, no, and then just gets killed from a wrap on pillar.
And I guess it's these kind of rounds where, you know, 100 Thieves are trying to attack into these sites with the Sage, that they kind of just are going to try and do this. They are going to try and simply trade into these sites, scale up by taking crossfires and good timings.
Yeah, I mean, that slow does deny Vic trying to swing out to help a player that's on default box, so that does, you know.
It's important against, like, if there's an op player on the site, you can slow warp that spot and, you know, then you can feel a bit more confident about playing contact into B. Okay, 100 Thieves, hard fought round.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be tough because on these rounds, you know, they were. Yeah, Zelsa just gets flashed up. Oh, he's so blind, actually. That's a great flash then from Vora.
It's crazy the difference.
Good to see that on the replay, that he just connected a crazy flash to get in on that side. That was well done.
The difference between Vora having to flash to clear B main and having none left, and having them sort of in surplus to hit the B side is, well, it's a big difference.
Yeah, I was just worried that they don't have the dash from Timotino, because I feel like we've seen that be a real negative when they're going for the big side execs. Yeah, where they're just slowly then going into the anchors and getting picked apart. But credit to Vora.
So the B hit is a thumbs up. 100 Thieves have definitely got that nailed down. Now, what do they have over at A?
Well, they have a Convergent Paths and a Trailblazer.
Okay, well, to clear out elbow.
They're just going to go right on in there. Vic forced out by the Molly right into the slow.
Yeah, caught inside that Convergence. Timo doesn't quite know where to shoot right now, but he has sight control. He can simmer it down a little bit.
That's a great dual piece of utility to get the player out of elbow, exposed and caught. Just right out in that open. Spike going to go down from Cryo. Yeah, oh, what a shot. What a peek.
Okay, now where is Cryo set up? That's what we want to know.
Where is Oxy finding these kills?
Cryo in the pit. Making his way back around towards screens. He's a little off the play here. Bang shows himself, but he's committed. He wants to keep pushing past those screens. Counter pit comes into play. Bang, TP's mindful of it. Oxy just dives in, but I think Cryo saw him enter. Tap on the spike. Oxy has to give. It's good reaction from Cryo. Quiet match so far. And in he goes. The second with the shorty. Cryo puts him on ice.
It finally gets into the game. It has been slow for him so far. Hasn't really been finding great lurking opportunities, but sitting on that pit for a couple rounds. Optimal time to get it down. I mentioned it during the round, but yeah, definitely want to give credit to just the setup with the util. Look at this from Vic's point of view. He got hit by that snake bite in elbow, forced out, so he runs into a slow orb, and he's lucky to get one kill against Asuna, honestly. Huh. Okay, well, that's how he got the second one when I asked how did he get that one. Just random shot.
That from Cryo was nice. Fully decayed down, just has to go for it. Okay, so Viper's Pits exchanged in that previous round, and with 2 more rounds left in the half, and still with an op to play with, Cloud9 definitely think it's time to call for this timeout because they've suffered on the B side. And we've just seen the util combo that's so effective at digging anchors out of the A side of the map, right? You've got Saturate, Convergent Pass is always the option. Snakebite can be thrown there. There's a lot that 100 Thieves have to work with if they aren't disrupted early. I want to remind everybody about that Oxy swing past the Viper wall in A main that managed to cut down 3. Cloud9 have been able to disrupt with some of these pops. And rounds where they get that B main control on the other side of the map have also gone better for them. They've been able to draw more of that util out of 100 Thieves, who are trying to play the attacking Sage, which has made it harder for them to hit the site. So something's got to give at some point for the defenders if they want to get more than 6 here.
I gotta say, I'm just looking at the score. I'm like, 200 Thieves, respectfully, do they really have 4 rounds?
Yeah.
Because this has felt so dominant for C9. But then you look at the kills, and you can tell why. It's because the rounds that 100 Thieves have been losing, they're just not able to do much of anything. They're being dominated by Oxy, by the anchoring. And yet they've still gotten themselves in a position where this is a reasonable half with losing the pistol round. And if they win this round here, C9 will have maxed out loss bonus, but they certainly won't be getting an AWP. It won't be a great buy.
So C9 are now put in a position where if they dare to take their B-man control, they have to re-clear it. They might just opt to leave Oxy over there to play contact, but that's fine for 100 Thieves.
Timo with this attack AWP, by the way. Seeker's coming out first from the defense. Now from the attack.
One's trying to get up into heaven today. It's pretty telling.
And with that Seeker info, perfect opportunity for Timo to get in, but the self-saturate, not ideal.
He's just going to go for it. The paranoia doesn't hit onto the elbow players, but what a guiding light that comes in.
Yeah, the cabbage just saved him from the damn shorty shot. That's ridiculous. Sure.
All right, here's the Reds. Timotino back in the game. Paint shell towards elbow, and I think C9 have said, stuff it. Yeah, we're done here.
Yeah, they have to save. Again, it's just back to the economy. Even though they were dominating this half, winning clean rounds where they're getting all of the kills, 100 Thieves winning that, eco round and stringing 2 together, they've gotten C9 to a point where they just cannot afford to even attempt to find an inroads into a retake in a 3-on-5. They don't even want to try to give Oxy an opening. Nothing. It's just time to save.
And that's the kind of round where I felt like Cloud9's anchors could have gotten something done because they don't get hit by the saturate. They're actually able to avoid the paranoia that gets thrown at them as well. And Timo is wildly spraying through a dark cover. The Seekers just turn up and soak up a shorty shot, and then Timo's able to get value.
Look
and now
this.
2 guns are taken away.
All of that noise from 100 Thieves towards spawn. Cryo just collects 2 free kills. So Oxy is able to save that AWP, but it's going to result in the other C9 players just getting Guardians. They don't have enough for rifles anymore.
A 6-round attack side here for 100 Thieves.
That's so ridiculous.
Yeah, that's stupid.
I can't.
I don't like that at all.
It was a cool execute, though, from 100 Thieves. They start with the AWP on Timo, switches to the rifle. They Seekers to just get the info on a player location so we can dash, all that. It wasn't perfectly executed with the saturate, but still ends up working out regardless. They're able to follow up nicely off of him. That is something I think 100 Thieves really displayed against Sen. A great job of following up on Timotino. We haven't seen as much of that in this game, though, with the style that they're playing. It hasn't been, I feel, as hard hitting as just kind of straight up aggro, big execs, playing off of him early.
Honestly, it's been really effective use of a little bit of util, like Vora's flashes. Remember Zelsa's full blind? Up on rafters in B, that was massive. So Oxy's taken the op over to A, which means that 100 Thieves might be able to just walk this up a little more. Vic, though, of course, is rock solid in these anchoring scenarios, and it's going to have to be.
He's just ready to start the paranoia. Off the contact from Penny.
Come on, dude. Like,
but the teleport away.
And they're out of there. How does this affect the assortment of Cloud9 players across the map? It doesn't really look like it does. But I mean, that is a raise that has been removed. Pretty big, and especially some of these retake scenarios, and the raise has that.
This is a 100 Thieves attack side calling classic. You have Timotino prod really aggro for a kill somewhere, makes himself known, then they pivot all the way back to the one guy, go for the 5-man exec.
They can flash Oxy off this angle, but there needs to be timed properly. Yeah, okay, there we go. Paranoia and Guiding Light both committed. Oxy, though, just falls back to rafters, but his crosshair placement.
Oh my God!
I thought it was broken, but it's Timo instead that falls to the ground. Arsenova gets his, though. Zeppa's dealt with. Oxy going to try and make a play out of screens here. 9 seconds left, and Arsena's going to go for the plant. The wall broken down. Oxy's getting out close and personal. This time, he means business. Around the corner, it's going to be Bang waiting for him to step into that sight line, and he'll double down. All Bang all the time. Gets 100 Thieves to a 6-round first half on attack.
The 15-6 scoreline for Oxy, not enough. That insane air shot. Also not enough for C9 to end this first half with the lead.
What is this, the Osu World Championships?
Beautiful. My opera. Bang.
I'm telling you, I'm the best operator in it.
Oh.
They just don't know I'm an opera.
We're doing this again. We're doing. I remember this from last week, yeah? Give this guy an up and he will repay the favor. All right, let's head now to a halftime interview with Rivington and EG's Com.
That's right, I'm joined by Com. I found him flanking around back there. I got a question for you. Initiators got hit recently. What's life been like out there? Is it getting tougher as a Sova? Is it getting easier?
I think overall it's just interesting. Just kind of how you move about the game and how you want to like maneuver situations. I think it's just a lot different, but also at the same exact time, you can add a little bit of spice, more than you could in like the last meta.
All right, so let's talk about the spice we're getting from this matchup right now. What are you seeing first off foremost? First map going 100 Thieves on an OT, but I felt like it could have gone any way.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game, especially in like kickoff, it's whoever comes into the game like hot, essentially. And then also like at the end of this map, like we saw 100T kind of get some momentum. But again, I think it's really momentum based because C9 can take away and also 100T can do the same. So we'll see who comes out.
What's a way to kind of ensure momentum there? Because if they win this one, they keep going and keep going. And how do you kind of prevent that from getting to be too much weight, but also knowing it's what you need to do?
Just talking between each other. Like in the game, like as long as people are talking constantly and giving ideas, like you can't really stop your momentum. But if you start letting like the game and the momentum get to you, that's when like it starts getting hairy, you know?
All right, Com, thanks for the insight. Really appreciate it. Best of luck out there as the season comes to stage 1, and we are going to be throwing back to the match. So here it is.
Com's been in tournaments like this for a heck of a long time now, and he mentions how important it is to come into the game hot. The winner here, of course, has more Valorant yet to play today, and that's a realization that both of these all-star coaches have to set aside, because Cloud9 are teetering on the edge of elimination from kickoff, being denied again their first chance to represent their region internationally.
An opportunity for the core of 100 Thieves to exact some vengeance on Cloud9 after they were knocked out by them in those Stage 2 playoffs last year. Cloud9 ended their hopes of making it to Champions.
Bang here is expecting that'll be a walk-up momentarily. Just trying to get the house in order to receive guests. Some degree of foothold here in heaven for Cloud9, but Arsenal will be something. This guy's on the ropes. He's on the ropes, guys. Just setting expectations. He's on the bloody ropes. Forced back, though, by the paint shells. Or is able to be down. Oxy's Headhunter strikes true on 2 occasions.
Timo's trying to pick up that line in screens. Maybe get a timing to swing out. Oxy's still weak in main. Doesn't want to give them anything at this point. Can Timo give an opening for 100 Thieves? Doesn't seem likely through the dark cover. Austin is still just trapped on these ropes. He can't even get into heaven to be a factor just yet.
Yeah, no, because he's been denied at the Pearly Gates for abusing ropes. Gets in. Finds his, backs off, Penny down. Cryo hoping for a swing there from Celsius. I see the vision. Masters going to have to do it all himself.
Can't use this yet.
Tough job. And he knows it.
He is rope maxing for sure.
Jester maxing on the ropes. Yeah. Okay. Pistol round picked up here for Cloud9. Starting on the right foot here. But bear in mind, they did the same in the first half.
Oxy now up to 17. Give me the replay. What happened here?
Okay,
Just
yes.
trying to win out that duel. It looked like for a second when we were at the bank field, I'm like, did Oxy just straight up kill him through the wall? I mean, he did, but he saw him first. We didn't know that earlier. Oxy is just an animal right now.
So far, look, Cloud9 have done what they need to make this attack side campaign successful. Want to see more from Penny on this attack side. Had some unfortunate timing moments in that first half, wasn't able to shine. Still on this very classic raised look. Let's see this rubber hit the road for real.
All classics for 100 Thieves. I feel like at this point, we just have to note it every single time they're on an eco that they've won so many ecos against C9. The eco wins gave them the win on Pearl.
Yeah,
that probably wouldn't have been an OT game and an OT win without them.
Okay, hoping to find some value from Saturate. It was Oxy caught up in it, and Arsenal was able to find the kill as a result. Got to find a way to do some work with his classics. Bang!
Penny is the player I want to see get kills right now in the eco round.
Yes.
Give him the confidence booster running around with the stinger, free kills. Get him back in the zone.
All right, Vora has the conch now.
Spike planted.
Gets himself a stinger, just make sure he doesn't miss anything. With the veritable arsenal dropped at his feet. There it is, Penny for 4.
That's nice.
Confidence plus only 2 orbs away from a showstopper.
Gets himself back to an even scoreline. Close to that ult, as you just mentioned. 100 Thieves now going to be on their first full buy round. They don't have an outlaw to worry about, so that's one nice thing, but they still want to buy heavier armor round, it looks like, when we get back into this. 100 Thieves just try to activate a little aggro play. Not mad at that, but obviously just classics, that is easy.
God knows I needed those, bro.
I love it when the narrative writes
Imi
itself.
looks so happy after that round win.
Yeah, look, I mean,
Most joyous Imi moment.
I think half of Penny's frags have come from those sort of pistols, and you can see it's affecting him a little bit. Wants to find a way to get into the game. Again, another random smoke kill, perhaps. Jeez, that is Cryo down as well. Oh,
Oxy
man.
is just blessed in this game right now, for real.
Well, that 100 Thieves wall over on the A side of the map is kind of a dud now, isn't it? Losing a Viper off the rip is pretty bad. So
Making 100 Thieves want to play in front of it, but these guys are cooked. They are just cooked. Not expecting the full 5-man rotation. All right, well, this round is over.
yeah, I really don't know how there's much more to say about it. It's good as bangers looked here.
No. No.
I do want to believe it, but no, these Cloud9 guys are always taking care of any contingencies, and so Zeppa will be the one that takes forward.
Made it fast. I was about to ask you what you wanted to talk about. Any discussion points for the inevitable save we were getting to, but no, 100 Thieves, they decided to try and be heroes, and they died for it. Wox is now going to pick up the outlaw when we get back into this for the anti-eco. This is just...
I mean, you have to do this.
Unfortunate kill in mid where they turn off the wall, so then I think that does kind of make 100 Thieves feel like, okay, well, maybe
Yeah, you don't have any stall util anymore, really.
Let's try and go see if we can isolate a kill in A main. Maybe there's, you know, a lurk there, or at least we can take the space, get some info that they're going towards B. But that does not work out, as we saw.
So a pretty important buffer that Cloud9 have been able to put together. And they've allowed their economy to really build. Oxy can have another round with the Outlaw. Zeppa's going to be max capped in terms of credits.
Frankly, you're feeling like C9 have to win this game. Like, this is their game to lose. They've won both pistols, and they just won a bonus.
Yep.
You can't ask for much more than that.
I
Outside of winning 2 bonuses,
right,
but let's not get greedy.
They win
we
this.
already won both pistols and won.
They win this as long as they
Like,
don't give any of those random thrifties away, right? That is what got the better of them on Pearl.
Yeah, you're right. It is a round like this that would be a just needless toss. If they lose here, give 100 Thieves guns, get their economy back. Literally what happened on Pearl.
And that's why I'm way more interested in this round than I otherwise would be.
Yeah, I think Imi is still sweating right now. But 100 Thieves have stacked up the wrong site. They're over on A, so it'll be free at least for C9 to get in here, unless Bang tries to like goblin his way in.
Just take like a random
stinger,
a random pop timing.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Okay, Arson is up in heaven. I think the action's going to come from heaven now. Oh, okay. If that heaven poke comes maybe slightly earlier. Big turn anti-cloud. What?
They didn't get eco. They won't be getting eco on that round.
I get it.
That's
I mean,
what
like,
we
he's got a
learned.
better gun, but what on earth was that? That had me spun around.
He definitely killed them all intentionally. He definitely killed the 4th guy intentionally. Oh, can we see this again?
Turn to anti-flash.
Last player.
The last guy.
Cool. No, that's cool, man. No worries.
Can we now also get this at 0.25 speed and maybe 0.10 speed?
They're all headshots. Am I seeing things? They're all. What you steady up?
I mean, Vic isn't really the standing guy.
He's not.
He's the cool, calm, collected guy.
He's the cool, calm, collected 17 frag.
He's the play
guy.
like that, another day in the office kind of guy.
Yeah.
So someone has to stand up for him.
Okay, well, he definitely doesn't need any help against the bullies of 100 Thieves because he is absolutely lashing out. 7-7 here for Vic. Timeout being called for 100 Thieves because they've, look, fair enough, tough to get into the game. It's their gun round that looks so average. They've been 4K'd by 3 different Cloud9 players in 3 different rounds. Some of them have been ecos, but not all.
That has gotten C9 close to a bunch of ults as well. It's looking much better for them in that regard than 100 Thieves. Bang has his ult. That's not that relevant. They'll have a res at some point.
The Omen ult call out. We'd love that.
You got the show, like they've already got
From the Shadows available
Secrets.
here. I repeat.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's huge.
The op, though, in the hands of Timo. Something worth looking at. Does he get a chance to remotely play contact here? Can he get into the site? Or will he be forced out? First test is the smoke. We'll step ahead of it. Oh, okay, dangerous. Looks like that showstopper, though, is not really headed in any particular direction. He's going to step inside of his own shower of shrapnel. But crucially, screens is now taken.
Zeppa gets the Seekers, and he just rips them straight away.
All right, shot on Penny goes low. Vora deals with the Seekers and the Trailblazer and the rest, but Vic stamps his authority over on Heaven.
Yeah, takes advantage of the info from that Seeker to get the kill when the wall drops. Late flank here from Celsius. Late flank from Oxy in mid, too.
Hunter Thieves, they have to go for the throat note now, though it is time. Celsius can't get in. He was trying to interfere with the players in Heaven, but the Sage Wall first and the Viper Wall second. Finally, Oxy gets up there.
Yeah, they just don't expect that double flank, and it's planted for Heaven.
Celsius has to do something here. Is there a body block in play? Timo is just going to stick the spike, apparently. That was an important round for 100 Thieves to snatch up, and they do so with the op still in hand.
Cool execute out of the timeout from C9, honestly. I like what they went for there with the showstopper, pop into sight. They have the Celsius wrap towards ramp. He kind of exposes himself, so in Heaven, they're not expecting a second lurk to come all the way through mid, slowly into vent with the spike planted for Heaven. Cool idea, but the fact that they are immediately able to just remove Oxy is pretty sick.
Yes. He thought it was hand sanitizer. It was actually glue. And so he's stuck like that. It happens. Oh, crispy. Okay, bye, Vic. Well, I think they have B-main control.
Or Frostnest is far away from the right because he just used that, but Timo still with this operator posted down mid. Some B-main control for him. Good position on mid. That was a real opportunity.
Honestly, crazy to see how that missed. So now you got to give up that rope room for the time being. But C9 are allowed into the middle of the map, sure.
Yeah, if you're C9, though, you have to be scared that there is real emphasis being placed on the A side from 100 Thieves. You obviously know that you have no info on B main, completely lack of control there. Oh, wow. And Timotino just, after that initial shot in mid, picks up A main. Perfect timing to collect that kill.
Big info, too. He knows there's nothing behind the feint of Celsius. Okay, Penny with the shorty. Oh, Vora. That's probably going to be enough. Yes, it is.
100 Thieves do a great job working the map there. They really left C9 with zero options to play with. Once they had killed Vic, they had Bang posted up deep in B main. So Cloud9 have no access to that. They have to go elsewhere, but 100 Thieves are just already positioned across the map so well. Timo misses that shot, sure, but he gets over to A main straight away.
And he gets that kill.
Yeah, gets the lurk. I mean, 100 Thieves were legitimately positioned for everything perfectly.
So now, bit of an economic foundation to work off of. Obviously, 2 rounds is going to be great for the mental. And 100 Thieves are starting to get close to some of those ults. Convergent Pass is one all the way. Viper's Pit is also going to be there. It's the kind of composition that doesn't necessarily have the shock and awe round winning ultimates like some other setups, but still very effective, you know, to be able to use a Viper's Pit to get out onto A for a retake, vice versa at B. Convergent Pass can be very good if you use it proactively. There's a ton of measures available here to 100 Thieves. Cloud9, I think we saw Penny got those 4 pistol round kills. Since then, 1 frag. 1 frag for the Rays.
Yeah, hasn't really had the greatest opportunities, I'll say, to be fair.
His teammates have been 4K'ing 100 Thieves on a number of rounds, so I do want to point that out there. But that showstopper on that round, he's not really able to clear Timo away, not able to find that kill, so still want to see this Rays get in. Oxy just having another dominant map back-to-back. He took it personally when he mentioned about how he was filling in for Demon 1. It's crazy, by the way.
Timo with the op, going to post up over towards A main. 1 away from the paths at the moment.
Guiding Light does actually flash him. 100
Thieves do love to occasionally mix in a weird defense wall.
Yeah,
do this on Corrode as well.
Little PRX-esque, right? They would do it all on Sunset, for example.
Like they'll boost a Bang to peek through the window on Corrode on the A side. They'll just occasionally give you something like that. Keep you on your toes.
Okay, so mid for free for Cloud9, albeit an exchange of utility. Trailblazer naturally had to be committed.
Now C9 are just going to slow things down. They have their options open with one player at either extremity.
So let's get some crosshair break with the raise. Okay, Penny's dead.
Crazy peek from Vora.
Yeah, he's sick.
Seb was just caught in the open by Vandal spam.
But he's kind of flow state, right? The intuition that Vora has here has been impeccable.
Oh my god. Okay, that is as awkward as it gets. Asuna is going to at least keep them at bay with the slow orb.
We might have cursed it.
30 seconds left.
Is caught a little bit unaware out in the open. C9 trying to get into this B side. Bang in hell. Great first shot.
Yeah, low as he was, still able to find that frag and exit the round with his head held high. Oxy with a touchdown. Crossfire is there. Asuna. Okay, just the fadeaway. Cool guys, don't look at explosions.
That is just your mandatory one Asuna moment per game. You need one rope kill or one run and gun kill per 100
one truly Valorant moment. But here from Vora, right?
Sick from Vora.
And I said I sort of wanted to see like some form of crosshair break if you're not going to flash yourself up into heaven there, right? Penny just dies instantly.
Let's go!
Then they're milling around inside the smoke and they lose another Devora. Yeah, we know. That's what we said.
Oxy picking up the AWP now on this attack side.
Okay.
Right in Vora's face. That's an essential first kill for C9 to try to get something on the board after 100 Thieves have been really making this comeback work for them.
It's a nice little early round variation. We just talked about how 100 Thieves would do that with the Sage Wall.
Yeah, it looks like C9, maybe setting up for a B split. That might still be the plan. They just want to slow things down for a moment. It's going to be dangerous for Zeppa. Yeah, he's alone. Timo just peeks out.
It's just not being watched for by anyone else. So now we're even in numbers, and there's a Viper's Pit over towards the A side of the map. So Cloud9's options are a little limited.
100 Thieves do have to play extremely spread, though. This wall is about to drop, so Bang has to watch over in mailroom. Timo still has to watch main. Asuna has to watch this rope, and he catches Celsius going up. Oxy can't get the fast trade.
Oh, Asuna's just going to be a pain now. No one's here to play off of him necessarily, so all he can do is buy some time. Cryo could not help with a crossfire, but there goes the spike. Back into the pit he goes. This is so frustrating for Cloud9. Penny also makes sounds, of course, with the satchel, and is bounding across the site. Oxy was watching for a timing out of the Viper's Pit, but it doesn't come, and there it is! Timo gets defibrillated, apparently, by the barrel of that operator. And there's Oxy trying to get across in heaven. Now we've got ourselves an even game.
100 Thieves were forced to play so isolated across the map there on defense, needing to get some information at 4 different lanes. And still, despite that situation, they're able to come out on top, really, I think, off the back of Cryo playing very intelligently around that pit, getting the kill, and then just being able to survive, wait it out, ends the round with that isolated 1v1 against Oxy. I thought C9 were going to have that. They were picking 100 Thieves apart there for a moment.
Yep. That random Timotino kill in B main off Zeppa's swing, I think it was. That kind of costs him. So now, do we get another aggressive pop from C9 into B main? Do we see a TP forward?
Be right back.
Looks like they're more mid-oriented this round.
It is madness when you look at the scoreboard that the game is now tied and 400 Thieves. 100 Thieves players are negative KD. And you have a guy with 24 and 12 on C9. That just, again, just shows how dominant C9 were early on. That these stats are still carrying over. It really tells the tale of the game, honestly.
In the sense that the stats themselves don't, right?
Yeah. But Timo posted up in B main, completely held right now by 100 Thieves.
Vora unsure whether to double back. He's not quite certain how deep up mid Cloud9 have yet gotten. You're going to have to play into the very reliable duo of Cryo and Asuna over on the A side of the map. It is a pick your poison scenario for C9, but it's either that or Cyanide at this point.
Asuna still has 1 slow orb that can be thrown down. This Cryo just tucks around that cloud. This though, 100 Thieves are on the rotate. Does C9 try to get in right now?
Surely not the Viper in the corner, surely not! It's never the Viper in the corner! Asuna on the crossfire there as well. Look at that reposition out to rafters! Oxy battered! And you're in disarray. This round was supposed to be Cloud9's gambit to get back into the game. Look at the money.
Yeah, we're getting to no time on the clock. Cloud9 obviously just forced to save. Just a kind of rushed push through that Cloud. I don't think there was a flash going through it. There wasn't really anything to clear close. Certainly.
They got clowned on by Cryo and Asuna.
Yeah, that free kill, and then while he's being dealt with, Asuna gets the immediate trade. Sick little fight in main from him as well.
Wow.
But C9 are getting into that execute with not enough utility to work with and getting slowed down playing against Sage over there.
This could be it. This really could be it for C9 and Kickoff.
Nothing coming through. There's just no util there to supplement Vic's push. That's a sick shot from Asuna.
Just that reposition, and he gets that extra little bit further onto the edge.
I feel like as a player right now, he has been doing a great job in this supportive flex role, but he's still giving you some vintage Asuna highlight moment shots as 100 Thieves finally managed to take the lead in this game. C9 still with his loss bonus there, just buy after buy after buy, and this is a crazy B pinch play that they're on for.
Vic's going to be forced entirely away.
But it's not even a B pinch. Vic is just on an island right now.
Goes low. Asuna could be patient about this, maybe hoping to work on Cryo. Where's that showstopper supposed to go? Vora got Penny! Again, another Sage ultimate Ray's ultimate shut down. Not good. Bang is a turret in the back of the site, and Zelsis wants to curl up inside his own pit and let it be done, but everyone tries to challenge him. He's found 3 in the round. He is low. And Bang is that guy.
Second time we're into a Zelsis versus Bang 1 versus 1 clutch situation.
I mean, definitely feel like Zelsis is happy to have this pit set up. Off the spike he gets now to wrap on around. Bang has to dig him out, but he's got such a good sense for this, Wyatt. No way, man. No way! There's Zelsis for 4!
What an unbelievable timing from Zelsis to turn around just as Bang was getting around the corner, just as he swapped to the knife. That is sickening.
So what is that? 4, I want to say in this half alone, 4 rounds in which a different Cloud9 player has gotten a 4K to win the round. Oh, yeah. There's a tilter. You could just see how much weight on this round for both those players.
Damn,
what a Red Bull clutch.
100 Thieves losing a 3 versus 1 right there. And it's been a slow game for Zelsis, but he keeps Cloud9 in it. Now they want to up the pace. They want to get right into this B-side. Penny is just dancing everywhere with the satchel in.
Yeah, but he's been fodder for these last couple of rounds. Victor's able to get in. More importantly, Cryo with a timing offer for after. Messi back and forth fighting, and Cloud9 trade up.
100 Thieves just tried to match the pace on that flood, but are dominated trying to get back in. Cloud9 players post up on all of the right angles. Timotino wants to go for this. 100 Thieves have enough money.
There is a saturate here. The rub being that Timo's got an op in hand.
And he's eventually going to have to contend with this classic high-low double face.
Punishes the jump peak though. Surely a rifle exchange, and yeah, he knows, I think, now where the rest of these C9 guys are. Refract ready, sees them. He knows they're there. Swings out. It's still going to be a high-low setup. It's still going to be dangerous, and time is still short. Gets his one.
My God.
Gets his one. It feels like that is going to be hard to break at the best of times for the best of players. And so, Cloud9 go to map point to stay alive in the series. Pearl went to overtime. There's every chance that Split does too.
What an, insane attempt from Timotino. I like this though from Cloud9. You can feel them fired up after Zelsis keeps them in this series.
You ain't the one, baby. You ain't the
with
one.
that clutch. Keeps them in the tournament with that clutch damn near. They immediately go into that round just playing with some fire, with some aggression on that execute.
You want to play? Let's play.
All right, Oxy has the judge in hands, but pops his ult, so he has the off.
Seek is for Zeppa now as well. Cloud9 have the tools to make the informed decisions on this round. And
Timo just diving down mid.
He sees nothing in Ramen, I think so.
Yeah, it feels like because he has the refract up, might as well just go for an info play before it's expired.
This has allowed him maybe to pull back towards the A side of...
Yeah, it feels like 100 Thieves have the right idea right now because you can see 2 players tucking back sight. Austin and Cryo, two longest standing members of this 100 Thieves squad, trying to lock this down, taking another map to OT.
The Seekers have trained on 2 players for the A side for the defenders now. Bora has to try and stand tall, and he just can't. Zelsus bowls him over. It's on to Bang. And in a flash, just as the 100 Thieves looked like they'd caught up, and we're going to take this game away, it appears we're going to be treated to a decider.
It really felt like the lead that C9 had was being squandered, that this would be their last map of Kickoff, that they were just going to be suffering that familiar, tragic fate. But we are going to be going to Abyss unless Bang can pull off something unbelievable. The time is low. C9 players are everywhere.
Paranoia is there, sends it off, and Vic,
he doesn't even need to see in this game to get kills. He has been outrageous on Split.
He is the immovable object to the unstoppable force. And 100 Thieves finally are slowed down. There's a chance to breathe here for Cloud9, as both of these teams have taken each other's maps in hand. And they'll send us to a decider with the winner to move on to take on NRG.
Early in this game, when Oxy was just dominating 100 Thieves on every defense round, we would go to the hot mics, the cams, and Zelsus was joking about how he was getting carried and boosted, smiles on his face because they were winning. All of a sudden, the game was slipping out of their grasp, and he makes what might be the play of the tournament for C9 in this entire run that they've been on to keep them alive.
Such a volatile map, though, because there were so many moments when individual C9 players have to step up and legitimately take the round over. Sick stuff from Vic again. Great anchoring. Really hard to get this guy with the jitters. And Oxy did not have to go so nuts in that second half. Big step up from the rest of the team. It takes a lot to slow these Thieves down.
Heading on to this next map, I have no idea who's going to take it. This game is as close as it gets. Absolute banger. Neither of them wanting to go out now. They're getting so close to having that qualifying opportunity.
2 teams that have suffered the heartbreak of being eliminated at this stage of the tournament far too many times before. One, though, will advance to take on our world champions, and we're going to find out after this. But for now, we're going to go to a break, going to break down a second map, and then we're off to Abyss.
speed up for 100 Thieves comes in. Still a player to be dealt with backside. Smokes to launch Super inside as more support comes in, but it doesn't matter. Timotino on fire through this seaside.
Vic still alive, just looking for shots. Oh, those were good. Molly, half. Can he turn again? Oh my God, they're gonna win the round. This is ridiculous, Vic. What's up, everyone? We are outside here at the party, and we're at the Pulsar booth here at VCT Americas, hanging out, checking out some gear. If you're looking for some gear, want to play like the pros at VCT Americas, check out Pulsar. They have a lot of cool stuff. One of the mice here, the ESFS1, on what is now probably my favorite mouse pad. You know, people talk about having edges and not already. They have pretty seamless edges on these, but no edge? Do we see this? Guys, like, get in on this. This is crazy stuff. Really high quality, super smooth. Somebody came by earlier and said, feels like a Cadillac. Yeah, does, actually. You could just drive this thing right into Radiant. That's what it feels like. Check them out. There's a lot of cool stuff. Come down, try your hand too at a little bit of Aim Lab contest. They do have this going on as well. If you score the highest, you can get yourself in on this goodie bag, which has quite a few things you may want to put into your stock of, or your arsenal rather, on your computer desk. What better way to test this stuff than to actually test it? So we're gonna go ahead and do that right now at Pulsar's demo station that's down here, where you would try to get that contest through. So let's see what we got. Oh boy.
Low-key crazy with it.
Hey, man, don't let Father Time confuse you. He's still good on the sticks.
No,
all right? He can still hold it down.
He is pretty crazy on it. He's a lot like the Baby Bay of Valorant in that sense.
I guess so. There you see 100 Thieves as they get ready for this next matchup after falling in map 2 there to Cloud9. Cloud9 now certainly feeling good after that close win that they were able to pull off there on Split, but we set our sights toward Abyss. Welcome back, everyone. Let's go ahead and dive into what we just saw there on Split, shall we? Because it was a weird game. Honestly, just a weird game. I was sitting there watching with you guys, and it felt like it was weird. Like at points, it was 100 Thieves felt like they were in the driver's seat, but then Cloud9 took control, and then it was like back and forth and back and forth.
I mean, it was literally 6-1 to C9, and then all of a sudden it's 6-6 at the half, and then now we have 100 Thieves going forward, but then C9 finally wins a pistol. It was definitely all over the place, but I think C9 did a really good job closing it out. I think it just goes to show how clear these teams are in terms of skill ceiling.
Yeah, it really felt like 100 Thieves was on the verge of bringing that back. They had a really great reads on their defensive side of when they were reclearing space, getting the right stacks, but this was the round that broke the game open. The Zellsis 1-on-3, this absolutely brutal timing for Bang. I felt like what Zellsis was doing here was so readable, and Bang was going the right spot, pulls that knife out at just the wrong time, and loses the round that really won this game for Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, right after that, you saw them just going for a straight-up B hit and just getting shut down immediately, and then same thing towards A. It looked like they had all the pieces there, especially on that last round, but they just got like rolled on site.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the most tilting part, is just rushing B right after, because you know everyone's still like mentally resetting.
Oh yeah,
I mean, you even saw Bang like big whiff, like the whole first mag after that, and then got traded out even though he got that pick. I think it was
definitely rough.
That's the kind of calling that you really only get in like matches and like on land, when you know they're resetting, you know they're tilted, do something that might not be optimal, but is so exploitative in those moments.
100%.
Yeah. And hey, listen, credit to Zellsis there. Great performance from him, coming up clutch when the team needed him most. But on the other side too, for C9, you also had one of the top fraggers for the team. You got to talk about Oxy on this squad. I think he put out a +11, Emily, I want to say, on this one. Great performance. Him and Vic really were diabolical in this match.
The whole team felt so good on this first half, just being super proactive in the mains, and Oxy did such an excellent job at getting these first picks and punishing them. You know, we saw him taking the deep line A. We saw him even fighting towards that B main, going for a little bit of a really re-clear with the op. It was so impactful at picking 100 Thieves apart that when they tried to go into an exec later in the round, it felt like they were gaps in it. They were missing utility, they were missing players, they were missing trades, and it just fell apart for them.
And that was one of the main reasons they also won their second pistol too. Oxy getting those 2 kills, making it a really, really good round for them to pull up and out of that lead, because it was 6-6 at the half. So he really set the tone and set the pace for himself here. And also, we saw that he did a lot of it without having to get set up. He just kind of did his own thing, was proactive proactive by himself, did a lot of those hero plays, but it worked out.
And I think that hyper-aggressive chamber look is very good into this 100 Thieves comp when they're largely playing the solo duelists in the waylay. Where they're going to succeed is when they can get close to a choke and just full exec and get out. Their execs look really good. That's something you were lauding them for.
No, I really liked all of their utility usage. It felt like they were using the sage slows really well, so that the players, the anchors, couldn't fall off site. They were stuck having to fight on site. They had Viper mollies, they had the flashes and the waylay utility to just be used all on site and kind of disrupt all that positioning.
But I think where that was then falling apart was when they were trying to go for these hard execs. They didn't want to use util to clear the mains because they know the execs were so strong. So they were often in this position where they're just kind of flipping the round on gambling if the chamber's there or not. And when he was there, Oxy was doing incredible work for C9 in these early rounds. Once Timatino is dead, these solo waylay comps struggle so much to actually scale.
Yeah, no, and we were talking as well, Myrna, about what we wanted to see as far as like getting those big rounds, right? The pistols, you know, the bonus, the thrifty rounds, right?
Yeah.
And we were seeing that as well come from this C9 side as well.
Yeah, it felt like they had a really solid idea of what they wanted to do, and a lot of this A-Heaven splitting from C9 looked really good, really being proactive and making sure that they deny them getting even onto that site, because they know, like you said, as soon as they have that Sage util down, when they have a lot of those things kind of playing for them, it was really hard to get past a lot of that post-plant positioning. The C9 did a good job at shutting it down.
Yeah, and this was like a complete 180 from first map, right? They won both pistols. They even won a bonus on that second half. And the fact that they were able to do that, but still have such a close game with 100 Thieves is a little bit concerning for me, because if one of those pistols didn't go their way, this could have easily closed out for 100
That's the same thing we could have said about map 1, though,
yeah,
right?
I think so. It felt like Cloud9 should have won map 1. 100 Thieves absolutely should have won map 2.
Yeah.
But now we get to go to a map 3, which, GB, is such interesting territory for me, because this has been a map that 100 Thieves has been banning a ton. We have not seen their abyss whatsoever in 2026.
And you said it was a trap, Myrna, right?
I did say it was a trap, because listen, if you're on a team, you have a permaban, and then all of a sudden, you're not permabanning it, that's a trap. You've worked on it. You've either, number one, worked on it so hard that it is now your best map and you want them to pick it, or number two, you've seen how they play it, you have a solid game plan. Even if it's not your best map, you know exactly how to play it.
My one but is that we haven't seen Cloud9 play this since so early in the tournament in a game against Loud, and they had a really interesting comp. They were playing a Breach and a Veto of their own, something you might have seen from some the 100 Thieves stuff. So I'm interested to see if they do go back to that, or if they've updated in the time since, because it has been some weeks.
Yeah, I don't know. I personally, I hope they did, because I hate Breach.
Breakdown. Why do you hate it?
So Breach just in general is just predictable. So once you kind of get those stun lines down and you know that, hey, we can't push main, or if we do push main, there might be a Breach stun there ready for us, you just know to kind of bait those out, especially if you have like a Waylay or a Yoru, you can bait out a lot of that utility really easily. And then his biggest kind of util moment to help fight into sites or to help get past those choke points is gone.
But I also think that, you know, when we saw Zelsus play the Breach, he did so good at supporting his team, being literally A and B almost at the same time, throwing the stun out and allowing them to anchor a little bit better. You know, they still have the control with the Astra smokes, and it's not a double controller like we're kind of used to seeing, but I think it almost worked for their playstyle with how fast they were and how willing they were to kind of just flood onto site rather than play that full.
But if you have a player who's also IGLing, who's trying to play Breach, and is struggling sometimes to get those frags, do you want to put him on an agent who is like almost near impossible to get frags unless you're full flashing for
I mean, your argument is if he's not getting frags anyway, why not put him on the
guy's out there cooking right now.
Util.
True. However, he's predictable. I mean, he's just gonna stand and spawn like this, or like rotate with his fists out.
Well, they can use it for early presence. It recharges. They have it for the full exec on the other side, or a full retake. I feel like it's just a lot of utility to try and come back.
My biggest issue with it more is that they give up the double smokes for it. I think the double ball smoke comps where you're playing Omen Astra are so good on defense, especially because you solve mid conditioning by always having smokes to obfuscate there. Your anchoring becomes so much better with those agents, and on your attack side, it also solves mid control because you can always embed a lurk because you have constant denial in that area. So I think it's a trade-off that is really good in a vacuum, but like you're saying, if the prep is there and they haven't changed, yeah, I can struggle.
Lots of conversations we could have about this C9 team. Both teams, honestly, ripe with conversations and topics because there's such storied teams that have been competing in the VCT looking for those moments of success. Will it come today? As a matter of fact, we had an opportunity to catch up with Oxy about making this lower bracket run to Masters. Check it out.
we are in the gauntlet now. That it's gonna be very grueling and very like exhausting. But the importance is that we need to stay keep our vibes and like our columns, everything at a very high point, and try to keep that throughout all the rest of these games, because they're gonna be back to back to back. So we need to be grooving, moving, and flowing. So that's what I think is what we need.
Listen here, baby. That's how I lived my life in the 90s. Grooving, moving, and flowing. Okay?
90s. 90s.
That's all right, friends. The winner moves on to face NRG tomorrow. The loser has their run come to an end. Map 3 is coming up right after this. We'll see you then.
It's not every day that you get a series like this come across your desk. Moments that have really depended on individuals turning up and showing out. For Cloud9, it was 4 different individuals with 4 different 4Ks in that second half to secure split and get us onto Abyss for a decided map. The stakes are about as high as they get for these two teams. Win and you advance, you get a shot at Santiago. Cloud9 have never, ever represented VCT Americas in an international. Lose, and you're done. It's over. This is everything that we love about VALORANT, all packaged up in his last map of Abyss for you. So saddle up, folks.
An Abyss map that 100 Thieves have not yet played on. So we're seeing their comp for the first time. First time we're going to get Cryo on his iconic chamber, where he made a name for himself all the way back to the days on Exa, where he was dominating with Zekin. So we're going to get him on perhaps his best agent. And the rest of what we're seeing, I'm not all that surprised. Double initiator, single duelist, that is the bread and butter of 100 Thieves right now. Timo on that waylay. Super strong agent on this map. What a cool matchup this is, though. We've had multiple one-on-ones between Bang and Zelsis, the two of them departing from Sen and then rejoining their old cores and now battling to try to get to a position to make it to an international event. Something they both did all of last year, but joining teams that are always so close. We're trying to get them there now while fighting mid straight away.
The 1-for-1. Pop flash around the corner. We're going for it for her. Elegant little one tap to secure the kill on Zephyr. It is as even as it gets. These two teams are mirror images of one another. Look at this. Walking up mid is Oxy. Cryo, though's been able to pick Zelsis out of the mix, and Oxy knows he's about to get double swung on now, so needs to make use of the tail when he gets around the corner. Oh, it's 4 kills for Oxy, man. And now Vic, the one that you want to step up to clutch the round for you, will deal with Bang.
Actual clutch god
just
today.
Unflappable.
Unbeatable. And he'll always just finish it with a smile on his face. He's never out of his seat. He's never getting too crazy. It's genuinely just another day in the office for Vic. He's that guy right now.
Look at how dialed in Oxy is. It's been a really weird kickoff for him. Pretty disrupted. Family tragedy in the mix. Has to step out of the team for a time. Comes back in.
And he's playing some of the best VALORANT we've seen in his career.
So determined.
Period. Already have 4 kills, Outlaw in the second round. And much like I'm talking about Cryo being on his iconic agent of the chamber. We have Oxy on the Jet. We have not seen a ton of the Jet in kickoff here and there. Wow, what a sharp shot there. And Mitch, must I return to the map 1? 100 Thieves echoing Cloud9 constantly narrative. That was the difference maker. That is how they stole Pearl away from C9.
This is the kind of map where you can get away with that, but something we also highlighted on that map, Wyatt, was Zephyr's anchoring. Incredibly effective. Both he and Vic at separate times, most of the time over the course of this series, have been a real, how did Golden Boy put it? Spanner in the wheels?
for 100
All the
Thieves.
students saying?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Oh,
All right,
what a shot. Who's fast on that, but the trade from Asuna just as quick. They're going to be able to recover the shotgun.
It's not good enough for C9. They can't be affording these kind of trades. They're down a player. Zep's going to be forced out of the site here, slowly but surely. Zelsis, though, is going to assert himself and get some control back on tower. Asuna tries some rope shenanigans as per usual, but Cloud9, they land the plane.
Just narrowly, it felt like, but with 100 Thieves really lacking for util, they had no opportunity to try to get on that spike. Overwhelmed by C9, pushing back in through heaven. That's nicely done. It started with a shot from Cryo, though. That was a pretty sick reaction.
That opener for Zelsis was huge. Yeah, Zeppa had been forced out of the side over towards security at that point, so we needed activation from heaven. Now it's just full adrenaline.
Look at this, C9, they want to go for an aggro B play. They're sending everything right on to Cryo, and he's caught because Oxy gets into Nest.
Yep, Zelsis as well.
What an awesome play to bring out straight into your bonus round.
The fault line is so sick there. It sets up that kill entirely. You love the breach look on this map. Not every team wants to go for it.
But Oxy really, perhaps even over pushing. Maybe not with the spike going down on A, but regardless, Bang does just catch him. Bang now on a long rotate to assist. As C9 try to slowly work their way in backside. Look at this, just creeping in. A couple sheriffs, weaponry not ideal. 100 Thieves mostly cut off in main.
Look at the passive tower hold for Timo. He's not in there at all, really. There's so much post-plant util. First up, the KO fragment. Zephyr. Took 2 shots, but he does get Timo in the end.
Stun coming out from Vora doesn't connect. Here's that second piece of util that needs to go out. Still not even an opportunity to get this spike to half. Now it's time to stick, but what can they do?
Not a damn thing about it. Zeppa here has to try and chase for some kills. He knows he's going to go up to the blast. And 100 Thieves get in on their gun.
That post plant already feeling very reminiscent of Pearl with 100 Thieves on attack because you have Austin on the KO again. He's keeping that molly, and Bang is going to be really late coming to the site. He might be going for backstabs in the future like he did on Pearl. Staying alive because you want to be able to just throw those grab wells and pull someone off from defusing.
I mean, you have so much. You also have the Teho util late in the round to interfere with these defuses.
It's just infinite delay when the spike goes down. That's going to be nightmarish for C9 to deal with.
It is verging on cringe in the post plant, but it's effective there. Blade Storm for Roxy now, just waiting for a head to pop up.
Some would argue we have reached cringe territory.
It's really a matter of perspective, I feel. Oh, love that.
Vengeance. Vengeance for round 2.
Cryo gets force-fed the Silver Spoon this round.
100 Thieves are going to immediately peel off towards the B side. On the rotate towards Bang, who's just been containing over towards B. Still has to be weary as well about mid. You can see him on the minimap trying to work his way there now. Penny on the site, playing this waylay. Hasn't been a great series for him so far. Certainly hasn't been a liability by any means, but this would be an opportunity to step up right now, anchoring this site.
I like this.
Dropping in, trying to help, but he's so blinded.
Oh, he wants to double back, not feeling confident enough. I understand why. Timo gets 2 from there. What? That is huge. Penny just...
Ox is already in. He's just slipped the net. Might have an opportunity, but he can't connect the blades. And Vora protecting Asuna as the spike goes down. This time for real.
That first blade hits, that's all looking very, very different. The C9 anchors, unfortunately, just got incinerated here, Wyatt.
C9 will have no money if they lose this round. Vic with only 50 credits as he walks in here, doubled up with Zeppa, trying to rotate back sight, and Asuna shuts him down.
Oh, he was trying to put something together with Vic. I can kind of see the vision, but in execution, it falls apart, and Vic says, there's just no point wasting my weapon. Unfortunately, he won't be allowed to keep it. Bang!
He has just been biding his time on that flank. Again, it's feeling like Pearl. That time he didn't need to do anything too proactive, just cut them off on the retreat. Remove that rifle, even the kill from Oxford, that's just not enough to get them the round.
Starts so well, doesn't it? But this
second kill onto Penny is nuts.
Penny does not expect the second flash as he tries to move out onto the site. He has to double back awkwardly and then can't trade onto Timo. Cloud9 don't look comfortable anchoring in B.
Asuna is already just racking up the assists. He's sitting at 4 right now.
Okay. Because he's flashing everyone.
I mean, it is a hilarious stat to pull, but These are Zelsis and Austin are the two players with the most assists per round right now in kickoff.
They're tied, as you said.
And a lot of it is the chaos. We saw that on map 1. They both had like 20 assists after that game. They're doing a great job supporting everyone.
It is an open B side. As Cloud9 opted for the gamble stack over towards A, and it has not eventuated. So perhaps collection of orbs and we might have expected a leap off the map here, but perhaps they want to put Oxy's hero rifle to use in some way.
Yeah, that is definitely the plan as the spike goes down via Vora, 2 away from getting the Armageddon. Cryo's hearing a lot of noise in mid and is
via Vora.
Just, take a shot off of that, and it's free.
Oh, Vic isn't going too far in a hurry. Caught inside that oil slick.
Yeah, now at this point, do C9 want to go in? Do they want to lose players and give orbs on the Thieves?
It sounds like a resounding yes.
Yeah, and that has resulted in Vora getting a free kill with the missile. So now just 1 away from the Armageddon.
Timo, saturate. Yeah, that is delicious. Well.
C9 kind of gets snacked on there.
Yeah, Cloud9 turned into a bunch of floaty nebulous orbs.
Look at the stat. When we get back into this, just, take a look at the ult situation for 100 Thieves. 2 players don't have ults and 1 orb away from this, so they're a little bit set up for this buy.
1 enemy remaining.
Snappy. Oh, yeah, you're not wrong. Yep, you're not wrong.
Oxy has the op into this round.
Show yourself.
Feels like a must-win for C9. Big investment here. But they will have that full bonus cash if they lose, so not horrific, but
you are divided.
even still, instant Cosmic Divide going down over towards A, making it seem like they're getting in, and C9 have bought it. They have bought it.
The Cosmic Divide doesn't. It gives him a little pocket to plant. Yeah,
it's
on the bridge.
The bridge plant troll setup, which is something that with 100 Thieves with this post plant cringe comp is something they can play for. Just a plant and spam the spike. Like, listen, I'd buy it if I'm C9. Seems reasonable to me.
They can do that over at B2. It's fine.
Cryo playing super forward, doesn't have a TP, but he does have a flash. The counter flash from Zelsis keeps him at bay.
All right, this is going to be the attack side. Null command, so makes it hard for the retake. Here's Cryo. Jumping and bounding is Oxy. It's going to be Vic to find that frag, though. Is the convergent pass. Zephyr suppressed, but able to avoid the saturate here and knocks the head off and bang. This is going to force Timo to tuck now, and Arsen is in a pivotal spot, but he's spotted out early, and Vic will clean him up. Player advantage here for Cloud9. Here's the cringe. Brace yourselves. And Vora does not want to allow for this defuse. Zelsis. Oh my God!
It's all 3!
He's diabolical, man!
Oh no!
We didn't even see where the frags come from. We see the important one, I guess. That is a clutch moment powered by Red Bull. I think that Cloud9 would sooner forget.
Oh, you hate to see that happen.
It's giving bruh, honestly.
You really, and an apt time to call for a little pause over on C9. He's so close.
Oh my God.
Let's go! I mean, he's just hoping he's getting the kill. Doesn't know. Just happy you got him.
How do you bounce back from that?
My honest reaction.
Yeah, I mean, I am tilted into lower elf orbit after that one. I am a geostationary satellite after losing that round. Buddy, boy.
Vora does have the Armageddon, by the way, for the next round if they get the spike down again. Just more stuff to wildly
He's
throw
got
at
buttons
it.
to
More
press.
buttons to press.
Yeah.
None of them will, well, you know, really be W. Not a lot of needing to go forward.
There's enough W in the gameplay
mouse
anyway.
click only, really.
Elated NBS looking after that previous round. Getting a chance to come out here as another European coach who's going up against a European coach to show that the region can produce some of the best minds in the game. And at the helm of this team of cracked out gamers, he's managed to put something together for 100 Thieves that is honestly giving them chance to break the ceiling they've been kept down by up until this point.
2 retooled rosters in the offseason. C9 going back to some of the reliable core players of the past. 100 Thieves injecting new talent from TSM in Tier 2. And frankly, both teams have seen benefits from the moves they've made. They put them in better positions.
It is early in the year, but both teams have sought to raise their ceilings.
Now look at this engagement we might get in main. Oxy is pushed up close, ready to dash away if necessary.
Okay, he does need to do so.
And off that drone, he just does not want to risk anything. Certainly can't blame him. Oh, wow.
Vora is on one.
Painful death for Oxy. His cryo is just slowly relaxed on B, waiting to see if anyone peeks out.
Do we...
Through the wall spam?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I don't know if they
That's
even saw him at all.
brutal.
They heard the tailwind, of course, so it's just pretty good guesswork, I think. I say it's better to be lucky than good, but when you're both, it feels like you're unbeatable.
And the right call is being made by Vora as well.
I think
At
he
A
has
site,
to- he does
I'm
this
looking
so often.
closely at the mini-map, and I really don't see anyone there.
You know what? Squinting, yeah. Do you want to draw that on the telestrator? No?
It doesn't seem necessary anymore. They're in there. They got the spike down.
It's something I've noticed here. Remember Cloud9, I'm thinking back to Pearl. Cloud9 have actually run into some of these stacks of 100 Thieves. We've cast a fair few of these 100 Thieves games in Kickoff, and generally speaking, Vora's making the correct call 9 times out of 10 in terms of how this map is worked in lieu of information.
Wow, C9. 4 on 5. But with the Hunter's Fury, with the Rolling Thunder, they don't even want to go for it. And I can't help but feel like it's because when 100 Thieves have all 5 players alive, okay, they have to make a full rotate from B to A. Abyss, pretty big map.
It is.
You got to run pretty far.
They could get caught anywhere on the way.
And then by the time they get there,
they're running into an Armageddon.
Armageddon, Gravwells, spamming through, like there's going to be no time. I honestly can't really blame them. I think the majority of the times they're, even with those ults, they're not going to win the retake.
It's just where their economy is right now. They lose that round, they lose their guns, they're going to bleed
And if
another.
they lose their ults doing all of that.
These kinds of rounds are just like IGL differential, no? Nice.
I mean, yeah, I mean, he's referencing.
Can you argue?
He's referencing.
Can
like,
you argue those facts in the marketplace of ideas?
No,
I don't think you can.
Cloud9's IGLing has been dragged down to the town square and exposed into the sunlight. But I mean, that's Zelsus we're talking about, a true veteran, someone who's been around the block more than a few times. And Vora is the upstart, the interloper, the new blood.
Austin just early on tosses a little pop flash over towards A main, and then it's straight to B for 100 Thieves. Right into the site, Timo. Vintage entry for him with the dash. Shorty. Armageddon just clears out back site. They're not going to save it for the post plant. But do they really need to when they're in the 5-on-4? They don't feel that's necessary.
I mean, Cloud9 definitely can't be saving again. They do have this Rolling Thunder and this Hunter's Fury. So Zephyr firing is off. Timo is getting up here. Oh, no! Zephyr, no! Okay, can you bounce back from this? No heaven pressure. It's Oxy walking up and out onto the site, and 100 Thieves are in full Karimbit mode. They are sat back with this post-plant util, and Oxy is going to walk into a concave. It could not go any worse than that.
That's America's funniest home videos moment.
An unbelievably boomer reference from you. You've been hiding your true age this whole kickoff, and you have just let everyone know. That's crazy.
Bro, I mean, that's, wow, that's sad. Honestly, what I was thinking during that is if I'm Imi, am I calling a timeout again? Am I calling a timeout again already?
Zeppa, bro, why is Zeppa stealing my kill? Why is he stealing my kill with his ult?
Trying to deny the potential ace at any cost.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Are C9 mentally still in this right now? I really thought we might get a timeout after that.
I think that Vora clutch round has sent them reeling.
They have still 2 really powerful ultimates.
They 4-gun saved and then shot their own player in the next round.
Yeah, that's tough. But they still have the ultimate.
They're one of them. They used the Hunter's Fury, bro.
They got the conversion pass.
Okay,
they got another one active. They desperately need around here to stabilize. Look, Abyss, attack Siders map. We've seen crazy comebacks like 10-2 down.
We have.
NRG, the first game in Champions, remember that one?
Yeah.
We've seen stuff like that happen.
That was
on this map. Oh, wow, look at this trap play. Dash in.
It.
Oh, but Oxy, he's caught, he's hindered, he's missiled, but he's out.
He's the one-way setup in time. The
He's
cloudburst
out.
is nice.
He's safe. He is safe. That's a sick little trap play. Simple, but very effective. Just popping the paths off the orb tap.
Penny has struggled to find his footing in these sites.
100 Thieves are lacking the ability to flash out of these smokes. Oxy tries to timing the drone, but Timo is ready.
30 seconds left.
Okay, triple flash out of this smoke, you say? Okay, Penny's only good for the
he
one.
tried to refract, but it just wasn't fast enough.
Okay, now, is there any world in which you're rolling Thunder a 3-on-3 retake?
I mean, they've got to use this demo. Celsius has been sitting on it. They've got to get a little bit of info, spot out a player, and then just send it on them. Oh, but Celsius goes down!
Dead! Oh, goodness!
Just a dry double contact push from 100 Thieves into backside.
Now C9 got no choice but to go for it.
No!
Vic gets pickled. I hate to see it. Zeppa down to 53.
I can't with that one.
There it is, Cryo.
I can't with that one, buddy. But it's really feeling like the mental is crumbling. Little moments of tragedy, are just, they're compiling. You know, the Katamari ball of misery is rolling and collecting round by round, Mitch.
Oh, and this is such a great trap play, but Oxy, like you mentioned, tries the timing, the stealth drone, and gets punished by Timo, who's just was not born yesterday, young as he seems.
That's how we play micros.
Oh, man. Well, MBS is happy.
I'm not sure.
What is this guy doing?
I think he's holding a proverbial skull and sort of giving a soliloquy to it. Yeah.
Now, C9, Imi definitely needing to call a timeout. Things are getting out of hand. I don't feel like I'm hard coping talking about the fact that this is an attack-sided map, and we have seen crazy comebacks on side swaps.
You're dead right.
But it is... I'm more worried about C9 mentally right now, honestly, even than the potential of them getting like, trying to make a run back when they get to attack. I am more scared about them not having the fortitude to make it happen when they get there. Because the way in which they're losing some of these rounds are just...
I will say,
sad.
The bounce back on Split, though, does represent that grit, that resilience that you need.
It can always just be one moment, though, that changes everything.
Yep.
It's that Celsius clutch that changes everything. It felt like this was going to be a 2-0. It felt like C9 would have already been off the stage, but then he suddenly pulled out that sick play. C9, it feels like they need something like that again. They need a player to do something crazy.
Hey, you know what, though?
Get everyone hyped up.
They got Rolling Thunder this round.
Yeah, they've been sitting on that for a while. Oxy is the knives as well. There's a nice shot from Vic. He wants to get more. He wants to be a playmaker.
And we have a server full of shooters here, Wyatt.
C9, it feels like in this moment they're just trying to make heroic plays. Vic and Oxy, they're not aligned there. The Rolling Thunder is coming late. It's going to force 100 Thieves out of the site, but they still have Bang alive. They still have 2 missiles from Vora.
Arsenic can flash them in off this as well. 100 Thieves have everything they need. Some info there at least gained. Refract away for Penny. Nova Pulse used, Cryo noted up on that high ground, and Zeppa still wants to challenge anyway. Not bad! Through the box, some damage too. Cryo is down. 100 Thieves have got to get busy, get active. Surely they can double swing off this, but Celsius will be pulled off the spike, and he knows he may as well just go and fight, because there's no time otherwise. 100 Thieves get themselves to 8. And the misery continues to be wallowed in by Cloud9.
Vora is at a casual 14-3, just alive in every post plant, getting free kills. Vic gets this great first kill, but then just rushes in, wants to take another fight. Oxy isn't seemingly ready to play with him. He's too far back. Then he tries to take space. I mean, I understand Imi's frustration there. They can just...
Yeah, I think he wanted them to push off the site.
They can play for a retake with the Rolling Thunder. They have backside control. Like, they can accelerate and just get in with that and outpace all of the post-plant utility by pushing them into main, fighting them all together. It's a tragic round for C9 to throw away after a beautiful first shot.
Yeah, Imi does not like the protocol that Cloud9 undertook there in that defuse attempt.
And this is kind of what I mean, where I feel like the mental is slipping, where players are just trying to overplay, trying to make too much happen.
And Oxy, open and kill every round, but it's been traded out instantaneously.
Vora again, now at 15 on the board. Armageddon again. Arsenal one away from null command. They've got tons of tools in the arsenal right now. But at least for C9, got a couple players posted up on B side. Zels is close. Penny could be ready to swing off Zels' contact.
They're going to know. They're going to see all of this.
That's both of them here.
Okay, this actually gets a defense side Cosmic Divide. Ooh, Zelsis finds a gap in the util.
But in the meantime, Cryo is up mid and kills Vic. There's a push out of A main, but they know the player did that. I think Zeppa just
30 seconds
hit
left.
the trip. No? I think I just caught that at the very tail end on the minimap.
I think they're aware.
He's now into the site. Does Cryo expect
There's a timing.
this?
There's a timing on Cryo here, but Zeppa has to turn around. Surely one, surely just one tiny frag. Could have been enough there. I think the time, the clock is against Zeppa. There's two players jumping out. His placement gets broken. And now 100 Thieves looking to notch up their 9th round. And at this point, C9 probably feel like they just have to go for it. They need something. Something to hang their hat on. Something to get the juices flowing. It's on Penny, who has not been able to be the difference maker nearly often enough in this series. This round is no exception.
C9 are just going to be hoping that when they get to attack, that this double duelist comp playing with the breach can be explosive enough to run it back in this game. Their only 2 rounds right now are the pistol and the anti-eco. Wow. Complete domination on these gun rounds. The 100 Thieves game plan is working to perfection.
You're insane, bro. You're insane.
Vor is calling so well. Cryo opens that round up with the mid kill. Instant pivot over towards A is lovely.
17 frags in 11 rounds from the IGL of 100 Thieves.
Mental push down from C9 over towards B.
Like this from Bang, he's playing the loose end.
Taking that back.
Wow, and it looks like 100 Thieves actually want to go back towards B.
Oxy's been the insert left, but how effectively can he actually play off of Penny here? They're a little isolated from each other.
Cryo with a kill in mid.
Just dead. All right. Something there. Here comes the Null Commander. Oxy's going to be stuck in this position, and he knows it. Pension brought down.
Locating target.
And Penny is just collateral.
They're playing close, and their escape mechanisms are just turned off by that Null command. And the Guardians not going to be effective in those kind of duels.
With so many KO maps in their pool, 100 Thieves are going to be able to punish this stuff regularly.
This round, I mean, it should be over. Look at Vic has a Bucky. Zels is upgraded from a Stinger to a Bulldog. Not looking good for their chances at a retake. Imi's going to have to give C9 one hell of a motivational speech during this halftime to get back into it, man. Mentally, and then from there, win a pistol, and maybe this double duelist comp can make something happen.
All right, Zelsis, flashpoint off the line. Again, more of this post-plant util that's got to be respected. Zelsis doing well here to be hard to kill, but eventually the Headhunter finds its mark, and Vic is not trying to defuse at all. He has no interest in that. Simply trying to get too busy with the Bucky, and off the map we go.
At least there's some comedy. Maybe if
for every tragedy, there's a handful of comedy, yeah.
Maybe they can laugh instead of cry with that last moment. Just one light chuckle even. Anything, you guys? To get back into it for the second half.
A guffaw, a chortle, a yuck maybe. Ah, yes. We've all been there. Again, doesn't matter on the end. It is a 8-round difference here at the half. Brutal, savage, and wrecked, I think is a pretty easy way to put this, but this is a highly attack-sided map. Always has been. 100 Thieves here. 10-2 is the scoreline. Cloud9 want to find that pistol. They did in the first half, but after the pistol in Taiko, there wasn't a whole lot to be working with. After this break, we'll be back with the last half of this series, no matter which way you slice it. Only one of C9 or 100 Thieves can advance into the matchup with NRG.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're definitely heading into the most important pistol in recent memory for this Cloud9 team. They are, however, no strangers to stumbling at the finish line, to choking in playoff games. It's the reason why, or part of it at least, that they've never represented Americas globally. 100 Thieves here have been savage in this first half and gave them no quarter. The Cloud9 get to go on the attack side on Abyss.
Cloud9 right now in this series are up 4-1 in pistol rounds. And it feels silly to say at times like these that they desperately need this one. But I must state the obvious. If 100 Thieves win this, it is curtains damn near for Cloud9's run at kickoff. Once again, it would be so close yet so far. And on this exec right now,
Good
right into heaven is Penny. That's a great first kill.
By the time in the 0 point, though, Timo, just what? Okay, in the smoke, randomly finds a kill, refracts out. Vic's going to be able to trade it at the very least, but now it's Penny and Oxy on this Cloud9 attack side, and that spike is not to hand. It's a disaster. It's on Penny. 4 and 10, Penny. Make it 11. 100 Thieves take the pistol in the second half.
Cloud9 just going for the straight up A exec. Asuna backside plays that really well, supportive to his teammates. And Timo with that second kill though. I feel like that's the difference maker. Look at that stun into the dash was excellent. But Asuna was just really steady, swinging off his players. And Timo getting that one through the smoke. Come on, man. Crazy. C9 have to force right now. Talk about pressure. They have no choice. They're just going back to the straight up A rush again.
Yep, rush it, cover it with smokes, make it hard to get back here. Vora is ready and waiting. The Spectre as well apportioned on this round. Cleans up 2 and Oxy steps into the line of fire. The trades have all been good for 100 Thieves with the slightly better arsenals. Vic is sat on his own.
Everyone from 100 Thieves just there, straight again. 3 players were anchoring. They lose 1, and he's replaced immediately by another player. 100 Thieves just complete brick wall on that site. Cloud9 have to force again after that one. It'll require 10 rounds in a row from them on attack to bring this game to OT. And 100 Thieves here just feel unbeatable. For this decider map, we go to Abyss. We haven't seen 100 Thieves here. They bring out this comp that was just a nightmare to play against in the post plants on attack, and it has got them in position to continue their run in this bracket.
Penny flattened again. Tried to be the head of the spear. He was snapped into instantly. Big damage off Cryo there. It's easy to pick up Vic, and Oxy doesn't feel like he has his heart in it anymore. But he's in the sight. Looking focused yet dejected. Would have to be pretty miraculous to fight his way out of this compromising corner.
Teammates on the rotate. Zeppo the only one with any kind of rifle holding that Guardian. Zelsis, who's IGL'd this team to this point. First time picking up that role, getting the spike down 3 versus 5 to try to stay in this tournament, to keep the hopes of qualifying for an international alive. But 100 Thieves feel ready to dash them. They have every advantage in the world going for them right now.
Here it is, flood back onto this B site with a bit of flash util in the mix. The trades would be enough for 100 Thieves. That's all they need. In fact, they do it one better. And these Thieves steal dreams. 100 Thieves will advance through a frankly banger of a best of 3 to face NRG for their crack at international glory. Heartbreaking stuff for C9, who again fall tantalizingly short.
2 insane first maps, both teams stealing the pick from the other. OT on Pearl. But I think this last game representative again of this new era of 100 Thieves we're seeing under their coaching staff of MBS and Doombros, where they have come into kickoff, debuting maps where they're running comps that have just utterly destroyed the other team. It reminds me of when we first saw their Corrode. Now we're first seeing their Abyss, and they were just so dominant on that attack. Vora ends up 19-6 for that game. Timotino right behind him, the 2 newcomers to 100 Thieves, newcomers to Americas, and their hopes of making it to Santiago still alive.
And it's a story of selfless leaders and veterans in this team who step aside into those just roles where they're looking to set up playmakers like Timo. Vora comes in and gives 100 Thieves a look of an IGL that can frag out, that has insane mid-rounding, that can read opponents' stacks.
so they can safely hit these sites on those anti-eco rounds. Whereas 100 Thieves, these thrifties have come far too frequently for their opponents. Cloud9 really lose momentum, can't build a staging ground when they keep getting done in by these half buys, these classic rounds, backed up by util and excellent calling for a player whose calling is beyond his years in Vora.
For Bang, potential to continue the run of making, this would be the 4th international event in a row for him after last year. Still, Asuna and Cryo, you mentioned it, picking up these flexible roles. They've been looking so good. It has allowed the other players like Timo to be in position to win, but they're also individually looking so comfortable there. Like, they haven't skipped a beat. Asuna still had some heroic moments in the series today. Cryo is still putting up big numbers consistently throughout this entire run.
And circling back over towards this map, it feels like we're off into the pistol round, and these two teams are just throwing themselves at each other. It's this clutch here. After the pistol and the anti-eco are picked up by Cloud9, Vora goes 1v3 with ridiculous util setup and timing. That round is horrific. Happens a little bit later where Zeppo, they have a 4-gun save into a round where Zeppo ends up unfortunately clipping Celsius and killing the player that has the Rolling Thunder.
I really want to give more credit, honestly, to the 100 Thieves coaching staff right now, because I think that they are making the most of this roster in that they're coming in with unique ideas that are simultaneously putting players on roles where they're really comfortable. Like leaning into Asuna playing more KO. We're getting more Cryo on Chamber, but it's also just working with the system in its entirety. And I think that they deserve a lot of credit for what they've been able to put together.
And sadly, at this point, as we've done multiple times in these lower brackets of playoffs, we have to say goodbye to Cloud9. They burst onto the scene, of course, having to be pitched against NRG, your reigning champions. But they showed great results against Leviathan, a scrappy game against Envy. But they honestly, they suffer some internal issues. Oxy has to step out for a time, but he comes back in and looks incredible. And in the meantime, it was Demon One who really made this team look very, very strong. That core clearly was able to facilitate for a champion of old to come in and get the work done. Sad to see him go, but of course, we are setting our sides ahead on the rest of the day for 100 Thieves. So let's send it over to Riv down on the stage for our Verizon post-match interview with Asuna.
I am joined by 100 Thieves, Asuna, as they KO Cloud9 here from kickoff. Let's start where it ended, on Abyss. You guys finally bring it out. Was it a trap card? Was it something you had or just something you never got to?
We never got to it, but
okay.
You know, it's a good map for us, so we're just confident, and yeah, we somehow got into the pool, and I think we got like some of our best maps in the pool, and yeah, we got to show it off for the first time in kickoff.
Oh, looked pretty great. Got you the win today. Talking about you, very vocal on stage. We can hear you from the audience. You're always talking. Is it something you're focusing on to keep the team upbeat, or is it just the way things have grown for what your position on the team is?
Yeah, I would say it's actually trying to do the opposite a little bit. Just
okay.
talk a little bit less, let the players play, and just finding a more better balance. And, you know, obviously on stage, it's just trying to calm everyone, make sure we're all on the same page, playing together. But, yeah, just trying to focus on more, you know, being assertive, you know, and helping out Jordan as much as I can because he's such an insane IGL. So just trying to find where Jordan would want my voice. And yeah, that's like the goal right now. And
final question for you, kind of with those young players coming up on the team, have you learned anything from them, or are you viewing anything differently as you played alongside them now for kickoff and practice?
Yeah, I would say, you know, the new guns, they brought their own system over with the coach. So honestly, everything we play is how they see the game. So there's not really, you know, obviously with map and micro stuff, we'll bring stuff from 100 Thieves, such as, you know, our bind. You know, we're very confident, you know, how the core plays that. But everything else, the way we play the maps and, you know, our philosophy would be, you know, our coach and the new guys. And yeah, we're just trying to make sure everything works well and we're all happy, you know.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the insight, Asuna.
Thank you.
Congratulations on the win. Best of luck versus NRG. We have more to go through for today for VCT Americas. It is Furia versus MIBR next. Don't go anywhere. These guys aren't.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Turns around, he gets the kill on Damata to keep him alive. He's got the spray, but it's second to capitalize.
At .39, down to the wire. But MIBR knocked down the champs of 2025, proving that they are the super team.
Having Aspas and having everyone on the team, I feel like we're always gonna win because we're insane. Like, even if I don't kill, if Aspas don't kill, we still have the chances to win, you know?
MIBR is 100% the super team of Americas. They're expected to win Americas, you know, internationals and everything.
We win, of course, we get to Santiago. Of course, for me, I'm Chilean. I live in Santiago. And my family live in Santiago too, so I will have, I don't know, all my family like going to a stage and watching me play. And like just thinking about that, sometimes I get like a tear in my eye sometimes. For me, it's the most important master that I want to qualify.
I think we don't really have like those crazy expectations on us. Nobody thought Furia would even win a game, so qualifying to Masters with this team would be like a dream come true. Super happy. I think everybody on my team deserves it. They all work super hard and they all really, really want to win. So yeah, we're just gonna go into it, enjoy, see if we can beat the super team.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think Envy could beat Furia?
I think it's going to be a really tough match.
I think I would favor Furia. Ooh, wait, I don't know. That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
I feel like I kind of just have to put them down here in this group, but they'll definitely be better than last year's Furia.
I think that this team is going to be very high just variance in where that they end up, and the safest bet is to put them towards the dregs, and maybe we get surprised.
Furia? D.
Put him at C, bro. Put him at C.
Or F for Furia.
F for Furia.
We're gonna play next match. Sentinels or Furia? Furia. Why? Come on.
They are horrible. The only good player on that team is EU. Everyone else, Bagdish.
Well, doubters be damned, because we have an all-Brazil final, and one team is about to punch their ticket for Masters Santiago. Welcome back to VCT Americas Kickoff. You have Golden Boy here at the desk. We're joined by Athena, Emily, and Mimi for today's best of 5 upper bracket final between MIBR and Furia, two Brazilian teams with well, Brazil-ish players, I guess so, right? Not entirely, but both teams really needed to make some dramatic changes to get to this point. But boy, oh boy, we're excited for this one here, because let's start first with MIBR, because this is a squad that's coming into this one. You've heard it mentioned a million times. Emily, they're the super team.
Yeah, and I think they've definitely shown it. At first, I gotta admit, I wasn't completely sold. I felt like, you know, when looking at this roster, I just saw a lot of firepower, and I was wanting to see a big showing for their game plan, and they did that, right?
Yeah.
We saw them kind of go up against NRG. I think that was their biggest kind of obstacle so far, and they played really well. I feel like we saw them come alive. I feel like Tex and Maz and Verna really stepped it up and kind of supported the double duelist when we got to see it, and also just Aspas on that solo duelist. It was really sick to see, and I think there's just more to come.
I feel like, too, when you talk about super teams, you're always worried about the egos, about everyone trying to kind of get theirs or be the shining light within this team. But they've really found a good balance where they're supporting each other and allowing each player to kind of shine within their own roles versus just kind of going out and trying to get a lot of those hero kills as well. These personalities together actually fit really well.
Yeah, I still don't want to go out and say that they've been fully tested or proven just yet. They've played very few matches. The teams we just saw had played 6 apiece. This team's only played 2 so far in Americas, and now in their 3rd with a chance to qualify. But even still, I think they did prove a fair bit in that last game.
Who did they beat in those last 2 games? Was it NRG, right?
Yeah.
And Envy. So, I mean, yeah, I got to say, those are pretty good options.
The NRG game was the one that really put some metal on them, I think. They looked really good switching into the double duelist comps. Even when Aspas wasn't playing great on a map, having Zekin step up, kind of what Mazzino was talking about in that interview.
Yeah,
but there's still a lot more to see from this team.
Oh, without a doubt here. But then on the other side of the field, you have Furia, the team that truly came out of nowhere because they cobbled together a squad of individuals. You know, the traditional Brazilian org has had a lot of the who's who of Brazil participate in this team, but this time around, Athena, they were going for a different look. They brought in some new voices, some new ideas, and as a result, they find themselves one step away from Chile.
On paper, I really was not convinced. I felt like I had more of a doubt for this team.
I mean, everyone else is the same way.
Everyone did clear. Someone called Mimi also ranked them the lowest.
I don't know who that was.
That was kind of crazy.
It's a high variance.
Yeah, I don't know. It's no, but they really have surprised me. They've come such a long way, and I think that the thing I'm most surprised about is the fact that their power of friendship is outside of the server and inside of the server. They have really good peaks together. Their little micro decisions, they fit so well together. When I see them playing, it makes sense. They have so much synergy within the server, and it shows as well as with their attitudes outside of it.
And it's so interesting to see that success representing Furia, who has been an organization that, since like the first match of 2023 has largely failed at achieving their goals here in Americas. 26 players have played for Furia in their time in partnership. That is a ridiculous level of turnover. I don't know where you work, but it's probably way higher even than the highest turnover in other industries. But they finally found something with this roster. Now they have to win one more match to actually make Santiago and make it true.
But let's talk about the worst case scenario. Okay, so here's the deal. All right, the loser of this match will have to play another BO5 tomorrow. All right, and if they lose that one, okay, they have one last shot. Guess what? They have to do another BO5. So not the best situation to be in. Emily, this could not be good for one of these teams.
It couldn't be good, but I also feel like it's kind of hard to say, like, oh, if they lose this, they're going to go into the next best of 5s and just immediately lose out on that.
Sure,
right?
So you think both teams are qualifying?
I do.
Okay, give me the sell.
Okay, do you want to start us off?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say that, okay. I think that, you know, they don't have a lot of prep on them so far. There's still a lot more that they could be hiding up their sleeve. And granted, like, they did take down 2 really good teams on both sides. Right? We saw them take down NRG. We saw them take down G2. I feel very confident that, you know, even with all these big changes coming in from G2 and all these sporadic kind of new play styles, it's not like a surprise. And I feel like that was a big advantage that they had when they first showcased that.
Myrna?
Me?
Do you want anything to add?
You're Captain
to this?
Positive.
You're on this side. You're on this side.
No. Listen, hey, I thought someone was going to argue back, but you guys are just sitting there patiently.
No, I want to hear your pitch. I will approach it then.
We're compelled by you.
Yeah, so I talked a lot about their synergy and their power of friendship.
Sure.
Another mentality that they actually have is that they are the underdogs, and they have this kind of winning mentality in the sense of...
MIBR doesn't if they lose.
MIBR has a lot of pressure behind them, though.
Yeah.
They kind of have a lot to prove. Whereas for Furia, they feel like they've already proven everyone wrong, and now they're just kind of in it to see like what happens.
But we're talking about either team that loses going on to have to win. I'm on the opposite side. I think that whichever team loses today, there's a strong chance that they lose 3 back-to-back finals and don't make it to Santiago. And I'll go through some of my reasons why I believe this. First of all, the workload is ridiculous.
True.
You play 5 maps today, possibly. You can play another 5 tomorrow, another 5 after that. Where else in VALORANT are you ever playing that amount in such a condensed period of time, 3 days in a row?
Yeah,
that is
many matches,
unprecedented,
for sure.
really.
Yeah.
And to do that, you have to show everything in 2 teams that have not played a ton of matches thus far, aren't fully tested, and suddenly you have to expose all of that. And you go into teams that have had time to prepare. G2 is your next game. They have just changed their comps, changed their style, and they've decimated the world champions. They will spend today watching this game and prepping. You don't have that luxury. You're playing a BO5 today.
But G2 has so much video on them now.
And it's not a surprise. Their big playstyle switch up.
Sure, but I think a lot of that is moot because of the changes you're talking about. That you then go into that 3rd match against a team who's just run the lowers, who has that prep time, and then you're boomed. You're either a super team who has failed to qualify 2 times, or you're a young, fresh roster lacking in veterans who do not have the mental to go into a BO5 against likely the world champions. I think winning today is all important because it becomes such a brutal road if you do not.
I agree it's important, but as a professional player, you should have that endurance to play that many best of 5s in a row. And I think also when you have teams like MIBR and Furia who kind of, like you said, they kind of have a lot to prove, but also they do have that underdog mentality where they shouldn't even be here in the first place. On paper, based on what other people have said previously before kickoff started, then it kind of works because, you know, you have this chance. If not, you have 2 more chances in order to prove yourself.
Look, I think one thing is for certain, right? These 2 teams coming into this one, winning this obviously goes without saying, but it is very important because just the road that you're going to be dealing with after this loss here. And actually, that takes us, though, to one of those individuals who is certainly going to need to be kind of the emotional rock for this team and deliver for this squad. And he has been good for them so far, Emily. It's been Koala Noob. We need to see what this guy could do here against a very prepared MIBR.
I mean, he's shown up like every single time. I think when we see him on that duelist role, kind of taking those first fights, especially when he pulls out an operator, he becomes a very scary opponent to kind of go against. And just him and the Alum duo is kind of crazy.
Yeah, the aggression that this team brought out was absolutely unprecedented. And honestly, what Alum is doing right now is frankly despotic. And what I'm talking about is the pistol rounds with the Waylay. Every pistol round, he buys Shorty, he buys Dash, he buys Refract. And I swear to you, he has like an 80% success rate of getting the opener on that dive. And they're winning so many pistols because of that. You go into the rifle rounds, he's getting away with those things as well. But it's in a position now where he's got to do that again against MIBR. And you can see here what that would mean to Koala Noob, being that player, Myrna, who's lost 2 back-to-back BO5s, 2 Ascension games, to not qual to Americas, to now finally have this opportunity.
Yeah, it feels like you're kind of in this spot that you've been fighting for so long, and now you're kind of gonna put everything on the line. And I'm honestly hoping that doesn't kind of affect the mentality going into it. I feel like based on what we're seeing in the tweets, and the tweet that showed up, that he kind of has that mentality of more like, you know, this is do or die, but also like I'm just grateful to be here, which I think might play into just being a little bit more cool going into it.
It could very well be, of course. So on the other side, though, let's set it back over to Riv because he had an opportunity to catch up with Mazzino to get his thoughts ahead of the match.
Yeah, I'm hanging out with Mazzino before the game today, and I have to ask you, what would it mean to you to be the only player, Chilean player, qualifying to Masters Santiago?
It will mean a lot, like really a lot. As you said, I'm the only one. Sadly, the other guys got eliminated. But yeah, it will mean really a lot, like being the first tournament in Chile, in South America. So yeah, it would be wonderful.
Besides playing your heart out there, what would be the first thing you're looking forward to if you get to go back?
Being with my family and eating Chilean food.
Awesome, very good. Good luck in the match today.
That's right. For Mazzino, he's playing for an opportunity to compete in front of his home country. Would be an incredible thing for him. But let's go ahead and dive in to skirmish side selection, because it's going to be in effect for this matchup. We have our 1v1. This one's going to be with Alan versus Verno. Ooh, little IGL clash, if you will, right? Or, well, actually, no, I'm sorry, not IGL. Verno.
I'm the only gaslighter here.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm so sorry. Myrna, that's your responsibility, not mine.
An interesting day for Verno, though, not just to play this skirmish, but to go into this matchup against his former team in MIBR, right? He was kind of brought into that IGL role, actually took it over Artisan and became, in a way, kind of Fraud's prodigy, talking about how aligned those two were in their style of wanting to play the game and calling in those things, and then moving on over and having to kind of continue to step that up now against Artisan, the former leader of that team.
Yeah, and I think Verno does a really good job at setting up the two-star players that he has. When we see them run that double duels, it feels like they're always in such good positions to kind of follow each other up, get those initial fights going for them, but also just in the late round. I feel like he does a really good job at just kind of containing the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think those double duelist players also have really good synergy. I've said that a lot, and I think it really plays into it. Those two are the most important when I'm talking about that, because when they're going in together, they're just going in really strong. And Verno won.
Verno picked it up.
Makes sense.
That's right.
He's doing it. He's actually, honestly, on my personal scale of IGLs that can frag out, he's definitely up there.
He's yeah.
I would argue #1 for me.
Oh,
what about King?
#1.
Okay.
Okay.
He can clutch and he can frag, but I just think Verno's consistent, and I think he's constantly there. And you're playing with Ospas and Zekin on your side too, and you're still fragging out. That's kind of crazy.
All right, guys. Well, let's go ahead and do this here. Send it over to the stage. Bring out both of our squads. Get ready for Furia versus MIBR.
Alô, Arena Riot Games, bora pro duelo brasileiro valendo vaga em Santiago. Faz barulho pro MIBR!
This squad has been billed as a super team, and so far they have lived up to that moniker, but they are one step away from being able to punch their ticket to Santiago, Chile, to be able to compete for a Masters title. It would be a huge accomplishment for this team. And Mimi, I think, you know, when you look at the players on this squad coming together on this project to make this happen, it just makes sense that they're here right now.
Yeah, it is such a stacked team when you have this double duelist duo of Zekin and Ospas, two of the best in the league, and you round it up with former MVPs as well, one of whom an opportunity as the last Chilean in the tournament to qualify to play at home in front of that crowd he's dreamed of. He could do it today.
E claro, faz barulho também para os seus oponentes, porque hoje é dia de Fúria!
And of course, the Cinderella story of America's Kickoff. This squad, Furia, came in to this league early on in the beginning of the VCT, and it's been mixed results for the organization since then. Massive change-ups came through. They picked up a squad of hungry competitors from the challenger space, as well as some familiar faces that we've come to know and love throughout the VCT. And now they find themselves here with only just MIBR and Ospas standing in their way.
This roster is full of hunger, full of life. A lot of these players, they've been through turmoil to make it through to this moment. Kowalinu being one of those names, and every single other player kind of fighting through a lot of this tier 2. EU constantly being bounced around these teams.
Yeah.
And now they found kind of a home where they can play and prove themselves in the roles that they have.
A very different test here, though. A best out of 5 for two teams that haven't played a huge amount of matches compared to their peers. And I think what's going to be interesting, especially for MIBR, is that thus far, they've only had to show 4 total maps. So we will have to see new looks and see how deep their map pool really is starting today.
Yeah, I think today is going to be a very different look, just because with the rest of the matches that we've seen so far, we've seen a lot of repetitiveness. We've seen teams have to switch it up. Here, it's a brand new day. It's a brand new slate for both of these teams on a lot of these maps. So they're going in not really knowing what to expect. And they also, if they're in their initial showings, they had a lot of time to change things up if they wanted to.
That's the important thing, right? There has been a lot of time from when we last saw both MIBR and Furia on stage till now. That's time that you're spending in the lab. That's time that you're spending, Mimi, Amy putting in that work. Both teams surely are coming to this one prepared, but I am curious to see what that prep work was like for Furia.
I do think it's a lot more difficult because the aforementioned lack of playtime for MIBR. Bind is an opening map. MIBR have never played this thus far. We don't know what comp they're going to play. Neither does Furia. So today, for a young team with rookie players stepping in with a completely new system with an unproven coach, have to absolutely lock in with the sight reading, with the adaptation against a team of superstars.
Very traditional Bind composition, you know, double duelists, right? Raze, Yoru, you're seeing the Brimstone in there too?
Yeah, no Waylay, which is very surprising.
I actually didn't realize that.
Very surprising, but I'm very happy to see that they are bringing out that double duelist. I feel like you have the assets for it. This is the meta to do it. Might as well just run with it as much as you can.
Yeah, it shows to me that maybe they don't feel super confident in Ospas's Waylay. They played a lot of him on the Raze, which to me is a pretty limiting factor, even given the skill of these players.
Yeah, I really don't mind the Raze, but I do love the Waylay coming in on Furia's side. I think it makes sense. Their play style, their zoomies, the way that they like to kind of just go forward and play really aggressive makes a lot of sense, and especially on these two players.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get this Brazilian showdown started. Send it over to your casters, a couple of pasty Brits, some of my favorites. Here's Brent and Sideshow.
We can't help it, man. I'm a gamer. I don't go outside. Listen, let's get it started with the other bracket grand finals here between these two teams. And as the desk has kindly set us up here, they've teed us up really for the slam dunk finish. And it is that grand finals decider for Santiago. And who we're going to be sending on Americas as that #1 seed.
Yeah, and to think that it's these two organizations, but especially Furia. MIBR have picked things up last year, haven't they? But Furia, nobody expected them to be here. They have had really difficult times with it across the previous years, and even with this roster, the expectations were minimal, and yet what they've done is fantastic to get to this point. They have never, as an org, been one win away from making it to a global event. Never mind having qualified to get to one.
Absolutely. They've had an unbelievable run in America, so it's been historic, really, in the region. There's not many teams that have had a run like it.
But here's the real test.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, can you take down a super team on the other side?
That's the biggest hurdle, right? Because the final boss is sitting on the other side of the stage. And Aspas, no slouch, obviously. Used to playing in these BO5s.
Playing up in A heaven at the beginning here, as the rest of his team stacks over towards B. Giving Aspas the responsibility to lob a grenade in and pop off a couple of shots.
Refract popped off. It's going to be fading soon enough. Alam's going to be finding it to get too much done from this spot.
And not going for the shorty buy, going for the bandit with the saturate as well, trying to catch somebody with a hinder. But nobody playing close to garden. Throughout this map pool, you will see so many times where the teams are going to be unfamiliar with what the other is showing them.
I mean, this is it, right? Case in point for MIBR, they've shown no footage, honestly. Maybe a major advantage for them.
Could be.
But they haven't really shown too much whatsoever. They kind of glided their way into this position. What was it, 5 maps played for them?
Yeah. The least maps so far in kickoff for MIBR.
Nade actually misses there from Aspas, but it does a job, honestly. It just pushes back the plan for a couple of crucial seconds, buying time for MIBR to now get into position. But they don't have any control of showers, nor backsight.
This is where Furia, though, tend to peek and look for kills.
And Snakebite's going to be laid down early enough. That there's a small pocket to play in, and Zekken will capitalize quickly. Mazzino follows up with another one. Haunted to the back, reveals quite a lot. Koala Noob pressed into a corner, yet still batters his way out. Despite being stuck, EU rapid fire, unloading the clip, seeing if he can get a couple of lucky shots. It's happened to the defuse. Wincon's earned. Verno! Can't stick it all the way through. Furia lock up a pistol round nice and early.
MIBR had the read there that Furia was going to be playing inside of the smoke. Verno's sat inside the smoke waiting to defend. And yet it's just pot shots coming through. The double sheriffs doing so much work there for Furia. It looked really bad for them, right? I think this is a 3v5 technically that they recover. EU hit some gorgeous shots up there.
Yeah.
The sheriff purchases in general have been nasty good on pistol rounds. And Furia have been powered by pistol round wins. They're 12-5 in pistols in kickoff so far.
12-5.
Isn't that crazy?
It's ridiculous. I mean, granted as well, there's been arguments made, right, that Furia haven't quite been tested yet in terms of the path that it took to get here in our upper bracket grand finals. Koala Noob happy to feast though, and he's one of our players who we'll be keeping an eye on, because I think Furia if you were to define their style, I think it's largely built around Kuala Noob. How proficient that guy is with the scoped weaponry in particular.
Yeah.
Marshal, outlaw, operator, whatever it might be.
You know, Alim actually had an interview before kickoff where he said he was asked what the meta was. And usually people tend to discuss the meta in terms of agents, right?
Yeah.
And instead he said it's a scope meta.
It's interesting.
I'd never heard somebody say that in Valorant before. I mean, even when we had Chamber in 2022, people were saying it's a chamber meta. They weren't saying it's an op meta necessarily, but yeah, when you look at Kuala Noob and he's the second biggest player in Americas in terms of using the outlaw and the op, and then 4 other players on the team are using outlaw op as well.
They're perfectly willing to take turns using it.
Or 4 players in total, I should say. It's only Nerve that hasn't picked up a scoped weapon so far for Furia.
Big group up here towards B long that sees. LM willing to double dash onto it to see if he could get a quick punish, but not much going for him. Peeling back.
It is really dangerous, though, to contest B long. If you're MIBR, you're worried about getting hit by a saturate. Can Zekken find a pick here?
Yeah, this off angle. His shoulder's just peeking out. Nerve potentially spotting him. Forces the TP at least.
A really good awareness from Nerve.
Yeah.
The off angle looked good from Zekken. And Aspas has taken a chunk there from Nerve as well. Knocking off both of the HP bars for the MIBR duelist duo.
Chipped down over time slowly. No kills claimed. 45 seconds on the mark. Could be some fuel in the tank.
This is looking good for a bonus conversion, though, to be honest with you. I mean, I know they're going into a stacked site, but the health advantage is so big.
Depends what Tex can do here. The snake bite again, pushing them back. It's going to be an exchange of that util on either side. A bit of spam potentially into the corner. Tex is finished off. Stimmy's going to be dropped down, sees to layer it on top, and these are just kills through the smokes that are being combined and out. Through the back of the site, Verno is caught. Now the plant will go down with barely a bit of time to spare there, but player advantage still here for Furion. You predicted it, Josh. It was looking like that bonus conversion. Even more likely now.
16 HP on Aspas. He'd have to be so clean with this kill.
Yeah.
And that's if they even have a hope. They don't look like they're playing for it.
They don't want to take it, no.
3v4? They're choosing to save the guns instead.
Risky business. Aspas doesn't even get it out with his own weapon here, and I think that signals. Definitely so. Kuala Noob is on the hunt immediately. He's 2 away from the ult, and he would love these kills, take the guns out of their hands. He'll go down.
Even the death is great, though, because he's 1 away from getting up to his dimensional drift. And the next round, MIBR have got a choice of either forcing around the 2 rifles that they've saved, in which case Kuala Noob can destroy them with a good Yoru ult, and their economy's broken again, or they're going to have to piece together some really odd kind of half by round where Zekken and Mazzino want to save the guns again because they don't really have the loss bonus.
Yeah.
I mean, this round was such a stutter step, pump fake kind of approach from Furia. They never hard committed.
Go, bro. I just spammed 2 people. It's the Renegade Rusco Phantom.
I don't know if it's a skin, but...
so they've chosen not to force around the 2 rifles they saved. But here's my point. Look at Zekken's money here.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Straight down into the bin. Kuala Noob as well is digging deep. He's been keeping track all tournament long, honestly. One of the better players and one of the better teams, Furia, are making sure that they can abuse the Outlaw as much as humanly possible.
Absolutely.
It's what they were talking about with it being that scoped meta.
Yeah, they pick up the Outlaw a ton. I mean, Kuala Noob's picking it up, EU's picking it up.
Zekken.
Alim as well.
Zekken. Half armor.
My ult's ready.
Easy pickings. Kuala Noob now asserts himself over towards Showers. He's
that's the rifle.
Carved up control, and yeah, that was realistically the danger play. It could be retrieved. It is. Wow.
Just yoinked. Completely yoinked. That's MIBR trying to make a play there with the smoke to retrieve the rifle. And as Aspas goes fishing inside the brim smoke, he's like, where'd he go?
Where's he gone? Where's he gone? Ripped up, though. That's Tex off onto that angle. He's already dropped down Alim. Slow going affair here. MIBR don't have much in terms of the way util. Verno does. Still, that TP is going to be called for. That was that Shower's control early and out of dimensional drift. Spots it out into the corner. Attempted a body block by Kuala Noob. You're seeing it. Mollies and nades flying forwards. Anything to delay the inevitable here, which is that push forwards. Mazzino, that's a critical kill. And now asserting and dominating control over towards Labs here. MIBR making sure that they're ingrained. Hard to remove. 20 seconds left. Spike's only just being reclaimed. Plant now down. Nerve going for it. That's a seize and an orbital strike, and Nerve will have to give up his life for the cause. Anything to extend this round out, but it's now a 2v4, and this thrifty conversion is looking more and more likely. MIBR Slow going. Making moves with the Bucky in hand. It's Aspas wiping Kuala Noob off the map.
I'm not sure
towards the end.
I'm not sure you call it a signature weapon for Aspas,
No,
is it?
you wouldn't.
The Bucky, but it gets the job done at the end there. What a round from Mazino too. Dropping the spike on that swing short is the pick that makes all the difference for the defense. Because up until that point, it was not looking good for them. But being able to drop that spike, a seize ult combo, to make sure you pick off another as time gets low for Furia, and finally, MIBR get rid of the goose egg and get on the board. Nice little kill on Allen over there off camera too.
Definitely so. These type of rounds are the rounds you're going to get pretty often with a squad like MIBR. Quality and veteran presence is just brimming, right? I mean, it's custom built around Aspas. A team that was made to really lift trophies, and you see it in moments like that where, even if it's a half-buy, they still played all of their rounds.
And they get saved a bit from the economical situation that they were in.
Could have been really poor.
Well, Kuala Noob's picked up an attack side op here, and the approach is slow. You know, they're really feeling out the map before they commit anywhere. You'd expect MIBR to start getting a read onto this. Boombot goes out over towards Showers as both duelists are playing there. Kuala Noob on a very passive angle towards short right now as his team prods again towards B long. Same game plan coming out from Artzine's calling. Can Kuala Noob find somebody info peeking into him?
That's going to get spotted though.
It's great info.
Yeah.
You know that they have an op, you know where the op is.
Immediate smoke placed down. Reposition from a few of the MIBR players, and Showers has not been contested this whole time. Zekin, very deep, double dash now by Alim up towards the top, but he realizes that was a poor fight to take, so he pulls back to safety critically for MIBR this time. They do have all control over towards Showers.
They're looking to pivot B.
Yeah, pushed back. Molly, Satchels, anything to deny that this plan could be going down. It's all down to Verno. He'll be falling into his lap. What can he do from a spot like this? He plays up close. Tight tuck to the corner. Flash goes wide. He gets his one, gets the second, and almost controlling for the third there. It was a scrappy situation, but he buys enough time. Texas in there, straight into the fight. The heads are rolling on either side. Still time is of the essence, and that's the important critical factor. 6 seconds remaining. The spike needs to go down. His kills need to be found, and Texas has already done the work. It's a round found for him. The job is done. MIBR get that second one on the board.
And what a play from Verno. Again, though, requiring a hero moment for MIBR. They're the team under pressure right now, but they are delivering. Round 4 and 5 goes their way, and Verno coming up with a big play. Tucks himself underneath here, and first kill's clean, second kill is chaos.
Yeah.
Could have very easily there. Only ended up with a 1-on-1, which wouldn't have really given Tex the time to play in off the back. And now the op switches sides. Zekin picking that one up from the bottom of the scoreboard, hoping to pick up his own impact too in this game.
I've liked what I've been seeing from MIBR. The few maps that we've seen, honestly, with their double duelist.
Yeah, we haven't seen it much.
No.
They will be playing the majority of this series on double duelist though, based on the maps in the pool.
It's a lot of pressure. What? Okay, gets away with murder, dare I say. Hard to hit a target like that. The C's to the side of Vulnerable up, and well, okay, they are corralled into a corner nevertheless. So listen, rest of MIBR will be happy to help out with the rifles.
Yeah. Zekin relying on his teammates there to bail him out of a bad situation, but again, Verno's impact is utterly enormous.
Yeah.
Grabs one and seizes everybody else.
I mean, it's just insanity as well. The trajectory of Verno's career as a player, because he's, you know, you look at him the way he came in, wasn't particularly vocal. At least when it came to the on-camera interviews. In game, I think he is actually quite vocal, so.
Yeah.
Talking out my ass a little bit there.
Well, but just in terms of how he was removed from that NRG roster initially as well.
Yeah.
It was very weird, his beginning to Tier 1 Valorant.
You know, talking to Fraud speaks very highly, obviously, of Verno, I think, as well, and has put a lot of development into him as a player so that he can be a real consistent caller for them, but whilst not sacrificing his individual play. That's the most impressive part to me, I think, is that he is a really young IGL, but it hasn't really affected his stat line.
No, Verno, in fact, is easily the highest fragging IGL that we have in America's Kickoff. And even if you just extend that broader, he had a slight dip in form towards Stage 2 last year, but every other period of the year, he was frying, honestly. I played fantastic, even at Toronto, when the rest of his team was falling to pieces around him. So no, he's been extremely, extremely impressive. And started to get the right adaptation here, too. They're not really biting on the early... Yeah, just might have missed that off camera, but Nerve does go down, not able to save the gun. Backpedaling hit onto Alim. Now, there's definitely some luck involved in that one. But the way he gets out of dodge and then throws the C's back in, this round is all him.
I got a Pokemon.
Excuse me?
Was that a nade flying? Is that what it was?
I guess he's like...
Threw the ball out?
Normally when you throw the ball out, the Pokemon appears. It doesn't like, you don't...
Well, you might have caught one. He said he got one.
Oh, right.
And he caught a kill.
Okay.
If you consider catching them, turning them into pink mist, the back wall, yeah. I see what he was cooking.
Okay.
Timeout for Furia.
Fair enough.
It's 3-3. For Furia, I think they're going to be challenged pretty hard in a series like this. I mean, the desk was definitely talking about it. You know, they're a relatively new roster in terms of their expectations for themselves. They still think of themselves as the underdogs. I think they've been powered by that hard, but yeah.
They definitely think they're the underdogs in this game. We heard it from EU before the match began. He's in an interview saying, MIBR are the super team. MIBR are the ones with the pressure on them. They're expected to do, you know, win kickoff, win international events, all of that kind of stuff. And we just have to see if we can beat them. But I think that's a good attitude to have to some degree because...
Yeah, me too.
You put the pressure on your opponents, you put all the expectations on them, and you play loose and free. In this game, though, they've been poking and prodding around the map. MIBR haven't been baited into any early engagements, and now they're just playing to heavy anchor the sites and flood defend. And I think that's a really nice adjustment. Fury have got to change up what they're up to, maybe increase the tempo, but they get whacked early. There goes Koala Noob on a light buy.
The benefits of playing Yoru. You could play like that.
MIBR throwing in one of their first small pieces of defensive aggression. Normally they've been playing really tight. Not really going for stuff like that, but coming out of attack timeout is a great time to swap stuff up.
You can anticipate a Zekken is sat here? Maybe not.
Finding out where the ops are on defense is very challenging.
Yeah, it definitely is. Prowler doesn't catch much for be long. That will force the issue though. Zekken will be able to fight that one. There's a smoke to play in. Tossed over towards the top. That's Alim in there with the shorty. And he's ult's been expended potentially. Yes, Aspas would be able to showstopper. This is carnage now occurring because close quarters is what it's being forced into. And the smoke's in your face, Furia! They're finding it. Targets acquired, and so is the site. Plant down. Fast and loose by MIBR. Still potential chances, but no, it's all contained by Alim. Watching the extremities as that pit just blossoms out and leaves it down to Tex.
You'd have to find some unbelievable timings here, and Alim looks like the first challenger.
There it is. Shot to the head is clean enough. That's a Bucky, not the rifle, but might do the job anyway. But as a tap, he's trying to force these players out wide into the open. What a round by Furia.
And it's EU 10-2 that closes things out. All of those smokes just stopped MIBR from being able to hold a single crossfire.
Yeah.
And it made the lighter weaponry of Furia way better in that round too. That's the kind of stuff you can do when you have a Waylay, I think. It wasn't even the Waylay engage that was necessarily the biggest portion of that.
No, I mean, they came into it with double Buckies.
Yeah, look at the smokes just scattered all around the site. One on top.
Good shit!
One on top of the tube, one on the left side. So much stuff for them to be able to play around. Good adjustment there from both teams. MIBR in the early round and Fury once they hit the site.
He's over the top. That's off a read, presumably, but it goes a miss. Seizing the orbital strike, hoping to catch Showers players. Aspas will go down regardless. Want to push towards it. That's convergent pass into the back. Look at the slowdown MIBR. Trying to scurry away from these bullets. They have no control of Showers, no control of back sight. Smokes keep mounting. That molly rebounds and does push back the plant.
Patient play from Furia. MIBR still locked out of the site for the moment too.
Yeah, retaking with an op is going to be even harder.
Portal closed.
Second's going to wait for this sight line to open up. And there it is. And the strike's going to be soon enough. That off angle by EU. Whoa. It is whiffy business. Kills eventually found anyway. The molly though timing. Verno's forwards, and this guy, he's like the Terminator in terms of how he's locking onto those angles. Will get traded out quickly enough, and the issue still lies here. Retaking by the operator is hard task all around. Zekken does not want to play for it.
As clean as Verno is with his aim, EU is just as good for Furia. He's been lasering people down in those kind of moments, and he's on the hunt to try to get rid of this op from Zekken's hands. MIBR are going to be hard-pressed to keep this into the next. EU slowed down for a moment, actually.
Yeah, he doesn't want to push it.
Yeah, didn't want to go for the over-push into spawn. But they are getting onto A-site very easily here, gotta say. MIBR are playing off-site for retake a ton. And maybe that's because they couldn't play around that bench area at the start of the round with the C's orbital strike coming through.
Yeah.
So you know that they're not playing heavy over towards bench. Showers, you get in. At best, they're holding backside, but a second timeout. Oh, sorry, first timeout here being used for MIBR.
There's definitely some adjustments that they need to make. I mean, you've already been pointing it out, I think. Over towards the A site, if they didn't have Showers control, which in that case, right, Fury have got a bit of a read that if they lose Showers, then it's pretty free, to be honest. They're not holding on to that backside control too much.
Another really crucial component of that round, though, that we shouldn't understate, is that Aspas got deleted. First pick, swinging around short, bang, there goes Aspas. And he's the kind of player that, if he's the only guy anchoring the site, he'll sometimes give you one or two that completely change how the round works. And if he does get that opening entry, and it's a 5v4, then maybe you can get defenders start flooding in, and you don't just play retake over towards the A site anymore. But he's currently sat 2-6. Aspas, 2-6.
Yeah.
And Zekken alongside him, 2-4. So the big power duo playing double duelist right now, not really online for MIBR. And the op has been in Zekken's hands, not Aspas's, which makes sense in terms of the agents being played. You want your Yoru to be on that. But it doesn't necessarily make sense in terms of who you would actually want with the weapons in hand.
Yeah, who's more comfortable, because Aspas has been the one carrying that weapon for of the few maps that we've seen of MIBR, right? Which, there's only been 5 maps.
But I just mean across his career as well.
Sure, of course,
he's
he's way more comfortable.
He's certainly opted. He's opted a lot more than Zekken so far in kickoff. Bit used here for MIBR, locking down short. Fury without the tools in terms of ults to really contest that. Could have gone off rip with Alem trying to double dash into it with a hinder, but maybe not quite getting the read here. The Tex was going to hard commit in this round with the judge. It's again slow pace defaulting from Fury, trying to feel out the map a little bit, but with one of the lanes locked off, it should make it easier for MIBR.
Interesting angle that Aspas is in here towards Hookah. Not the standard off angle, he's like directly in the middle, I think, essentially. Yeah, he is, so. And there it is, rewarded for it.
Staying on it as well.
Yeah, not removed. Normally you see that reposition happen. That's a shot through the Prowler. Get down, Mr. President. EU survives.
That's ridiculous.
That's insanity. Kuala Lumpur, though, will assert himself over towards Showers now. He's got control of that one. And you see the flash through and around. Shot goes wide. Zekken forced to pull back, but still do have Tex playing with that pit into short, but he's only got a judge to work
30
with.
seconds left.
Stray shots. Operator firing. EU.
He's getting crunched.
Is he going to expect this? The answer's no. That's going to be delivering a weapon straight to the lap of Tex. Happy to pick it up, but doesn't anticipate the Kuala Lumpur was already on it. Mazzino quick with the trade. Nerve, though, potential for him to pick this one up. Poking, prodding. Mazzino just baiting the shot out. This is a tricky spot to be in if you're Furia, because you need these kills to go your way. Now it just leaves it into Nerve's hands. Spotted out, finds the one, but Aspas is quick. Finger on the trigger.
Well, Aspas came alive this round. He was 2-6, I think I said, to start this off, and now he's 5-6 with a big 3K. And all 3 really important kills to be able to find, or at least the first 3 were. Finding that off angle over towards Hookah, deletes the player that peeks him. There goes one of Furia's biggest tools at being able to get into a site, because Alem hits the deck. And then this duel that's happening over towards Lamps as well, this kill, really important onto Ardzi, because Zekken's just sat in heaven with an op, he can't really help on the retake. And you have to play Mazzino in from short.
Round 10, Furia, all grouped up.
Well, they've got an ult to be able to use, haven't they, here?
Yeah, this Dimensional Drift is going to allow them to play a lot faster.
Who's next?
J-Crash gets quite a bit of space, and now you're going to see these ults popped off. Clearing a bit of a path. Aspas put down towards the back, and he hears an abundance of util here. Losing control of Lamps in the process. Hinder's going to go wide. That's a shot to the dome. 10 HP. That's what he's dropped to here. Furia are relentless. Eager to try and lay claim to the back of this side, and bullets into the smoke. Shots in the dark. It's going Furia's way here for round 10.
That's the aggression that you want to see from Furia. Absolute disrespect, bringing it to MIBR. Super team be damned. And this is how they were getting such great victories earlier on in this bracket too. Once they get themselves into a post plant, not being afraid to peek, to challenge, to rely on your aim, which is astonishingly good actually for this roster. When you look at them on paper and compare them to, you know, MIBR, to G2, these kind of teams, Furia have been just straight up winning a lot of fights. In spots like that where they peak, the combo of util into backside though to put pressure on MIBR here, lovely.
Yeah, it really is. And astounding stuff as well for Furia. To be able to keep this form going because expectations were all the way down at the bottom. I mean, we saw just before we got into this game, right? All the community opinions.
Yeah.
But they've been making the most of it, this Furia squad. They are driven, hungry players across the board. Some of them grinding in Tier 2 for the longest time, since essentially the inception of Valorant, right? Talking like 2020, 2021.
In terms of like Nerve, Kuala Nu.
Nerve and Kuala Nu trying to get their shots. And EU himself as well has bounced up and down between Tier 1, Tier 2.
Yeah.
Artisan, after last year's performance, he had a bit of a highlight towards the end at Champs, but he was probably thinking this might be my last chance as well. Going into this year. And then Alim, I mean, this guy's he's an unknown quantity, really. I mean, he's had a meteoric rise. First game played was September 2024. So,
yeah, bit different story for Alim, isn't it?
But it's interesting, the contrast that you see on Furia, still putting it all together, and they're not being dismayed. Normally you see maybe with younger, inexperienced players, the nerves playing a part. Oh my God, I'm going up against Aspas second.
Doesn't feel like that for Furia,
No, it doesn't. No, they don't care about the names that they're facing.
They should probably care about the weapons they're facing in this round, though, because we've got double Bucky online here. Aspas and Mazzino, because the weaponry has been... The economy has been under enormous pressure this entire defense half.
There's a combo. That's a great combo off the contact. Nice play to cook up.
Lovely set play, and MIBR have run that twice so far in this map.
Furia might look to speed it up forwards now. Wanting it, hold on. Buckies! Oh, they're delivering. Mazzino and Aspas, they play off each other's contact. Alan, the last one left. Reclaim a rifle, but that might be about it.
I think this is where you get the experience difference happening here. Is that MIBR, even when they're under pressure with lighter weapons, they're still so able to craft defensive setups that look like they make a lot of sense. And the way that Aspas is pushing behind the Viper wall there and crunching with Mazzino
taking that timing is...
It's really nice. But Furia still with a guaranteed at least draw in the half, an opportunity in the next in round 12 to push themselves into a 7-5 lead. But MIBR have got a lot of ults, you know. Furia have just kind of been sending them when they have them. We saw a nice ult combo here from MIBR where they throw out the season, the orbital strike. But it's been a slow-paced battle of testing each other out, I think, very early on in this best of 5.
Yeah.
It feels like marathon pace.
Yeah, both teams really treating it like that best of 5. You don't want to go all out, spending all your energy too early.
Something with the MIBR players.
They definitely. Yeah, I mean, we were saying earlier, they've been in plenty of best of 5s. Tons of experience on MIBR.
Oh, Aspas has got the operator.
Okay.
So a swap up here. He's got the op and the showstopper, so he's got an ability to escape.
There's a lot of players as well waiting on the other side of this one. Gonna take that time in, he spots it out with that showstopper! Blind fire into the corner, he couldn't see a bloody thing. Prowler did the work, and it evens it out 4-2-4.
I don't know how he didn't do any damage even.
Yeah, it's barely a scratch onto EU. That's just ridiculous stuff.
4v4 in this spot, and MIBR are looking to regain information over towards Hookah. Fury have lost info all over towards Fountain. You can see the pings on the map. They don't know what's going on over there. Instead,
exploration on both sides?
Yeah.
Yeah, both teams just trying to clear up a picture of what's going on. Kuala Nu, very heads up.
But does he expect the second? I don't think so. He's thinking that's a solo push from the player that's often been around.
Oh, the timing. Heard noise cues made. He heard the jumping from Artisan. Oh, this could be everything for them. Zekin's got a dimensional drift out. Confirming what Tex already knows. Lurking up behind. Kuala Nu, though, might have just done enough damage regardless. And look at that. They're just trying to appropriate himself there onto the right ankle. You're seeing that site is still open for the taking. They are surrounded, though.
Nice flip of the map, actually. Artisan planted on the other side. They can play backside, player advantage spot. Furia looking quite good here for a 7-5.
And no hesitation with a play like that. Immediately realizing what they needed to do. Flash, Zekin. It's on his shoulders alongside Tex. Furia finding themselves in very strong positions though in this post plant.
Hardesine gets a kill, he has ult, and the round is over.
Koala Noob is going to be pushed out wide there from that, and that's a kill for Tex. Koala Noob out wide to the side, 4 kills, make it 5. And we call that one an ace. Koala Noob. It's a cherry on top for the first half of Bind in this best of 5 upper bracket grand finals. Furia leading by 2 rounds.
Astonishing way to close things out there. It's got to feel great. He was talking about how he's been in multiple BO5s before and failed. And you're starting it like this? Deletes Verno.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Beautiful work here.
Let's go! First ace of VCT, baby! First ace, baby!
He's just pumped to be here, man. Anyway, we will see you on the other side of things. Do not go anywhere. You know you don't want to miss it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, 7-5 here, and it's all to play for in our upper bracket grand finals. A spot to Santiago and a trophy to lift. Furia showed no signs of slowing down. There was doubts at the back of our minds, I think, as well, in terms of how they were going to be doing against this MIBR team, because this is the biggest hurdle they've ever had to clear so far this year.
Oh, yeah.
But so far, so good. Leading by 2 rounds, and the pistol rounds don't seem to be slowing down for them either. We're going to get to find out what happens as well for round 13. We're going to be jumping into that one soon.
Yeah, but when you look at the pistol round win rate, it's 71%, 12-5, like I was talking about earlier for Furia. But do they need to win the pistols? Not really. The only map that they've won that was close in kickoff, they lost double pistol anyway.
Yeah.
So normally they win the pistols, but they smoke their opponents. The pistol round is not what's actually winning things for Furia, but they're getting it anyway here against the Americas super team.
Mixed bag in terms of the purchases here. A couple of sheriffs. Very popular investment these days.
There's a push out down long, wrapping around the back of Tex.
Yeah, Tex has been spotted on top of the box there, I believe, by Nerve.
Yeah, they definitely know that Tex is here in Hoover. And they know that he hasn't left as well. But now Koala Noob doesn't have the gate crash to escape, and he's getting pinched himself from market.
This is a real awkward spot to be placed into because he's trying to take his timing, but okay, players rounding around towards the back, and there's no way, okay, it's traded. That was a spike drop down. Tex is the one to claim that kill, just spots barely a glimpse of Nerve.
Even though MIBR was seen going back over towards B, Furia have kept 3 players A. They don't believe what they've seen. Maybe making a read into the fact that Verno's a good enough caller to not go for the obvious.
Yeah, and they're willing to contact all the way up here. With Koala Noob down, not worried about somebody holding
30
a
seconds
deep
left.
off angle, unexpected, holding that deep information on Furia's side. And so they can save a lot of their util.
Do you have the nerve to contact into B? They're creeping out.
Yeah, they found it. Space over towards the site, cleared out most of it. 14 seconds, Aspas putting to the plan here. The same place, not enough damage to really dissuade him. Did want to get off in a spot like that. Back halls though. How do Furia break out of this one? Util's being primed. Smokes drop down in their faces. Hinder connects. Haunt is better as well. That's going to be spotting out a multitude. Second, 1 for 1, jumping and hopping all around. Mazzino finally activates pounces on the chance to get involved into the fight. Aspas is going to be seized up. Furia running over them like a wrecking ball, man. And add another one to the tally. Add that one to your spreadsheet. It's another pistol round for Furia here.
It's crazy, the success that they're having. These spots don't look like they should be able to win them. They're coming back in on a retake, completely locked out. I mean, the util is good, right? The horn is nice, the hinder's good to put pressure on Mazzino, but then actually Zekken getting one and Mazzino battling his way out of that spot puts things back in an uncomfortable territory.
Let's go!
And Nerve has to deliver 2 big kills to close things. Coach Shaw can't believe what he's seeing.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy knows what it is to lose, by the way. He was there when Furia went winless last year in Stage 2. The other guys don't have the generational trauma of Furia, but he does.
And they're looking to rewrite it entirely, but Aspas, that is a hero play and a half. Outlaw was purchased for him. Alan's going to be going hunting now for a couple of kills, but he wasn't anticipating the second. Was close quarters. Flash forwards. EU trying to equalize. Does find himself the one, and he's hoping for the second, but it's an evacuation cord for. Burner didn't want to take that fight, not with a spike in his hands.
This is really dangerous. Aspas has got an Outlaw to work with. Tex force buying that one.
Yeah.
And 2 of the 3 remaining players with light armor. And this is tough. Nerve could easily get pounced on here from multiple directions. Or just left alone as the rest of his squad gets picked off by the Outlaw. Double Outlaw.
Yeah, it's a very tricky spot, isn't it, for Furia now? There. And that Outlaw. We're seeing Prowlers forwards. Question is for MIBR. Still going to go slow going until it's not. Now speeding up a little bit. The smoke's
30
propped
seconds
up.
left.
It's not quite a tap. I mean, listen, Tex is already taking fights over towards Elbow.
Planted.
He's alone taking that, but still EU goes down regardless.
Well, that's a rifle now handed over. It's basically game over here.
It's chalked.
I mean, how could Furia possibly win this round? 2v4 and their players are not in good positions. It'd have to be magic.
That is in. He's found himself a gap, and there it is. Former comrade put down. Back to the spectator seat. Sting out in a spectator. It's not much the work of an elbow. Open sightlines. Shots are missed though. Nerves found it. It's getting whippy. Wall's going to be going down, and the shots go wide. No chances. Significantly there for Furia, but it's MIBR who handle it all.
Chilean hometown hero Mazzino closes things out in what was almost a missed opportunity there for MIBR, but all right, deep breaths, and they prevail. Of course, this round originally, though, should have been one that Furia nicely clean up, but this strategy of forcing into the Outlaw, knowing that most people are going to be buying high armor.
Dancing, wait, let me dance.
Well, that has got MIBR back into the game for sure, hasn't it?
Yeah, it definitely has. Mazzino, top of the scoreboard.
And this is how ult snowballs happen.
Definitely so. Lose pistol, win the follow-up when you're on the attack side.
God, this is dangerous.
Very dangerous, but that's utilized to the hand by Koala Noob. Not quite a gun at hand. Maybe a rifle could have done a bit more.
Hey, they missed the timing on that, didn't they? Tex would have been a sitting duck had they picked a slightly earlier timing to go. Maybe they weren't expecting Tex to be so bold.
Pretty clearance onto the side.
Planted. Double flank in the retake too.
Yeah.
But Nerve's only got a Bucky. Tough to make something happen from there.
He's looking to hold down that hookah control.
MIBR might be thinking about maximizing ultimates.
Probably should be at this point. TP. Okay. That's Vass. Didn't expect Nerve, though, with that position. Taken up. Still, Zeno should really be the one going hunting here. He's one away.
Or Zekken.
Yeah.
2 away. And I think the Yoru ult is something you can design around. Easily.
Okay. Mazzino's death.
It's actually all planned. It gets the ult online.
The ult, all good. So MIBR straight back into things here, only trailing by the 1 round.
And I think this is what happens when you play against a team like this. It feels like Fury have been playing a lights-out game. And yet, you know, a little slip-up in round 14, and suddenly MIBR are in an opportunity where they can run away with things.
Yeah, give him an inch and they'll take a mile.
It is good that Zekken is 2 away from his ultimate from Furia's perspective, because he can't just grab an ult orb and run away with things. Figure out what your exact defensive setup is, set up somebody to be able to get a kill. But I'm looking at the combo of the C's into orbital strike because MIBR was so good with that on the defense side.
This is interesting. Furia put down a very deep smoke into showers. Kualanu even just letting loose a spray of bullets.
Alim's on an off angle here, but a safer off angle, waiting for Aspas to peek in. Although taking a more aggressive little line there for a moment. It's a cautious approach.
It's really cautious. I mean, the spike's not in any of their hands.
It has been for both teams. Bind has really slowed down this year. And this is without the operator, without the chamber. Zekken picks up an ult orb, but he's still one away.
Yeah,
I don't think they're going to go all the way back to B long.
Well,
hold on.
As you say that.
No shot.
Well, Aspas ensuring that there's no deep push out towards sand.
I mean, they've got 50 seconds, but they don't actually control B long.
It's going to be tough. Especially with the util that hasn't been burnt out. I mean, Artin is on the B site with a molly. Nerve's got a snake bite.
They have the Viper orb over here, so they can take B long pretty easily.
Alim, right here, it's a tricky one, but he just takes the same fight, same angle that Aspas did prior on the other half.
This is a really late hit.
It is, and this is where it gets really awkward. On Bind, if you don't pull out this prior util, this is where the troubles start mounting. Molly to replace the snake bite. There's plenty of fuel in the tank. That wall's going to be going up as soon as the smoke fades. Time is of the essence. 12 seconds left. Orbital strike. They want to send it. MIBR trying to go into this one, but they're going into a blender. Straight into the maw. It's raw individualism. That's what's going to try and lay you out. They don't have time, do they?
I think they just got it.
It was barely there. Extension here. Zekken finds it. Plant down. 2v2 now for them. Kualanu trying to announce himself onto the stage, but Zekken's just a little bit too sharp. EU shots through the box. Got a tuck now, Zekken. Free haircut in the process. Barely alive, and it's essential that he stays that. Verno crouched up. And if Verno didn't secure it, Zekken would have just swinging off the back of it. 8-8 off that. That looked dire.
That was so
dire
squeaky.
MIBR.
No, it was crazy. They planted with 4.2 seconds, I think it was.
Insane.
Anything going wrong in that round, and it's a nightmare. Here's Zekken TPing into the end of the orbital strike. Really lovely way of being able to utilize that without needing the dimensional drift online.
Yeah.
Because they didn't play for the second ult orb.
That was a funny round. That was a funny round, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny if you win.
Yeah.
You can laugh about it if you win. You're crying if you lose, I think. 4 Buckies?
Okay.
I mean, I know it's a Bucky meta, but...
It's a scope meta. You were telling me?
Well, it's
scope down Bucky, can it be both?
Don't be buying the Buckies on full buy rounds, for sure. But, I mean, when you're in a light buy, the Bucky is still pretty incredible.
Yeah.
But this is more opportunity for MIBR to snowball. If they can avoid running into the Buckies, which I wouldn't even mind Zekken burning his ult in this round.
How do you avoid running into the Buckies when there's 4 of them on Bind?
Well, I think it might come down to Zekken being forced to pop his ultimate. But it depends how they navigate around the map.
Still willing to contact when they feel like they can.
That's a peak short from Alim. Looking maybe just for a little bit of information or trying to make it feel like he's not tucked in the corner hiding somewhere.
What's that? 1 Bucky gone. 3 more to go. Steadily looking to walk up and take a bit of this space, but again, you have to be very controlled. Now, there's only 38 seconds left.
I think when you look at where players are positioned on defense, though, this shouldn't be a threat.
No, surely not, right?
You can play inside of this smoke that's just been put down.
Yep, lay it down, flash forwards. Okay. Zekken knows what's up.
It's a third of the price, and it's still getting the job done.
That's good work. Plant down now for MIBR. Might donated a couple of freebies. The trade wasn't there in time. A lot of damage done, though, and I know that Lamp's compromised. Aspas. One shot going slightly wide, just being jiggled out, pulled out here. But for Furia, your chances of winning a round quite limited unless Kualanu can get something done. Hell of a timing that he could have capitalized off, but it's Tex just about gets on top of it, in control of the situation. Time now ticking at this point for Furia. Not a round that they can play for.
No, it's not. And I think your attention has got to go now to the next round where huge ultimates are going to be getting
look at it.
And I think it's very predictable here that Furia would want to go
All right, fair enough. It's very predictable here that Fury would want to go for a Viper's Pit, so I think in MIBR's head, you're setting up maybe to do something fast for the first time on your attack side. All of these rounds, basically for both teams, have been very, very slow, right? But this is one of those rounds where you could just rip Yoru ult really fast down short and try to get a punish onto Nerve, who you expect is going to be playing a Viper's Pit in that position. So I think changing up the tempo here could be a really nice shift around, but actually, Nerve not going for it, and MIBR not going for it here. Are they going to be putting the pit over towards B-Long, maybe?
There's potential for it.
Just a more cautious approach, I think. Maybe even using it reactively.
Dimensional drift. He's going to be using it to clear away forwards. Back over towards B, though. Bit of a bait and switch, looking to see if they can force rotations. And there's still players waiting over towards A. I think Aspas has heard it.
Pure
footsteps. Fake. Yeah, footsteps scurrying.
Forced out the pit.
Down. Yeah, that's just to reinforce a hit that is not coming. Sexto, barely there in time. There's a lot of damage done. Alan couldn't confirm the kill. Highlight with that Haunt, and Rocket flying forwards. Didn't find a mark. It was a bullet first that connected. Deep plant down now. And a two-player advantage for MIBR in this one.
I think this is one of the spots where you have to consider saving.
Yeah, with the operator, good luck.
Yeah, you're in a 3v5. You forced out some big ultimates, so you could take that as a bit of a silver lining. But like you said, you've got the op.
Yeah.
And you've got no good positioning at all. Really elaborate round from Verno there, in terms of how they called that. Zekken goes for a fake A into B Yoru ult, but after he sees a couple of players, they just force out the pit on B and the actual pack goes over towards A. Maybe they were trying to go away from the Viper. Could have been just a direct audible comm from Zekken on his ult. But they nicely got into a weak A site there.
It's a very nice twist on the normal fake that you do with the dimensional drift, right?
Yeah, normally the second site that you go towards is going to be the one you finish.
Yeah, exactly.
But they twist that here.
They go to the other side instead. Timeout now. Last one here for Fury.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, because, I mean, look at the string of rounds that MIBR managed to accrue.
They're pretty stopped. Yeah, 5 rounds in a row. It's really rough. And I think at least a decent proportion of that can be put down to an ult snowball that started due to the Outlaw being forced up in round 14 and getting that value down B-Long really early. And that was Aspas having his impact still at the bottom of the scoreboard at the moment, but maybe with the power of hindsight, making the crucial play that pivoted this in MIBR's favor. Furia desperately needs something to shake up the tempo of this game, though. I think the slow chokehold that MIBR are going for is proving very difficult for this double duelist comp. I know Furia themselves were slow on their attack side, but I think you've got to mix up the pace a little bit. Maybe get some early peaks from Koala Noob. Try to get the op into play.
Yeah.
It's all well and good having the op lock somewhere down and still provide you informational value. That's still good, but in a game like this, you actually do need to have your star players pop off.
Yeah, unfortunate when it happens.
Yeah. But at least Artazine dies, you know what I mean?
You confirm the kill.
It's a 5v3 at that point, isn't it? Even though Aspas doesn't quite get the value from his ult. Artazine has been getting bullied. He's been a player that otherwise has been performing excellently throughout kickoff for Furia. Would be a bad time to go missing in the qualification game. But it's early doors yet in the BO5. And this is the round that could get Furia back in.
It's crazy. Furia have 4 players over towards B.
Big stack early. Haunt double dash down. They know it's not B now.
Face your fear. A lot of that pressure from that util. 9-4. Makes his way forward. DTP up towards default as well. So Zekken's securing up a lot of that space. They know it's clear. There was no pings from the ult. Again, forcing potential for the retake. Fury, though, at least holding on towards that backside control, looking to see if they can get their grip onto it, but the fight's just not going their way. Not at all. It's MIBR lighting up the feed in their name.
Spike planted.
That's the risk you take, man, when you go for that kind of play. 4-player stack on B, and it's a really early timing to clear it out. They know that it is not B in that moment, but as the rotates come through to A, you just gave up all of that positioning. And Aspas is on top of truck before you can react. Flash into backside from Zekken, and you're overwhelmed. Fury themselves ran a pretty similar round, but currently getting whacked by the same stuff, and Koala Noob's op can find no value.
Yeah, it's the nature of it. Furia obviously relying and playing around Koala Noob, his proficiency with the Outlaw, the operator, so much in kickoff so far, but
they've also been running faster rounds since he got the op online.
Yeah.
You take a look at the economy, and when can Kuala Nu buy an op? All right, that's when we're running faster plays based off either ultimates or in this round, just kind of sending it.
Right.
I mean, there was an ult in play, but it was mostly just a short pop. And so, MIBR, they've got a great read on how they want to play here. On a map that they were able to hide for the whole of kickoff. Remember that, because that is going to be relevant on future maps too. When we're looking forward to Haven, for example.
Oh, yeah.
MIBR being able to hide both of those maps. And Pearl, but they decided first round ban that.
That's the scary thing about MIBR. You really don't know where the ceiling is, the peak, quite yet.
No, you've only seen them play 5 maps. How could you?
Exactly, but also they had their own challenges in kickoff. They weren't able to get proper practice in there at the beginning, so...
Yeah, you might not have even seen them in scrims.
Yeah. And every win that MIBR have got gave them more and more time to make sure that they can put it all together. Oh! Second!
That's incredible. He's like a ballerina. He's pirouetted through and found 2.
Connects the dots there. Heads popped off. Low as anything, but he's still willing to be aggro and just take the fights to them. Make him bleed, make him hurt, and that is a little bit too aggressive. A little bit too greedy, perhaps.
It's got style, though. It's got style.
2v4, Alum and Ardsin pressed into such a hard position. You have ults, but you need kills to want to use them. Orbital Strike is going to be pulled out.
There's a molly lineup here as well.
It's just filthy. We've already seen enough cringe Valorant from that last game. There's the molly sailing over, and Artisan knows already. No real chances in a round like this. 12 rounds now for MIBR.
Match point.
Every round on attack side basically has been by the book for MIBR. That one, though, had a lot of style to it. Look at this entry from the second. Swings through, grabs onto EU, and then resetting his aim.
Yeah, he's not getting away with that.
It's tough for Furia, though. Their players have been in spots where they've been forced to save. They do have money to be able to go for a final buy, but this is now 7 rounds in a row that they've lost.
It's tough.
Be right back.
MIBR just completely ran away with it on the attack side. Squaring up for a bit of a fight, a bit of a scrap. Alim's here. Refract catches the contact. Sees where Zekan's playing. It's held off. Artisan, I believe, was holding his orbital strike for potentially a play. No real signs of life beyond what Zekan was doing.
I mean, I think they might be going for a seize with the Brimalt in short if that had been a timing for the A-pop.
Sure.
They're trying to get used to that faster pace that MIBR has been going at, and yet, right at the finish line, here Verno slows things down again. I think it's been really tough for Ardsin to get a read of his former team here. They've changed so much.
Yeah, these are the things as well that you're going to get when you play against a team like MIBR. A lot of teams get to 12, and they're like a dog chasing a car, essentially, just trying to get that final round over the line.
Mark 2.
And they rush into things, they make mistakes, but pure composure by MIBR. They are happy to whittle you down bit by bit. Ticking forward, shot still firing. Tex! Oh, that's disgusting, man. Deep hit into the back of the site now. Good luck getting past that one in a 2v5. This is looking like map 1 is going to be wrapped up nice and pretty. All for MIBR now. Plant down. Planted. No problems. Kuala Nu has got a heavy load on his plate and can't get rid of it.
And Nerve is sat here wondering what's gone wrong for them in this half because they haven't had a hold.
Wow.
Attackers win.
MIBR absolutely stormed the castle with that one every attack side round. From being able to win that Thrifty in round 14, it was clean sailing. They were basically in 5v2s in like every post-ban situation. We never saw an opportunity for Furia to get back into things. No close retakes even particularly.
Sure.
Save round after save round. A miserable second half there for Furia that they're going to have to bounce back from.
And luckily they've got space and time to do so. It is best of 5, so more maps to be played, and Furia have their chance to bounce back. And for themselves, they're going to be going into that known quantity. Abyss is up next. For both of these teams, there's footage online.
And that's what they're going to have to be hoping for, that they can anti-strat what MIBR were doing with Aspas and shut him down again. But he was at the bottom of the scoreboard here, and MIBR still won.
And that's what you get with a team like MIBR. The quality is just brimming, start to finish. Doesn't matter who you look at on the roster. Banano, quick break. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. This is it. Qualification for Santiago being decided in this best of 5.
Dancing, wait, let me dance.
We've got 2 esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 Pulsar 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
Primeiro, e o Zé que aproveita, o Ita se entrega. Ainda tá perigoso, o Mado olhou pra trás. Olha o Zé!
He's going to be smoked out before he's dead. Valen has to lock it down. He's up against Nerve with only a Sheriff, and he's able to win it out.
Hey everyone, it's you from Furia. I'm going to be playing Split Decision. I have a banana. I got to cut it in half. We'll see how it goes. Honestly, I just have to peel the banana. I feel like there's like dents and like random weight that are on the peel. I just don't want to deal with the peel. I don't know how much it weighs. I got to peel the banana. It's just a requirement here. Yeah, I don't really know what's going through my head. It's a banana. I got to cut it in half. There's like it's like a long part here. This part's kind of short. I'm gonna just like cut it like around here. I feel like it's like where the weight cuts in half, honestly. Just eyeball it. All right, let's see how much it weighs. All right. We got 64.1 grams and 61.7 grams. I don't really know what grams are or like how far off that is. I hope that's good. I'm like 3 grams between the two. Thanks for watching me play Split Decision. We'll see you in the season.
Oh, just another example of how the American public education system has failed us all. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VCT Americas. We just saw MIBR come back in, honestly, dramatic fashion, winning round after round after round. It was looking like Furia. We're starting to pick up that momentum. We're starting to really build into the Furia that we know them to be, that we've seen them, Emily. But a few bungled plays, a few bad decisions, and MIBR ended up running away with it.
Yeah, I mean, when I just look at that first half, I feel like it should have gone more towards Furia's way. It could have been an 8-4, but there were 2 really key rounds here where MIBR had really good utility usage. We saw this. They just lost a bonus, and then we go into round 4, and they're able to convert it by doing this Brim and Fade suck combo, getting a free kill there, and then they cleaned out the rest of the round.
Yeah, and this round kind of turned the tides because they were down 3-0, and then it ended up being a 3-3, and then followed by this, another ult coming in from Furia this time, but they couldn't capitalize on it. There was no one in showers to follow up. It felt like they couldn't get a kill, and MIBR just kind of shut it down. Furia, they tried executing off of it. It didn't work super crazily bad, but it just wasn't as effective. That Brim ult was burned.
Yeah, and then here again, off that dog, we just go for a second Brim ult play, and they did this a lot. They got so much value out of the 4 Brim ults that they were able to collect over this whole game, and each time you could see that they did it with intention. You could see even here, they use it on this exec to kind of clear out that tube and back corner position, and while it looks a little bit sketchy here, we were able to win out the trades and close out the round with literally 4 seconds left on the clock.
It just felt like in this game, MIBR, they had a lock on the utility that they wanted to use. They snowballed a lot of their ults into working it, into making sure they secure those rounds and really working with their winning conditions.
Yeah, and we really got to see these 2 players, Mazzino and Verno, the support players, kind of shine here. Normally, we always highlight Zek and we always highlight Aspas, you know, the double duelist kind of firepower, but, you know, they had a little bit of a slow half, and these players really stood out. They kind of saved the day, not only with their utility, but the kills that they were getting away with when they were anchoring down those sites.
Well, I think that's the important thing too, right? We talk about this squad being a super team. One of the aspects of that is when the 2, you know, like, or when your top player, when the star, the ace, isn't really picking up the slack, a super team has all those other aspects, kind of all those other players kind of picking that up for them. So it goes without saying that, like, we were seeing some great stuff from MIBR. But I do want to take some time to highlight some of the players, though, from Furia. Most notably, the player who unfortunately doesn't know what grams are. EU, because ironically, his name being EU just not lost on me at all.
So funny.
But yeah, you're talking about him. Another player, though, Myrna, who every single time we see him out there in the server, we know about his effectiveness. We know how valued he is on any team that he can be on, that he is on, excuse me. But this game, we were seeing him really put it together.
It feels like not only was his util really good, using that dog to push Zekin off of a lot of those off angles, getting a lot of that information, but also setting himself up, using that eye to kind of take fights or set the rest of the team up for fights. And then on top of that, he was fragging out. At half, he was like 12-3 or something crazy.
Would you say he's a player to look out for in this next one?
Absolutely. If he keeps up this performance with the way that he's using his initiator utility and the way he's fragging out, he's doing a really good job.
Well, there you saw Abyss is going to be the battleground for Map 2. Can Furia bounce back, tie the series up 1-1, or will MIBR continue their winning ways? Find out after this.
No way out, you scared, tell me now. Walk in, shut it down. All in, no way out, no way out, no way out. Till the casket drops. Till the casket drops. Till the casket drops. till the casket drops.
We've got MIBR here leading by 1 in our upper bracket grand finals, and we're heading into Abyss as a map now, territory that is known to a degree for both of these teams in terms of MIBR as well. They've kind of skirted by the fact that they had that prior performance. They managed to skip a portion of that upper bracket entirely, and we are seeing a bit of a mix-up, aren't we?
Yep. Tex moving away from the Cypher, going over to the Astra. I mean, that is really much more standard, I would say. MIBR have not been experimental with their compositions. If anything, they've been a bit behind the times in terms of their comp picks, but it's been working for them because the team is super good, the players are super good, they get it done. Here, they've got a 50% map win rate. That's just 1-1, and the one loss was to NRG, who had a very good theory on this map, and it completely shut Aspas out of the game. I think it's going to be tough for Furia to do something similar, but they'll be hoping that the double drone utility that they have shuts down Aspas when he's on the defense side with the op, and that's where he's going to begin.
It does give you a lot of tools in that regard, ensuring that he can't just run away with things here on Abyss. It's a map where you watch Aspas, you watch him on a jet on a map like this, I mean, he will just create plays out of nowhere.
It's a map that Furia are very comfortable on.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at this map pool, there are 3 maps, I think, where you should have extremely good performances from both teams. One is Abyss. The biggest to me is Breeze, which is map 4, and then Split, which is map 5, if memory serves. And so all 3 of those maps, you should be getting good performances from both sides, and this is the first one where it should be a banger. But the question is whether MIBR are going to get out to a good start.
Yeah, I mean,
look at the pistol round win rate.
It's just ginormous. Didn't matter much on that previous map, though.
No, double pistol win and still losing for Furia, although the second half, you can't really call that. It's not the same, is it, when you lose a follow-up immediately?
No, definitely not. Verno, a lot of angles to account for there. Sheriff in hand, missing a few of the shots, and he's worse for the wear.
Already MIBR throwing a different smoke in mid compared to what they would usually do, because normally when you're playing that solo smokes comp, you have to hold on to the smokes. Now that they've got Zekken and Tex, they can be a bit more free. Throw one way in mid, try to challenge a little.
You're going to see this plodding approach, I think, from both teams overall. Neither side wants to rush into anything.
Certainly at the beginning of the half.
Yeah.
You've got to condition a little bit of this slow mid-control stuff. And then I think you can go into sight pops a little bit later. Try to get Alim online.
One-way fades. No real smokes, it looks like. I mean, Zekken's not going to get a, not too sure what the timing is on it, but they catch the contact, and now the smoke just propped up. I mean, this is deep. It does allow Furia to get in onto the side, and Alim's even just going to be hopping straight over towards the top. It's a lot of bullets raining down onto him, but Carl Anubi does collect that one onto Tex.
Important
isolated. Yeah, definitely so.
No salvos, but you've still got pull available here. I think. Not sure if Andazine has picked up one of these stars that he laid around the map. Maybe he's working with nothing.
Noise going to be made now by MIBR. Looking to buy some time, create some space and pressure that Aspas can play off onto the other side of things, and may even just take up most of the map. And Nerve, okay, rebound off that one, but Verno, as quick as anything, he's straight back in there, just trying to be controlled in the end. There's a lot of damage done, and now's the time to strike Aspas. 1v1 he is in, and once more, his former teammate is the one who puts him down into the ground.
And Furia win another pistol in a spot where I think most people would be favoring Aspas. But Azine comes out with the goods, and Furia come out with another pistol round win.
Can't be stopped.
Finding the opening there as well to put them in a 5v4. And that smoke really did let them into the site. Great little tap towards the end.
Yeah.
And MIBR are not going to go for any shenanigans here where they tried to force something up. They're not on the attack side. They don't get the plant money. They don't really have the investment necessary.
I like the idea.
I mean, we've seen a lot of teams go for this, actually, where they try to get inside an A-smoke on the eco, and if it fails, you kind of just jump off the map. MIBR are not decided to do that just yet. EU and Nerve could potentially get up to an ultimate in this round.
Full shock, hoping to claim a life there from the vulnerable.
And trying to make it also feel like MIBR have got a stack on the A side.
Yeah.
So that you don't go A.
Hoping to push the Furia players and the pack of them over towards B where the Bucky is lying in wait, but hold on. Top of the dome spotted. Verno somehow gets away with that. Still on 100 health, by the way. Down towards the top. Just trying to follow those traces, buying a bit of time for the rest of his team. Plant will go down there with no more problems. This is a big map. Long angles. Classic's not exactly the weapon at hand to get some work done.
I really think there's a good argument for just throwing yourself off the map here and not allowing EU to get up to his ultimate. We'll see if MIBR, are they looking to go for this? Yeah, Paranoia used. They're in.
Smoking Paranoia. They have that backside control, but you got to think Furious composition excels at playing the post plant. So many tools that you can just drag out time off the clock. Tex swinging wide. EU now is one away from the ultimate. And they've realized it. Do not give this guy the kill.
Well, they have double smokes alive, and they have no smokes to be able to go onto the spike in the retake. Second's going to hop on it at the final moment, and they all go down. I think it's going to be trivial for EU to be able to pick up his ult across this round somehow, whether it's based on him picking up an orb over towards A main, whether it's to do with him planting the spike. You know, that is going to be something they've got to worry about here, is the fact that MIBR have potentially allowed Furia to snowball. If Furia get into a post plant, this could be tough, very tough.
It's also interesting as well, Aspas, I mean, that Bucky purchase is just going to delay the potential operator that he usually wants to go for. Somebody else could maybe save the money up, honestly, and buy it for him, but...
They're not going for it.
No, they're not. Did give him the rifle, though. He could only afford the Guardian, and he swaps hands with Zekken. Willing to prioritize the resources into Aspas as a player, and MIBR, Zekken, and Tex look like they're going to be tested. Thrown over the top. Smokes to try and divide up most of this side. That's Zekken does get tagged, so he's forced to retreat back, but he does claim a kill.
It's just spam, I think. EU, though, picked up that ult orb, has the Sova ultimate to be able to play for post. One salvo, a pull.
Nice angle. Alim is alone, though, playing this spot. Oh my god, what is that? Hunter's Fury off the back of that contact. Mazino was deleted. EU not getting too much done. Potentially a kill to be claimed onto Zekken. And not as, well, really just not anticipating that. Just trying to jump and rejoin the rest of the pack here. They're already pressing the advantage. MIBR trying to take this one a bit faster now because time is going to be bled out of them. The amount of util that they've got, Shark Darts hailing. It's a pull online. Salvos are next. This, you're just playing against the machine at this point. You're not even playing Valorant. Not much you can do.
The recon as well, saved to throw into a smoke as the final piece of util. Furia, everything going exactly according to plan here. And MIBR not finding the correct ways of being able to throw off what Furia are cooking at all.
And this composition of Furia running, I mean, we've lightly touched on it, but it is so potent. If you let them get into the post plant when they have util available, good luck.
Yeah, you've got to force utility out of them early by fighting over A main, for example, or threatening in some way. Otherwise, it's devastating to play against. You really can't just play straight up passive retakes against this composition. And Koala Noob gets to be that second entry even though he's on Omen. And he's been very good at it.
Yeah. Very willing to take up and absorb a lot of space.
So it looks like Zekken is saving that money that you were talking about to go towards an op purchase. But they've still got enough to send it in this round.
Yep, clearing up towards the left side of the B side, but these anchor smokes are a pesky problem. Player's still sitting inside of it. Potential timing there, yeah. Zekken catches Koala Noob while he was smoking. TP up towards the high ground.
He's out.
Still alive here. Drone gets a tag. Alim forced out of the fight for a few seconds. Be critical for them, just spotting these players. Body sticking out wide, dash forwards to try and buy a bit of space. Mazino, again, shots fired and straight into his gut, straight through the wall, but Aspas is laying claim to all of this space and more. Alim shuts him down, puts it to rest now. The damage done here. Players are weak as anything. Mazino on 24 half, he knows where Artesian is, but no real way for him to play and win the rest of this round. He can do a bit of damage. That's all it'll be. Furia get themselves another one.
This one, though, getting very close.
Oh, yeah.
Zekken had a chance to win the round where he dropped into Alim's lap, but with 22 HP, Alim survives to win the clutch. That round would have been really difficult for Artesian with a single pull to take away at that point, but it's 4 in a row. And like we said, this round was just a half buy, with the purpose being Zekken saves enough money to get an operator into Aspas's hand. So next round is going to be the one to start paying attention to. Koala Noob's fired up, though. They can tell that they've got a better rhythm, at least at the beginning of this map, than MIBR do.
Yeah.
Let's see if the Aspas op changes things.
Not taking it towards any of the extremities, instead towards mid.
Smoked off immediately. Recon, double smokes in his face. Can't do much here.
It's really tricky.
I mean, even with the drone, you're not going to peek out through the smokes. You're more just waiting them out. And they're not trying to fight them to drag util out of Furia. Furia can save so much util.
They are very concerned about the operator, though. Drone to clear. Still leave some unknowns. Knife was being held there by Mazzino.
Well, now Nerve is one away from his ultimate. If he gets the plant, he'll have that online for post-plant. Still got double salvos.
Made a lot of noise, though. We'll see if those knives were sidestepped. Aspas. It's the 1-for-1. Nerve was quick with the trade once more. Deep smoke. Dash himself into it. Alam's looking to see if he can play a lot of this space. And that ult's going to be expended to roll out the carpet into the back of the site. Spam from Zekken. Well, not even spam. Well, that was a kill over towards B.
Yeah, over on B. And that's actually pretty big. I mean, now there's only one salvo available for this post-plant util. No pull. No Armageddon.
MIBR can look to try and speed things up. This is a forward hold, though, by Furia. All three players remaining. Deep onto the site this time.
They know they need to be the ones to make a play, Furia here.
Paranoia sweeps. No real connection. Time still ticking away. These kills need to go their way, but Koala Noob finally removed for that heaven angle. All accounted for. It's Nerve who puts a stop to it. 5 rounds in a row now for Furia.
Aggression in the post-plant. Furia instantly recognize they're the team at the disadvantage, even though they've got the spike down. They don't have that post-plant util to be able to play with. Players have already died. And big plays in advanced positions from Koala Noob and Nerve.
Nice! Jenny, you're him! Nice, Mike!
Nerve taking down 2 in a supportive position there, playing off the rest of his team's contact. Really clean. And that's the op gone, right? The MIBR had saved, scrimped, bled the wallet dry just to be able to get an op into Aspas's hand, and it's gone like that.
And it's going to be a tough ask. I mean, listen, the money's already going to be dropping. Good luck trying to get another operator. You might be able to cook up a play in this timeout, but this is mainly going to be called for adjustments to be made in the general game plan, not necessarily for this round coming up.
Yeah, I think you just got to be fighting them earlier.
Yeah.
It's difficult, obviously. You're not going to be winning the early fights, probably, because Fury are just going to throw drones in your face, and you're going to be forced to go backwards.
It's not just the drones as well, it's the double smokes. You saw how hard it was for Aspas to get anything done with that op when he had 2 smokes immediately in his face.
Yeah.
Top section of mid.
But the smokes can't do as much if you're fighting on the extremities of the map.
Sure.
So I think that's where they should be aiming to go towards. You know, challenge A main a little bit more. Don't allow them just to get it for free. You can put a smoke there, as they have done right here. You know, both stars being used on either side in A main. Means that MIBR could pop that one. And Fury are going to be forced to use util in order to get through it.
Mid completely open here. MIBR just hoping again for the gamble stack to pay off. Making it feel like this is an aggressive play over towards A. Flash and a dart. All picked up. It's an ult online. Alan steadily looking to take a lot of this space forwards, and what is that? Shorty.
Around the corner almost.
And it just catches onto the back of the dome of Zekken.
Aspas was begging for that pathing to drop into his lap. He had a Bucky trained for it. And instead, landed on Zekken, who was fumbling around with his paranoia. Unfortunate scenes for MIBR. Because if you pick off Alim early like that, well then Verno's ultimate does actually become a difference maker. Once more though, Artisan's attack side calling, looking really nice here.
Yeah, slowing it down. Letting MIBR stew a little bit. They will be going into 2 of these players though. Tex and Aspas again will have their chance. Tex is revealed. Hinders while connects. It's a paranoia on top of it. Aspas is in a real dire position. Tex looking to relieve that pressure. Cloudburst forwards, and Aspas, knowing that he needs to get aggressive, tries to take that unorthodox timing. Shut down in the end, though. The discipline reigning supreme here for Furia. Zeno and Verno. Tough task. Especially when you're not set up to succeed with the weapons or the armor.
And Nerve's chasing forwards.
Wants that kill.
Yeah. And Verno denies it, although he will give he'll give a point
He gave it to Nerve anyway.
Yeah. I mean, that's just because of prior damage done in the round. Maybe he wasn't keeping track of who'd actually done it. If it was spammed through a smoke or something like that, he might not have known. But yeah, Nerve up 8-2, top of the scoreboard, about to build up towards his second Armageddon. And it's been clean sailing so far.
Yeah.
Furia have picked a map that they know they have an advantage in. It's the only map, actually, so far that MIBR have lost on. But we haven't seen a large enough sample size for that to be super valid. Every ult in the game for MIBR, bar 1 point from Texas, and Aspas with the op again, taking it towards mid again.
One suppressed.
Knife was saved. Mazino here in that drone contact. He needs to be careful here. There's, well, second drone. Why not? Sending it. Conversion pass also going to be laid down. Zekin is in a very tight position. Can't anchor against that. It's rough going. No command. Emanates out, but a little bit too late to try and save the teammate. Mazino trying to get himself and his teammates in, but they're just lining up and knocking them down.
Oh, this round's over again. This feels very much like the second half of Bind.
Yeah.
Where the attacking execs or the calling 2 just leaves the defenders in unwinnable 5v2 situations, and it's over. It's over in the blink of an eye. Zekin's bullied 2 rounds in a row, basically, on his B anchor position. Not given a smoke to play around from Tex. You know, or his own smoke, right? But in theory, I think Astra smokes are easier to deploy from the other side of the map for your own to play around. But it's just, he's just caught in the open against the Waylay ultimate, and it's cooked. Another situation where the operators disappeared.
Yeah.
A puff of smoke, like it never existed. Zero impact.
Giving them any chances, or not giving them any ins. I've noticed something as well about Furia as a team. They saving these ultimates for a rainy day. Looking to see if they can take the guns away. There it is, okay. Barely at the end. But Furia are perfectly happy. Okay, we got an ult online. They're going to throw it into the next round.
Yeah, yeah.
They're going to try and cook up a play around it, not save it for the prime scenario. The best situation.
But at the same time, this was a great situation.
It was,
It's
right?
like you're winning the round where they've hard invested into the op.
I caught Zekin mid-jump with my ult. I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, Zekin's feeling the pressure there.
He has looked better on maps where they've been able to put him on the duelist. As simple as that narrative is, it has played out as true.
Gives him more outs, the knives out, and immediately back down again.
That's his own.
Just
it's his own op.
down, yeah.
They picked that one up off his body in the previous round, as far as I'm aware, and put a bullet in his chest. Blade Storm, zero impact again.
Furia, very good reads in terms of what's going on. Crouched up, barely anything to work with. Kuala Noob's still a danger, though.
Kuala Noob, always a danger with the op in his hand.
Yeah, he is.
And the Outlaw purchase from EU. You know, reading the way that the economy was playing out, knowing that they would have 3 targets to be able to chip down on. One already hit the floor.
It's the little things that get piled up for Furia, which is making them a really good team right now. I mean, obviously leaning into their strengths, but they are one of the best teams, I think, at purchasing Outlaws to try and punish the team's economy.
Back in a flash.
For sure. I think their understanding of how important scopes are in the current meta, the op and the Outlaw, is
30
evident.
seconds left.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely evident. But also, these guys are grinders, right? They've taken a team that's only been formed recently and made them look really good.
Astounding stuff here. MIBR not down for the count just yet in a round like this. The darts overhead, the paranoia's even better. Alim pushed out of the fight for about a moment, but the time to strike was a little bit earlier. Nerve willing to supplement, help out. Augments the hold down. Alan will be dropped towards the end, but again, it's another round that is added up. The win is there for Furia.
They are pasting them at the moment. There's nothing that MIBR can do. We still haven't seen them go aggressive in these rounds, though.
Nope.
It's still just been... I mean, I guess this round they were trying to do something aggro in mid, but if they're doing something aggressive, it has always been down that middle lane of the map. They haven't once tried to really fight over B or A main, get somebody posted early. They're so worried about this drone, double drone comp. Furia cooking them at the moment. And a great response after they had a winnable map 1 that fell away.
Tap padding. Try to save, bro! Just playing for...
They're getting fired up.
They are.
Why wouldn't you be? You're massive underdogs in this match.
You've kept that mentality in the back of their heads, really. Gives them an unreal amount of confidence here. That's a drone using a Hunter's Fury off the back of it. Verno, when he hears the drone, he was hoping to punish one of the users of it, but he doesn't get any tags whatsoever. Towards the back of the site, though. Okay, eventually cleaned up. Kuala was there with a trade.
An opportunity there to stay and fight and play Verno in, but instead going backwards and trying to play for retake again.
Drone gets the tag, sees where the plan position is. He's trying to play MIBR in here. It's a lot faster in terms of the pace that they're playing, but as util held out into everyone's hands, and he's just swallowing these players out. Zekken just caught completely unaware. The trade is there by Mazzino, and he's out towards heaven. 3v3 though, and look at these ultimates in play. Fury have got a lot to use. Pull, salvos, Armageddon's waiting in the wings.
Double shock.
Deep reposition, it's an instant trade. There's the Armageddon, roll it all the way out. It is too much util to account for. Underhanded with the flash. Mazzino trying to force the issue. And they've done it.
Wow, they've done it.
They've done it.
Against all odds.
Wow.
The first round that MIBR put on the board to go 8-1. A wry smile from Mazzino. The flash and the jump peek around Cliff finally getting them one on the board. If they want all 4 remaining from this point, is it doable? I mean, only if they finally win a pistol as well. Yeah. It is an attack-sided map, but just the sheer dominance so far from Furia is hard to overlook.
The MIBR, I think, have found a bit of a key, which is pace.
Right here.
That retake was coming a lot faster.
It was.
Possibly because Aspas didn't have the operator.
Oh, here's a bit of aggression over towards B main.
TTP. Hold on. Timing here. Alam spotted it. Having just seen the tail end of the particles, so Zekken, party spoiled for him. Cosmic Divide now cuts up in your face.
Verno in the smoke.
Trying to pockets.
They're trying, they're challenging.
Anchor smoke. Bit of spam laying it down.
They're thinking about it.
Poking around. Oh my god. He's barely there. Okay, smoke's going to be fading. I think we had to retreat.
Spike planted.
Drone trying to get his team back in position here, but a salvo's going to be used early. This is making it uncomfortable. Both salvos, in fact, committed to no real avail. Nades flying forwards. Alam's barely alive. Shred of HP. MIBR applying the pressure evenly enough that it is pulling out those critical pieces of util, and the plan is not particularly ideal. Shock darts raining forwards, but these smokes are difficult to try and chew through, and Furia are making it real damn tough. Standard just text now. It's a 1v3. Needs to ISO these fights, but they are right on top of it. Furia leaving no stone unturned.
Back to that clinical play from Furia. MIBR tried something. At least they're going for something different there in that round. The TP aggressively. But Alan was very fast on the line. Spotted Zekken instantly. Everything. Yeah. Oh, wow, just a whiff of it.
The tiniest bit.
If you're taking a marginally later timing, Zekken may have gotten away with it. But every single thing that Zekken has tried to do in this game, he's been punished for.
Shit, boys! Come on!
And some of it is because he looks uncomfortable in these spots. But I mean, that one, I agree that you do have to try to cook something different up because you're just getting whacked.
Yeah, make a play.
Aspas is going to go for the operator again. It hasn't been working.
The money is really low. I mean, if you're going to be building the whole game plan around it, I understand why you would want to do it.
Yeah.
Aspas can take over that operator in his hands when he's on the jet on Abyss, but the issue is...
He's got to be fighting deeper lines, man.
Yeah.
He's got to be looking for earlier fights. The fights in mid are not coming to him the way that he wants. I want to see him take a fight over towards A and see if he can, you know, find an early engagement in A main. Maybe a pullback smoke even to set him up on something really deep. See if he can get a fight in or get posted on a mega deep line that allows the defenders to go and stack B. They've just been letting Fury into the sites, and I think, yeah, they've got a lot of util to go and take a site. But at some point with a double smokes comp, you just got to disrespect them and start fighting them early, playing inside the smokes and around the smokes. Make them scrap for every inch. And thus far, MIBR giving it to him a little too freely.
This is interesting. TP. Potential timing, but the angle unaccounted for.
Again, Zekken getting punished. He's had a nightmare here on Omen.
He's putting everything on the line here. It's evened out by Aspas. Mazzino. Okay. 2 players spotted. keen to go for that fight. Backs himself up steadily.
And over they rotate to collect themselves into A.
Texas giving up space over towards Heaven. He's rotating and leaving a position here.
They'll hear the drone, but Texas still scampering away.
Yeah.
Okay, Knife just spotted 0 people on B, and so now MIBR can get into position.
Tag onto Allen. Detucked. He's worried about multiple angles here, but no one is home from MIBR. All just surrounding this one. A tap. Pulls forced out. They want to fight up into Heaven as Salvos to see if they can really just push them as a slight angle. Bruno's able to sit into most of his team there. This could get real scrappy, and wow, I mean, Allen, the awareness is off the charts, but he will be dropped regardless. MIBR getting into it now. It's a rifle handed over. Mazzino, he's leading it. Rest of the pack right behind him. Rifles are going to be picked up as well. This is going to be looking like an aggro round. A bit more pace added on top here for MIBR.
Finding those opportunities to scrap, but also getting some value out of Aspas. 3 kills in this round.
Yeah.
2 with the op, holding angles really for the rest of his team to go and take an engagement, and then getting a punish on a Furia player that oversteps. Zeno with a clean one there too. A chance for a 9-3 half.
Wait, we can win the video game, dude. I won't.
You can if you put your mind to it. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
yeah. Anything's possible.
Zekken still believes. I think it's going to be really tough for them, even if they do get this. With how good Fury has been on pistol. What an entry! What a punish! They weren't ready for that kind of pace coming out from Allen. He was struggling really hard with the opening kills in map 1.
Qualanu going walkabouts too. Slipped past. The hold over towards there. Convergent paths offloaded over towards A. Hinder up into Heaven. He's looking to connect this one. The Hunter's Fury has narrowly avoided a lot of this one here, and this is a game of timings. Oh, Tex spotted out. Qualanu takes his time with it though. While that was going on, the Heaven player cleaned up. The plant is now down, and once more, a similar problem. Retaking with the operator against all of this util. Aspas is going to find replacement gun, but taking it together now. Dash forwards into the smoke, clears up one section. And Fury are perfectly happy to sit back. Look at them all in main. Real vintage cringe Valorant that you can witness here at VCT Americas.
And why wouldn't you?
Yeah, too many things to deal with, I think. Pull's got to be dealt with, kills need to be claimed. Random spam does not save the day. Zekken's getting funny and cheeky with it. He's trying to go right, slipping behind. Plenty more players where that came from though, and Fury get up to 10. Abyss, much more in their control.
It's just such a clean attack half from Furia. Double drones never have to worry about anything going on. They can always maneuver away from Aspas every time he has the AWP. A mixture of tempos, some nice ult rounds. Absolutely clinical stuff. And now we're about to go into a pistol, and they've been winning every single one of them as well.
Unreal stuff from Furia. You'll be feeling real good about this one as well. Grand opportunity to seal this one up.
I'm goated. I'm goated. That shit was insane.
It's good to see the spirits are still high on the side of MIBR as well. And we can get a bit more insight as well as River's standing by. He's been listening in. We're going to get a bit of a comms check from him. River, what have you got?
Yeah, thank you. And I think Sideshow put it really well. There's clinical at the end from Furia at the moment. They go into timeout. Shaw will have a bit of Portuguese for them that is translated in by Artson pretty quick, and the team has whatever time left to be chatting. But the way they were moving into sites, they were even using less comms than bind because it just felt so fluid for them. They'd say they're in sight, okay, plant. The next thing you'd hear from Fury would be, hey, 3 are rotating through mid, because they were so far forward, they were so controlling in the site. Whenever time came for initiator stuff, EU was right on the ball. Nerve is there in the background as well, giving the side calls with Artson. It was really, really cool to see how Fury is coming together as a team already. And for the side of MIBR, clinical as well, requesting things, precise on what is happening with util. Every time they approach a site, someone is calling out grenade, shocks, flash, what the team might have to be dealing with so everybody can focus focus forward. It just came down to be really getting outshot there. Verno, from the first time I listened to his comms to now, he was asking before, can we do this and that? Now he's moving chess pieces around to make this puzzle work. On Bind, they made it work fantastically. Having some trouble here on their next map, but it looks like they might be able to turn it around on the second half. Let's get back to the game and find out.
Yeah, I think Riv brings up a pretty important element there because the quality of plays you've got on MIBR, the veteran presence as well, you know, listen, they're not going to care about the scoreline. They don't care that they're 8 rounds down with a team like MIBR. They know what it takes to win 1 round at a time. The amount of situations they've been in, scenarios where the pressure is really high, but are still down and out. Listen, they're not going to be giving up, not until the bitter end.
No, it's such a fun contrast, honestly, this match between these two teams, because the experience could not be more different, could it?
Yeah.
I mean, both of these squads have completely opposite ways of building success for 2026. You got hidden talent on the side of Furia versus proven experience, big names from MIBR. But in the Pistols, it's all been that hidden talent. The Furia dominance has been here, and Ardazine's hanging out with a shorty behind this smoke.
Dash forwards, Aspas!
I'll have a bit of that, please.
Down again, underhanded with a flash. Mazina wants to go fast. Try and take this one with that pace, and they were blind as anything. Artisan and Nerve didn't stand a chance.
I think he rooted them as well. That's a new ability.
They did not know what was going on. And the kills claimed. Collected and goes back and forth. Koala Noob has put himself into a 1v2. Those two picked up, trying to pick up the better weaponry, but a bullet to the back as a punishment. And with all that damage done, MIBR get a pistol round.
Finally. Finally they get a pistol. The first of 4 that we've seen in this match. And at the most important moment, I would argue as well for MIBR when you're down 10-2.
Yeah, but if you're going to come back.
The map is over if you don't win that one. And the comeback would still be very difficult. But it is an attack-sided map, and if they can get some kind of snowball rolling, maybe it could be possible, but they're going to need some excellent performances. Zekan's in his role here as the vibes guy for MIBR.
He's keeping the spirits up.
As soon as he goes over to Omen. But it's 3 proper rifles bought up here for MIBR. And 1 handed over.
Yeah, Fury not without their own ideas.
Yeah.
3 men in a trench coat. Just holding the midline.
3 toddlers in a trench coat trying to get into a club.
I'm hoping, praying that somebody will walk into that one.
It doesn't look like anyone's going to bite on it.
No.
It would be Zekan if it was any of them, but I don't think he's looking to take that fight.
Walking all the way up. Mazino trying to ensure that a lot of this is cleared. A bit of noise. Sound cues made. Down into the back. Not broken. Clears all the way forwards here in attack. Mazino very aware and quite scared of the fact that they could be lurking up.
Spike planted.
The plan will go down with no problems. Next layer of this is really MIBR making sure that they don't lose any of the rifles they've invested.
Well, and also, you don't want to give Mazino the ultimate, do you? He's 2 away.
That'd be a problem.
You've already given him an opportunity to get an ult-orb, to get a plant in this round, because you haven't just thrown yourself into the abyss.
A lot of players, a lot of targets. Let's see what Tex can do from a spot like this. He is noted. Yuto's flying up and overhead. Zekan looking to supplement, help it all the way out. It's 2 drop down. We need to reclaim this rifle fast. Onto the flank, making sure to plug up the gaps. Onto the guns. What's happened there at the end?
Yeah,
Did they pick up the guns?
Yeah. They were throwing the guns to their teammates so that they could make sure they kept all 3 of them into the next round. So it did come down to the last seconds, though, to be honest. We just pivoted away, and they were juggling guns around in spawn. But they got them.
They did. 3 rifles into the next. That means 2 players. Tex and Mazino, I believe, as well. So you can invest force whoever didn't buy the guns, essentially. And now you've got a very solid bonus round for MIBR.
But one where Mazino probably won't have an ult to be able to play with here. And I think that should have been a priority for MIBR when there were so many free kills available. Null command here would have been real useful, and there he goes. I mean, he just hits the deck instantly.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Artisan. It's purely taking an instinctual timing there. Just shots through into the smoke. There's a lot of util in your face. Nearsighted, though. Asserts and dominates himself into that smoke position.
They don't know Aspas is up, this team.
No, they don't, but it's still going to be handled regardless. It's Artisan again. Artisan! This guy playing lights out. He hasn't stopped, really. All of kickoff. Just a shoulder spotted onto Verno. keeping this one controlled together. You can't be giving any chances to get back in. That's in with the ace. Round 15. Furia, one step closer now to potentially locking up this map.
Painting a masterpiece there on the defense side, Artzine. What an ace to be able to pull out. You're right that he's been performing really well so far in Kickoff. He actually had a really rough start to this match, though, on Bind, and I was hoping, praying that we weren't going to get a rough performance for him in a big game.
Nah, bro, I'm too good at anchoring, bro. The fuck out of...
Whoa!
He's got words for him.
There's some bite to it, too.
Well, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, he's got more of a personal connection to this match, too.
Yeah, of course. Playing against former teammates.
That he had a lot of success with.
Yeah, former team too.
They have undergone a lot of changes, but as you said, with MIBR making a lot of shifts for this year, Adazine may have thought that he was going to be on the outside looking in for VCT. Plenty of these players might have thought that.
I think that's an identity that Fury have just ran with, really. A mixture of these players that either grinding for a chance or given that second lease of life in the league.
But they're doing such a good job with this opportunity that's been given to them.
It's a powerful motivator.
Certainly seems to be.
Yeah.
Well, Tex is over here exploring towards B. Got himself into a fairly deep position and is now calling the rest of MIBR back into him. Adazine was tucked into a smoke early. And he's got stars scattered all around him to be able to play in and inside. So it should be harder for MIBR to take all of this space.
30 seconds left.
Adazine. No command online, so immediately pops the smoke. Still trying to hold this one down, but without the rest of the util to account for.
He's talking about how good his anchoring was, but you can't anchor without those smokes in play.
No, exactly. No command does the job.
Planted.
MIBR can firmly settle themselves now into these 4 positions. Aspas up towards heaven. Looking to try and peek off the back of this drone timing. Yep, so he hears it coming. Knew he was going to get cleared. Wanted to get ahead of it. Works out in his favor. Alim finds one, but he needed a few more where that came from. And it looks like Fury are not playing for it. The long con called for.
Really, choosing to take a save in this situation is actually pretty unusual, I think. You do want to be doing damage here to the MIBR economy, right? They're the ones whose eco is on a bit of an edge. And Furia, I mean, Furia, there's only one player that wouldn't be able to buy into the next round anyway.
Yeah.
I think going at least prodding a little bit in that situation feels better to me, but all right, they're taking the safer approach with a 6-round lead. Just hoping that they can get up to some big ults at some point or have a big solo round from someone and the map will be over. That was the null command round. So, you know, you could put that over to one side if you're thinking about it from Adazine's perspective as the IGL. All right, well, they don't have that to work with for quite some time. So I'll be able to anchor the site more effectively. We won't have to worry about that. GG go next.
Alan. Track popped off and he hits the jump. Nails it, 10 out of 10. Deep Knife, not sure if that was going to get the tag onto Koala Noob.
It did.
Recall. Koala Noob's position here, will be able to exit. Still has abilities, but Mazzino just caught towards the end then. Almost not going to do much, not when there's full armor in play. Aspas dropped down to 10 HP, shocked out, rebounds. No kill claimed, out towards the door. Zek looking to see if he can strike right where it hurts, and the timing is perfect on it. All that pressure, making sure to ping pong off of each other's players.
That's a nice A-Heaven crunch there. And Tex is just playing this chill back spot. Pretty similar to when he was playing the Cypher as well. Just controls the mid lane of the map. Always has that pull available for the post plan. Can throw down util for his teammates over towards A. But getting Zekken a bit more involved in these rounds and putting him in good situations like that where he can play the backstab to the rest of MIBR coming through A main is going to be critical, I think, to making this comeback a reality. I'd be slightly worried if I was Furia here. I think the nerves should start creeping in. If not around now, if you lose the next rifle round for sure.
I agree.
Just because of how Bind went. Bind was, they were 8-5 up. Yeah, it's not as dominant as this. I'm not saying that. But they were not in any of the second half on map 1. And if that happens to you twice in a row, your chances of getting mentally checked out of the series are really high.
Yeah, lot of pro players talk about it when you get to...
We get to reunite with Fraud, Gene. We get to reunite.
They're talking about the timeout
was taken here by Furia,
yeah. They're just such good friends with their coach. They want to talk to him more.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, MIBR, they burned both their timeouts. They're waiting for the opportunity to get involved again.
Yeah, and there is such an interesting twist to the way that Furia work, by the way, that Riv alluded to, is that Coach Shaw, as far as I'm aware, is only talking in Portuguese to the team in these situations. And Ardazine is then translating it to all of the other North American players on his squad. So the timeouts work real strange for Furia. And from what we've heard, sometimes Ardazine is, you know, he's not one-to-one translating. He's like taking the input from the coach and then distributing what he needs to distribute to the others.
Yeah, I mean, you're limited on time when you're translating back, right? So it's...
Yeah, so that is...
You have to be a bit selective.
It's an odd way of doing things, but I would say in general, Furia's coaching value has been pretty high. Like their defensive setups, the attack rounds that they have, the way that they play, and the setups and theory that they bring to their games has been strong. So it hasn't affected them yet, but there's always that question of when you're in a tight spot like this and you need to make an adaptation, is there a slight limit to what you can do? Is this back-to-back timeouts?
Oh, wait a minute. No, I mean...
I thought MIBR had used them all.
No, me too. Me too.
We are having a long discussion here.
Maybe I'm mistaken.
But I think the squeeze really is happening on Furia right now. They have to take another eco round. And you know how I was saying earlier that the null command, we won't have to worry about that for a while. Well, if you lose an eco here and Mazzino is able to go in, let's say it's an A push. He takes an ult orb, he gets a plant down, he gets a kill. Well, now Mazzino's got a null command for the next round.
Up again.
And you've got to be worried about that once more. So this is how these snowballs happen.
Consistently, pros will tell you that when you get up to 11, that next round, that 12th one, the 13th is often the hardest one to overcome.
Especially against a team like MIBR, I'd imagine.
They're not going to give up. They're not going to make more risky plays to try and get back into it. They're always going to play like they are in the driving seat.
Early mid pressure, just trying to pull any stack that is on A or B and spread it out a little more. Make the site easier to hit eventually when Verno calls which direction they want to go in. And you can see that it has done that. There was a 3-player stack over on the A side that looked a little bit dangerous, and now it's had to spread out a bit, cover these gaps. And Zeken's been inserted into Vent again.
Take flight. You recognizing that, so drone usage, yeah, it gets the clearance. I mean, the acknowledgement is what he was looking for, but Zeken breaking it. They don't know how many players are actually lurking there.
Does make it feel like it's going to finish A.
Yes.
But they're not reading into that.
Zeken feeling like he could get pressured at any moment. I mean, his head's on a bloody swivel. 180s after 180s. Rest of his team is in, though. Noise pressure's made, and the call's made by Furia to re-clear. Good protocols from them. It's a rifle picked up. This time not letting Zeken jump onto the timings that his team was creating with the pressure.
Kuala with a rifle.
Has he heard something? Potentially. Looks like he was lying in wait there. I think he knew that something was up, and now a TP to regroup. Back over towards the rest of his team. Samo's going to be utilized to clear most of the way. Cosmic Divide cuts it up, dissecting the site, and the spike is way out to the open. MIBR, they make a call to try and fight forwards.
He's on for the ace.
But straight into the open arms of Kuala Noob, and he wants that ace. 8 bullets remaining, Ardazine with a stick. There's no danger lying here. Fully sticking this one. Safety in numbers, and the ace, yeah, okay, denied, but I don't think Kuala Noob cares. The energy is sky high right now for this guy, because they are on the verge of making it even.
What a thrifty to pull out of absolutely nowhere. I do like this protocol, like you were saying. Clearing Zeken is great. But then Kuala Noob just picks up Tex on the flank, and suddenly, whole round is in danger.
I'm fucking different, baby! Fucking different!
He really is, though.
Yeah, man. I mean,
dude, he's
20
and 12.
Get the hell out of here.
And that's while playing Omen. I mean, the Omen gap right now between him and Zeken is palpable. You didn't think you'd be seeing that?
No.
In America's Kickoff, even with Zeken swapping roles.
Now all it's going to take is just the one round for Furia.
And the snowball that I was worried about with Mazino's ultimate, I mean, it's online, but also, does it matter now when they have to win 6 in a row without that extra buffer? If MIBR had taken the previous round, then maybe Fury would be in some danger, but now they're feeling like they've got their legs back underneath them again.
Yeah.
They're waiting for Zekken. They know that he's been trying to take this timing before, and Tex, with his opponent inside a smoke, doesn't quite spot EU there.
All grouping up. MIBR, they have to be perfect from here on out. 6 rounds in a row. It's got to start here.
Does Ardazine change up how he plays against an Null Command? Previously, he just used a recall smoke. He didn't actually pop an anchor smoke for himself on B against Mazino's ult.
Nov has some util primed. Salvo's off the drone. They hear it. Verno's going to be taking a whole lot of damage. But Mazino's off the map! He's off the bloody map! What happened there? Trying to avoid the salvos, I think, inside that smoke. Mazino just lost in the chaos of the situation, but Furia, this is it. A killing blow that they were waiting for. And Tex and Aspas will do their best to try and fight their way through it, and they have earned themselves a bit of respite. But time is of the essence. Time is of the essence. EU is getting scrappy. All that damage done. My God, man. MIBR found themselves a window. But you got to keep it going. You got to keep it controlled, smooth, clean as anything. And this is getting hectic. This is getting Larry. Somehow they find a way past it all.
This match so far has been calm and controlled. One team has been putting down a stranglehold on the map, but we've flipped back and forth. This is the first round where we've seen actual chaos. Where's he going?
Salvos. He's trying to play on the ledge to avoid the salvos.
Yeah.
There's a tiny gap there that he was trying to find, and he just jumped off the map.
He just leapt off the map.
What happened to my boy Mazino? Mad.
If you're Mazino in that moment, you've got to be looking at the rest of the round, praying that your team manages to win.
Yeah, that's tough. But they find a way through.
I mean, and now they've actually got the null command for this one, which could break the economy of Furia. Maybe it was a 5-head play.
Yeah, what do you think is intentional? I don't think so, man.
It looked intentional. I'd report my teammate intentionally for doing that. No, Mazino, though, has actually got himself a rare opportunity to just rip null command in this round, and it would be a tough situation for Fury to deal with.
It's a nightmare trying to get these drones. You get a bit of value on the attack side when you've got salvos constantly waiting.
Making an audio cue, backing up as they get ready to B-split. Is EU's head gonna turn as MIBR commit? No, in fact, actually, Aspas leading with the Outlaw. I thought this was going to be the backstab play.
There's 40 seconds left. What is the play? Everybody's grouping up towards B main as well. Slow and steady up through mid, but smokes are now going to be dropped down. This is going to be spelling it all out. No command forwards. Timing here of all that pressure. And EU, he just turns his attention towards it, and they've let Aspas in. Slip the net, 9 forwards. That's a good flash. Ardazine, blind as anything, and Aspas activating from the back. Mazino alongside him.
Beautifully coordinated round from MIBR. You could see it cooking from way earlier. Verno holds the back whilst drilling out what he wants the rest of the troops to do. And MIBR get up to another. The null command pressure just, it has to turn your attention.
Yeah.
EU is the sole player guarding B-Link, but he really is required on site there to try to help his teammates out. And both avenues ended up falling. The economy is now in a dreadful situation. Koala Noob, with only a bulldog to his name, might be able to get a rifle.
Love that gun.
Can he live, though?
Yeah, that's the question.
And even if he can, they're not going to have a good buy. We were talking about Fury getting their feet underneath them after winning the previous Thrifty. But it's right back to being ripped out. 4 rounds in a row needed for MIBR, but this next one.
They're emoting on him.
Should be a bit free.
They're emoting on him, Josh.
Well, the vibes have always sounded good whenever we've listened to them on the MIBR side.
Been talking about it. That's the danger of a team like this.
Hey!
Even when they're down rounds, they still believe that they can drag it back and bring it back.
Okay, Thrifty coming up. Pretty similar buy to how Fury had turned it previously. That time, it was Koala Noob with the Phantom. Here it's EU with a Vandal. Aspas pulls out the Outlaw again. I mean, he's keeping track of the economy too.
Yeah.
He's going for a lot of these Outlaw buys. Was doing it against NRG. Doing it now against Furia too, trying to punish him on rounds like this.
Go on walkabouts. Bit of a read here that there's not really a hard hold from Furia in mid. Especially the prior round where Aspas was able to walk all the way up.
I think he's allowed to go walkabouts too because everybody on his team has full armor. So even if he drops the Outlaw, it's not a mission failure.
Yeah.
As long as he grabs info about where the stack is and he's leading his team into B.
Concealment.
Just a one star. Popped off now. Martin. Just a sheriff to play with. The drone not dealt with. It's going to be clearing a large area of this site. Zekken's there. Rifle was exchanged for the Outlaw. Aspas with that gun in his hands. Timing. Hold on. Composure. Martin pulls it back from the brink. And just like that, turns it on its head. It's a 3v3. There's danger now in this round. The plan was denied. It's all now onto MIBR. They're the ones who have to find this! And instead it's Furia picking them apart at the seams. The round is unraveling before your eyes, and Abyss looking so damn likely to go their way. There it is. Flourish at the end, 13-8. Furia drag it 1-1.
Well, that map could have got difficult, but Furia find 2 thrifty rounds to be able to stop the comeback from MIBR and close out what was a truly dominant first half. A great map pick on Abyss. One of the 3 maps that Furia have looked very clean on so far.
Yeah.
But they have only one in kickoff on the 3 maps. And next one coming up is absolute unknown territory from both teams.
That's so exciting.
We don't have a clue what's happening here on Haven.
Haven coming up. Complete blank slate. We have no idea what these 2 teams are going to be throwing into it, but that's what you get with best of 5s. The map pool gets tested. The teams get pushed all the way to their brink. It's qualification for Santiago. Do not forget it. It is a lot to play for on the line for these teams. Not quite do or die just yet. That's the benefit of being in the upper bracket, but we will be sending one of these teams to Santiago towards the end of this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Shut it down. All in, no way out. No way out. No way out. Till the casket drops. Till the casket drops. Till the casket drops. Tell them we up, tell them we live. I got the drop top sitting outside. This for the dogs, this for the guys, this for the ones still by my side. This for the ones who counted me out. This for the nights I had nothing but doubt. Bet on myself, I double down. Told them I'm coming. Look at me now, look at me. All in, no way out. You scared? Tell me now. Walk in, shut it down. All in, no way out. No way out. No way out. Till the casket drops. 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 Till the casket drops.
Vem o Cone primeiro e o Zeke aproveita, o Ito se entrega. Ainda tá perigoso, o Mado olhou pra trás. Olha o Zeke!
He's going to be smoked out before he's dead. Valen has to lock it down. He's up against Nerve with only a Sheriff, and he's able to win it out.
I am here with Shaw ahead of the next map. I gotta ask you, what was kind of the mental reset to get back for map 2, and then why did it look so fluid throughout?
I think Bind is a bad map for us, and we drill a lot, some executions on ABs and the different maps we played today. And I think we have a good draft for today, and the team play very comfortable in this draft. Basically it's this.
All right, Shaw, thanks for the insight. Best of luck.
One thing is for certain, Furia were definitely feeling a bit more comfortable in that second map than the first. They pick up a massive win, tying the series up 1-1. You can see for Artson getting to Santiago, that is all that matters. And they are now just 2 games away from being able to do that. But it is a long, long journey for Furia. Let's go ahead and talk about what we just saw, though, in that game. Look at you 2 knuckleheads over there. What are you doing? What are you causing problems for me right now?
Nothing. I was trying to get her with the...
You were trying to get her.
I'm trying to get her with the...
Shenanigans. All right, focus up.
Yes.
All right, serious mode here. No, but seriously, we got to talk about Alum. I mean, the guy was absolutely insane. Very good player. Mimi, are the one person who's been straight and narrow on the desk the entire time.
Yeah.
Go ahead, give us the hardcore analysis on Alum.
No, Alum's really good. And I think that was such a strong goal statement to start with. No, I think what they did really well was changing up some of his pathing in this game. Generally, he always buys shorty on pistol rounds and full sends in. And I think they really expected MIBR to come.
It's like the most annoying
play. To this game with a read to counter that. As we saw MIBR playing back, playing a lot of retake. But Alum really slowed things down. He played some rounds where he was only diving later into these executes, going deeper for very different pathing. While also then, later in the game, after conditioning that, going back to those initial kind of off-barrier, like fast dash plays. And that kind of variance was really good in throwing MIBR off and still allowing him to bring a ton of value to that dominant first half.
Yeah, and one thing that I really like to see from him is the aggression after. We saw him aggress in the post plans, pushing up heaven on both sides and finding success there. Even if he dies, he doesn't go down without a fight. He always gets his 1-for-1 trade there. Even if they have a pick or not, even if they're up numbers or not, it just shows the confidence that he has, especially on that Waylay, which Coach Shaw was kind of highlighting him for, right? And I know we talk a lot about the Timotino Waylay. I think we should be talking more about Alum. We just haven't seen enough from him yet. That's the only reason why I feel like we haven't talked about him.
No, very good point there. But another thing, too, though, is that in the first map, you were seeing MIBR really just go for fights and win just because they could. The confidence was through the roof. But this time around, though, Athena, it was a different story. As Emily had noted, you were seeing Furia be a bit more aggressive, take a bit more space, be in their opponent's face. And I think like against an opponent like MIBR, you have to do that. Otherwise, they will just take advantage of the game.
Yeah, for sure. It felt like they were kind of getting shut down. A lot of space was being taken away from them, and really quickly at that. And it felt like for MIBR, when they were trying to be a little bit aggressive too, Furia had a really good understanding of their timings and when to kind of play back and let them play into them. And we also saw a lot of that aggression was super successful for Furia, even on Bind, even though they lost it out a little bit. The second they started playing passive, MIBR kind of stepped all over them. But yeah, this was crazy. Furia, they did such a good job at playing that push and pull scenario and being able to just set up on site.
Yeah, I think that the macro on defense for MIBR struggled a little bit as well. They're a team who doesn't play the Yoru here, so will often have pretty long rotations into retakes if their initial read is incorrect because they don't have that gate crash to get across the map almost instantly. And I think we saw a lot of rounds where they didn't have the right site stacked, and so their protocol was to play very passively and play set retakes. And that exact fighting you're talking about from Furia is so disruptive to that style of play. With them switching to double smokes, I would have loved to see them play more on-site anchoring looks because having so many tools to just kind of dance around it. You saw how good Koala was with it in the second half. I wanted more of that out of MIBR.
Yeah, I think just for Furia as well, they were so good, like you were saying, in those post plans because they were also taking space beyond just the site. They weren't scared to kind of fight into that spawn, especially because they knew how long it would take for them to rotate. So a lot of the time, we saw them catch the rotators off guard, just sitting in towards mid, trying to get one of those easy picks, kind of trying to catch them off guard, and it just worked out really well for Fury.
Yeah, and I feel like even in MIBR's retakes, while they were always kind of planning to do that, it felt like they weren't always on the same page. We see them throughout really good utility, but not follow up behind that. And people like Koala Noob, especially, kind of taking advantage of that, picking them apart. He performed so well this map at being that second aggressor behind Alum. You know, he even got so many first picks too. Like, he was just phenomenal, and that's the kind of performance I want to see out of him. No matter if he's on that duelist role or if he's on controller, whatever he's flexing to, we need that consistently throughout the rest of this best of 5.
One of the defining factors of the first map that MIBR won was how much they completely shut down Koala Noob's operator when he was playing on defense. He did really great job of using different util patterns and such to push him off and diminish his impact that has been so excellent all of this tournament. Here, though, he comes out, he's rifling way more, he's playing this controller role, and he's still so aggressive, so confident. I love watching him play as this kind of second entry on that controller and still putting up incredible numbers. It's showing the depth that this player has.
Yeah, he still has a synergy with Alim, and so it's just like really interesting seeing him just like be forward, go in, using his blind, using his TP and his ult to get back into those positions after pushing and after really aggressing really hard.
It's super impressive, and I think we're still in for plenty more in this series, but let's go ahead and hear what's going on over on the MIBR side of things. We have the coach standing by.
I'm here with Fraud ahead of the next map. 1-1 now as we come into the third. Looking at how the other team has gotten their stride, the best way to stop that is to find your own. Kind of what was the talk like behind the scenes, and what are you looking for out of this third map?
Yeah, we just got to get off to a really good start. I mean, we've, even though we won bind, we dug ourselves a little hole at the beginning as well. Abyss just take too long. So I think a big focus is just get off on the right foot, starting off the half, just to make sure, get us a pistol. We've only won one pistol so far, so we got to get that going, get the momentum on our side, and hopefully we keep it rather than having to fight back and all that.
Fraud, good luck. Thank you.
All right, so map 3 is going to be Haven here, and we have seen, you know, this map, it can be good for a Jet player. This map can be good for a player like Ospas potentially to come online. Mimi, what are we looking for out of Haven from both of these teams?
Yeah, to reiterate, neither team has played this map thus far in this tournament, so it'll be brand new compositions, and I think the fixture has to be Ospas. Is he playing the Jet? Is he playing the Waylay? Or, like, are they putting him on a comfort role, or are they trying to play the meta? That's really what's going to get answered here, going into a crucial map 3.
Well, good news, folks. Brennan's Sideshow will guide you through all of that as we get ready for map 3 right after this.
We've reached that middle portion here, the best of 5, and when you're in this sort of territory, it's that midway point, it really starts to, you know, I think, grind you down a little bit in terms of the fatigue. You got to get used to it, and we are going into essentially an open book for both of these teams. We don't know what they're going to be running, but now we do, because Haven finally revealed to us, and it's a miracle. Okay.
Yeah, both teams playing that comp that was popularized by Gen G, where you play the solo duelist Neon. The Neon ops a lot on defense. The Killjoy normally has to play pretty aggro in terms of their defense over towards C. We know how this composition works. The Viper is going to lurk a lot on the attack side, for example, too. The question is execution and whether or not you have any interesting theory to add a twist to what the other team might expect.
Yeah.
You know, these teams might have scrimmed against each other, but it's hard to say. Certainly not recently, not in the run-up when they knew that they were playing against each other, but early on in kickoff. But there is, of course, a decent chance that neither team really had a clue what to expect here on Haven. It's been Furia winning the pistol rounds, and that's where we begin with that kind of narrative that even Fraud was talking about. We've only won 1 out of 4 of those. We need to start off on a better foot, is what he said. Well, here they're bringing in 3 Sheriffs, MIBR, against a team that's winning 70% of their pistols across kickoff.
It's been working for Lev.
It certainly has. Not going to work for Verno.
Nope. Trying to hold that one down with a bandit, too.
Goodbye, good night. Okay. Bandit's such a nice buy for the Neon, actually, because you still have those 200 credits to buy the stun.
Yeah, quite an all-in investment into the Sheriff.
Instantly slowed things down as well, expecting MIBR to over-rotate to A.
Yeah.
You normally have 2, maybe even 3 players, depending on the A site. When the attackers are going to take A control like this away from you. Breaking the turret here would be important to pull that stack off of A. But I don't think Koalanu wants to commit to that.
No.
It would take too many shots with the Classic, too high of a chance of him going down, and then you've got no smokes for the exec.
They're actually quiet for now.
Yeah, they're going back over in this direction.
Yeah, I think they were hoping for a re-clear over towards A. They were holding a lot of players at Anti. Off that kill from Verno, but Anti's not even needed. There's no flashes in this comp. What am I talking about? Point still there towards Garage as Texu's tested. Gets his kill, gets the hell out, and on the back of the turret contact. I'm seeing him a lot of bodies and a lot of potential for it to go wrong. Furia though still punching back. Mazzino gone. Taken out as 17 seconds left.
You have to end B here.
Yeah.
And that's dangerous. The A rotate could have come in and filled this gap, but second went to spawn.
Hudson, he hears all of that sound pressure now, and they're going to start to see if they can flood in, because again, time pressure. Plan needs to go down with no problems, but it's all cleaned up. Stalwart, when it comes to that post-plan defense.
And another pistol on the board for Furia. They're just unstoppable in these rounds.
Yeah. And
it helps that they got the opening pick too. Allen with an enormous one, coming through with the Bandit, removing one of those Sheriff players instantly. And I wanted to just chat about these first duels a little bit, because when you look at both of these teams, of course they've been doing well in the tournament so far. They're both winning between 57 and 58% of their first fights, which is crazy high. But that has to give in this game. Like, one of these teams has to be losing out in the first duel department, but they've gone back and forth across map 1 and map 2. And it was actually Allen who was having a really rough beginning on Biden. He went 2 and 6 in those opening fights, but picked it back up for Abyss. So I think a lot of it comes down to how comfortable you feel on the map. Because clearly they had a lot of better theory there for map 2 compared to map 1.
Spotted it. Okay, that's it. Looking to dissuade them from breaking it. It's a lot of damage done. No clear indicator though that he had a stack of bodies over there.
They may well be going into the stack here, expecting MIBR perhaps to spread out. They don't have the spike either.
No.
Can't really go for that fast B plan.
Zekken close quarters. Classic right click could do some work.
This looks so dangerous.
It definitely does, especially these players need to be quick whipping Alamy straight in there. Got the rifle, yes, they were weak players on the eco buy, no armor to push them back, but that is good stuff from Allen.
No, that's phenomenal.
Carves out a path.
He just relieved the pressure instantly. Any of those 3 players over towards Garage could have won the round for MIBR.
It is done.
And instead, he's sprayed them down, gets the trade through. Adeline jumping in, playing selflessly like he did to play in Aspas when he played on MIBR, and here playing in Allen with the slide and the spray down. And Allen's been a great addition to the Furia squad.
Yeah, he has. We were talking about it earlier as a player without, too much tenure. He's had this explosive burst out onto the scene, essentially.
And I thought when he was playing in Tier 2, he might struggle a little bit because he was all in terms of the way that he played the duelist, but he's found a team that likes playing double duelist comps and also likes supporting him when he's playing the solo duelist to go and get those big entries and fearlessly take space.
Yeah, right time to get the most out of it.
But he knows when not to send it like there through an orb.
Dangerous, hold on, game of time. Tex has barely found it, and more where that came from. Lovely transfer. Gets one more, why not, for the troubles. He's buying time and space now for the rest of his team to completely collapse upon the C pressure.
That's an incredibly clean anti-bonus, and I don't know how Tex has managed that. He took a timing, and it was like his mouse was aimed in completely the wrong direction, and he still comes away with 3. Look at this. He kind of, his first bullet goes into the wall about a mile away from Koala, but his ability to reset and still get the spray down.
I might be Shrap.
Yeah, playing like that, maybe.
Shroud in disguise.
It was a bonus round where there was 5 rifles available for Furia as well. They would have wanted to do way more damage than that. And MIBR come out and do an A lobby crunch, trying to make it clear that Furia cannot lurk behind that Viper wall.
Somewhat close. Doesn't matter that was calmed out. Just chasing Alim.
I'm out of here.
Biting at the heels. He hears a drone. Alim was tempted, I think, to try and jump onto the chance to punish. Didn't know if Verno had a few more players ready to help him out here. Quality with the plant. Snake bite. Shock darts flying forwards, getting tanked across the board. There's a lot of damage done, but the plant still goes down without too many more problems.
It's the garage control right now that I'm paying attention to. It's Tex here again. He walked on water in the previous round, but now might have Alim going for that rewrap.
Trying not to overplay his hand. He's not looking in the direction of Garage, but it is being watched ever so slightly. Diffuser's tap, trying to pull out layers of the util. That's in. Shuts down the first part of it. With Tex out of the picture now, there's not too much more of a threat coming. And time ticking. MIBR looking like they're already scurrying away, forced to evacuate out of that fight.
Clinical round from Furia.
Yeah.
They're in instantly, recognize that there's an open B site.
Gun here.
Plant comes down. Easy peasy. No opportunity for MIBR to take that. And also, not really hard committing to the retake, too. Normally, when you're playing B retake in those spots, you want to be putting enormous pressure by pushing down mid. And MIBR were much more, you know, they were doing a little bit of poking and prodding, but when they didn't find the picks, they just fall back.
Yeah, this was a bit of a problem on Abyss. It's more of a problem on that map. How big it is. Furious Comp trying to play into the post plan with a util. It wasn't getting forced out of them early. Keep an eye on it. We'll see if it keeps continuing as a trend in Haven.
There's certainly going to be hard defending on A and C.
Yeah.
Almost every team is going to be doing that. You know, you play them for retakes sometimes. Alim looking to get a punish on Verno again, similar to the pistol, but Verno dodges away.
They just walk back up as well. They don't make any sound cues. They take the initial space. Now looking to jump onto the chance, but Aspas is waiting for that. Still traded though, EU. He was on top of it.
Yeah, he's very sharp with it. And remember that they have not been put off by the fact that MIBR did that A lobby crunch. And Furia happy to go and refight this area.
Drone might get hurt.
Toxin screen down.
Gets avoided.
Yeah, Fury were playing tucked. Tight to the corners. Dart broken though, that will signal that there are still players. Or at least maybe one over towards A.
But Ardazine is still calling for an A finish here.
Yeah.
And this is now pressure back into Zekken. He was actually really rough in terms of how he was defending on Abyss.
Oh, drone doesn't clear Zekken. He's got his high ground perch. Let's see what he can do from this spot. There's 40 seconds remaining. Dart. Orb sailing overhead. It signals it all. This is going to be landing over towards it. That time reveals onto Zekken, and now the Hunter's Fury. Hold on, he has to TP to get out of there. TP's on TP. Squalanoob has found himself into the one-way, but this could still come down to that raw individualism. The wall is up in their faces. That is putting a pause into the step of Furia.
Qualanoob's smoke's going to run out.
It's running out now, and here it is. Kills are starting to collect up into the feed, but Mazzino ready for it all onto that high ground over towards Heaven. It's traded by Qualanoobh, but he's just one man. And the spike way out into the middle of nowhere. Barely any time left. He's going to have to commit to this one, but he knows has to try and play to his outs, and MIBR know exactly what they have to do. Zekken pressures, pushes the plant. Tex can play safe.
That is a really unconventional round from both sides. You know, Zekken's playing it on top of the box. He doesn't throw a sight smoke like you would usually see for these defenders. Instead, he just smokes off, I think it was A long that he smoked. And Qualanoobh getting himself on top of the default there is also very odd. It was a slow approach from both sides. Qualanoobh not getting what he needed to be able to commit. But we're still into a rifle round, and Aspas picks up the AWP for the first time.
I'm out of here.
If he goes for an early peek, might get more than he's ready for.
There's a lot of players waiting. Slightest of angles. Sidestep that stun as well. That's Alim quick trying to and attempted to punish. Wall up. There's a dart to supplement. Zekken is getting drilled right now. This guy can't stand up to all that pressure, but a shorty, my God! Stands his ground and pushes back against it.
They've still lost a bit of garage control. MIBR might be looking to retake or re-clear that area as Furia move into a potential B plant. The B post plants have been good so far.
Definitely halves still. This is Zekken again. Inserts himself into the conversation. Quick to take up the space as soon as the turret was broken. Nerve gone walkabouts, but caught by the alarm bot. There's a level of awareness, of course, here for MIBR, and the aim is just aiming true, essentially. Forcing the save out of Furia. No longer a round you can play into. It will be 3-3.
Fury had a clear idea of trying to increase the tempo here in the opposite direction to try to catch off an Oppa. They've been going mostly for A lobby control on their attack sides. And now that they look at the economy, they see that Aspas can buy an op, they do something very fast-paced through Garage instead. So you're either going away from the op if Aspas brought it to A, or you're going into the op with a lot of stuns and recons and stuff that Aspas is going to find it hard to deal with. But Zeken's control over towards Garage window gets them the opener pick. And suddenly that threat of a fast round is neutralized. When you're playing solo duelists like that,
yeah.
If Alem goes down,
10 seconds left.
A lot of the tempo disappears as well.
I got to say, for Zeken as well, for a player, you know, he was looking quite uncomfortable when he was trying to play Omen on Abyss.
He did, yeah.
He was getting caught a lot with the util into his hands, and this game he's made some serious adjustments. He's playing fast. He's trying to take timings in the little in-between moments where Fury aren't expecting it.
Well, that's one of the changes that we probably should have talked about a little bit more on Abyss, because he used to play Astra there too, as far as I can remember. So, you know, in theory, you're getting him on a more active role. He did struggle to find his moments to get active.
I have a lot of gold coins.
Keep as many coins as you can.
Yeah.
That's the other game. Yeah, they're playing something different, I think.
Yeah. They're out here multitasking.
Yeah, apparently. Faker alt-tabbing. League on one screen. OC on the other. Valorant on another one. Aspas does reveal that op, but breaking the drone. The turret was broken a little bit earlier as well, putting a lot of pressure onto Fury. They still want to look towards that mid-default to try and clear potential util.
I think when you hear the turret over towards B, well, I mean, now he's got the... I think that should have shown up on minimap that Aspas is here holding this line with the op.
Yeah. It's a good peek, actually. Get some information, because they were wondering where Aspas would reposition to. Zeno, re-clear. Stun is good. Kuala Noob down.
Oh, that's a spike as well.
And out. Spike drop down into pocket. Nerve holding his nerve. And with that Bucky, hold on, you gave it a perfect play. The smoke to weave his way into, out towards the back of the site. That pressure applied, and Aspas forced to give up a lot of that space.
They've got lockdown here to play for the retake. So MIBR not too worried about giving up all of this space, but it's going to be a straight-up 4v4.
Yeah.
The Nerve got the upgrade, didn't he?
He definitely did. Alem looking to try and take a timing past this one. He will be going down with a ship. It was watched for there. MIBR not willing to overextend the tail end of the lockdown. That's a lot of info. I believe potentially 3 players spotted. Aspas now knows it. Smokes propped up. Nano Swarm at least broken. A lot of damage done. EU being softened up here. Just barely an elbow. Stick it out. That's all Aspas really needs. And Tex, he can follow through the most. Let's stick onto it. This is Zeken with full confidence in the rest of his team to handle the scenario.
MIBR put together a retake in that situation that really relied on the lockdown being in play. And Aspas is holding those passive angles for the other players with the rifles to step up. But MIBR willing to go and throw in a play like that too. The re-clear down towards long was a potential way they could have closed the round out very early. I think so far Fury have shown that they do have ideas of being able to get around the Aspas op, but it's still causing them a couple of troubles. This is now 3 rounds in a row that Fury have not been able to get into easy post-plant scenarios. Just a small desk issue here.
Yeah, so it should be fixed. Josh, get down there.
Well, it gives me time to nerd out a little bit more. I mean, if we weren't boring people enough with the tech polls, I'll now bore people with some stats.
With the numbers, with some stats that you pulled?
Some stats that I pulled. Because I was thinking about both of these teams in terms of how they were finding these opening picks, right? And I think Haven is one of those maps where opening pick matters so much.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, all right, well, if both of these teams, one of them has to take the L when it comes to winning all of these first duels. And if it's Furia, are they going to fall off a cliff? Are they going to collapse? And I was looking at their 4v5 win rates when they lose, 44%
win rate. That's absurd.
44, they're barely under 50% when they're down a player so far in kickoff. I mean, that is outrageous numbers. If you just looked at the stats of the run from both of these teams to this point, you'd think Furia was the super team by the way that they were playing. But again, you could make the argument, well, they didn't run into NRG in one of their matches. You know, they played against G2 before. G2 had really found this new style that's working so well for them down in the middle bracket.
Yeah.
But at the same time, You cannot underestimate this squad.
You really can't, and there's a lot to play for MIBR themselves as well. They might be looking composed in the moment, but earlier we did speak to Mazzino about what it would mean for him, the sole Chilean representative left in Americas, to make it to Masters Santiago.
I am from Santiago. I live in Santiago, and my family live in Santiago too. So I will have, I don't know, all my family like going to a stage and watching me play, like just thinking about that. Sometimes I get like, I don't know how, like a tear in my eye sometimes. So yeah, it would mean like a lot. Yeah.
Thinking about the players that have set up Aspas the best, Mazzino's got to be up there in terms of the synergy between the two of them is so strong. Led them obviously to a podium finish with Tex alongside them for Leviathan in 2024. I thought that team might have even been the favourites to win champs as the tournament was going on.
It felt like it, yeah.
But they ended up not quite being able to make it there. But nevertheless, Aspas's legacy is of getting every single team deep at champs.
He himself looking to round out the cabinet with more trophies, I think.
Definitely.
Secure up that legacy.
This year is definitely a trophy-winning year for Aspas. I think it would be an underachievement if they didn't come away with at least one.
Well, poking, prodding, and fast going is the round. That's a deep TP up and towards heaven. That's going to be spotted. Cancelled or broken. Either way, up towards that A space. Aspas had a really hard shot to hit, and he tried to get awkward with it. Do respect it, dashing straight back into Allen with the shorty in hand. Potential trying to go his way.
Going for the Dambi movement.
Yeah. Now the difficulties will mount. Hold on, as I say that. Doing a good job with his util. Long-range artillery. Denies the plant for a moment in this game of timings. Koalanu was on top of it. Aim well trained onto the angle. Burno looking to see if he can isolate some of these fights, but Allen has got this one entirely locked down. Pit to try and peel your way out of this one. Again, just shut down in a blink of an eye.
I feel crazy for saying this, but I think the op in Aspas's hands has actually been a detriment today. I feel like whenever I'm seeing Aspas pick up an op, they're either getting themselves into retake scenarios where they can't properly go for it, or, you know, a round like this.
I mean, a shot whistles past the ear, doesn't it?
But also, what are you supposed to do in that situation? How are you hitting that?
How do you deal with it?
I mean, you're going to hit it some percentage of the time, but it's not going to be consistent. And because they've got Aspas on that line on A, they don't have a stack behind him to be able to properly handle what Fury have got going for them.
The operator's in play again and again. The same game plan by Fury. They are just sending it flying forwards over towards B. See if they can pull out bits and pieces of the util. DTP up towards into that one way. This time hard committing into the plan. Zekken! Fully aware. He knows the positions these players will like to play. Instinctual, really. One hell of a read. Allen now matters into his own hands. Yeah, just flicks towards it with Tex dismissed. Zekken, Team TP, and he is behind enemy lines. We're looking to regroup with Mazzino. This guy won't hit. Reveals the spot that they're potentially in. Overdrive now going to be active into his hands, and Mazzino, from that one, all attention being pulled and peeled away. They're able to just make sure that they can clean and mop up the rest of the round.
Very controlled play against the pit there. Yeah, they had a big player advantage, but the way that they just control every space on the outside of the pit, and then as they go into it, the stun and the clear into Cubby, really nice. That smoke is a good one that Koalanoob's playing inside of, but Zekken is all over it. He knows exactly where the attacking omen is going to be in that spot. So if you ignore the fact that Fury managed to pick up the pistol in the follow-up, this has pretty much been heavy one-sided to MIBR on defense.
100% leaning their way, and again, Fury are looking towards mid. So the coverage looks like there's an operator on the one side. He can only get the 1-for-1 yet. Too many players to account for.
Dude, I'm surprised he got the one. What was that flick?
Nasty.
He had to rotate from looking headshot box to window.
Yeah. Many players, I think, push into that spot. Not going to be even to get the one.
So a bit of a B feint here into a garage take. I think they might have been looking for the lockdown to finish C, but got denied that space. And now Ardazine's got to reset. 4v4, you've both lost your neons. Even though Aspas had the op, I think that is probably better for the defenders.
Alan can't just leap in and take space.
Yeah, you are right. Verno's got a very hard task ahead of him, though. His position, he's essentially the sole anchor now being rejoined up by Zekken, so that's going to ease some of the pressure, but with the Viper Wall, you don't know if they've looked up a long or a short. Just ahead, spotted out there. Paranoia now is going to be sent flying forwards with that snakebite on top of it. Zekken, that's a 140. Unfortunate not to get it, but a cleanup is there. In time, lockdown now, in play. It's going to be pushing the MIBR players way out of the picture. A couple of stray bullets, you might just be able to get lucky, not quite skipping around, and that's entertainment. Verno,
that's
not happy about that, yeah.
No, you can see it in his face there. Wanted to try to get back into this probably quickly with this over ult.
Yeah, try and set his team up to see if they can get themselves in before Fury are really set up for success. Snakebite, it's going to ricochet back, clear a portion of default. The post-plant positions are clean. Turret catches the one. You're just jiggling. It comes down to the way that these fights end up shaking out. Verno dropped. Tech's looking around, wondering where the next fight was to be taken. Adazine, though, closing it out. Mazzino might be able to get a one. Oh, just hopping away from him. Instant answer back, though, from Furia.
Yeah, and a smart way of playing the round, too. They got themselves contacted up behind the Viper ultimate. And they're reading into the state of the ults, right? They know that Verno has a Hunter's Fury to deny the lockdown. So that's why they're taking an early timing off the lockdown to get into the site. Because they're thinking, well, Verno has to drop off in order to Soverall this. Verno actually stays and fights. But then, you know, the lockdown is still going to give you the site no matter what if the Soverall isn't used. So Adazine is still calling really nicely around this ult situation. Verno, the silver line into that is that he gets to keep the ultimate.
Sure.
And that could be used to deny the plant in the future. They've still got 2 rounds to play for here. But Fury are scrapping.
Yeah,
scrapping.
Definitely on board with fighting altogether.
They've gone for an A lobby crunch one time. I think it might have been a nice idea to throw another one in at some point in this half. Fury are definitely taking A pretty freely, and Verno's not even using the drone to re-clear. You know, he's just accepting they're gonna finish A sometimes into us.
At least has some support. Second by his side again. It's very similar setup that we've seen before. Walking up though.
Take flight.
Verno jiggling. Here's a drone. He knows they're way up close here. The shock dart rebound to deny the drone a bit of that space. Zekken has got to be the one to help him out. The dart not cleared. Zekken's going to be tagged up here, and he is in the danger. Very dangerous position indeed. Verno trying to insert himself again, anchoring towards the back of the side. The slightest of gaps to play, at least with Mazzino. Finds it. Perfect line there, but a 3v3 and still retaking with the operator, but eventually changing hands. Aspas now with that rifle. But look at how difficult it is just to try and play the retake.
And they're basically being forced to play retake in all of these rounds. They never have enough players on the A side because they don't have info early enough.
No. Wall up, it's going to be going on soon enough. Bits and pieces of spray and spam. A couple of bullets, though, with Mazzino as weak as they were. There's still chances, potentially, but not accounting for the corner that Nerve has just inserted himself in.
There's a giant gap in MIBR's defense over towards A. And Artsine has figured it out. They are heading towards Verno's direction consistently and finding themselves a fairly easy A site with only 2 defenders.
Yeah.
No sight smoke used from Zekken, no Viper Orb here either. Just a Viper Wall that you have to try to defend, and, you know, a single recon breaks it open.
Yeah.
Let's choke them.
Verno's also being forced to play on-site when he has a Sover ultimate that would be useful for him to be able to support other people. Here's more of that lobby crunch.
Okay.
And Zekken's a bit lucky to get the trade, maybe. That almost looked like a collab.
Poison orb emitting.
Bullet sent flying forwards. Mazzino just trying to really make them pay, I think. Takes a lot of damage in the process.
The adaptation from MIBR is better, though. Getting Zekken tucked up on this close lobby position at least gives you good info that you don't need to be hard playing A.
Yeah.
Once Verno drones this, he can start rotating off until Zekken hears something.
Toxin screen down. I have the spike.
Just seeing Nerve. Spike's handed over. Deep dart, Alam eager to take a lot of this space now over towards the B site. It's a wall to give them a bit more safety, but no accounting for Mazzino. Again, he finds that timing. Trying to play a bit faster.
Yeah, with Koala Noob dead, there's no smoke.
Overdrive's popped, but Adam's keeping a gun out, and he's keeping it cool, calm, collected again. That does Fury. Tap to try and pull this one out. This is Fury looking quite controlled, but a shot in the dark eventually finds the mark. Okay, Verno with that one. Hunter's Fury goes both ways, though, and that's damage done. It could be dangerous. Tex doesn't have the rifle, but the damage, surely there it is. Enough for the cleanup. 6-6, MIBR. Draw it level.
Both teams making those adjustments. Both teams being able to respond with those first kills. And both teams playing decently on a map that we haven't seen from either of them. Mirrored compositions and exactly dead even at the half. But if anything, MIBR have actually been the team to wake up more in the second halves of these maps.
Yeah.
So far, we've seen Furia in control at the halftime. This, a little more wobbly.
Potential tipping point here in the series. We are right in the middle point. You don't want to go anywhere. You don't want to miss the rest of this. If you're wondering what these teams are playing for, it's not the tiny little robot car. It is tickets and Masters Santiago, really, for themselves. They're looking to play on that biggest stage, the first one of the year, but they are available right now for you to buy. So make sure you scan that QR code and get a front row seat for the first ever global event of the year. It's bound to be amazing. I mean, listen, the restructuring of the Masters events, including 12 teams for our first one.
Yeah.
Big fan of that.
That is huge, isn't it? I mean, also an event in Latin America,
yes,
going down to Chile.
Absolutely. Look at that backdrop.
Mazzino's loving it. It's a great venue for a fantastic start to 2026, and so many new names already.
Yeah.
From across different regions. The other regions have started to qualify people a little quicker than we have, but one of these squads is going to join them, and we've seen so many new names. If Furia did win this match, that would be a whole new crop of new names going up to play at the global events as well.
That's what the sport's all about. Making the unexpected happen here. Pistol round have been playing close attention to. Furia, it's where a lot of their strengths have lied, and this is a crossfire setup into B. Drone has to be broken here. I think they heard that Alan fired a couple of shots, maybe.
Yeah, I think they know that there was at least two. It's really common on the pistol to have a B stack going on. So that, I think, was never really MIBR's full commitment. They're looking to disrupt the B stack a little bit, spread out the defenders, and then go back into A. EU does not get punished.
He's desperate to get that mid-run information. When the wall is up, it's so damn difficult, but bodies are here, reinforcements arriving.
A much more standard defensive setup for Haven.
Yeah, it's the anchor smoke, the orb. He's propped up now with that paranoia goes forwards, but there's no one jumping. Chance to really capitalize off of it. Waiting for the timing, hoping that the smokes will dissipate, and now looking to see if they can go, but it's replaced by the Omen smoke, and again inserted. Furia have a stack of bodies here. This could go any which way direction, but it comes down to the fights and how the fight gets taken. Mazzino leaping, jumping into the fray. The rest of his team happy to augment it.
Looks like a clean sweep on the pistol for MIBR. Unseen does take down Mazzino just to shut me up, but his chances of winning a 1v5 here are extremely minimal. MIBR look like they've what they were looking for, which is another one of these second half pistol wins.
Yeah.
And they have been generally heating up over the course of these maps, not getting out to super hot starts. Guess you could say the same again, considering they went down 1-3 here on Haven, but they were the team that managed to get back into control.
They had so many people inside of the smoke there, and then they all just kind of abandoned Koala Noob. He was the only one left. Mizino jumps in with the classic right click, picks him off.
Yeah.
This map could end up being critical. Our next two, Breeze and Split, are favored maps for both teams, especially Breeze. It's at the top of both teams' map pools.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing to watch.
It's going to be nuts.
Yeah.
And probably that double duelist mirror that we're expecting compared to here, the solo duelist mirror, with both teams playing the Neon Killjoy.
Furia sniffed out the right read. This is going over towards A, but are the players ready for it? That's the question. Oh, shredded to pieces. Alan will do what he can. Almost as clean as you can get, really, though.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Furia need to hope they've got a good anti-bonus in the back, because MIBR, with how clean this is, are going to have 5 rifles that they can bring into this one.
And it's a buy round at that point.
Yeah, which is the same situation that Furia actually had in the first half, but MIBR wiped the floor with them in that round. Didn't even do any economical damage, Furia. So this is what we're looking at moving forwards. Not so much the ult snowball, but more the economy. Can Furia make sure that they're still on decent footing heading towards the rest of their defense half? This is one of the maps where you're looking at the composition and you're thinking, well, probably Furia are actually not going to be running as much operator. Because Koala Noob's on the Omen, Alim does op a bit.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, he's definitely had scopes in his back pocket, but not to the same degree that Koala Noob has. Not to the same degree as Aspas. Or
it doesn't stop Koala Noob on other maps, though, I will say. He's often, you know, he will like to pull out the Outlaw if he finds a spot for it.
The Outlaw, sure. I can't really imagine him. I mean, could he bring out an op and be playing like top B site or C plat?
Sure.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But I get where you're going with it. Yeah, it's not a good role for opping.
As much as Aspas was forcing it, right? Like Aspas was playing it as often as he possibly could on the defense side. I just don't think Alim's going to be doing it to the same degree. Then again, we have no idea what to expect, really. No footage exists of these teams playing Haven in this year.
Unknown. Real tipping point in the series. They kind of teed it up, but it is true because the next 2 maps could be anyone's game. The winner of Haven, we could look back at it, a bit of hindsight, and realize, well, this is what decided it, essentially. What sent the team to Santiago in that #1 seed spot.
Especially considering how one-sided our first 2 maps have been.
Yeah.
MIBR very firmly in control of Bind. Furia, from the very beginning, dominating Abyss. This map's been open. Certainly open. MIBR taking that early A space, waiting for the reclear. EU's already used his drone. So at some point here, as C is getting pressured, the A player's got to be starting to get antsy. There's a recon used, broken. And that does mean they're going to keep 3 players over on the A side of the map instead of rotating. So once more, Furia with a good defensive setup, but it didn't help him on the pistol round.
So to start this one then, it's going to be a smoke layered down here. The drone is going to be signaling. Push an attempt towards it. MIBR have been nothing but patient though. There's 20 seconds left.
And they're rotating?
Yep. Okay, you have no space anywhere else on the map. What direction are you going to be looking to go into? There is going to be time when you have to go to B. Have to. TP directly into the middle, trying to avoid the nano swarms, but any amount of util could really just push you back and spell defeat. They get the plant down. MIBR into it now, but the fights are happening thick and fast. It's Furia keen to just layer this one on. Trying to play in the midst of all of this one, but in the chaos, Mazzino. That's a dagger to the back. 2 players not expecting it. Second close quarters, but it's brought to that 1v1. Artsin. Can he do it against Mazzino? Turret, Artsin! Oh, God! Just gives it to him.
He won a crucial 1v1 earlier against Aspas, and here he does it against Mazzino. My God. Furia are nuts. I mean, that round MIBR put themselves in a weird spot, for sure, but it was definitely winnable as soon as Mazzino comes back around on that backstab, and a Red Bull clutch in the 1v1 for Artsy.
Fury have been pretty consistent in the 1v1s.
They've been insane in the 1v1s. Across Kickoff, they've been winning 70% of their 1v1s.
Yeah.
How is that a stat?
It's feeling preordained, I think.
No, it's absolutely ludicrous.
It's ridiculous.
You would not look at this team on paper and be like, yeah, they're going to have better stats than the super team in 1v1s.
Aspas and Mazzino shut down from that A lobby pressure. A peek to see if they can get something going.
And punished very early there.
Yeah.
Instantly into a 3v5. These are spots you do not like to be in, but Zeken's given them a win condition over on C. He's been bold, TP'd into a smoke. And Fury are playing this full for retake.
Found a lot of space.
Spike planted.
Tex is going to be that lurk, essentially. He needs to really stay alive. Traded with the judge. And he was low. Makes it a little bit less egregious.
You know that Verno and Zeken have to make a play here. They're in a 2v4. They must be doing something aggressive. The question is where and can you stop it?
Verno has his ult. In a more passive position here. It's all really onto Zeken to see if he can just bleed out a couple of the bodies. 2 going down. Potentially enough. And a 1v2 for Verno, but now looking to creep his way back in, and he's found it. There's the 1 kill. He's got the ult to play with. On top of that, the drone. EU has to know the outs on top of it to stick onto half. He's hurt himself. No way sticking this all the way. He's not. He lets it go, and Verno just toying with him. Toying with him. And has he got enough time? Oh, so down close. Verno makes the most. That's a Red Bull clutch that you can just add to the tally.
That's an insane one, though. That is in such a difficult position. MIBR were in a 3v5 within, what, 5 seconds? 10 seconds of the round?
Immediately.
And they're able to pull it back because Furia gave them too much space. There's a fine line between being disciplined in these spots where you're up in a player advantage and giving your opponents room to work with. You know they have to cook in that situation because they're in a 2v4, but you've given them the whole of Garage, the whole of C, and they ISO'd the fights beautifully. There's Zeken finding that value you expect from him.
Immense amount of credit to Zeken and Verno.
The Thrifties today, not even just in this series, but in the one before, have been defining.
Yeah.
The Thrifties were what allowed Furia to be able to get things over the line on Abyss. Are we going to see another one here? It doesn't seem likely, but there's always that threat. Bandit, Bucky.
Overdrive for Allen if he gets into a winnable scenario. Verno's tracking the economy, though. Now against the wall. Both sides set a dart. It's going to have to be respected. Nerve wants to absorb up that space once more, and Tex could be, yes, paying a price because of it. So, with him dropped, he was alone. He's handed over a gun. Full C control, and a gamble stacked by Fury. They're scurrying away, but I think Soundcue's potentially heard. Nerve might be pulling them all the way back.
If Nerve manages to get around the flank here with the Phantom,
chance.
Game could still be on.
They want to go fast here. It's an overdrive, and they found it. Target acquired. Aspas is going to be dropped there. The wall's propped up. Stun ricocheting back. Nerve spraying and praying. His damage done. MIBR going to try and hold on and weather the storm. Can they batter down the hatches? It's left up to Zeken. Peels his way back, reposition, but it's a 1v3. And the weapon's handed over, making a 1v2. 10 bullets left. Got to try and find it now individually at that Fury. Yeah, they just line themselves up. Take the fight together. Thrifties defining today.
I mean, that one's nuts. Sure, it's great space creation from Allen too, and Nerve boxing them in. Again, it's about the space that you give to them. Here, they're right on top of MIBR. As soon as the plant goes down, they're looking to pressure them, never allowing them to drop back into safe positions. Yes! And not giving them garage control this time too. And now MIBR's knocked down. Their economy on the floor. Just when you thought they'd recovered it in a 3v5, Furia slap another one back in their face, but they're still down around.
9-8.
And it's a timeout.
Timeout.
Timeout call for MIBR. After losing the anti-eco. Unacceptable.
A lot you could call for here, though, if you are MIBR. You don't have much money, but you got a lot of ults to play with. Yeah, Aspas' overdrive. Yeah, you can make a play. Cook something up potentially for the half buy. Save it for the next. World's your oyster. Fury have got a lot to account for in a spot like this.
The Neon Ultimate, you're basically getting value out of it when the economy is skew with one way or another. It's good on eco rounds, but it's also great on anti-eco rounds too. It's so hard to hit people when you have a Sheriff or something up against a Neon ult. But yeah, I don't mind them crafting some kind of round around
Aspas' ultimate here. Maybe even throw Zekens into the mix, see if you can get a bit of space for Aspas to work with. But it might just be a more fundamental strategic shift.
Yeah.
They've been able to get onto C fairly easily. The question is just how the Furia defense is playing around that, whether they're looking to fast flood defend or whether they're looking to get in aggro. What's happening over here?
Goodbye. All
right, well, I suspect they're not going to be playing 4v5. So I think we might be going into a small player tech pause.
Yep. Tech pause, yeah, there it is. Okay, so more time to talk about it. But this game has been, maybe not the maps necessarily, but this map has been on a knife's edge. Back and forth, pendulum swinging. And I think, really, we're highlighting the importance, but it is vitally important because this will tip the scales, I think, long term.
Yeah, it could well be. MIBR having a little chat here in the tech pause. Not that I'm dobbing them in or anything, but...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, naughty, naughty. Or Tech's could have been talking to himself.
He could have been. He could have just been chatting to himself, couldn't he?
Yeah.
And Frog might have been doing the same. I think your point as to how close this map has been so far and how winnable it's been, it's actually a great sign for Furia overall, though, isn't it? Because we're talking about this as being a big test for them. They're going up against a super team. They're underdogs. People are voting against them. I think it was like 80% of the audience thought MIBR was gonna win today, and a lot of the analysts as well. But if they can hold their own on maps that they know they're good at on Abyss, and maps that are more unknown, like Haven, then they've got a great chance of winning this series. And even if they lose, a great chance of still making it to Santiago.
Okay, well, Alim is, okay, he's just tag teamed, I guess. He's answered in, Alim out. So listen, mate, let's hear from EU. I want to know what it was like from EU and his thoughts on what it would mean to make Masters Santiago. Let's hear from him.
I'm going to go next.
For me specifically, making it to Masters would be like a dream come true. I remember in the off season, I've been like honestly going through like a lot in terms of like my personal life, my individual life, and then also like at the same time being removed from 100 Thieves at the time. And you know, I remember I think Koala Noob hit me up in like the off season and was like super excited at the possibility of us playing together on Furia. I played with him on M80. Love the boy. So yeah, like qualifying to Masters with this team would be like a dream come true. Super happy. I think everybody on my team deserves it. They all work super hard and they all really, really want to win. So yeah.
And Furia have such an amazing story as players, individuals that have been formed on this roster, because like he was saying, you know, he's bouncing up and down between, you know, tier 1, tier 2, let it go from 100 Thieves, but you've formed, I think, this core of players that are either, you know, thinking perhaps this is my last year in partnerships, where this is my last chance to really show what I've got in the form of Artsin, but you have other players that are inexperienced, other players that have been on the stage before, trying to reach the same heights, and that perfect mixture, that perfect storm coming alive, made manifest here. And evidence, really, from the fact that they are going a distance. Josh, what's going on here? Are we being...
Well, I feel like we're being trolled.
Is this a bit?
I mean, Aspas seems to think it's a bit as well. No, it is really interesting looking at the way that Furia... I think one of the big things to look at when you're thinking about Furia too, though, is that they don't actually carry any of the legacy of the org where they've been trodden into the dirt in previous years as well. Yeah. Apart from the coach, all of these players have not known the winless stages, for example. Obviously, you could say the same about MIBR, but they started to rebuild in 2025 rather than 2026. But it is incredible when you look at both of these orgs, right? These are two orgs that are now in the winners final to be the best team in America's Kickoff. Both of these orgs across the history of VCT Americas have had twice as many winless stages as they have made playoffs.
That's insanity. Yeah, I mean, it has completely flipped the expectations, the script, really.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people were definitely doubting, myself included. Listen, I'm going to dob myself in here when I talk about, you know, expectations for Fury as a team, because you have those biases from prior years, and it didn't really look like, okay, well, yes, they've put together a roster, you know, from tier 2 prospects, but in terms of proven quantities, it's here, it's there, you know, it's nothing concrete to really look at. But here, they've just ran with it, man. Yeah. The underdog mentality, that dark horse feeling where they know that they're going against these teams and the pressure is on their opponents to perform. Because no one's expecting anything from them.
Yeah.
And they've just ran with that. They found their footing. The meta ripe for the taking in terms of how much they've been leaning into the operators, the Outlaws, the scoped weaponry. They were saying that. I think that's a symptom, I think, as well of utility just being nerfed across the board. Turn around, looking at it. Empty seats. Stretch your legs, why not?
Yeah, let's have a little break in the middle of a best of 5. I mean, it's a good time, you know.
Listen, here at VCT Americas, we aren't afraid to ask the tough questions, and we do just that in this installation of profiles.
Is a hot dog a sandwich? Okay. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say hot dog has its own category. Just because it's not in between. It is in between. It's like inside a cut of bread. But I won't say it's in between 2 pieces of bread.
100%, without a doubt. A hot dog is a sandwich. There's bread and there's meat. That's all you need.
I don't think I've ever been asked this question, so I'm caught off guard here. Hot dog a sandwich? Wait. Yes. Like, it's like 2 pieces of bread.
Is a hot dog a sandwich? Like, the American in me says no, like not at all, but I would say that, you know, it's a sandwich.
You know, okay, no, I can't. Like, just for the culture, I'm gonna say no, but like technically, like some nerd's gonna be like, dude, there's 2 pieces of bread in between the meat. Like, sure, bro. But like, it's not.
Because a hot dog, you don't cut straight through it. You only cut to the end. That's why I don't think it's a sandwich. But if you cut through it all the way, I think it's a sandwich. That's what's happening in my head. In my debate with the argument. But other than that, that's all I got. Not gonna lie.
Conclusive there from the finest minds in Valorant. The young generation know exactly what's up. Next time we're going to put them up against some geopolitical questions.
Yeah, great. Yeah, that'll be good.
They're gonna solve all of the issues in the world.
Someone shut this guy up.
Here we go. We're back into things. MIBR up 9-8, but they themselves on an eco round. We just saw Furia win a Thrifty.
Yeah.
So always a chance that MIBR could be back into things, especially with Aspas.
Go.
Having that ult in his back pocket. It was Alims that turned things in round 17.
Certainly get flying forwards here. Wall up here, Zekum just gets the plant down. He will pay for it though with his life, and not just that, there was casualties across the board. Verno down and out. Snake bite from the top. At this point though, player advantage, you need miracles. That's an overdrive popped off and a stun on top of it. Aggro fight potentially, but this is a crossfire that's being held at the door. Chokehold here, and Aspas is struggling to get anything really done. Time ran out. Same with the overdrive. Furia just waited out, bide their time, and strike when it matters most.
Perfect play around the Neon ult, isn't it? It was to the second as soon as Aspas ran out, faced by everyone on Furia. Very well handled, not a single player lost, and still with a bucket of ultimates to be able to throw into this next hyper important round. Because Furia won a Thrifty, and then MIBR didn't, Furia is sat on a huge bank of credits here. They've got massive amounts of money to be able to work with, compared to MIBR. The pressure is all on the super team to perform in this next round. Otherwise, Furia could well run away with it.
9-9. Alan with that operator. Exactly right, the pressure is on them. That's a Hunter's Fury held for A lobby pressure. It's going to let it rip anyway.
Oh, that's late.
Yeah, it's potentially anticipating that they would reclaim some of that space. The drone was perhaps heard, and I think Verno hoping, I should say EU, hoping that he could cancel that one out. Nerv is straight in there, though. Willing to take these fights.
Yeah,
was propped up.
Very bold challenge onto Aspas, isn't it? Looking to take the fight straight into the guys, shut him out of the round early.
Striking when the nanoswarms are up as well. This is very fast, though. Mid-rounding by MIBR. They're looking to see if they can clean up, and they have done that. A lot of the Killjoy util.
Yeah, they've popped all of the KJ util over towards B, so they could go for a pit here from Mazzino and look to end B. Would Nerv hard fight inside of it? Does look like he's positioned to.
Perhaps considering. Do have other options as well. If Artson stays alive, they have a lockdown to clear it out.
Toxins going up.
Patience for now. 35 seconds left though, Nerv. Just lay it down on that pit. That's going to be connecting all the way around, but he gets dropped anyway. So the pit goes down with him. Lockdown's also being used. MIBR being handed the golden ticket, essentially. Ultimate's pulled out, though. And they're not out of the danger zone just yet. 3v3. Not to account for. Verno's letting loose again. His Hunter's Fury. He's going to see if he can start to push these players back out and away, and it just makes it uncomfortable enough for Zekken to really light them up.
It's a critical round win for MIBR. They needed that one to save their economy. And you could tell their game plan to finish B right from the beginning with that little pump fake of Aspas going in. Yeah, he hard commits to it and does get punished, but it drains all of the defensive utility that they had. This is slightly unfortunate that Nerve dies inside of that pit, but I think they were getting the plant down anyway in that spot. And then with the Hunter's Fury to play around and people in mid spamming, it was always going to be a hard retake. Going into attack timeout here from Furia, trying to figure out what they want to do. Their economy is still decent. They're still going to have a buy for the next round. But we are getting to crunch time here.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, they've kind of just emptied the war chest. Otherwise, you would want to use that for rounds like this, but not only did they use a lot of ults, they lost a round as well, so not ideal. At least they do have a bit of money in the back pocket. Like you mentioned, I mean, winning the Thrifties definitely helps build out the bank, gives you a bit of buffer, breathing room.
You're also seeing here Zekken start to get a lot more impact. In that post-plant, he's tucked into the back cubby over towards mid, and it just deletes the player swinging out through garage. He's finding his spots to be able to have that secondary impact even when Aspas is going down. Gets in, gets the plant, retreats, gets value. Furia need an adjustment. And it looks like they're going to fight over A lobby early on and then maybe leave the Killjoy over here, but it starts with Nerve pretty weak over towards C.
If MIBR, if they go fast C, this is Nerve in a very difficult spot. Here in the drone, here in a few bits and pieces of movement. Nanoswarm's going up overhead now. It signals quite a bit. Koala Noob getting involved. It's an anchor smoke again, but MIBR being nothing but patient. Going to poke prod and now looking to see if they can get a little bit more here, but Koala Noob unanticipated. Look at the TP, redirect the attention again. Back and forth. This guy's being a nuisance right now. A real thorn in their side. MIBR. Player down, drone up and overhead. These kills need to be claimed and they need them now. Tex is willing to step up to the task. See if he can find a bit more, but that is an awkward fight. Shock darts flying in your face and bullets straight after. Bit of a jiggle. Shots through though. That box is weak as anything and Verno is hungry for it. Senses it. There's damage done and you can see if he can look to pick them apart, but he's on 1 HP. Swift Breeze will just absolutely do him in. And Artazine is the one to step up to that. 10-10 for Furia.
I want to give Nerve a ton of credit for that round, too.
Yeah.
We talked about how weak the site looked, but actually, when he pops the orb and throws down the snakebite, he bought enough time for Koala Noob to get into this position. I mean, Koala Noob started the round miles away from him. But because of all of that time bought, he gets reinforcements in and they hold the whole of the backside.
Yes, boys!
That's how you get a flood defense going over towards C. Beautiful round. Pit not committed by Mazzino. I thought maybe he would pivot in a different direction and try to win the round with the pit. They've got double Stinger to play inside of it here.
Aspas raring to go. Bit of a hard read that there is not too much in terms of pushback holding that.
It's brute forcing it as well, isn't it?
Yeah, just a dart to play with. Alarm bot broken, but MIBR were more than ready for that. Artazine trying to swing off the back of it. This lockdown now, it's going to be creating even more pressure on Alim. We're going to go walkabouts. It needs to be held. The jump spot is seen. Hold on, there's an angle here, but Zekken holding a bit of that util time running out. High tide, you're going to try and find your way into the back, and you're detained. Koala Noob was left to see if you can hold it back. It's not happening. Mazzino's the one just taking over the round. It all goes a little bit skew with there. The pressure perhaps getting to this furious squad.
They got to hope that they got a response in the tank. I mean, they look like they wanted to hard commit to this round.
These rounds have been rapid fire.
Yeah, and taking a risk here. Artazine even taking a risk to swing, but obviously Alan walking back down short that I'm thinking of. Alan and Koala Noob, even in the best case scenario, they were stuck. And here's a second timeout used, what, 2-3 rounds later for Furia? They sure held on to the tack timeout for a long time, but has now burnt them very quickly. and Furia's economy is in the dumps. They got nothing to work with. MIBR, I think, are guaranteed to get up to 12, or at least, you know, as guaranteed as an anti-eco can be. We've seen the Thrifties get pretty silly here.
These teams have been good for it.
But when you have when you have MIBR on full rifles, 11-10, feels like Furia are saving here to play for OT. And that is a tough situation to be in.
Especially with the players, you got to think in terms of experience they've got. Trying to drag it level. Already you got your backs against the wall. You're so close in a map like this. They need another big miracle round, or they need a way to get themselves back in it. Rapid fire attack timeouts, though, I think signals quite a bit about the current mental state.
Yeah, definitely.
Pressure flipped onto Furia. Don't have a whole lot to play with. Slow and steady for MIBR. Don't look at this. Make any mistakes. Give an opening for Furia to capitalize. Zeno, this wall's going to be dropped, and there's going to be a face and a bunch of players ready to take this fight. Gearing up, that bandit does quick work. Dash to the side, Aspas. He will supplement, help it out.
Yeah, good help.
Pushes back in postures. Adsin straight back in there, though. Risky business. Plays made all across the board, and Verno dropped down to 6 health. Hold on.
If Nerve had a rifle right now, there would be so much danger in the round, but he's just got a tuck. He's only got the Bucky to be able to work with.
Yeah.
He's only going to be a serious threat if they go back in his direction, and MIBR have called a freeze. Verno with his 6 HP, just looking to control the game.
Finding the right gaps. Dart stun. Not broken.
30 seconds left.
Still alive. The wall up makes it a little bit awkward. Plan committed though. Nerve's taking his time to see if he can find himself that slightest of angles to play with. The player is low in front of him. Verno. Damaged up prior. Art's in. He's got a lot on his plate. Tap while the wall is up. Forcing the issue. Time. Board. Hold on, hold on. Classic, classic. Art's in. Sheriff. Trying to combine their might towards the end here. Art's in. I'm telling you, man. This team is not losing at 1v1s right now. It feels preordained.
It's unbelievable. It's also unbelievable how often it's Artzine. You get him into a 1v1 in these kind of spots and he's good for it.
It's a Thrifty, again.
What a timing from Nerve to be behind them in grass undetected too. But at the end of the day, he actually didn't even do that much. Artzine just full swings, deletes Aspas. Drills a couple of shots straight into Tex too.
Yes! Michael! Let's go! Good shit, Mike!
Feeling the energy.
Well, that's a phenomenal round to get them back into the game. It resets their economy splendidly too. Operator, Odin, 11-11. Furia might have thought that they were playing for overtime.
It's a nail biter.
Deploying drone.
Mazzino's been holding onto this pit forever. I can understand not wanting to use it on an anti-eco, right? Because you don't want to give the close-range weaponry maybe more of a chance of sneaking up on you. But he's got to find a situation where they can win around with the pit in post.
Yeah. Again, similar game plan for MIBR. Poking and prodding, looking towards speed. They haven't done a lot of diligence in terms of clearing up some of the util. It's a fake TP, yeah.
Yeah, dragging them back.
He's hoping that these players will be dragged back into spawn, but no one's moving other than Nerve. A glance here or there, but they seem to be aware that this is fake pressure. Snake bites ricochet on either side. Marlon has TP of his own, but I think he just spotted a player out. This is Furia! Finding their marks. Targets are right there. And they've got a complete collapse onto them. The lockdown even committed. Artsin not leaving anything to chance. This is going to push the MIBR players all the way into their open arms. Not Odin ready to do some quick work. Damage is here, ready and waiting with those rifles. Spraying them all down. Furia find the 12.
Lockdown funnels MIBR into the A connector, mulched. What a turnaround these last couple of rounds have been. Furia now in the ascendancy. All of the pressure back on MIBR.
Yep.
A spot that they should have been able to navigate.
and a couple of absolutely crucial ones. Crucial 1v1 clutches. Have not just kept Furia in it, but put them in a position to win. Look at the buy here. No armor from Mazzino. A Bucky for your superstar. It's a mess.
Bottom of the barrel, scraping. See if they can put together anything to drag it to OT.
They haven't even found out about Alim's op in these rounds. Alim's been playing the op over towards this plant area, the spot that he's tucked into right now. When turret catches contact, he can start posting up after the drone. And that is gonna be a nasty surprise.
I want to move towards it.
Well, they back up. But actually, that's perfect for Furia. They just get all of the information right. We don't need to stack C at all. We can keep the stack over towards B and A. They're going back into it.
What direction do they want to go into? Into the op again.
But with no drone.
This is tough. It's going to require diligence, jump spots to see if they can spot Alim out. Jiggle. Holds his nerve. Overdrive popped and he finds it. Aspas down for the count. Straight shots. Overdrive of his own. And Takes trying to activate off all that pressure. It was watched for. Koala Noob 1 step ahead. And now, Mad Dash and a Scurrier. 30 seconds remaining. MIBR, what direction do you go into? You got to punch your way through a round like this. No advantages, no prior space earned for Furia. Looking like they're on the brink here to taking a lead in this series, in this best of 5 upper bracket grand finals. Putting the best foot forwards because right now this is MIBR just bleeding out entirely. You can't stand up to it, not at all. And we will be going to breeze, but Furia are the ones in control.
That's an astonishing map win for Furia, and I think you gotta put that on Artisan. The rest of the team played great, sure, but so many critical rounds won by him. A dagger to the heart of MIBR. No level of talent on the roster was winning New Haven. Furia had what it took to get it across the line, and they lead. They lead.
Absolute insanity that we're watching here, and this could be one of the more pivotal maps in this series to send our first team to Santiago in Americas. We've got highlights from top to bottom here, individual moments just brimming, and if this is the direction that the series is going, I'm all here for it.
Absolutely. Furia as an org never been one match away from Santiago. Now they're one map away from making it to a global event.
It's all going to get decided onto Breeze potentially. Will we see that extension, or will we see our first team being sent all the way to Chile? Don't go anywhere, you know you don't want to miss it.
que aproveita, o Ita se entrega. Ainda tá perigoso, Mado olhou pra trás. Olha o Zeke!
He's going to be smoked out. Valen has to lock it down. He's up against Nerve with only a Sheriff, and he's able to win it out.
Welcome back to VCT Americas ahead of Map 4. I'm joined by Sentinel's Cortezia here for a moment. First thing I'd ask you, how's things hanging out at the Sand Camp, practicing with the team, getting ready for stage 1, and just preparing overall?
So yeah, for sure we didn't start well this season, unfortunately, but I mean, we have a lot to improve. I wish I was going to Santiago, but for sure going to London and Shanghai. Yeah. So, I mean, it's been a pleasure and it's been like a blessing being in Sentinels. I have full faith on my team and this organization, so we're going to come back stronger for sure.
Awesome. And now looking at the match behind you here, first off, did you expect it to be 2-1 Furia off the bat here? Did you expect it to be one way or the other?
I know that it's going to be a tough match. Like, both of the teams is looking pretty good right now, to be honest. I mean, one of the teams has like Aspas, Verno, Zekin, and the other one has like some strong young talents. Yeah. They are so hungry right now, and they are looking insane right now, to be honest, as a team and individually.
Is there still, do you think there's still like an extra level for like the Aspas and crew to reach? Is there something we haven't seen yet from them?
I mean, for sure. How I say it is like early season, so all the teams have a lot to show, like even my team, trust guys. So yeah, I think MIBR has a lot to show, even on this series is still, like it's not over yet, but I think it's gonna, I don't know, it's been like pretty close every match, like 13-11, right. So I don't know what's gonna happen.
All right, I won't put you on the spot fully, but do you think we go to map 5?
I mean, I would like to map 5, I'm not gonna lie. I'd like to see a map 5.
All right, sounds good. Cortezia, thank you so much for the interview. It was much appreciated. There's still more to go. We got a map 4. Let's send it over to the desk to get us ready for the action.
Thank you so much for that, Riv. Always a pleasure to hear from Sentinel's Cortezia. Cortezia, of course, familiar with MIBR, right? Former teammate on this squad, right? Has a history with the organization. Would love to see, you know, whether or not these Brazilian orgs, but one of these teams, one Brazilian org, for sure, will be represented in Santiago, which is pretty cool.
But with not a lot of Brazilians.
That's crazy.
The expectation, though,
the org.
He's Artson, though, right? Like, he was on this MIBR team last year, was really kind of making his name with that roster after going through the dregs earlier in that team's history. But now getting his chance to play against them today, he is having a beast of a performance.
Oh yeah, no, Artson has been absolutely mind-blowing. I think like across the board, what we're seeing here is just like, even when you look at the score lines, right? I mean, Athena, what you're getting is just a very hotly contested series here. And Furia just getting that little bit over edge from MIBR. A little crazy to see.
Yeah, feels like there's like a little bit of back and forth going from both sides. Then you have a lot of these thrifty rounds coming in that shouldn't really be happening. But yeah, 100%. Artson was a big player in that win. He felt like he was clutching round after round, kind of pushing the team towards that victory, being a really stable player, as well as getting a lot of those lurks in when he could.
Yeah, I think a lot of the defensive rounds too, he was just having insane plays towards that garage and C side. We saw him kind of demolish them or pick them off every time they went in with these timings that he would have. And honestly, he just felt like the anchor that you did not want to go into. And we actually saw MIBR kind of stay away from that.
Yeah, he had 2 big clutch rounds this game and what ended up being a super tight affair, 13-11. And it's so cool to watch his performance. He was a guy who was really, I think, mired by some of his underperformances earlier on last year's MIBR and, you know, not playing great on the MIBR's previous that could not put results together. But he had this huge surge at the end of 2025 where he looked like a different player. Gone were the days of running it down and getting first pick constantly and looking kind of silly. He started hitting individually, and I was really looking as we were watching this Furia team coming into 26 if he could continue that form, and I think he absolutely has, especially today when Santiago is on the line.
Yeah, no, big match, you need a big player to show up. That's exactly what Artson did for them. But it's also important to note here as well that Furia as a team, as a whole in a unit, we're really doing a great job of finding those gaps, Emily, trying to expose where those potential cracks in the armor for MIBR, because we know that armor is very well plated. So it's actually quite fascinating to see how they've broken this team down.
Yeah, I think Furia struggled in the early part of this first half because they were defaulting and getting picked apart wherever they kind of went. But then here we saw them find success going towards that A side. You know, execing on Verno and Zekin, who just didn't seem like they were always on the same page, Mimi.
Yeah, I think some of these rounds, those two were really struggling. I mean, you look at these clips, and in the first one, they're just kind of split up. Zekin's still within that orb. The second one, you don't even really see an anchor smoke coming into play in this round either. Just that Viper wall up, and again, being very separated and cut down as this execute came in. To me, I feel like MIBR as a whole have really shown not a lot in this tournament so far. Remember, only 4 maps going into this. This Haven was new, and to me, it didn't look super practiced. I think they were really relying on their attack side of like hoping Ospas could find something as well, and then when that didn't work out, it was just a lot of like repeating ideas that weren't really working out in the end.
Something that really stood out to me that showed that was that Verno was kind of just spotting long A and not using his dart for information the second he got pushed off. And so Furia, they abused that by not only just taking all the space for free, but also ending up on an execute on that site, knowing that he's going to throw that dart the second that they come out. So I completely agree with you. I feel like they kind of didn't set up properly. They weren't sure what was happening on their site holds together. They didn't have a proper crossfire, and Furia just really abused that.
Which is really something, because you know that you're coming into this one with, it's a BO5, you know you're playing this one no matter what. So you have to have that assumption that some of these maps are going to be popping up. So that's why seeing the Haven here, Athena, for MIBR was a little bit perplexing, but that puts Furia in such a great position now as we get ready for Breeze.
Yeah, I think Furia, they have the momentum. They talked about how they're such an emotional team, and when they do have the momentum, they really thrive with that. And I think it really does show within the game, within the synergy, and the way that the players are playing, especially when you're being so explosive and winning all these thrifties, you know? Like, Furia as a team, they're really getting a lot together, and MIBR, they have a lot of small things to fix, because guys, you can't be losing that many thrifties in a series.
And you can't be taking that long to find adjustments, too. Yeah. And I think going into a map like Breeze, they have to get it all together, right? They have to sort it out early on.
choice.
And we saw the coach kind of say, like, they kind of ride on momentum, having an early start. Because they do, we saw, they struggle with those late game adaptations. And that's a scary thing to hear. If Furia has a good start, how are they going to come back into it?
Yeah, that's the part that is very, very shocking. Furia is having these strong starts. Holy crap, Mimi. It's awesome. But also, we're coming into this one, and we're seeing Ospas square up against Alum, and Alum is just absolutely owning out there. The kid is on fire.
Ospas really struggled on this Neon map, and I think I've really seen this stark difference in MIBR on their solo duelist Ospas maps when Zekin is on controller versus the maps where they're playing the double duelist. When they play the double duelist, even if Ospas doesn't have an incredible game on his own, Zekin is always there to back it up. I look at their last match where Zekin's playing the Yoru and is winning so many rounds single-handedly. When they play a comp like they did on Haven, I feel like this team starts to lack some of that agency and some of that kind of having an option even when one player isn't really hitting that makes a super team. So that's part of the reason why I'm excited for Breeze, because we should get the Ospas Jet, the Zekin Yoru back in the mix, and this should be a great opportunity for MIBR to get back into this series.
Yeah, I think Breeze would be a great map for honestly both teams, but you're right. I want to see that Yoru Jet duo. I want to see that overwhelming aggression that we know that they can bring, and Ospas has to start getting a little bit more active, especially being on that Jet. I want to see him pull out the operator, start causing disrupts, especially on that defensive half.
Yeah, a lot of that aggression on defense and being a little bit more proactive. It feels like MIBR, they're holding back a little bit. I don't know if it's what's Mimi's saying about the double duelist. He feels like he doesn't have that much support right behind him, ready to go, or not. But MIBR feels like a lot of their winning conditions are just based on this util, based on having a lot of these ults. They can snowball so many rounds with them, but the second that they don't have it, feels like their only winning condition is Ospas or is some sort of operator.
I feel like it's kind of a no-brainer for MIBR to want to run that double duelist. Like, this is the meta where it's super acceptable and even like encouraged to kind of do that, especially when you have two of the best duelists on your team.
They're on the verge of something incredible here. A team with 3 players who have an opportunity to make their first ever global event. For Koala Noob, who lost back-to-back Ascension finals, to even have an opportunity to make it to Americas, had to get picked up by Furia, a team that's always been at the bottom, to now turn it around, GB, and be a map away.
Yeah, Koala Noob was a name that I have heard so many times. People praising him, saying how good he is, but it was always that guy that was just so close yet so far away. And it would be a damn shame if for them to kind of stumble at the finish line here. But on the other side of that, you have MIBR stacked with talent, players who could bring it at a moment's notice. This matchup is going to be absolutely insane. You don't want to miss it. Map 4 coming up next. Will we have a map 5? We have to find out. We'll see you on the other side.
Let's get into it then. The tension has never been higher between these two sides, these two squads, and Furia leading 2-1. The opportunity of a lifetime is right there for the grasping. They just have to be capable enough to do it. And they've got a hard task ahead of them, Josh. Listen, let's not beat around the bush here and talk about this, because double duelists for MIBR, they are undefeated when they're playing Zekken and Aspas side by side, playing the duelist roles. For Furia, they're going to have to do what no team has been able to do against them to try and bring it over that line.
But it is a small sample size. They're 3-0 right now, you're right. But at the same time, we haven't seen MIBR played against too many of the teams out here. And also, as much as Aspas and Zekken look fantastic on Breeze, you could say exactly the same about Koala Noob and Allen. This is a map where both teams thrive with this double duelist comp. So the mirror is going to be spectacular to potentially close this series if Furia takes it. But you're so right, the next two maps are double duelist maps. We've seen MIBR play double duelist on both Breeze and Split, and the difference is palpable. Mimi was talking about it on the desk with the others too. But the MIBR, when they play solo duelist, 2-3, a losing record right now. Again, small sample size, but 3-0 with the double duelist. Is that trend going to break here? Can Furia manage to overcome? So far, honestly, I think they're good for it.
Yeah, they've been playing out of their minds.
And they've also been shutting down the Aspas value. Really heavy, I think.
Yeah.
They've had such a good read on when the economy allows Aspas to be able to get an operator online, how to call around it. This map, though, it's so open. It's almost inevitable you're going to run into the guy at some point.
Yeah. You can see that clash made manifest in the way that these duelists are going to go head-to-head. Koala Noob, he has been playing it incredibly well, honestly, all of kickoff.
Yeah. He really has. And he's going to get the op in his hands a ton here.
He's keeping the energy going as well.
Yeah, why wouldn't you be? I think the risk when you were looking at Furia was that they would go down early in maps and maybe they would lose badly on some map and they would lose belief in themselves. It just hasn't happened.
No.
They did lose badly in the second half of Bind, instantly snapped back on their own map pick and went off to a 10-2 half.
Yeah.
And since then, they've been at the races. They've been the ones in control of the game. So, phenomenal stuff.
Potential history being made for the org and the players.
They're writing the history right now, aren't
They are, yeah. In the present, in the moment. Breeze is what we're heading into. We talked about it, that this is a middle ground map really for both of these teams, but it's a trophy to play for and a ticket to be punched to Santiago for Furia. They just need the one map. MIBR are going to be doing absolutely everything in their power to stop that being the case, to drag it all the way to 5, to see Split in the horizon.
Koala Noob and Alim have swapped pistols here so that Alim can actually get a flash online as well as the Bandit. Is that going to have any relevance? He's walking alone over towards B right now as MIBR breathing down his neck.
It's awkward. Alim is poking, looking for a fair fight, but double high-low holds across the board.
They'll have heard that gate crash.
Yeah, he's tipping back.
But Aspas and Zekken still solid as a rock over here, not rotating, leaving A completely open.
So the A site is ripe for the taking. Spike in the back pocket of Ardzen will eventually start getting onto the site to lay this one down. Smokes will dissipate, and I believe fuel saved in the tank. push them back. It's a very deep wall indeed. Aspas, though, claims the first kill. Valim down and out. That's suddenly the double door angle that's going to be opened up for them. Feigning like he could be going for the flank as he opens up the door, but now time down to Mount. Pressure's on. Dart needs to be dealt with instantly at that. Kuala Noob is going to be sharp onto it. Let's see how the aim rings out when there's players in front of him. Pressure's there. 1-2! Punches them down! Straight through. It's Mazzino, though, to see if he can answer back. And towards it, MIBR finding all sorts of kills. Leaving it just down to EU and Artin, but already that pull needs to be precise. Half earned. Push on the way. Vulnerable up second. Oh my God! Oh my goodness!
Same situation that we saw steal a round away from C9 earlier today. The body blocks make all the difference in those spots. The time was not there.
Nope.
If the pull goes through, Fury are guaranteed win the round. And MIBR, without a miracle, not just the body block, but spinning around so they don't get killed afterwards by Adazine. He should have had that one.
Yeah. Jira, second Jira. Trying to avoid all those bullets. Pistol round win. Exactly what MIBR ordered.
I think that's a first for them as well, getting the opening pistol in a map.
Second now. There's a lot of signs of life here. We'll TP to try and get the hell out. It's awkward though for Kuala Noob. Mazzino sidestepping and R-ing, who will eventually fall in the end as plant down. No pushback. Curtain drops though, and the Bucky shot wasn't quite clean enough here. Down towards the back, there's a pocket to play in. EU unaccounted for, but it won't matter in the end. Second, Sharp locked in. 5-0 currently.
This is his map to shine. If there's any map in the pool where Zekken has looked like he can take over and dominate a game, it's this one. And letting him get out to a start like this, where he also picks up the defuse and he's one away from an ultimate in round 3. Yeah, that's going to be dangerous, man. That is going to be dangerous. Furia, though, have demonstrated so far, when we've seen them on Breeze, their B-pops, fantastic. Their defense side, the way that they swing and fight and utilize the ops, fantastic. But early doors here, it's MIBR with a chance to establish their own control over the defense side. Light weaponry. 3 Bulldogs, a Stinger. It's not the kind of stuff you want to be taking long-range duels with.
Interesting defense wall.
Yeah, just looking to make it difficult. And the idea would be that a defender could be running around those small pockets that are created by the defensive Viper wall. There's also a pocket for the Viper to play in on that tucked close right side.
Mid-exploration, though, is the name of the game for Fury. They just spot the one. Werner, he's going to be towards top mid, already peeling back. He's giving up a lot of space here.
Kind of has to, because tunnel was swapped off.
Yeah.
With the drone clearing up that area, in theory, the B players could now be spotting this line. So Werner could fall off.
Deploying drone.
It's good steps taken so far. Fury are just looking to see if they can pull out any more of this utility. Drone, but I mean, sees 2, right? So, tag up. Snakebite's going to be peeled out. Fury are applying pressure all over the map right now, moving into the B direction. Xeno spotted. Hold on, these shots are rattling, man. The wall just barely saving Allen. Another peek from the side. He is low as anything in this game of timings. Verno just gets a handle on it. EU is handled, spotted out, cleaned up, out towards the side. They haven't dealt with Mazzino.
6 bullets.
Smokes popped up, seeing if he can carve out a bit of space to play in. Artsin's going to be falling. MIBR getting on top of all of this one here, but they do at least Fury a clean up towards the back of the sides. Aspas straight back at you. This is a bonus round conversion that has serious danger now that Fury are just left out to the 2. Kuala Noob! Kuala Noob! Already on for the 1 ace, and now he's spotted out with the last is. Nerve by his side. It's all on Aspas. Defuse stuck onto half. He's bought himself a couple of hours. Needs to secure this kill. Finds it into the 1v1. Spraying down. Bullets running out. But so is time. And Kuala Noob can play with that. He can win with that.
No way, he's got it.
No way, no way, no way.
He's robbed Kuala Noob.
Oh my God.
Red Bull clutch from Aspas. The fact he got half earlier on.
Playing to your outs.
Yeah, it's made all the difference there. My God, Kuala Noob, the aim was so clean as well. That would have been a beautiful ace. And yet here, just finding the jump onto Nerve. completely caught. And Qualanoob's just going for an updraft right click. He knows the guy's weak.
Yeah, he knows he's low.
And look at what that means to him. EU's trying to pick him back up a little bit. But end of the day, that is devastating. That's a bonus round.
Rapid. Qualanoob slingshotting into mid. Trying to make a difference, trying to offset what happened in the last round. And he is so deep onto this line already, Verno. Just jiggling.
2 out of 5 knives disappeared, though.
Tough going. Qualanoob would be hoping for a bit of a reset. Aspas onto the perch. Yeah, on top of this box. Wasn't quite cleared here. Snakebites dropped down. Leaping around. Qualanoob has found it. It's a good blind, though. Great flash. Tex inserting himself again. Just trying to really fight this one. Make it hurt. Putting the squeeze onto the Furia players. Fantastic hold over towards A. 4 rounds now in a row.
In comes Zekken to shut down the Blade Storm. And just as Qualanoob got the knives back, denied. MIBR with a very, very clean beginning here. Straight into the back, that 2K from Zekken.
Bro, I saw the minimap, just everyone getting a kill. Yeah, let's go.
POV, me casting. I look at the minimap, I see people getting killed.
He's feeling a bit left out, I think.
Here comes the B-pop.
Yeah, here it is. Fury have been good for this. Well drilled and executed. Already Yuto's going to be rattled off, but Zekken, this close quarters angle can be denied. Surely there's the trade in sight. Kills going either way, but Aspas! Quick with the reactions. Operator in his hands. The drone buy him a bit more space.
If there's any exec that you've got to be prepped for, it's this one from Furia. And I think MIBR knew exactly what they wanted to do to deal with that. They were fighting really close, spamming to take down Alim early. 0 and 5
here
on the attacking Yoru. Furia have to dig themselves out of this hole in the 2v3.
Seen again the discipline from MIBR. No one overstepped themselves. Tex just eager to get a bit of information on the fight. Verno, his time to strike. Swoops into the angle, and Aspas from the arches. 3 in a round for him.
It's Furia's map pick. It's a map that both teams have been very good at, but MIBR dominant so far. The round that Furia closest to win was when they had better economy and Qualanoob nearly aced.
Yeah.
Look how tight they're holding to the choke point, though.
Nice,
Aspas gets to swing through twice for op kills because there's so much pressure right at the choke. They're boxing them in. And a lot of that is Zekken's position that you called out, being able to take down Alan insta.
Yeah.
And there is a Yoru gap at the moment. It's easier to play the double duelists to some degree on defense side when you can like get aggressive TP out. They're very unexpected, their positions. Yeah. But at the same time, that B-pop has been overwhelming for most teams to deal with. And MIBR made it look like it was nothing.
Slamming the door in their faces here, forcing the timeout for Furia. They need answers. Perhaps it's in the form of Alim as a player as well, picking himself back up. But we were making note of it earlier. This Furia team, they are filled to the brim with players that are looking for either a second chance of redemption or their time to shine in Tier 1. For Alim, it's been essentially this burst upwards into the Tier 1 directory. And it's like, for Alim as a player, getting into a position where he's going to be finding it hard-pressed, I think, to pick himself back up.
Potentially. He wasn't really allowed to play in the previous round.
No.
And he's miles away from his ult, because his only ult points are from dying.
Yeah.
So it's going to be difficult to get him activated. This probably isn't going to be the round. I mean, maybe looking to TP him into a smoke here, so that he could mess around with a stinger.
Sending it again. This time, though, just a one player, so it's delayed. Trying to play around a lot of these Yuto combos. As a Hunter's Fury to see if he can collect a kill. I think they hear that one from the drone. No tag. Potentially out of range. Aspas with the knives. Popped, ready to go. Blade online. Full group up for MIBR. Dash is active. Dimensional Drift even being used. MIBR going about this with a lot of caution. That should be 4 players, I think, spotted towards the back of the side. It's a bit of a team flash occurring as well. It's getting a bit messy, whiffy, perhaps indeed, but at close quarters, maybe that's where they thrive. No! Aspas, he slices, he dices, chopping you all to pieces. And the last one spotted Not long for the world. EU will be finished off.
11-3. They finally got him activated. This has not been an Aspas showboating kind of game. But here on Prees, this is his playground. And he's going to go into the next with the operator in his hand as well. He's just got so much freedom to run around. These players in backside, pinned into a corner, flashed up, spotted by the Yoru ult. Easy pickings. But now it's Rifles back online, and even an attack side op from Koala Noob. So we get the op v op battle as well. Might end up
down mid.
Yeah, possibly. I think MIBR are more likely to take it elbow.
Aspas for this one. Just a jiggle from Alan. Spots it out. That will be called down to the rest of his team.
Koala Noob taking this more towards... Oh, wow. Second finding the peak onto Koala as the orb drops.
He's just using that smoke to get into a prime position.
It's an unusual spot for your attack side Jet to be playing, actually. And nobody clearing that. No drone used earlier on to make sure that the avenue was safe as soon as Nerve's smoke dissipated. It's a terrible beginning, honestly.
Yeah.
Down 0-6.
This is really tough for Furia.
They've been winning so many of these 4v5 rounds across kickoff, but I feel like not as many today. It has, I mean, they've been winning some insane 1v1s.
The 1v1s have kept going, haven't they?
That's true.
Yeah.
But you got to get it to that point first.
Yeah, and it is a test of endurance, these BO5s. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Furia have expended a lot to get here. Smokes, second layer.
30 seconds left.
Drop down now. Anderson is trying to go for a bit of a plant.
Spike entered.
Between the pyramids, MIBR are grouped up.
There's a flash for Alec. He's got on the board. He needs some value here.
Wall up, Cosmic Divide is going to be forcing the issue. Furia are pushed and pressed into this post plan a bit more aggressively than they're anticipating. Alan is straight back onto it, but again, the trades, it's overwhelming. Presence of mind for Furia, for MIBR, I should say. That pack mentality.
Cosmic Divide and everybody on Fury is forced to play on site, but they just don't have the space to be able to play. There's not a player tucked forwards for them to be able to play off. Everyone's just grouped up in a little corner.
Yeah, I mean the A side is brutal. If you get blocked off like that from main, your post plan just gets ruined.
But you could play somebody up at that new box location, try to set up some kind of crossfire, maybe try to push aggressively. Instead, they just got locked off by a pull, and what are you going to do? You're getting squeezed to death by the MIBR retake protocols. This is complete dominance.
MIBR perhaps running away with this map here. The game getting a little bit too real perhaps for Furia. Deep clearance into it, Koala Noob was immediately picked off. That's just Tex. Lit up by a drone, I believe, but he just takes a couple of stray shots. That's all it took, really. Hunter's Fury to see if they can dissuade this, and it does. The plan is not down here. Verno taking his time with it, trying to hop over towards the top. He finds at least one of the targets. Anderson's dropped down to 45. Pit at least in play. Shock darts rebounding. Chip damage mounting. Flashes in your face. Everybody is blind as anything, but a dart was saved for a situation like this. Aspas creeping up towards the flank here. All makes it hard. Looking for the right options, the right answers to see if he can help his team back into this one. There it is, finally. Finds the time to strike. Pit's going to be dropped down. That was Nerve going down. EU crouched into a corner. Hoping to dissuade that final boss from really taking over, but honestly, this is all MIBR.
Crushing them. Absolutely crushing them. And making this retake playstyle look sublime. The flank with the operator. Aspas mixing up how he wants to play. And Fury are never really able to disrupt this. You know, Alan's throwing out his flashes, trying to slow down MIBR, but no one's swinging off him. There's no post plan flank. There's no threat here. They're just kind of hoping that people walk into the pit. But Nerve backs out of it straight into the op anyway.
Oh yeah, I got it, buddy. No worries.
13-3. Hop in the backpack. Aspas has got space on Breeze.
Taken over.
Here's that B-pop again.
You are divided.
Previously, MIBR be the ones holding it down at the door. That's a big reveal, but no kills claimed. How? Surely Mazino's going to go down. Zekan's there immediately. What? Zekan!
There's no way!
He's taking over! Let it be known.
One enemy
How does it eventually put a stop to it, but he's just one man. What can you do? A 1v4.
You cannot be getting a double drone tag in that situation and not finding a kill off the back of it.
Insanity.
How has that happened?
Madison's position, spotted out there from the jiggle. Mazino waiting and pouncing. 9-0 currently, MIBR.
They must have been unloading bullets into the pillar, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's inside a smoke. He can't quite tell exactly where the pillar is. He's just doing wallbang damage repeatedly.
That's insanity.
Oh, the spray control is gorgeous as well. But that is the round where the B-pop should have worked. This is the bread and butter of how this comp gets value on their attack side. You mix in other stuff, of course you do, but you always go back to the B-pop because it's so powerful. And every time Fury have tried it, it's like they just meet a brick wall.
Yeah.
There's nothing going.
First few times, it was that hard hold over towards the choke point. I mean, you had Zekan into the corner, but I think they've been conditioned at this point. I mean, they are sending it. It's not the overwhelming presence of util. They're kind of poking in a little bit. They're sending maybe one player, Koala Noob, updraft dash into it, seeing if they can pull out the next wave of util. But MIBR playing them like a fiddle, man.
Yeah. This is as dominant as Abyss was in the other direction, really.
Yeah.
Abyss got a little bit closer in the second half, but that first half, 10-2, didn't feel like MIBR had a hope. This map, though, was not supposed to be like Abyss, where it's Furious map pick and maybe one of the weaker maps. It was the only map that we'd seen MIBR lose on. This is supposed to be top of both teams' map pools, really.
Yeah.
Furia picked it because they're thinking, yeah, apart from Abyss, this is probably one of our best chances of being able to take a map.
And they have not been able to find a way in.
Yeah. It's astonishing dominance, and it brings us back to the double duelist from MIBR is 3-0, looking like it's about to go 4-0 in terms of maps in kickoff. And they're going to be playing it again on split. I'm worried.
Yeah, Furia not finding the right answers. Timeout was taken to see if they can correct the course. They don't have really the money to play with. Aspas already knows this. I mean, he's got the Outlaw primed ready for this occasion. As players spotted. Got to know the tunnel's compromised, and Mazino hears it all. The updraft dash over towards the top, and that's the clone first. What is that target discipline, Mazino?
Found them.
Clone first. Mazino just holds it back.
Oh, what a shock as well.
Wow.
Yeah, Koala Noob's updraft through the smoke is supposed to pull your crosshair. He wasn't worried at all.
No, he had his just aim trained forwards and not even baited by that first clone.
No.
One enemy remaining.
Holds it all the way down. Steady as anything, this MIBR team now. They are driven. They're resolved. Firm as anything here. They're putting on a statement.
It's too clean. It's too clean. They've got a Euro ultimate to be able to run a retake. They've got Mazino's Cosmic Divide again. You can just play retake A again, and you're just going to box Fury on site. At this point, we're on for a 13-0, right? Like, that's what we're looking at. We're in that kind of territory where you're thinking it's going to be another one of these kickoff 13-0s.
There you are, you little
Perhaps seeing signs as well of what we were talking about with that experience diff. MIBR packed to the brim with veterans.
Yeah.
They know what it takes to come back in matches like this.
The atmosphere was very upbeat from Furia at the start of this map. I would be interested at what the tone is like now. When MIBR were getting destroyed on Abyss, Zekan was still laughing and joking about it the whole time.
Yeah.
I wonder if somebody's keeping that atmosphere up on Furia. Because there's a whole map after this.
Yeah, normally that would be Koala Noob, but a few glimpses we've seen, he's been, I think, quite frustrated at himself. Play's not quite going his way.
He did lose a big 1v1 to get his ace denied, which, yeah, that's rattling.
And when there's one player that's keeping up the morale, the silence can be deafening. Dash forwards. Trying to cut this one up into the cloudburst again, but that is a huge reveal. Oh my goodness. At least traded in time. Aspas still with that operator. Has that deep sight line. He's just looking for the heads. Target-rich environment. Looking to take his time with it, and Tex being that foundational player, the rock of this team.
Ardazine's on a sightseeing mission across the other side of the map.
Doesn't have the spike. There's nothing you can do.
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds left, round 11. You just got to save the rifle and hope that you can play around it. But this is, it's just monstrous. You've awoken the beast that is MIBR.
Yeah. And it's rough that you're seeing Alim and Nerve, 2 rookies, with 3 kills between them right now as well. They're just really struggling to get online. Now, I'm not saying the fragging on anybody else is particularly great, but they've lived or died a little bit by how well they've been able to activate Alim.
Yeah, and it's scenarios like this as well, where, for example, when MIBR down, they know from experience you can come back from it. You can find different ways. The experience is what you dig deep into to pull yourself out of this pit. Might not be there for these Furia players.
They could have just played retake on A this round. That would be the most logical thing to do. Instead, mix it up, play off the dart, have an anchor smoke. There's just so many different looks. And I mean, what is this buy? It's odds and ends.
It's, yeah, whatever you can pull together.
They're thrifting.
Barely anything really, but they're going to be sending it potentially into the brick wall. Aspas slams it shut in their face. Blind by a bit of respite. Pulled back, peeled back, TP back in, and Zekken!
Confidence, man.
He's making a mockery of this moment here. EU at least gets a handle onto that, so the trade in sight. Calling for the pause. Bit of calm in the midst of it. Furia need this to see if they can correct that course. There's a cosmic divide. Vizino.
He's created a little pocket for himself, but he's been spammed.
Yeah, they seem to be aware that he was in that position. 7 HP.
They might have even seen the glow over his head when he ulted there.
Yeah, I'm thinking that.
I need a stop.
Anchor smoke. Play it and drop Furia. Forced to stew in a position like this. It's the last round and a half. He might as well throw everything into it. EU has a big ult. He's playing into main. He's worried about the flank, though. He'd love to use it to set his team up to try and take this site. Shock darts. Sent flying. Walls up. Players creeping, working their way in, but Mazzino's angle, is this going to be accounted for? Alim doesn't want to overstep himself. The swing out to plant tonight. Hunter's Fury meant to offset this one, but the players are all the way towards the back. With their backs against the wall, it's up to Alim to see what he can do, but it's too much to deal with. It's overwhelming. The presence of MIBR. 12 rounds in a row.
Fury have been great on the pistols, but I want to see a 13-0 here. I mean, it's just iconic. A 12-0 half is absolute dominance from the super team in map 4. They were the ones up against the ropes here. They were the ones potentially getting knocked down to the middle bracket.
Remaining.
And they've answered back and some.
Yeah. Absolutely unreal stuff from MIBR. Listen, stick around. I don't want to sell you a bridge, but I mean, I'm not going to sell you a bridge. Let's see if the 13-0 happens.
Slide through, making moves, tell them fact check, go and get the truth. Who you know like us, go and get it jumping, gotta be the shoes. I was down bad, tripping, still kept the vision, had to see it through. Got them all tuned in like we in the hills, whole lot of views. Know they watching, what they saying, 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 what they saying. Know they watching, what they saying, 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 what they saying. Know they watching, whole lot of views for real, just like a real for real. Gotta re-up the deal, we got the mass appeal. Whole lot of facts on facts on facts on facts on facts for real. Major League World Series Game 7, whole lot of cap for real. We better be gone. I used to just do it for fun. For real, now we gotta get to it and hustle, man. We gotta get to the funds. The pressure been stacking up tons. We on our way up, just trust. Baby, we winning, they throwing the ones. Baby, I'm saying it ain't what it was. Okay.
For our upper bracket grand final, this is more than likely going the distance all the way to Split. The question stands, how will we be getting there? Will it be a 13-0 clean sweep as we head into Split? Or will Furia be able to just at least get a bit of morale beneath them, a couple of smiles on their faces, realizing the situation you're placed in? You can only laugh, I think.
Yeah.
You can only laugh.
I mean, it's not one where you're reliving every round thinking, oh, we could have won. You're getting destroyed here.
Yeah.
Like you said, though, the question is just how we get to split rather than whether we get to split. It's been 1,026 days. Loud versus EG. I remember
split.
it. Iconic.
Yeah, and then EG went on to win champs that year, so. Furia, well, you want to get 13-0'd.
Yes.
It will bode well, apparently.
Toss the pistol. I mean, a 13-0 in the finals to define who the best Americas team is in Kickoff would be iconic.
Yeah.
We'd be remembering this one.
We'll see if MIBR can get it done. Alim. The wall making it awkward in terms of the angles. He wants to try and fight, and he just steps into it. MIBR, diligent, holding, waiting for the peak. It's that cold composure that you're going to see on display from MIBR. They know they don't have to rush into anything. Peeking on wide, Koala Noob, activating, and even those few stray shots at the end, there was a chance that he could at least do a bit of damage and more to Aspas.
He was the player that stepped up in the closest round Furia had. Was almost on for an ace.
Yeah.
It's a 3v3. Aspas dies to a single bullet coming out from EU's Sheriff. But Nerve is the one that's posted with a ghost in hand.
Just jiggling the line over towards that pyramid.
30 seconds
Spots
left.
it. Signs of life, backs himself up. Hello. Hell of a shot. Aspas finished off. The wall's going to be dropping in EU, ready to respond. And there it is. They get the pistol. No one 13-0's Furia. Not this iteration.
Nobody beats Furia 13 rounds in a row. Let that be a lesson to you. And now the greatest comeback in Valorant history.
Okay, man, okay. Yeah. When would you believe, though?
No 13-0!
Yeah.
Yeah, you've avoided the history books. You've avoided the history books.
When would you believe?
When would I believe? I think we'd have to be seeing a score of something like 12-8.
Yeah.
Like, I think they'd have to win another 7 in a row, something like that. Maybe even 8 in a row. Like, one big rifle round where it gets to the point before you're in OT. Something like that. It's just any small mistake, any big solo round.
And it's done.
Yeah. Comebacks like this should not happen.
No. Koala Noob?
I think we have ever in Valorant seen a 12-0 comeback. But I don't think we've ever seen one at the tier 1 level. I'm sure the super fans are going to correct me if I'm wrong about that.
The historians will need them to get on the case, I think, with that.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. Cleaning up. Eco kills. You definitely need that to get the confidence back up.
Yeah, it will be nice for the Furia guys to feel like they're going into map 5 and they're not completely cold.
Yeah.
I think in terms of your individual confidence, it can make a big difference. Like whether or not you feel good enough to go for a peek and take that extra fight, or whether you let opportunities slip you by.
Woo! No buy, no buy, no buy.
Didn't realize it was on for it. Okay.
He was 3-13, and I was thinking about saying he might not even pie because they'll lose the map too quick. And I thought, bit harsh.
Well, Nerve, still a chance.
Don't.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, I'm paying attention now to it, aren't I? So it was pointed out for me.
Don't miss this.
Alim.
I mean, that's a hell of a shot. I don't think he realized how good that shot was.
Was that into the smoke?
Yeah, it was mid-dash.
Okay, but I'm not anticipating this. Second, found a potential angle. Just missed his chance. Shocks will ricochet. Double outlaw, though. Bit of a clearance towards the box. Koala's got to be careful about this one. Mazina now with a plant. Managed to push them back.
Toxin screen down.
2 players will go down to a single shot of the outlaw. Zekin and Tex, the ones with the full armor. Arzin's found it. Tex finished off. For a bit more, but he smokes dissipating. Mazino.
Snappy.
Very snappy stuff, and now it's getting dire. Pressed to the brink. Mazino's looking to put on an absolute display of dominance, but shut down before the clip was online. At this point, though, it's inevitable. We will be going to split. MIBR They want to take him all the way there, straight to the distance here in our upper bracket grand finals. All on the line.
Sealing up the win with the double duelist and keeping that streak going. 4-0 on maps where MIBR have Aspas and Zekken playing duelist together.
Yeah.
And we're about to go into split where they do exactly the same. Another double duelist mirror. No team being able to beat MIBR in that particular head-to-head matchup. Man, pressure is on Furia when they were just at the finish line.
Absolutely. The onus is on this Furia team now to dig deep to find hidden reserves. You're at the tail end of this BO5 territory. Fatigue is going to be setting in. You have to find the right answers. You have to be the ones to put a stop to this MIBR double duelist comp.
They do like playing split. It's a good map for both teams, in my opinion. In fact, it might even be better for Furia. But I would have said the same about Breeze. Breeze was a good map for both teams. And MIBR have wiped them away here. Furia were not even in the game. It was even more one-sided than Abyss was earlier in the series.
Let's hope for a closer affair as we look towards split as well. It's all on the line. This is for America's team to book a ticket to Santiago to be and earning that right to represent Americas at the first global event of the year. You don't want to miss it. Do not go anywhere. Stick around for split coming up.
Primeiro, e o Zeke aproveita, o Ethan se entrega. Ainda tá perigoso, o Mado olhou pra trás. Olha o Zeke!
He's going to be smoked out before he's dead. Fallon has to lock it down. He's having to do it with only a Sheriff, and he's able to win it out.
Did you know that Santiago sits in a basin surrounded by mountains to the east, and to the west you also have the beach, the Pacific Ocean, which makes also inside Santiago having such beautiful views.
That's right. Make sure you get your tickets for Santiago if you're heading out there. We'd love to see you. All right, folks, here we go. We're going into our 8th match of the day because we did BO3 that went the distance, and of course we would do a BO5 that will go the distance.
Why do you sound disappointed in more Valorant?
So
More
thrilled.
better,
If there's one thing I love more than anything, it's waking up at 7 a.m.
Okay, you can't tell me that map wasn't sick.
It was incredible.
The Aspas Jet. It's such an MIBR Aspas
really
move to lose a close map, not look yourself, play pretty bad on the Neon, and then come out and just drop a bomb on Jet to bring the series
That's like
to
the most
map 5.
Valorant thing possible.
Yeah, I feel like I've been in this scenario so many times. He just doesn't disappoint, guys.
Crazy.
No, he's so good. Like, I feel like every single thing that he does when he's on that jet mechanically just makes sense. And as a team, man, like for MIBR, they locked in for this map. Everything felt like it was under control. Their retakes, their floods, their aggression,
even the
map,
clutches,
taking a lot of the map control,
Yeah.
their clutches, everything just felt like they were locked in and ready to go.
Yeah, Furia really didn't have an answer for them. Like, we saw them try so many different things. We saw them try to slow down, go into that mid-pressure default, getting picked off. We saw them trying to exec B. You know what? Zekin's walking down elbow at 130. Like, no matter what they were doing, MIBR always had an answer to come back into the round, and they just dominated. Like, the fights that they were taking and always coming out on top of was just insane.
And you really got to feel for Furia in this position. They're going into round 3. Koala Noob has gotten 4 kills in the round. It's a 2-on-1. His teammate dies, and in an ace or lose to the Aspas clutch, he loses, and the game just snowballs from there. He only gets 7 more kills throughout the rest of the game. It was really a rough 180 after that. But that's just how games go sometimes with this snowball.
That's just how the cookie crumbles in Valorant. You know, sometimes you can have the closest game possible, and then out of nowhere, you're looking down the barrel of a 12-0 going into the halftime.
The thing is, though, that this is a much bigger test for Furia now. To come out of a game like this, the worst loss that they've taken with this team, and show that they have the endurance to go to a map 5 and bounce back against an MIBR who is in true super team form.
Here's the problem. If you're Furia, on the other side, you're going to have to deal with a heated up Aspas now. And you're going to split. You have a lot of options for Aspas, Emily, of what he could do here potentially. This is a dangerous position for this rookie Furia team, this new squad getting put together to be in here.
Okay, he definitely heated up on this map. This is probably the best performance and what we've kind of been expecting and wanting out of him. But it's also on his comfort pick Jet. Okay,
Sure,
we're going into
fair-
a map
fair
like Split where he's going to be playing Raze if they don't change anything up. And last time we saw that, Zekin was the one who had to kind of step up and save the day. He wasn't having the most success in these initial fights. And honestly, a lot of the fights, he wasn't having success. It just felt like something was missing. And Jet, at this point, might as well just run the Jet instead of the Raze.
I mean, I feel like it could work. I mean, I feel like you could take aggression with Jet. With Jet specifically. Don't give me those eyes.
I thought you were talking about Raze.
I mean, unless you're playing Raze with the op, I think it could go kind of weird. But yeah, you can see here, Jet, it's just so phenomenal under the hands of
so far ahead.
Aspas. Followed with these other agents like the Waylay. We saw him struggle just a little bit. He didn't get a lot of that opportunity to op. That messed me up. Holy smokes.
I like that.
Opportunity. As much as he could have. And then Zekin as well with the follow-up felt like he was constantly in that position to get a lot of those frags. So I think it's a lot with just the play style, the comfort picks, and it makes sense, but I'm hoping to see more Jet too.
I think one of the secret keys to that, though, was Zekin on this map. You look at that defensive side, so many of those retakes were lauding them for, whereas Zekin just full sending it in, and he was playing great individually as well, but when he is doing that, disrupting in that way, it allows Aspas to just get away with murder with the operator. When no one's looking at him, no one's punishing him, and you know how fast he is. But it is a different story when we go to these other maps. He has had much lower performances when he's not playing the Jet. So this is really time for Aspas to lock in and show that he's not just going to be a beast on that agent, and that they can close out map 5, qualify to Santiago with him at the helm.
Yeah, but now they're going up against what we're hoping for, another Waylay on Alum, and that double duel is coming in with Koala. It's a whole new battle, right? We saw them struggle against comps like this, and with Waylay, there's so much you can do to kind of set him up and allow him to get that stun off, and then it just kind of steamrolls from there.
Yeah, and I think Furia too, they still have that really good mentality. We saw EU yelling, it's not a 13-0.
It's not a 13.
And I think that kind of stuff is just really good to see, especially when you're going to a map like Split, where a lot of the time you do want to see a lot of those executes, a lot of the fast plays and fast reactions.
But I think we do have to narrow in on the implications. Furia have gotten so close, a map away from qualifying to the first global event for the organization that they could qualify to in this partnership era with this completely new team. And now, if they can't close out this map, recover from that 13-2 loss, they have to play another BO5 tomorrow, possibly one after that, and get sent on this roller coaster to maybe have a chance to make it. They have to win here, or the road becomes so difficult.
Yep, folks, this is it. Comes down to the wire. Map 5, the winner gets a #1 seed for Masters Santiago, and the loser has to run it back tomorrow against G2. You do not want to miss this action. We'll see you in just a little bit.
So far, every single region has had their upper bracket kickoff grand finals go the distance all the way to that 5th and final map, and we are no exception here. And the question really is laid down at the feet of Furia. Can you pick yourselves back up after getting absolutely battered around on that prior map of Breeze? You're heading into Split again. Familiar territory for both of these squads in terms of what they've shown so far over awards this year, but MIBR on the double duelist, and for Furia, the question is going to be at the back of your minds, constantly worrying genuinely about what happens if we end up losing this. If you lose, you have to go up against, what is it, G2 squad?
G2.
Waiting in the wings. They've been watching your game the entire time. The path forwards gets so much tougher.
It really does. I think you could say the same for MIBR as well. You know, they've actually exposed what their weakness is, which is playing more of those solo duelist compositions. You know which maps they're weaker on. I think either team, whichever team loses here on Split, is in for a very tough journey qualifying for Masters Santiago. G2 watching this game, I'm sure, writing all of the notes, making their little anti-strats, but they don't know exactly who is going to fall down into this middle bracket. It all comes down to Split. The double duelist versus double duelist mirror, but not a mirror in terms of the comps, right? There is a big difference here. And the Aspas Raze versus the Alim Waylay. And I think the Waylay does give you more explosivity. It's also a bit easier to op with versus, I mean, it's going to be Koala Noob opping anyway, but Aspas, I don't think is going to be picking up the op as easily on their defense side. Last time they played on Split, Aspas himself did struggle. Bottom of the scoreboard, it was Zekken carrying on the Yoru. Aspas is going to hope that he doesn't need the rest of his team to step massively up here. He was dominant on Breeze. You'd love to get that value out of him again, but it's MIBR starting on the attack side to open.
The timer is ticking down. This is it. Both of these squads, the final chance to see if you can lock up that spot to Santiago cleanly through the upper bracket and not have to face off against the absolute monsters that are waiting below with eager eyes.
Yeah, you've got the Americas defending champions and the world defending champions down there.
Tough challenges waiting ahead to any team that loses, but that's why both of these squads are going to be putting everything into this. Pistol rounds typically being a strength for Furia. We've seen MIBR take a couple of them away. Prowler.
Pretty elaborate pistol round setup actually here. Fake gate crash and a clone over towards A, so they're making it feel like it was fake B pressure into A, and Furia have bought it.
Double layers.
Beautiful idea coming out there.
It is a really good idea. Similar to what they were doing on Bind with the Dimensional Drift. Peeling back now over towards the site once they force those rotates, and this is an open site for the taking.
I love the fake gate crash because it does make a noise now. And the defending players can read into it. Very clean post plant. What is Aspas doing over towards A?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. He's miles away from the action, and if Furia, they're going to be speeding this one up, taking the fight forwards at a rapid pace, already taking up a lot of residency. It's up to these anchoring players to see what they can do. Tex up from that high ground angle does at least get the kill onto Kualanu, but they have lost every single anchoring site player. Kind of a heaven attack to see if you can pull these players wide out into the open, but EU's already repositioned. I should say Artsin. It's a kill found for him, and Aspas is going to look to try and put it all on his back, and it's 2 sharp shots. Don't get me wrong, but not enough to overcome EU waiting on the sidelines.
My God, I was worried for a moment Aspas was going to do that. He got his nade back, but EU's there. And that's going to get energy back, pumping into the Furia camp.
Much needed.
They've won another pistol. That has been an area that they can constantly go back to.
One enemy remains.
Very consistent success that they've been finding early on in these halves. MIBR have given them more pushback than most, honestly. But Furia start out on a good footing there, despite how well crafted that attacking pistol looked.
Yeah. No one from Furia willing to contest over towards B main.
They have so many good ideas, though, Furia. Especially with their ultimates. I think they're very, very ahead of the ult game on Split. In terms of theory that both of these teams have showcased on Split, I would favor Furia.
Yeah.
But I think theory is not really what's going to win you the final game of a BO5 to qualify for globals. It's just much more about whether you can keep your nerve, whether you can turn up when it matters, if you can take the risks when you need to.
Nerve has the weapon of choice, I think, when you're going to be facing plenty of players with no armor. Does leave a slight gap, though. Smoke propped up against Mail. Everybody wants to play inside this one here. Nerve, though, is waiting, anticipating, knowing that there could be that presence there. Deep smoke later was back, and as you walk into it, suddenly, Zekken runs into the moor to try and put his body on the line to at least get his team a bit more space. Inferno and Tex pick up a couple of upgrades, but surely not. If Tex finds this, I mean, wait a minute. It's getting dicey.
Spike down B.
Spectre acquired, but not anticipating the position of Kualanu, so cleaned up in the end. There is still danger, of course. 2 of the weapons at least maintained for Furia.
It's a pretty decent eco at the end of the day, like you were saying, though. A lot of these teams, actually, Furia and MIBR both, have been able to put together very competent bonus round runs. We've seen tons of times here where they've been going in with 5 rifles. And this is going to be super different. Furia are now going into this round looking to try to win a bonus with double Bucky. You know, 2 of the players don't even have armor. So MIBR have made it a lot easier for themselves to avoid a snowball happening for them. Bait and switch set up over towards mid. Nerve trying to make it feel like it's only him hanging around here, and Kualanu tucked in vent.
Smoke makes it awkward. Goes on either side, though. Bucky could do some serious damage in a position like this. The Prowler is good and spraying. It's labored at best, but Zekken eventually gets the kill he was looking for. That double dash Alem is going to be hurt here with that Bucky. Has a refract. Patient plays. Oh no. Frank's gone. He's caught between a rock and a hard place, and it could have been a prime position to get a kill. Not quite. EU's there. What a shot by Mazzino. Deletes EU off the map.
Well, that's the kind of thing that we've got to be paying attention to in rounds that matter a bit more than this one. You can take risks here. This is just a bonus with a pretty light buy. So don't mind that from Allen. And he's one of the players that has to keep his head cool in difficult spots later on Split. He's been thriving on the maps where Furia have been winning, and he's been struggling a bit more in the maps where they haven't. Not necessarily a causal link there in terms of it being Alem's fault, just more to do with them getting him activated. If Aspas can find a couple of kills here, or even just 1 kill and a death, the showstopper could easily be something that you build a game plan around to start to put damage onto Furia's economy.
He's not going for it, though.
No, not hunting too hard for the kills.
I think he definitely could have gone a bit more aggressive in this round. You know that these two are looking to die to spike.
Regardless of that, though, it is clean as anything from MIBR.
Yeah, the opener was a little bit wonky.
Yeah, I was talking mainly the player surviving.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the gunplay, although Mazino was nice with it.
Koala Noob goes Glass Cannon Operator, getting out at the earliest possible opportunity.
Let's see if there's that level of awareness for MIBR.
We're going to try to take a peek early on A ramp. And maybe that's because Tex has been allocating his Viper Orb to mid quite a lot.
The Haunt tags him.
Oh, you know he's
the silhouette, I think, too, yeah.
Yeah.
If they were paying close attention. Clearance there from Furia. Prowler, as the wall's propped up again, posturing over towards mid. Smoke for a smoke. So far, very similar rounds that we've seen early on in Split.
Not breaking that Haunt, though, has a big knock-on effect for Furia's macro. They could have had Koala Noob posted on this really aggressive line, which would have allowed them to stack rotates over towards B, which is where Verno is ending the round for MIBR.
Gate crash. It's eventually going to be making its way into the back of the site here, and this is going to split up these players.
Alan doesn't know where to go.
No, Artisan left to try and anchor now, but from this spot, again, there's too much to overcome. There's a nade rebounding. He's wondering about the TP straight into Zekken. Flash forwards again, up top, Raptors. Needs to be that fight taken, Zekken. And Aspas
30 seconds
combine it all together. Full committal now into the plant.
It just has to be. It just has to be a save here. Yeah. I mean, EU can poke and prod and see if he can find a pick, but Koala Noob is.
He's gone up.
He's gone.
Yeah.
He is not helping. This would have to be a 1v5.
MIBR are really gearing up, I think, to do some significant damage. Showstopper's going to be up for next.
Yeah. This is going to be really tough.
Yeah.
To avoid the half running away from you a little bit here. Those two kills from Aspas back over towards the CT area, I think were pretty nasty. They've got a flash double peek. You know, Zekken TPs into backside, and then he throws out a flash for him and Mazino to swing through the smoke. And then Aspas gets to path to new box, swing out, and deletes 2 players.
Yeah.
That's the kind of value that you're looking for, where he doesn't necessarily have to be the first guy in. He's not going to play to space create necessarily for Zekken. But if you can get him in a spot where he can find some clean fights, top wow. Artisan, to be fair, was not really posted up to try to engage him there. But it's still a nice double to be able to get.
Yeah. Furia again. I mean, this buy is a little bit skew whiff as a result of saving those 2 guns.
Yeah, it's a tough spot when you end up in these kind of situations because you don't want Koala Noob and EU to play too aggressively. They're the players who can make the difference in this round, but if you take risks with them, then maybe you won't be able to buy in the next.
Yeah. Walking a tightrope, essentially. Full ramp control, though, giving up. MIBR have this one, and now the Showstopper's just going to be sending it against the back wall. What a shot by EU! At least equalize it. That rifle does need to be reclaimed. The recycling in order, and it's going to be picked up. Exchange in hands. Alam Howe has it to play with.
The Hinder potentially might have saved MIBR from committing to a stacked site.
It's an awkward position, yet still he snaps to it. Adjusts his aim with Verno being dropped. That's a spike as well onto ramp. Pressure now onto Tex to see if he can explore and open up a different avenue over towards B. The spike is starting to steadily move over that direction as well. Hold on, timing. Shorty to the face.
So unaware that Zekken would be bold enough to go for that kind of play.
It's a crazy play.
And Tex has been bold on this B side of the map as well. Realized that the whole thing is free.
Might be able to get another one here. Koala Noob really wants to at least feel like he can take a timing past this one. Here's the TP. He takes a shot. There's no way he's getting out of this. No way! Gets the one and lives. Absolutely no way. Dimensional drift earned up. Koala Noob spotting out where the rest of these stragglers are. Alim was handed potentially a fight, but too many players to overcome. Deep pillar position. Snake fight needs to be avoided now. Sidestep so Koala Noob doesn't go down because he's low as anything, but it's Tex. All the pressure on him and Mazino. Kuala Noob slowly approaching, just can't quite hit that in time, but Anderson there with the trade up and over towards the top to smoke. It obfuscates Mazzino! Lights some oil up and finds that perfect line.
Critically shuts down Artezine as well, who's been a nightmare for MIBR to get past in these 1v1s.
Yeah.
But this time, they've got his number. And it's a big 1v2 as well. They were so claustrophobic on site here. They just tucked towards pillar. Felt like they couldn't do a thing.
Smoke makes all the difference. Allen throws his body into the maw. Nice! Thinking that surely it sets up Artezine for the easy cleanup, but that smoke, he couldn't swing through it.
That was a light by round. Didn't feel like it.
Close. No, it didn't, did it?
Kuala Noob got away with murder as well with that peak, but now he doesn't have the op to be able to play with. And that's the risk of committing to that previous round. But of course, it was incredibly winnable.
Second one away from the orb. Spam. Looking to defend over the shoulder. Zekken does get the orb and gets out.
No damage either. They're set up for a really nice engage. Zekken could take this anywhere he likes.
Yeah.
Whenever you've got the defensive Yoru that you're playing against, you kind of want to wait out the gate crash timings, because otherwise Fury are going to be able to stack sites as much as they like.
Hitting that minute mark now. There's a Prowler forwards, Dimensional Drift up towards A, and a deep TP into Spawn. This is throwing a lot of chaos into the mix.
What the?
Question marks across the board, really.
The hell is going on here?
You put the squeeze onto the A players, but really could go into any direction. It is a bizarre take onto the round. Util held.
What is the game plan here?
Not too sure.
How do you play the attackers in?
They were hoping maybe that the presence would create a bit of space here. There's a lot of damage done somehow. Telliard are the ones finding their way through, but EU, again, that composure's there. Even to now, that reveal was massive. Artezine is finished off, and his kills are happening all over the place. Trades across the board, equalized the bound, a lot of damage done, and softened up enough for Mazzino to be able to strike right where it hurts. Kuala Noob now left alone to his devices in a 1v3.
That's a mad round from MIBR. Completely nuts. I don't think that's one that they'll have run many times in scrims where they, you know, double insert people into spawn with an Omen and a Yoru ult.
It's crazy.
But I'll tell you what, it's gonna throw Furia off too, because you just don't have a protocol to deal with that.
No.
There's no way.
Two players in our spawn.
You definitely could have a protocol to deal with like one Omen ult into spawn and decide whether or not you want to, you know, do we as a team want to push in those situations forwards? Do we want to go back and clear the Omen? Like, you know, people will have discussed that in the Furia camp.
Yeah.
But when it's also combined with a Yoru ult, this is where Furia's experience on this map is going to get tested. And the more that you go away from preset plans, the more it's going to favor MIBR's experience.
That's where it rears itself.
Get things individual, get them scrappy.
Good round, bro.
And MIBR probably have the advantage. You can see him giggling about it there.
Yeah.
They're flying by the seat of their pants.
Making Furia uncomfortable. It's a timeout taken.
Because I think one of the big strengths with Furia, when we've seen them play this map, is that they have a game plan response to a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, if MIBR do traditional A-ramp take protocol, Furia will have a response to it, a reaction to it, and they're very fast. When we've seen them play previously in Kickoff, they were dominating teams that they played against. I mean, to take the example when they played against G2, it was not a real game of VALORANT.
No.
The Furia were head and shoulders better.
Zero hesitation with the moves they were making.
But
yeah, the more this gets uncomfortable, the more it's going to favor MIBR.
Yeah. And I think that the thing that MIBR have been doing that is more standard is that B exec, where Zekken TPs into back B site. And Furia haven't actually made an adjustment to deal with that. That's where I'd like to see them rely on a bit of a better game plan. Outside of that, though, I think Coach Shaw's just got to trust that the players can come up with the right game plans in the mid-round.
Yeah.
And that is tough.
Money is getting pressured super hard here by Furia. I mean, Nerva's not coming into this with a rifle. It's half armor for the rest of the team. Zekken does have an operator, though. It's going to signal that you can expect a bit of a slower round, but MIBR have just been essentially making that the norm.
It's Furia that wanted to op early on.
Yeah.
They got Kuala Noob and op with a glass cannon, no armor, as soon as they possibly could. And then they just haven't had the money to be able to work with it.
Alem's also struggling. 0 and 6. They need to find ways of being able to get him activated. Find him fights. Or get him involved in retakes.
Late break in the boom bot. Pings across the board here.
Drop the spike. Yeah, I mean, it looks like Vernon wants to set himself up.
Yeah, he's got a Nightfall.
For the fade ultimate.
Pushed up into pocket of playing into mid. That was going to be dodged, but here it is. Nightfall up towards heaven. Looking for the tags on a few of these players. Artisan stepping up now to the challenge. Forwards in his approach, and he knows exactly what's going to be played for. How does Mazzino hit that? Is that just blind through the smoke?
I think so.
Ridiculous stuff. Koala Noob applying the flashes. See if he can make the play. What is that by Verno? Fully spraying up towards heaven and adjust the aim in time.
Plant gets pit.
Tech spam though, that's going to be the pit brought down immediately. Blink of an eye. Nightfall of their own now. EU flying forwards. Sensor players scattering.
Here's Alem's time.
3v3. He's going to look to see if they can activate off the top of this one. The shots are going missing wide. Hinder tabs. Mazzino! Mazzino! Can't be doing it to him. Running all over them. The confidence right now is boundless for MIBR.
And you see that from the other perspective where Alem throws down his hinder but can't follow up on it because he's worried about somebody being in the back of the site. That's a crazy. There's some wild stuff happening out here. Getting Mazzino online though is a tragedy for Furia. Because it means 5 rounds in a row, 10 and 2, the Omen player. And Furia just don't have an answer.
They don't. 2 rounds on the board off the back of the pistol round, the follow-up, that's it. MIBR have been running this map.
We were asking if they were going to be rattled with the 13-2 loss on Breeze. They came out with a pistol round win.
A lot of damage, no kill though. No cigar.
Thought maybe that pistol would have got them back into the game.
Yeah.
5 rounds, no answer. A Thrifty would be huge here. Furia had a couple of big ones on Haven.
There's a big stack of bodies on the A site. Hoping, praying that MIBR will rush into things.
In a previous situation, they had techs on the lurk that opened up B. Now they've no options. They don't have info anywhere else on the map.
No, but the fight might be coming to Furia right now. Spot the gate crash. Breaking a lot of this here. You're alerting them to your presence. Aspas already diving all the way in. That is traded, but again, these shots need to be clean as anything. Hold on. Damage done earlier. The classic is enough to clean up Mazzino. Snake bites. Actually going a bit awry here. Quality with the double flashes. That is a good connection, but the sidestep of the movement, it's clean enough. It keeps his players alive. There's another layer to it, but it's all going too wide. Oh my! Koala Noob, an attempt to redeem, but it leaves it now into the 1v2. Artsin. It's been good for the clutches, but against this, against the might of MIBR. Taking this one together, the shots just going a little bit too wide. He's being peppered down, whittled down. And now you're looking at 6 rounds in a row for MIBR.
They had to do that one the hard way. They had to get through a stacked site, break through everything. Koala Noob with so many chances. If he had a rifle, surely he's landing those shots on the player over towards Hell. I think it was Verno just dancing.
Yeah.
Staying alive in spots he probably shouldn't. But despite going through the stack, MIBR make it. Navigate the danger.
Yeah.
Now Koala Noob finally gets an op to play with again.
Thrifties have been close, but close isn't good enough for Furia.
They got to break this horn. They did it last time.
There
okay. EU deals with it. So now the game plan is sensible for Furia. They have pit in mid. They have an op over towards a ramp.
Yeah, full control over towards those areas.
And Tex has not been ever putting his Viper op here as far as I can remember. So Koala Noob's just got 3 angles.
Prowler spotted. Koala Noob was forced to rattle off a shot to break it.
I'm surprised they're still keeping 2 people in the pit. Alan was here early in case MIBR pressured Nerve. But he's staying here.
Yeah. The A side just gets weaker and weaker. There's a stack of bodies over towards B.
Mazzino's thrown a smoke to try to get Koala Noob off the angle. Fury have got the right read though.
Yeah. It plays a position here. Do a lot of work. The C's is going to be used first. Big crash now, waiting around. Artisan is taking his time to strike. That's just spam through the smoke, realizing that the hit is going to be coming in right now. That Haunt, big reveal up into the corner. Someone's going to play off the back of this one. It's Mazzino again inserting himself. The distraction is there, but Nerve with a snake bite lays it all down. Vulnerable up, EU, at least with the follow-up. A lot of damage done. Single bullet would bring down Aspas. Nerve himself, the same could be said. 13 seconds remaining in the round. His plant needs to go down right now, and Aspas lowers anything, blinds it up, flashed up. Furia, they need this desperately, and they're gonna get it. Eventually, finally, a hurdle cleared.
It took everything from Furia, but the basic design of their defensive setup ends up working out for them. They had pit down, they had the op down, they had bodies where they needed them. Nerve was supporting from heaven here to shut down this B hit. Even with Artisan getting overwhelmed in backside, they secure.
Nice, let's go, boys! Come on!
They secure around and get themselves on the board. They stop the streak. But now they've got to start one of their own if they want a chance in this half. Equalizing would mean winning 3 more.
One step away from a multitude of ults for MIBR. They'll look to play around the orbs if they can. Koala Noob, slightest of angles. They're missing his shots there, and there's no counter spam in order that they can punish that one. The orb?
Yeah, went onto Zekken, so Zekken now has his ultimate to be able to play with. They chose to prioritize Yoru instead of the Razor, which I think is probably the right play. Just gives you so much information, so many ways that you can craft rounds around Zekken's ultimate. But where are they actually going to end things here? Verno going over towards the A site.
Yeah, they've been throwing in a lot of fakes, MIBR.
It's really difficult to tell where they're going to finish. And sometimes it feels like they don't know. They're just figuring it out, feeling the map. Wondering where Koala Noob's gone.
Yeah. Mental Drift. There's a second now. He's going to be looking to pinpoint a couple of the player positions, and he just sees 2 of them way out into the open. The Paranoia does not connect, and still Zekken wants to make a play for it into the back of the side. Mazzino! Always happy to provide that extra attention. Up towards Heaven, the Rafters angle. That's a quick snap to the side. Nerve really feeling it now, but just not quite on top of it in time. And Koala Noob happy. Towards the back there. Punishes the peek from Verno. Hinder, double dash now. There's a great chance. Zekken is cleaned up. Texas straight back at it from behind. Koala Noob wraps around and takes the precise timing that was needed.
Flanks on flanks up towards Heaven. Chaotic, scrappy rounds, but Fury have now connected 2 in a row. And at least this half is going to be respectable. 4 rounds minimum. And he gets to keep the op at the end here too. So they should be able to craft a buy. Only just found the timing past Hex.
Yeah.
The buy is not good, by the way, for Furia. All of these rounds have come down to the wire, and look.
Yeah, it's really taking a toll on the economy.
If Alam's going to be playing with a judge, I want to see him trying to get aggressive. Do they have some kind of aggro play?
Big ults.
I really liked Alam using his ultimate to punish like A-ramp aggression, the lurker.
Speaking of punish, yeah, 2 players high-low, Prowler as well. They were ready for every contingency.
Yeah, they wanted Koala Noob to peek into them there.
Nerve just jiggling, that's a punish. They know that Nerve has been knife out, jiggling the angle and the line, looking for information in the middle of it, and now Aspas lets loose. That's a showstopper in his hands. The Haunt has to pre-fire that one to the corner. Worried about being cleaned up and cleared out. EU though just finds his time, plays back, convergent pass, double dash, forwards. Aspas no more. He turned into absolute mincemeat, and information gathered from that one. EU mops up the remainder. Left just down to Mazzino. Spike is irretrievable here. Furia are pulling this one back.
That's the punish protocol that I've been looking for from Alan, where he notices where the attackers are pathing to, and then lands either a hinder or an ult onto them, and he can just swoop in for the cleanup. Mazzino's stuck in a 1v4 here that he's really got no hope of winning. The money's not great for either team as well, because the rounds have been going back and forth. We saw Furia win the round here. They've won 2 in a row. This is going to be the 3rd. And even so, their economy's on a bit of a knife's edge. But it's Mazzino looking to try to hold on to this rifle so that his team is going to be able to scrap something together for the final round of the half.
Yeah.
He's individually been playing so well.
Mazzino has decided he is, in fact, going back to Chile.
He really looking to send it there. I mean, he was talking about how much it would mean to him to make it. His whole family's from Santiago.
Yeah.
So it would mean the world to him.
But I think he needs to get everybody on board because Fury are starting to creep back into this game. It's been a nice readjustment, and they're starting to get players back into things. Value from Alim in this round.
You've been spotting that final player out so that you could clean it up in smoke. One round standing between them as we look towards the final round of this half.
EU picks up an Outlaw. I think he has extra money, so I think he's probably still got a rifle available as well.
It's full armored up.
Yeah, MIBR has gone for full armor on their players, knowing that Fury attract the economy.
Yep. And Alan, an aggro angle, high-low set up and played for. Haunt. Missed, but I think the sound cues are heard here. Kuala Noob looks like he wants to explore. This is hyper aggro stuff from Zekken.
The Haunt cleared it out, the whole of A ramp at the beginning of the round, so he knew the space was for free. Gate crash noise heard from Kuala Noob. Could be a fake. Zekken's been messing with those a bit.
Yeah.
He's still thinking about it.
Has to be worried.
Portal closed.
Gate crash fades though.
And there's a high-low setup over here that we're looking at with Alim and Artzin trying to punish Aspas if he went for a peek. Kuala Noob's just on a fact-finding mission here, I think.
Yeah, looking to clear up question marks as to where these players could be. Quickly cleaned up though in terms of his position, and A looks like the site to land. EU and Kuala Noob are side by side. No more gate crashes for Kuala Noob to get out. He is hard committed into this anchor spot. 30 seconds remaining. Major ults. Artisan can immediately rejoin him if he chooses to. There's that weapon picked up as well. The Outlaw fading away. A lot of damage done on a lot of that. Molly's forcing the issue, pushing them into the uncomfortable territory. Artisan again supplements the defense up, and now starting to come alive. Lighting them up here. It's Artisan versus all of them. And EU right by his side. 7 bullets remaining, but time running short. The spike out into the middle of nowhere. Furia surely got this, especially with that Molly layer down. Aspas realizes it.
Yeah,
Job's done here.
No time. What a recovery in this half from Furia. After a 13-2 loss on Breeze, a rough start.
Yeah.
They lost 6 rounds in a row in the middle of this and still managed to find the adjustment and recover. That is grit. That is grit from a team without too much experience.
You're exactly right. I mean, that's going to keep the confidence flowing for this squad. Bouncing back immediately after that flattening on Breeze. It's anyone's game. We've gone the distance, 6-6. Don't go anywhere. We will be sending a team to Santiago after this. One of the most important second halves of VALORANT you're going to be witnessing in quite some time. And for both of these teams, they're going to have their eyes set on that prize there. The trophy in the middle and a chance to book your ticket to Santiago. And it is dire straits if you go out here. You're not out of the picture just yet. You've earned a bit of a buffer, a bit of breathing room, I suppose, for the upper bracket itself. But in the middle bracket, in the lowers, you have a multitude of teams that are hungry for the chance to take you down. G2, in fact, I guarantee you are going to be watching this game, writing down, noting down any tendencies, anything that they can exploit in their matchup that's going to be happening tomorrow.
Yeah, the Sharks are circling down there.
But Furia, my God, what a great job they've already done just to get into this position.
Absolutely.
But they need to capitalize on this opportunity up against the final boss, who's been activated across Breeze and getting going with some big rounds on Split 2. But started to quiet towards the end of that half, and Furia found their footing. A 6-6 half. These are the spots where the pistol round can make the biggest difference, and Furia, that has been their strength.
They want to keep it going. For now, though, slow and steady. We mentioned it earlier, a lot of teams, when they're up against a defensive Yoru, they're going to be trying to wait out these gate crash timings, and there it is.
Toxins going up.
Taken instead of letting it expire, just in case Furia are doing this APOP.
Looking to send it flying forwards. This is going to be a pop straight into the site, and again, the onus lies towards Zekin here, out towards that elbow angle, has that ghost in hand, and he needs a bit more help to help him out. What is that, Adsin? Unreal. Activating at the right time, the right moment. Last Mazzino still alive, a dynamic duo. There's a 2v3. All players corralled, pushed into these tight positions into the post plant. It's not the most ideal for Furia. Backs against the wall.
Ardezine's pulled out magic so far. These players are very disconnected. Can't really play off each other, Aspas and Mazzino.
It's going to come down to ones. Bit of a jiggle. It's damage done. Pulling out the C's. Aspas is worried about, again, all these positions, but that timing taken as the util flies forwards. Adezin, with him going down, is now a 2v2, and his pistol round is absolutely everything. Aspas left in a 1v2, and Nerve just sidesteps it all. Pistol round for Furia, the energy is up.
Again, that place that they can always return to if they want to see value. The Furia pistols have been sublime.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what situation they're in, doesn't matter how awkward it feels. The game plans are good, and the players
Let's go!
always convert in those spots. 13 and 7 Kuala Lumpur, by the way. Having a game.
Yeah.
But Adezin coming out with 2 of the crucial kills to be able to push that one across the line.
Difference maker.
And he's been critical for them in some really big impact moments. But Furia did win double pistol and still lose on bind. MIBR activated in the second half.
You're done.
It's not going to be this round, though, for MIBR if they do pose any danger here. Furia with an opportunity to have Kuala Lumpur walk forwards and maybe generate up some of the distance towards the dimensional drift. Getting that ult snowball online would be amazing for Furia. Just simplifies the calling so much. But they're slow for the moment. They don't want to walk into a stack.
They are really worried about that. Around the minute mark now. Now they're looking to activate across the map.
Time to jump.
You can feel fairly confident walking in with a Marshal here as Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah, you're not going to hand over anything significant in terms of the weapons.
And you probably one-shot everyone you run into.
Texas close though, sees the barrel. Should be primed surely for this one. The shots are rattled in every single direction here. You trip yourself up, it's a potential trap play, but Furia, by the time waited out, that's a season and 8. MIBR, time
30 seconds left.
is against Furia to a degree. There's about less than 30 seconds out of Paranoia. It's phase 2 of the plan. Clone eating the bullets and the damage, not quite enough to deal with. Allen with that deep dive into the back of the site. Attracts all the attention and crosshair placement, enough for his team to get in there.
Slight misread from MIBR. They thought Furia was going for the big rotate on the attack side. Instead, Furia went for a re-hit. And Aspas, one of the bursts from the shorty goes straight into the clone. Furia deal with the danger fairly well, but didn't get up to any massive ults. So disaster averted for MIBR, but a great start anyway for Furia.
Just breathe. Listen to your IGL. Listen to Dada.
Nerve there doing some secondary calling. He was originally supposed to be the IGL for this team. Handed the reins over to Artzin. Someone who's been doing a great job, honestly.
Yeah, considering the last year that he had, Aspas immediately dealt with.
What an opener.
For the bonus round of Furia. About as good as a beginning as you could hope for. Deep Haunt needs to be broken. On top of it as well, an attempt of a punish. A bit of dashes, hinder, sidestepped. Texas drawing out a lot of util from them currently, but MIBR losing control of mid as a result.
Yeah, the map control is huge right now for Fury.
Yeah.
They've got the opportunity to pivot in any direction.
These MIBR players, they are feeling squeezed. If you lose B heaven control.
The gate crash is really good, though, at the moment for Zekken, because it gives him the ability to go and reinforce a B hit if the timing's early. But if Artisan slows down the round a little,
Zeno on
that will expire.
All their attention over towards that heaven angle. It's a critical kill. Again, a tight spot that they're going to be placed into. The horns and the flash is all going a little bit wide here. Verno, Prowler sent flying, and now mad scurry and dash all the way over. But this time, Zekken is lying in wait.
He is so alone, though.
25 seconds roughly to work with. They are umming and ahhing.
They don't know what they're doing.
They don't know what to do. No map control. They got to try and take this one together because, again, Zekken can be that playmaker. Deep TP adds in with that plan. It needs to be coverage from every single angle from that high ground. Zekken almost makes it happen, but Artisan was pulled off the plant as a result. Time pressure is still there. This time commits, though. Bit of breathing room, but a C's connects on top of it. It's all up to Alim to see if he can hold this one back. So many targets, so many options. His head is on a swivel. Worried about all sorts of directions, and Mazzino is just baiting, buying time, trying to see if he can play his team all the way in. It's damage done on either side. Alim eventually going for that rolling retreat, pulls his way back. This is space given up in a 3v3 here. Shots finally landing. Claims the kill that he was looking for now, and with the help of the rest of his team, surely the cleanup. Texas left in that 1v3. He's got to give up his hopes of trying to convert this one here. So bonus round here for Furia. Step by step, brick by brick, building a path to victory.
It's a huge one to be able to get on the board. They scrambled into it. Nerve only drops a Bucky, so he's not worried about that. That's an enormous round for them to be able to take. It could be the first nail in the coffin for MIBR's chances here in the upper bracket. What an opener, man!
Yeah.
Look at that shot. And Zekken dealt with. He was the danger on the A side. But they went for this really safe approach where you plant for heaven and have the players from heaven hold the planter. It's popping off.
Furia. 3 rounds in a row. The economy, a mess for MIBR.
They've got that danger weapon that they managed to save, and they've put it into Zekken's hands. He's got half armor. And he would have to come up with a miracle to avoid Furia putting together a sizable lead.
He's holding for the contact. Someone to step past A main. Walls up. Not time to reposition. Prowler for a Prowler. Quick response and that damage through the wall. Verno cannot escape it.
But Zekken's probably licking his lips at this point because their only chance of winning the round is if they commit A. And that's where Fury is making the noise.
Potentially pushed back here. They do have heaven control. And you're right, bodies. MIBR. Map with a stack! What is that by Alim?
Well, that's astonishing. What a clearance in that position.
Swings out heaven, announces himself in the process. Texto with a cheeky one. That spike dropped down, and this could still get a bit leery, although handled. Mazzino only had the shotgun. They know roughly where Texas' position is.
EU's so good at controlling in these anti-ecos. Purchases out the Outlaw, and then...
Yeah, locking down.
He's just picking them off.
Exactly, all the extra avenues here. So Furia find the 10th round now. It's the last map here in our upper bracket for the grand finals to decide who we send as our first seed of Americas to Santiago.
And would you believe it's Furia?
It's unbelievable, man.
Nobody at the start of the year is looking at this Furia team and thinking they are the best team in Americas, but my God, they're playing like it.
Yeah, and they're in the driving seat. That's the crucial element here. It's MIBR the ones forced to react, come up with adjustments.
Some nerves on Frod's face there, I think.
Yeah.
Calling the tactical timeout. Wondering maybe whether or not to get an op online and where to put it, if so. I mean, we can see that Zekken's got it in his hands at the moment. The comp is a little bit strange, isn't it? Because it's a bit like Bind, where you would kind of want Aspas to be the one with the op. We've seen him on Split before be absolutely dominant with the op in his hands. And yet Zekken's character, his agent, just makes more sense to be running the op. Koala Noob as well, thinking about running it on the attack side, and he is a nightmare to deal with. Top of the scoreboard for Furia, and at any point it feels like he could just run away with the round.
Oh yeah. It's been unreal, the run that Furia have had through that upper bracket. There were questions really at the beginning of the day before we got into this. Have Furia really been tested? At this point, without a doubt, they have been pushed to the brink by an MIBR squad that eager not to be facing off against other opponents in the middle bracket, the lower bracket.
They'd also only won on 3 maps out of 7 in the pool, Furia. But today they added Haven to the mix. Being able to go up 13-11 on that map, it could have been an absolutely critical moment in the series. I mean, it almost certainly was, right? You think if that just goes the other way, it's curtains already. We wouldn't have even been here to see Split.
Yeah.
So, astonishingly good clutches, to be honest with you. They ended up winning that out for Furia and put them in a position where they could even be here to potentially be the first team to take a map away from MIBR with the double duelist. Another player tech pause here.
Yeah, in a prime position.
These BO5s are tested.
That's what I'm saying, man. You get tested in different ways. Ladder control, individual gameplay. It is a test of endurance, though.
It is. We're talking about the mental endurance a lot, but I think Fury have kind of cleared the bar here. There's chances, of course, that they could choke at the finish line. We've seen it from teams before, but MIBR would have to mount a serious comeback even to put the pressure back on Furia. Like at the moment, there isn't any pressure. Furia are clean sailing.
Swapping out.
Of course, the players can only go off one at a time, so that you avoid them.
No crosstalk, no strategy in the bathroom.
Yeah.
That'd be a crazy strat, though.
But this next round is critical.
It is.
You look at the economy, and MIBR do not have the cash to lose this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, while we wait for these players to get back into their seat, for now we can hear from EU and get his thoughts on Furia's kickoff run so far.
I think every team, every player, probably every fan put Furia as like the worst team in the region. So, I mean, the mindset doesn't really change after our first win or the second or the third. We're just going to keep going into every game, giving it our best. And, you know, if we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. I've been saying that we've been focused in this sort of manner, and the mindset doesn't change now that we're winning. We're not going to try harder than we already have. We're just going to give it full effort.
Primeiro, e o Zé que aproveita, o Ita se entrega. Ainda tá perigoso, o Mado olhou pra trás, olha o Zé!
He's going to be smoked out before he's dead. Valen has to lock it down. He's up against Nerve with already a Sheriff, and he's able to win it out.
Well, in many players' careers, you're not quite going to be tested like this. To the brink in a best of 5, the players are rapidly approaching, and as we've been mentioning, tested in many different areas, but really just letting the tension brew a little bit. This is a match that is simmering. In fact, MIBR, I mean, again, let's reset the stakes a little bit here. They are staring at a must-win round. The entire economy is being pushed into this one upcoming round, round 17. They have to get it over the line, otherwise Furia looking like they are running away with this series. And as a result, they will be the team to represent Americas in Santiago as that #1 seed.
You're talking about the tension raising in this game. And I'm seeing tension on the side of MIBR to some degree. Furia trying to keep it loose.
Yeah.
You know, Artazine stood up, juggling things. They're clapping as they come back from the break. Just really trying to keep the less experienced players on the team loose.
Yeah. See, now it's a big round to be going up into. Right down to the wire, this one. For dramatic effect, and letting it pause. Yeah.
I mean, there's been a few maps in this series that have felt winnable for both sides.
Yeah.
I think there's just been some like critical moments that have tipped things in one direction or the other. And Split at the moment does feel like it's who gets the read on the other one in terms of how they want to approach the game. But that assumes that Fury is not just going to run away with this half.
Right, yeah.
MIBR need a response. And they need it fast.
They definitely do. It looks like all 5 players in their seats. We should be getting into the action momentarily here. For MIBR, again, it's all on their shoulders, and yeah, we will be getting into it. Listen, for MIBR, down 4 rounds. If you're going to correct the course, it has to be now. Round 17, operator v operator.
And look at the money again. Look at MIBR, if they lose this round, what trouble they could be in. With Zekken investing to try to get the op up here. He's looking to throw the gate crash and take a time in to peek on mid. Not realizing that Mazzino could need a little bit of help over here.
Like a Ferrari. It's right around the corner, but Mazzino, TP backing away. One way propped up.
Koala Noob's going to find it difficult to be able to get value out of the op, and he tosses it over to Artazine. Implies that they're going to go for something faster.
And here it is, speeding up. Mazzino caught potentially there. Knife out. Alim is looking to try and send this one here, but a hinder. Potential connection to TP to try and escape a lot of those bullets. So all players alive here. MIBR grouped up. Playing a retake with the operator, never quite ideal.
No, it definitely favors Artazine, who's going to be able to get posted up with his op.
Through heaven. Just misses the shot, though. He's given an opportunity. Instant reposition. A lot of damage done to Alim. Still anyone's game. MIBR trying to gear up into this, but it's immediately there with the pressure. The heat's turned up, though. Second, matters into his own hands. Moves forwards, one way's abound. Big reveals, a trails, find it all out, but for MIBR, everyone's winning this fight out. 3v5 now, TP is a little bit too late onto that mark. Gualu can't escape it, and the duelists of MIBR, they activated the most critical of time. What a round this truly has been for them, to be honest. A catalyst potentially to turn it into a little bit more.
Well, they needed it, didn't they? If they hadn't won that round, it was an uphill battle that I don't think they would have been capable of getting the better of. But here, both of the Yorus who started the round with an op throw the op to a teammate.
Nice, yo, we're back. Oh my God, we're gonna win. We're gonna win, we're gonna win. Go.
Okay.
Well, there you see, that is the difference of that one round makes. They're double opping, bro.
Okay.
I mean, that's a heavy investment, but I assume they have rifles behind it.
Furia.
Maybe not.
They've been doing fast rounds. Every now and then, at least throwing it in. And they've got 5 players grouped up into B main. This is going to be sent straight over here.
Yeah, it could just be the same again.
Yeah, I think Furia weren't happy with the way that one ended up. Now you're going to see it. Sent flying forwards. Recall back again, but that's a deep TP into the back. And Koala Noob can't get a handle on it. Can't control the rifle well enough in time, and bodies have arrived here. MIBR have plenty more where that came from. Players ready, prime position, a lot of damage on Mazzino. Chipped down to anything but Tex! Tex! Lights up 3. Blink of an eye. And 2 on Furia left to stand up against it. EU and Artsin.
It's definitely still winnable. Artazine has his ultimate, could reposition over towards A. And there's 2 ops here on the retake. It's a kind of ridiculous situation. Do they have guns that they could upgrade to? I think Zekken might. He's leaving.
Yeah, dropped, yeah. Smoke into CT EU. Inserts himself, held though by Zekken. Furious timing here to TP into mid, and Hansin doesn't quite stick it. Cancelled at the final moment here, and Zekken was ready. Primed, aim well trained. Nade rebounds, and Adazin, he's put on magic so far. But this might be a little bit too much to overcome. Zekken's instantly on it.
Value in the previous round, a 3K as he throws the operator over to Verno, this time up in hand, alongside Aspas. Manages to close things out on a bit of a slower retake attempt. But this round was actually worse in terms of the B-pop from Furia. Yeah. In the previous round, they completely overwhelmed Mazzino, and he had to run out of the site, and so Alim took all of the space for free. This time, Alim actually gets forced back, and Furia found it very difficult to get through the choke point. Running back that same round again just gave Mazzino a way of thinking about how the util works and how to avoid it. Actually favored the anchor. Double up again.
Yeah, keeping it going.
With Aspas showstopper in hand, so if he does get run down, he's always got a backup plan.
It's a half-by round for Furia. Digging deep here.
Tex may have been right when he said that previous round was the difference maker.
Well, we were highlighting how important it was. Information gathered. Gets in and gets out here. Alam's got it ready though. Prime with that bucket now, with a paranoia up towards overhead. He's hunting for a target. Can't quite get it. Refract all the way back.
Gualanum's backfilled all the space though.
Yeah, and he's got that rifle. If there was ever going to be a player to make it happen. Second just waiting for this smoke to dissipate. Hoping he's got the right line as it fades away. Doesn't want to be caught out into the open.
Have they heard the gate crash? Does Tex know?
Mazzino. He's feeling the pressure. They've lost B-Heaven control. He's worried about being caught in a very unfavorable position.
Portal closed.
They can hear the gate crash and they hear it expire on site. They might be thinking Furia are looking to explore in the other direction. Aspas is getting them good information though on A, so three players can stay here at B.
Operator's working out in their favor. Mazzino, difficult spot to try and take the fight against. Convergent Paths is in there. Activated from the back. I mean, Zekken, he can't quite find this one. It's all Kualanoob. He's filled up the feed. This is a half-by round, and Furia, they take it over.
How did it go so wrong?
Spike planted.
Couple of missed opportunities, couple of missed shots, but maybe Aspas has got something to say about it. Showstopper offloaded. He's looking for a slight angle. The target's not quite there. But Verno, rifle well trained.
These players are weak.
Yeah, it's only the stinger that's been picked up. I think Aspas was hoping for something a little bit better. Verno decayed down to a single digit. Spraying and praying will do the job. Aspas looking, trying to find a way through, but Nerve has that judge in hand into the pit. It's blight spread across this site. And Aspas now getting a run on. The pressure is entirely on him. The fuse stuck onto half all the way, potentially not quite. Nerve is right there when it counts. 11th round for Furia, and they did it with absolutely bottom of the barrel in terms of their purchases. Not just that, pulling the ultimates out of MIBR.
Gualanoob comes in. Yeah, I mean, the play was nice. They spot out where Mazzino is and set up for a Waylay ultimate, so I like that play. That gets them the first pick. Zekken, though, had, I think, a free kill in heaven, basically. He's got his op trained on somebody's back and missed the shot. Frod's pained as to how that one has played out. Gualanoob with another ult to be able to work a play around. Furia are very, very good when they've got ults to build game plans with. You saw it in the previous with the value from Alims.
I see even more evidence of it now.
Tex may not have wanted to pit off the rip here because Gualanoob can counter it with his own Yoru ult, but might use it reactively. 3 players in mid.
Yeah, looking to see if they can push back. Well, this presence double dash in into the corner. That's a blind that connects. Tex will have to respect it.
The hinder, though, crucially doesn't. So Alim
doubled up.
Follow up. It does feel like they're using Tex as bait in mid, but Furia not overstepping, playing patiently, playing beyond their years and experience here.
Zekken primed, ready. It's all about reaction times, and he used deleted.
The crosshair placement is perfect.
Dimensional drift, looking for that extra information. He's going to be spotting out exactly where these players are, and sees that Mazzino has retreated, dropping down. Hearing the sound cue, space has to be given up, but Tex alongside Verno. Make sure to clear up the question marks. Up through mid now, and looking to potentially take it a bit faster. Alim looking to meet them, and finds it! Two blinding shots. He's given Furia a lifeline, deep TP into the back. That is a pocket of play and potentially to escape this one tonight. Fall, dodged and avoided. So faking the TP, Haunt, broken. MIBR taking this one together now, but there are so many obstacles to face, so many players to potentially clear. Flash is good, Zekken cleaned up entirely, and again a 1v1 Artsin versus Verno. IGL versus IGL. Battle of the brains when it comes down to the gunplay! Oh!
Bonkers! Ridiculous!
What a way to finish!
An absolutely absurd moment. Both IGLs running into each other with knives out and then running and spraying. Artsin looks calm on the outside, so does Verno, but that was madness.
I mean, that's comical. We're just talking about it comes down to the gunplay and they start running and gunning at each other.
Yeah, those are the smartest players on your teams as well. I mean,
oh my goodness.
I think Verno thought he had the kill. Look, there's a slight frown at the end there.
Yeah.
There have been some unreal rounds won by Artsin across this series.
It's been ridiculous.
Am I saying he's been the most impactful player in terms of like every round, day in, day out? No, maybe not. I mean, you know, you could point at some others on the team. Koala, who's been fantastic, for example. The stats are going to tell you that Artsin might not have been the best player across this series. Maybe it was someone else on his team. In terms of impact rounds won on critical maps, where both of these teams were even across Haven and across Split, he has been the guy.
It's unreal form. Artsin in these clutch scenarios, and now MIBR have been pushed to the absolute brink. No more second chances here. This is the 12th round earned up for Furia in our final map of the upper bracket grand finals. It's the panic button hit. MIBR need an answer immediately, but guess what? The weaponry's not good. You bought down to the minimum. You have to go all in at this point, but it's looking more and more likely that Furia, so often the bottom feeders in America, will be that team to represent the #1 seed for the region at Santiago.
4 chances to make history here.
No one expected at all at the beginning of this season.
Bring them down.
EU exploration code 4 has got that outlaw, even setting himself up there with a prowler. A lot of space given up. Broken, and he knows how low the money is. It's full armor and a multitude of players of MIBR, so it's only Aspas really in the danger zone of that outlaw.
Yeah, they're going for the lighter weaponry in order to afford the proper armor, because they know that these Furia players will abuse them if they go for light armor.
Cautious round being played here by Furia. They don't want to overstep themselves. They don't want to lose track of potential possibilities, but mistakes opened up. Shots going wide though. Potentially a golden opportunity that's just about missed, but the stack of players, MIBR, rooted, ingrained to the spot over all
30
day.
seconds left.
30 seconds remaining to make something happen.
And the stack is here.
The damage could be done. MIBR, they need Aspas to activate. It's an instant trade. Verno tuck close, tight to the corner. The flower pots, will they get cleared? Players dropping down. Time! It's not the weapon of choice, but I'm straight there with them. And Furia achieve the absolute impossible.
An incredible scene. Elation. They've done what I'm sure not even they have quite taken in yet.
Take a look.
Qualify for Masters Santiago 2026 in absurd fashion.
How many people had the big panther as our #1 seed to represent Americas at Santiago? It's unbelievable. It's a Cinderella storyline that they have just woven through that upper bracket.
And they've earned it. They've overcome every challenge that's been presented to them. They've not lost a match.
Oh my God.
They've shown that hard work can beat experience here. Taking down the #1 seed in Americas for sure. An MIBR super team could not hold their own here today. Furia make it through in 5.
So many questions for this team about the inexperienced rearing, but right now, it's the results that speak volumes for them as Furia gather together. The time is nigh. This is your moment. It's what everybody's been playing for in this squad. Back and forth, the whole team. Trials and tribulations in Tier 2 and beyond. It's moments like this is what you play for. Koala Noob. Get the team's hands on it, get their grips on it. Furia represent the #1 seed for Americas at Masters Santiago.
From winless stages in previous years to the best team in Americas with a new roster. So many of these players have been waiting for so long for something like this.
Yeah.
To present an opportunity even to have this kind of performance.
It's validation.
It really is. For all of the years of grinding for people like Nerve and Koala Noob. For EU and Artesy a second chance on a new team. And Alan being able to just ride a roller coaster to the top at the moment.
Oh yeah.
New experience after new experience. It's incredible stuff to see. It really is. Kickoff is unpredictable and nothing epitomizes it more than seeing this. And Coach Shaw's been there. He was the coach for last year's Stage 2 where they couldn't find a win, and now he gets to see them go on a lossless streak across Kickoff. It's spectacular. It really is. And now, those fears for the losing team, MIBR drops down into the shark pit.
Yeah. MIBR themselves can look forward to a matchup tomorrow. Middle bracket to be played for, but for now, we celebrate Furia's big win. Let's send it down to the floor for the Verizon post-match interview. Take it away, Riv.
All right, everybody, let's give it up one more time for your #1 seed headed to Santiago, Furia! Oh my gosh, what I think everybody is just amazed at the performance the team put on. I'm gonna go down the line, but EU, we saw from an interview from you between the games that throughout everything, you exit from 100 Thieves, things surrounding the situation, that this win to Masters Santiago, everything happening with Furia would mean so much to you. What are you feeling now? It's got to feel amazing.
Feels good, honestly. Second time, I think. I'm pretty sure when I joined 100 Thieves, we didn't win a match, or the org didn't win a match for like 365 days. And I think Furia tweeted out something similar when we won our first match against Crew. So 2 times, both times they didn't win a match for a year. Feels good.
It's got to feel great. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck at Santiago. Nerve. Hey. We were talking back there, Wyatt saying your history on VLR might be one of the biggest. Yeah. The Nerd Streets, the Fun Havers, the Nights, the Weeklies, man. Was this always the vision? Did you know this was going to be the end goal and even more?
Oh, 100%. This was always my goal. To be honest, I didn't have this much expectations coming into the season. My one goal this entire year was to make an international, and we did it, man. So I'm so happy right now. I'm so happy, and as first seed, yeah, so happy.
As first seed, amazing stuff. Congratulations on the win. Koala Noob, we know you're one of the most determined out there. I mean, this is poetic for you. The best of fives have reared their head in front of you to keep you off of this stage for so long, and now the one you win bringing you to Masters Santiago in Chile. What's going through your mind?
Man, I mean, I've lost 2 like incredibly important best of 5s in my life. You know, it stunted my growth as a player because I couldn't play in Tier 1, learn from the best. But, you know, everything happens for a reason. I said this in my tweet, and I'm just so happy to be on a team with these guys. They make me a better person and player every day, and I love them so much. And I'm so happy to do it with them.
Fantastic. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck. Alim, absolutely breakout. Every time you're on the screen, it's a safe pair of hands. What even was that growth? What has that journey been for you where you see yourself in Tier 2 but instantly exploding onto this stage? How did you manage it, and just where are these results coming from?
It's mostly just staying prepared, making sure I put in the hardest work. It's quote from my best friend Ryland: if you put in like you want to put in so much hard work that you failing like seems just impossible. Like make those odds as little as possible. So you just work hard, take the most out of the opportunities, learn from the rest, and just play, have fun.
Amazing. Thank you so much for the insight on that. That's a great quote. That's a great quote. Best of luck in Santiago. Artin, you kind of took the loss last year on your shoulders pretty heavy coming out of the season. Does this help kind of relieve that, dispel those feelings that you had and reaffirm that this is meant to be, you're meant to be here, and now you get to go play in Santiago?
Yeah, I think everything happens for a reason. And yeah, I took the blame on me, but after that, I had to work on my mental, my off-game stuff. I'm glad it's paying off finally. Have a great team, and yeah, I'm just so happy.
I love you. Amazing. Hear that right there, man. Congratulations on that. Best of luck in Santiago now. Coach, come here, Shaw. Come here. Oh my gosh, Shaw. Undefeated, first seed, and a full rebuild with the team. From last season and that stage 2 till now, what does this team of guys mean to you? How much work have they put in?
First of all, these guys are my teammates, they are my family. And when we build the team, I focus on in good environment and good persons to work. And for me, this is just part of the process, but it's the best day of my life.
That's amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for your undefeated first seed heading to Masters Santiago, Furia! Absolutely awesome stuff. Thank you so much. We'll keep the hype going tomorrow with more VCT Americas. Don't miss it. It's going to start at 12 p.m. same time, but don't forget to miss the pre-show. We'll see you there.
To say this is an important match for both these teams, of course, would be an understatement. There's a grudge to settle for sure. The 100 Thieves are slowed up. Depper low toward a force. Duckly start for Roxy. Delivered too close to the sun, and there he's back. You're insane! C9 about to make that happen right now. Here's a swing. Oxy! There it is, the Outlaw. Stings! We're going to extra time. Let's go! And that's going to allow the dive in there. Okay, Timo's in a really powerful spot. The hindrance. Oh, it's perfect. Now it's the post-plant util, and here's Cryo getting ahead of it. Valora once again snaps up 2, and 100 Thieves are done and are finally around the corner. It's going to be Bang waiting for him to step into that sight line, and he'll double down.
I'm telling you, I'm the best operator in it. They just don't know I'm an offer.
If that Heaven Poke comes maybe slightly earlier, big turn anti-cloud. Bang is a tyrant in the back of the side, and Zelsis wants to curl up inside his own pit and let it be done, but everyone tries to challenge him. He's found 3 in the round. He's got such a good sense for this Wyatt. Oh, no way! Under These finally are slowed down. There's a chance to breathe here for Cloud9. And VALORANT does not want to allow for this defuse. Celsius, oh my God! He's diabolical, man! To continue their run in this bracket. Penny flattened again. A bit of flash util in the mix. The trades would be enough. And these Thieves, Steel Dreams, 100 Thieves will advance to a frankly banger of a best of 3.
It is that Grand Finals decider for Santiago, and who we're going to be sending on Americas as that #1 seed.
Yeah, and to think that it's these two organizations, but especially Furia.
Take that timing, he spots it out with a showstopper. Just trying to clear up a picture of what's going on. Koala Noob very heads up, and that's a kill for Tex. Koala Noob out wide to the side for kill. Let's make it 5. Give them more and more time to make sure that they can put it all together. Oh, second!
That's incredible. He's like a ballerina.
Not as anything, but he's still willing to be aggro and just take the fights to them. Pure composure by MIBR. They are happy to whittle you down. TP forward, shot still firing. Tex!
MIBR absolutely stormed the castle with that on every attack side round. Null command here would have been real useful, and there he goes. I mean, he just hits the deck instantly.
No, they don't, but it's still going to be handled regardless. It's Artisan again. Artisan! For this one together, you can't be giving any chances to get back in. Artisan with the ace! Gun in his hands, timing, hold on, composure! Hudson, the round is unraveling before your eyes, and Abyss looking so damn likely to go their way. There it is. Furia drag it 1-1. Some pieces of spray and spam, a couple of bullets though, with Mazzino as weak as they would. There's still chances potentially, but not accounting for the corner that Nerve has just inserted himself in. High Tide, you're going to try and find your way into the back, and you're detained. It's not happening. Mazzino's the one just taking over the round. Time, Fort, hold on. Classic, adds in. Sheriff trying to combine their might towards the end here. We will be going to Breeze, but Fury are the ones in control. Messi, Whiffy, perhaps indeed, but at close quarters, maybe that's where they thrive. No! Aspas, he slices, he dices. Surely Mazzino's got to go down. Zekin's there immediately. Zekin! He's taking over. They want to take him all the way there, straight to the distance here in our upper bracket grand finals. Forwards in his approach, and he knows exactly what's going to be played for. How does Mazzino hit that? It's not just blind through the smoke. Hinder tabs Mazzino. Can't be doing it to him. Clone eating the bullet to the damage. Not quite enough to deal with. Allen with that deep dive into the back of the site. Players to potentially clear. Flash is good. Second cleans. Again, a 1v1 Artsin. IGL versus IGL. But it comes down to the gunplay. Furia represent the #1 seed for Americas at Masters Santiago.
Hey, come on. Yo, we hit that last note too, I'm not gonna lie. We held the Y.